Chapter 1. Aspiring to make my father a dragon. In the mighty Yin dynasty, amidst the enchanting waters of the Luo River, lies the Taishan sect. Chen Yi, is it? Your aptitude. Before the testing stone stood a strikingly handsome youth, his fists clenched, gazing expectantly, an elderly figure draped in a flowing black robe, exuding an aura of celestial grace. Yes, yes, yes. I am Chen Yi, Elder Wang. Do you see any potential for cultivation in me? At that moment, his heart raced like a surging river, ready to burst forth with a single word from the elder. Having spent nearly all my savings to come to the Taishan sect for this test, I must succeed, he fervently prayed within. 3 years prior, Chen Yi and his father had been thrust into this fantastical realm due to an unforeseen accident. Both of them had been mere, ordinary individuals, serving as apprentices at the Jian Mountain Forge in Jiang City, devoid of any notable background. Well-versed in online novels, Chen Yi understood that survival in a fantasy world necessitated a modicum of strength. Thus, over 3 arduous years, he and his father, Chen Tianxing, toiled to amass a sum of money, finally enabling them to seek apprenticeship at the renowned Taishan sect. Naturally, any sect that accepts disciples must assess their aptitude for cultivation. Yet, as long as he could join the Taishan sect, even as the most junior of registered disciples, Chen Yi would cherish the opportunity dearly. Elder Wang, surely my aptitude must be acceptable? Chen Yi inquired cautiously. Elder Wang shook his head, his expression one of disdain as he replied, Your aptitude is the worst I've seen in years innate waste veins, exceedingly poor. You shall achieve nothing in this lifetime. What? Elder Wang, could there be a mistake? Shall we retest? Chen Yi's countenance turned ashen, panic gripping him. It is a well-known truth that in this fantastical world, ordinary people are destined to toil like beasts of burden. Chen Yi had no desire to be a beast of burden for life. He would rather believe that he had misheard than accept this outcome. Next, Elder Wang interrupted Chen Yi without hesitation, showing no interest in further discussion. As Chen Yi was unceremoniously ushered out by the disciples of the Taishan sect, he felt as if the sky had collapsed around him. Like a kite severed from its string, he drifted aimlessly in despair, lost and without direction. Innate waste veins, this implied an inability to cultivate. Would he truly be condemned to a life of servitude? How am I to explain this to Father? Chen Yi lamented, feeling overwhelmed. Having journeyed from Jiang City to the Taishan sect for the selection of disciples, he had expended nearly all his hard-earned money from 3 years of labor. This sum was the result of their toil, and the hardships endured were known only to them. Ah, if only my father were the sect master or a powerful local overlord. Chen Yi sighed, gazing skyward in frustration. If he had a capable father, joining the Taishan sect would be a mere formality. Perhaps he could even avoid the rigors of cultivation, living off his father's strength. Yet, this was merely a daydream of Chen Yi. His father, Chen Tianxing, was just an ordinary man, much like himself. Ding! Suitable value system detected. The aspiring to make my father a dragon system is binding. The aspiring to make my father a dragon system aids every child wishing to be carefree while supporting every father with dreams and aspirations. Congratulations on successfully binding the aspiring to make my father a dragon system. As long as your father cultivates, you shall receive random multipliers of rewards. Suddenly, a series of synthesized electronic sounds echoed in Chen Yi's mind. A system? Chen Yi was taken aback, having read countless web novels in his previous life. He was well aware of what a system entailed. Are you saying that as long as my father cultivates, I can randomly gain multiplied rewards? Correct, host, came the reply. Chen Yi erupted with joy, the shadows of despair dissipating in an instant, nearly breaking into a dance right then and there. Wonderful. Then why should I even bother working hard? As long as my father is willing to strive, I shall inevitably become an emperor, with the aspiring to make my father a dragon system. Even if he possessed innate waste veins and could not cultivate, he could rely on his father's efforts to achieve greatness. Analyzing personal information of host father, Chen Tianxing. Father's name, Chen Tianxing. Age, 44. Realm, 0. Aptitude, slightly superior to that of an ordinary person. Fortune, none. Evaluation. Historical. At that moment, a middle-aged man, slightly plump with a beer belly and a receding hairline, hurried over. Son, how did it go? Did the Taishan sect accept you? The newcomer was none other than Chen Yi's father, Chen Tianqing. Chen Yi replied candidly, Father, I've failed. Elder Wang said, I possess innate waste veins and have no hope for cultivation. Upon hearing this, Chen Tianxing's face darkened, and he nearly faltered on his feet. He hesitated, but ultimately patted Chen Yi's shoulder, offering words of consolation. It's all right, son. If you cannot cultivate, then so be it. We can always return to Jiang City and continue our labor life will go on. I refuse to believe it. With your knowledge, Father, even if martial cultivation fails, we could venture into commerce. We shall take it slow. Let's focus on working to accumulate some capital first. Chen Yi suggested, Father, why not participate in the Taishan sex assessment as well? Me? Your father is already half buried in the ground. Cultivation is for the young. I shall not interfere. Chen Tianqing shook his head, declining the offer. He, too, was familiar with web novels and understood that the protagonists often faced arduous paths in cultivation. Chen Yi urged, We've traveled all the way from Jiang City to the Taishan sect, spending so much money. Since we're here, what harm is there in trying? What if you possess a talent for cultivation? He realized his own innate waste veins made it impossible for him to rise. The only way to turn their fate around was through his father's diligent efforts. Today, no matter what, Chen Yi would ensure that his father entered the Taishan sect and dedicated himself to cultivation. Well, all right then. After much hesitation, Chen Tianqing finally agreed to take the aptitude test under Chen Yi's persuasion. The day marked the recruitment of disciples at the Taishan sect, drawing numerous aspirants from afar. After an hour of waiting, father and son finally approached. Aren't you the one who was just declared to have innate waste veins? I told you, you lack talent. Why are you back? Chen Yi pushed Chen Tianqing before Elder Wang, offering a sheepish smile as he said, Elder Wang, this time it's not me, it's my father. Could you please assess his aptitude? Your father? Elder Wang was not particularly surprised. According to the sect's rules, as long as one was under 50, any ordinary person could qualify for admission based on their talent. Chen Tianqing placed his hands upon the testing stone, and moments later, it glowed with a violet light. With bated breath, Chen Yi asked Elder Wang, How is my father's talent? Elder Wang's expression remained calm as he replied, Barely acceptable, he may join the Taishan sect, though only as a low-level registered disciple, tasked with some menial duties and minor responsibilities, with limited access to the sect's cultivation techniques. 3 months hence, should the registered disciple pass the assessment, he can be promoted to an outer disciple, with corresponding benefits. Splendid. A registered disciple is just fine. Chen Yi exclaimed, elated as the weight on his heart finally lifted. Though merely the most junior of registered disciples, this status would still grant him access to the Taishan sect's cultivation methods, which was more than sufficient. Suddenly, Elder Wang's demeanor turned cold. Do not rejoice too soon. The Taishan sect mandates that every individual must pay 50 taels of silver each month to maintain their status as a registered disciple and gain the right to cultivate our techniques. Thus, even the lowest-ranking registered disciples are fiercely sought after. According to regulations, your father, with his aptitude, will need to pay 30 taels of silver each month to become a registered disciple and cultivate at the Taishan sect. This fee is mandatory and non-negotiable. Upon hearing this, Chen Tianxing's expression shifted dramatically. He shook his head, saying, Son, we simply do not have that kind of money. I will not take on the registered disciple status. For Chen Tianqing and his son, 30 taels of silver each month was an astronomical sum. They simply lacked the means to pay. At that moment, however, Chen Yi took his father aside and earnestly whispered, Father, this is not earth, this is a fantastical world. Wealth is merely an external matter, and all else pales in comparison to cultivation. You must cultivate. It is imperative that we join the Taishan sect. Chen Tianqing looked utterly helpless. The problem is, we have no money. He was acutely aware that after 3 years of labor and watching, they had barely earned a meager amount of silver, leaving them with scant resources. As ordinary individuals, how could they possibly amass such a fortune? Chen Yi placed a reassuring hand on Chen Tianxing's shoulder, his eyes filled with determination as he declared, "Do not worry, father. Even if I must sell everything I own, I will ensure you have the means to cultivate. Focus solely on your training within the Taishan sect. Do not concern yourself with anything else." Chen Tianxing paused, feeling that something was amiss with his son's words. Wait, who exactly is the child here? And who is the father? Chapter 2. The Apprentice of Forging. 2 hours later, under the guidance of Elder Wang, Chen Tianxing had completed all the necessary registration procedures. After tomorrow, he would officially join the Taishan sect as a named disciple. Father, make sure to cultivate diligently inside, and do not slack off that in a month. I will come to see you and bring you your favorite large meat buns. During these 3 months, you must strive to become one of the 20 outer sect disciples. Do not be eliminated at any cost. Before the grand gates of the Taishan sect, Chen Yi was bidding farewell to his father. Chen Tianxing had just learned from Elder Wang that there were only 20 spots available for outer sect disciples among this batch of named disciples. 3 months later, a grand competition would be held, and only the top 20 would be allowed to remain in the Taishan sect for cultivation, while the others would be expelled. All his hopes rested upon his father. If Chen Tianxing were to be cast out from the Taishan sect and unable to cultivate, he would be destined to lead a life akin to that of a beast of burden. A twitch appeared at the corner of Chen Tianxing's mouth as he felt that this scene resembled a moment from his past life when he sent his son off to school. Rest assured, I am well aware of what I need to do. You may leave now. Chen Yi felt a deep sense of reluctance as he gazed towards the distant woods. That I will pick a few oranges. You stay right here and do not wander off at the foot of the Taishan sect. There was a grove where a few orange trees were planted, and they were currently bearing fruit. Chen Yi quickly dashed into the grove, rummaging before an orange tree, striving to pluck a few oranges. Wrapping them in his robe, that he hurried back, placing the oranges down, and patted Chen Tianxing on the shoulder. Father, you must cultivate diligently. Do not worry about the cultivation fees. I can endure a little hardship. Even if I have to toil like a beast, I will provide for your cultivation. Chen Tianxing replied. Isn't it usually the case that I should be the one saying such things? Chen Yi continued earnestly. I have little hope for my own future. It all depends on you now. You must cultivate well. Your only task now is to focus on your cultivation. Do not concern yourself with anything else. Everything will be fine once you become an outer sect disciple. Chen Tianxing's expression darkened, and he playfully slapped Chen Yi's head. You little rascal, teaching your father a lesson, are you? Now hurry along. I am fully aware of what I need to do. After bidding farewell to his son, Chen Tianxing returned to the Taishan sect, preparing to embrace a new chapter in his life. As he watched Chen Tianxing's figure gradually fade away, Chen Yi's smile slowly vanished. How am I to gather 30 taels of silver within a month? With that thought, a frown settled on his face. The heavy burden pressed upon him like a colossal mountain, making it difficult for Chen Yi to breathe. To reassure his father and encourage him to cultivate diligently, he had to resort to lies that a month from now would be the deadline for the cultivation fees, and if he could not pay on time, Chen Tianxing would be expelled from the Taishan sect. Chen Yi, born with a useless meridian, understood that only by relying on his father's hard work could he hope to soar to greater heights. For his own future, and for his father, Chen Yi racked his brain to find a way to gather 30 taels of silver within a month to keep his father in the Taishan sect. Never mind, I'll return to Jiang City first and think of a solution on the other side. Within the Taishan sect, after 2 days of menial labor, Chen Tianxing finally earned the right to access the cultivation methods of the Taishan sect. Under the elder's summons, he, along with many other named disciples, was now qualified to listen to the elder's lecture. The Star Body Refinement Technique, he thought, gazing at the densely packed characters on the jade slip. It looks so complex. Can I truly master it? What he held was indeed the foundational technique of the Taishan sect, the Star Body Refinement Technique, that he recognized each character individually, yet when combined, they eluded his understanding. Chen Tianxing felt like giving up, but recalling his son's parting words, he realized his son was also not having an easy time, compelling him to persevere and continue reading. At the front, an elderly man with white hair and a youthful face spoke slowly under the watchful eyes of the crowd. From today onward, I shall guide all of you named disciples in your cultivation. The first realm of cultivation The body refinement realm consists of 9 levels: refining skin, refining flesh, refining pores, refining tendons, refining bones, refining marrow, refining blood, refining organs, and refining chi. That a towering building must have a solid foundation. Only with a firm base can the path of cultivation extend ever further. You all have the Star Body Refinement Technique, correct? Today, I shall elucidate the essence of the first level of body refinement, the skin refinement stage. A week later, Chen Yi had returned to the place where he had first traversed. Jiang City, at the sword forging manor. Beside the furnace, drenched in sweat, Chen Yi swung a hammer, pounding a piece of red-hot iron. With each strike on the glowing metal, a continuous, crisp sound echoed. This was Chen Yi's identity after his transmigration, an apprentice blacksmith. It was also his sole means of earning a living. Before long, a man in his 30s approached him. He was of average height with a kind expression and interrupted Chen Yi's work. "Chen Yi, regarding your wages, I am afraid there is little I can do. You are merely an apprentice and can only receive this modest sum unless you become a formal blacksmith. However, you know well that being a blacksmith requires immense physical strength. It is not sufficient to possess forging skills alone. You are physically weak and lack the strength to become a blacksmith, so your wages cannot increase." Chen Yi nodded helplessly. "Thank you, Supervisor Liu. I understand." Liu Guang, the supervisor of the sword forging manor, patted Chen Yi on the shoulder, leaving him with the words, "Do your best," before departing. Chen Yi resumed swinging his hammer, striking the iron block with fervor. Moments later, he paused, panting heavily. "I can't help it. I'm simply too exhausted." After a day's labor, his arms were already swollen, seemingly devoid of feeling, and his palms were raw and bleeding. To forge weapons that satisfied martial artists requires countless strikes. An ordinary blacksmith would hardly possess such strength. Chen Yi sighed softly. "Even if I sold off all the valuables in my home, I would still be far from my goal." An apprentice earned less than 3 taels of silver a month. If he could become a formal blacksmith, the burden of the Taishan sect as cultivation fees would be significantly alleviated. Chen Yi's family had once been quite affluent during his ancestors' time, considered a prominent clan in Jiang City. Yet, by his generation, they had gradually fallen into decline, leaving only an ancestral home. Having served as an apprentice at the sword forging manor for many years, Chen Yi had already grasped the fundamentals of forging. However, to become a formal blacksmith, one needed immense physical strength, which most people simply did not possess. Many of the blacksmiths of the sword forging manor were martial artists who had trained for years, possessing at least the first or second level of body refinement. Half a month passed, and there was still no feedback from the system. Was it supposed to randomly generate rewards? Could it be that this system was a fraud? If it weren't for the ability to check his panel data, Chen Yi would seriously suspect that this system he had awakened was nothing but a hoax. Could it be that his father was slacking off? That was why there had been no feedback from the system at all. The more he thought about it, the more plausible it seemed. Chen Yi felt quite dissatisfied. He worked tirelessly like a beast to earn money to support his father's cultivation at the Taishan sect. Yet his father was idling away inside. It was truly disheartening. I toil endlessly outside. It's not easy for me. Just then a chime echoed in his mind. "Ding! Your father has diligently cultivated and successfully broken through to the first level of body refinement. Random reward trigger activated. Congratulations, host. You have received a 10-fold increase in cultivation results." Chapter 3. The formal blacksmith. The sudden notification from the system echoed in his mind. In the next moment, a strange power and memories surged into Chen Yi's body. Star Body Refinement Technique. Channeling the power of the stars to refine the body. In an instant, Chen Yi's physical strength surged like a true dragon, his vitality as vibrant as the sun. And his energy was full. His bones grew robust, and his tendons felt as strong as dragons. Chen Yi immediately checked his panel. Host, Chen Yi age, 17 lifespan, 80 talent, extremely poor realm. 5th level of body refinement technique. Star Body Refinement Technique, minor accomplishment note, based on mastery level. It can be divided into minor accomplishment, major accomplishment, and perfection. I've reached the 5th level of body refinement. Chen Yi exclaimed joyfully, "My dear father, I misjudged you. You truly bring me pride." Chen Yi's face lit up with delight as he finally reaped the rewards he had been waiting for days. He gazed at the glowing iron block in the furnace, his eyes brimming with fervor. With the enhancement of being at the 5th level of body refinement, forging weapons should be much easier now. Right? If I can become a formal blacksmith, my earning speed will dramatically increase. With that thought in mind, Chen Yi sprang into action. He picked up the hammer and began to strike the iron block vigorously. This time, Chen Yi felt an immense surge of strength. As if he would never tire, he folded the steel, then continued to melt, forge, and repeat the process dozens of times until it gradually took shape. Next came the pouring of steel, carbonization, and filing. For the next several days, Chen Yi remained in the forge, diligently crafting weapons. Finally, after several days of hard work, he held a long sword gleaming with a bluish hue, his heart overflowing with joy. Indeed, with the support of reaching the 5th level of body refinement, forging had become significantly easier. Generally, it would take an ordinary blacksmith at least 20 days to create a finely crafted sword. However, Chen Yi was able to complete his work in less than a week. After tidying up the freshly forged longsword, Chen Yi brought it before Supervisor Liu. "Did you forge this sword all by yourself?" Supervisor Liu held the long sword, carefully stroking and inspecting it, his expression betraying a hint of astonishment. Several details had not been adequately addressed during the quenching process, evident upon examining the blade, which also appeared somewhat brittle. Nevertheless, the quality was satisfactory, and it could be used with complete peace of mind. "Did you truly forge this all by yourself?" Chen Yi nodded in affirmation. "Indeed, Supervisor Liu, it is absolutely true. Others can attest to my claim that I suppose I am now qualified to be a formal blacksmith, am I not?" Although Supervisor Liu had great faith in Chen Yi's character, the matter was of immense significance and could not be taken lightly. It required thorough consideration. After consulting several of Chen Yi's fellow apprentices, Liu Yun finally dared to confirm that the freshly forged sword was indeed crafted solely by Chen Yi. After seeking the approval of the master of the swordsmithing estate, he turned to Chen Yi and said, "Congratulations, the master has verified that the sword is flawless, and your skills are up to par. From this moment onward, you shall be a formal blacksmith of our swordsmithing estate, with substantial enhancements to your compensation and benefits." Chen Yi's heart swelled with joy. He had finally become a formal blacksmith. However, regrettably, with less than 10 days remaining until the payment for his training was due, he still lacked a significant sum. Even now, as a certified blacksmith, he was still short by over 10 taels of silver. He inquired, "Supervisor Liu, is there a substantial order at the swordsmithing estate that I might take on?" Liu's supervisor pondered for a moment before replying, "As a matter of fact, there's indeed a large order. Several of our blacksmiths are currently occupied, but can you handle it alone?" Chen Yi's heart leaped with excitement as he earnestly pleaded, "Supervisor Liu, allow me to give it a try." Soon, under Liu's supervisor's guidance, Chen Yi learned the particulars of this significant order. The client placing the order for weapons was the Hunters Guild, an organization comprised of numerous hunters who made their living by hunting beasts, often residing in the verdant Qian Mountains beyond Jiangcheng, in accordance with the regulations of the swordsmithing estate. Each formal blacksmith received 1 tael of silver for every weapon crafted. I need to forge 17 weapons. Chen Yi calculated he had a total of 13 taels of silver on hand, leaving him short by 17 taels to cover this month's training fees for Tai Shin in the past. He would have been unable to complete this task in a timely manner. However, equipped with the strength of a 5th-tier body refinement warrior and the forging skills acquired over many years of the swordsmithing estate, he was confident that he could accomplish this within 10 days. Without wasting any time, he sprang into action. Before the blazing forge, Chen Yi wielded his hammer, striking the glowing steel repeatedly. The crisp and melodious sound of metal striking metal filled the air as he paused occasionally to fold the steel with the blade, refining it and removing impurities with meticulous care. The processes of forging, steel pouring, carbon infiltration, filing, shaping, and quenching were all familiar to him. His efficiency and artistry had improved with experience. 10 days swiftly elapsed. Clang! The brilliant gleam of the sword flashed momentarily in the room. Just in time, the final sword was completed, marking the end of his labor. Chen Yi, drenched in sweat, waved the freshly forged long sword with exhilaration, a smile of satisfaction illuminating his face as he gazed at the array of weapons he had just completed. Finally, he had forged all 17 weapons within the 10-day time frame. After tidying up, he promptly summoned Lu's supervisor for inspection. Holding one of the long swords, Lu's supervisor scrutinized it closely, his eyes suddenly brightening. The edge is sharp. The blade is flawless, and the quenching was executed perfectly. The quality is exceptional. How did you achieve this? Lu Yun was deeply astonished. Just days prior, the weapons crafted by Chen Yi had still exhibited flaws. Yet now, each weapon boasted remarkable quality, rivaling that of any other blacksmith in the swordsmithing estate. Such a rapid improvement in just a few days was simply astonishing. With a look of admiration, he stated, "Chen Yi, I did not expect your progress to be so swift. This batch of weapons meets all standards." The Hunters Guild had previously paid a deposit, and Lu Yun dispatched someone to deliver the weapons and settle the remaining payment. Assuring Chen Yi that he would receive his wages, then, that I shall accompany them, Chen Yi replied. Realizing that tomorrow was the deadline for his training fee, he could not afford to wait for the Hunters Guild to settle their payment. It would be more prudent to collect the final payment directly from them, and then proceed to Taishan Men. Shortly thereafter, under Lu Yun's arrangement, Chen Yi and others from the estate boarded a carriage laden with the freshly forged weapons, heading towards the Hunters Guild located outside the city. Outside Jiangcheng, after traveling for 2 hours, they finally arrived at the Hunters Guild's location at the foot of the Qiyun Mountains, where a simple estate had been constructed for their daily lives and hunting activities. Here are the weapons you requested. Please inspect them, and if all is well, we can settle the remaining payment. Chen Yi announced that a brawny man, clad in tiger skin and wielding a long crossbow, approached to meticulously examine the weapons. After confirming that everything was in order, he replied, "The weapons are satisfactory. Please wait a moment while I consult the guild master." A few minutes later, the burly man returned with a silver note in hand. "This is a 100-tael silver note. Please accept it." The representative accepted the note and bowed in farewell, stating, "Should you require our services again, the swordsmithing estate welcomes you back." Chen did not return to the swordsmithing estate with the others. After collecting his 17 taels of silver from the representative, he departed from the group and made his way toward Taishan Men. Riding a swift horse, he navigated through the rugged mountains. Suddenly, as he passed through a valley, a peculiar fragrance wafted into his nostrils. What a delightful scent! Have I stumbled upon some rare flower or fruit? Chen Yi halted at a particular spot. Before him lay a mist-shrouded valley, impossibly deep. Thick blue vines cascaded down the cliffs, disappearing into the fog below. With a leap, he grasped one of the sturdy vines, and as he released his grip, his body swiftly descended. Amidst the swirling mist, he spotted a deep ancient pond nearby, its surface enveloped in ethereal vapor. Beside the pond stood a fully bloomed pale purple spiritual herb, gently swaying in the air. He promptly activated his system to check its attributes. Name: 5-flower purple, true mushroom age, 80 years effect. Absorbs the spiritual energy of heaven and earth for growth. Refining it greatly benefits a warrior's cultivation. To his astonishment, it was a spiritual herb. Chapter 4. Spiritual herb. Chen Yi's heart soared with joy. He had unexpectedly discovered a spiritual herb on his way to Taishan Men. Moreover, its age was quite considerable. A full 80 years. Chen Yi was certain that even with ample wealth, one could hardly procure an 80-year-old spiritual herb. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and he inquired of the system, "If my father refines this spiritual herb, would I also receive a random multiplier reward?" "Yes, host," the system replied. "As long as your father makes any progress in his cultivation, you will receive a random multiplier reward." Wonderful. Chen Yi's heart raced with excitement. Initially, he had considered using the spiritual herb for his own refinement or selling it for an exorbitant price. But now, he realized the most advantageous use would be for his father, allowing him to truly reap the benefits. This was the shrewdest application of the spiritual herb's potential. Just as Chen Yi prepared to dismount and collect the herb, a thunderous roar echoed in his ears. A massive white tiger appeared before him, measuring nearly 2 meters in length, with sharp claws and a ferocious gaze, fixated on Chen Yi, emanating an overwhelming sense of pressure. First-tier demon beast. Enraged white tiger traits. Impulsive temperament. Highly prone to anger. Typically solitary, this first-tier demon beast was equivalent to a human warrior in the body refinement realm. with an adult, enraged white tiger even approaching the strength of a Qi condensation realm warrior. However, it seemed that this particular enraged white tiger had not yet reached maturity. Otherwise, the situation would be dire. The enraged white tiger let out a roar directed at Chen Yi, seemingly warning him that the spiritual herb was its possession and that no one was to touch it. Chen Yi felt an impending sense of danger. Despite his fifth-tier body refinement strength, he did not dare underestimate the enraged white tiger before him. With determination, he stomped his right foot and charged directly at the enraged white tiger. Upon seeing Chen Yi barreling towards it, the tiger's eyes glinted with a cruel light. In the next instant, it reared its front limbs, exposing its razor-sharp claws, preparing to strike. The enraged white tiger seemed to envision the moment when this frail human would be crushed into a pulp under its mighty paw. However, in the next moment, bang! A dull thud resonated as Chen Yi firmly grasped the tiger's forelimbs. The beast's expression shifted to one of bewilderment, a look of human-like confusion crossing its face. "Ha!" Chen Yi roared, stomping his right foot against the ground. Power surged from his feet, coursing up his spine and into his arms. With this newfound strength, he effortlessly lifted the massive, enraged white tiger off the ground. In that moment, fear filled the tiger's eyes, as it seemed to confront its own mortality. Chen Yi summoned all his strength and slammed the enraged white tiger against the nearby cliff. Boom! A resounding cacophony akin to the tremors of the earth erupted, causing colossal boulders to tumble from the precipice, while the ground quivered slightly, stirring clouds of dust into the air. The enraged white tiger, struck by this onslaught, seemed to disintegrate into a heap, rendered immobile upon the ground. Chen Yi approached, delivering a decisive blow to its skull, utterly extinguishing its last flicker of life. He then turned his gaze toward the five-flower purple true herb, exhaling deeply and sighing. Eventually, one must act. This serves as a trial for me, as well, a mere beast. If I cannot muster the courage to slay it, how shall I survive in this world? After securing the herb, Chen Yi galloped towards Taishan Gate. As the sun began to rise, casting its golden rays upon the earth, Taishan Gate bustled with activity, a veritable marketplace of souls. Today marked the day for collecting cultivation fees, and the majority present were family members of the registered disciples. Most were parents, visiting to see their children. My dear child, life within Taishan Gate must be arduous. Here, savor the braised fish I prepared for you. You little rascal, remember to diligently cultivate your skills. Do you understand? Only Chen Tianxing lingered in a corner, neglected and alone, resembling an orphan. Chen Tianxing, why has your family not yet arrived to settle your cultivation fee? Questioned Elder Wang, who had previously overseen the enrollment of disciples. His brow furrowed, an expression displeased. Everyone else is paid. You are the sole exception. Where are your family members? Chen Tianxing's face flushed crimson with embarrassment. He was acutely aware that, given Chen Yi's capabilities, it was implausible for him to amass the cultivation fee within a month. It was clear that no one from his family would come to assist him. In that moment, he felt akin to a destitute student from a television drama, unable to pay his tuition, engulfed in humiliation. Just then, a familiar voice rang out. "Father, I've arrived." Turning towards the sound, Chen Tianxing spotted Chen Yi, who hastily approached on horseback. "Elder Wang, here is my father's cultivation fee for this month. Please accept it," Chen Yi said respectfully, handing over 30 taels of silver notes. Elder Wang, preoccupied with his own matters, accepted the fee and departed, leaving Chen Tianxing in a state of shock, his eyes wide with disbelief. Where did you acquire such a sum? 30 taels of silver, as far as Chen Tianxing understood, would require Chen Yi several years of labor at the sword-forging manor to barely earn. "Son, I told you before, you need not worry about the cultivation fee. Even if I have to toil like a beast, I will ensure you have the means to cultivate properly. Your greatest repayment to me is to devote yourself to your training." Chen Yi replied with a nonchalant tone. A proud smile gracing his face, a wave of emotion surged within Chen Tianxing. He understood well that, though Chen Yi spoke lightly of it, the effort required to earn 30 taels was undoubtedly fraught with immense hardship. With this thought, Chen Tianxing perceived a certain grandeur in Chen Yi's figure. "What am I thinking? I am his father," he chided himself, quickly dispelling the strange notion. casting a glance at the other registered disciples around him. Chen Tianxing hesitated before lowering his head, dejectedly stating, "Chen Yi, there is something I wish to discuss. I no longer wish to remain at Taishan Gate for cultivation. It is simply too exhausting, and the costs are overwhelming. My talent is lacking, and as an outer disciple, I have no hope that it will be better to return to Jiang City with you. I only wish to go back to the sword forging manor, to learn the craft of forging and lead a simple life." As words fell, Chen Yi's expression darkened abruptly, nearly beside himself with rage. "What? You refuse to cultivate? Have you lost your senses?" He struck Chen Tianxing's head sharply, exasperated at his son's lack of ambition. "What nonsense fills your mind? Why do you keep fixating on that pitiful sword forging manner? What future is there in living as an apprentice for life? Do not follow my example. I have suffered the consequences of neglecting cultivation, doomed to work for others." Chen Tianxing hesitated, sensing the truth in Chen Yi's words. Chen Yi placed a comforting hand on his shoulder, adopting a paternal tone. "My son, only through enduring hardship can one rise above. Cultivation is indeed arduous, but your current struggles are merely temporary. If you commit yourself, the future will be bright. However, should you abandon your path now, you will be condemned to a life of toil." Chen Tianxing was taken aback. "Wait a moment. Am I your father, or are you mine? How dare you lecture me?" Chen Yi discreetly surveyed their surroundings before guiding Chen Tianxing to a secluded corner, producing a bag. This was a special pouch Chen Yi had purchased in Jiang City, designed to effectively conceal the aroma of the five-flower purple true herb. This is an 80-year-old spiritual herb. The five-flower purple true herb. Open it only in private. Once you refine it, it will greatly benefit you. Chen Tianxing's expression transformed abruptly, astonishment etched upon his face. Spiritual herb? Having trained at Taishan Gate for several days, he was well aware of the preciousness of such items. An 80-year-old spiritual herb was undoubtedly a treasure that was priceless and rare, subconsciously scanning the area to ensure no one was watching. His eyes gleamed with fervor as he whispered, "Where did you obtain this spiritual herb?" Chen Yi placed the bag into Chen Tianxing's embrace, urging, "You need not worry about its origins. Rest assured, it is entirely legitimate. But you must be cautious while refining it and ensure no one discovers it." Chen Tianxing nodded fervently, fully cognizant of the herb's value, that he was certain that the gains from refining this 80-year-old five-flower purple true herb would far surpass the tediousness of a month of hard training. With such assistance, there was hope for him even as an outer disciple. With his heart ablaze, the tedium of cultivation faded from Chen Tianxing's mind. "Father, return to Taishan Gate and focus on your training. Do not concern yourself with the timing of the cultivation fees. All hope now rests upon your shoulders. You will not end up like me, a failure destined to work for others," Chen Yi advised. Patting Chen Tianxing's shoulder, Chen Tianxing nodded, carefully concealing the pouch containing the five-flower purple true herb. "I must take my leave. Do not dwell on my absence too much." After exchanging a few brief words, Chen Yi bid farewell to his son, feeling a wave of relief wash over him. With his newfound status as a forger at the sword forging manor, the burden of monthly cultivation fees was no longer overwhelming. Nevertheless, he could not afford to be complacent. Despite the aid of the spiritual herb, it would be immensely challenging for Chen Tianxing to rank among the top 20 registered disciples, but he must devise a plan to earn more money in the short term. From his conversation with Chen Tianxing, Chen Yi learned that several registered disciples hailed from affluent families, possessing ample cultivation resources, with their families providing substantial medicinal support for their training. Among them, several stood out, having already achieved the third level of physical enhancement, far surpassing their peers. Even if Chen Yi refined the five-flower purple true herb, it would be difficult to secure a position in the top 20. He needed to explore every avenue to procure additional spiritual herbs. Chen Yi understood that discovering the five-flower purple true herb in the Qingyun Mountains had been a stroke of luck. It was unlikely that he would encounter another obtained spiritual herbs. He would have to rely on money. With this thought in mind, the pressure to earn increased once more. Chapter 5. Crisis Jiang City. A week later, Chen Yi had returned to the sword forging manor. Clang, clang, clang. Chen Yi swung his hammer, beginning to forge the steel before him. Subtle changes flickered across his countenance. He could feel that his forging skills which had stagnated for quite some time, had experienced a notable improvement. It felt as though his body had re-entered a growth phase, with his appetite surging and his physical condition consequently enhancing. Now endowed with the strength of the 5th level of physical enhancement, he found himself forging weapons with greater finesse. Joy surged within him as he realized that ever since he had received the feedback from his father's cultivation, his forging techniques had seen breakthroughs, resulting in the creation of superior weapons while significantly reducing the time required for their production. This, in turn, elevated his earning potential. At that moment, a notification chimed. Ding! Your father has successfully refined the 5-flower purple true herb, breaking through to the 2nd level of physical enhancement. You have received 5 times the reward and successfully advanced to the 6th level of physical enhancement. Suddenly, an overwhelming power surged through Chen Yi's body, filling every meridian with vigor. Host, Chen Yi. Age, 17 lifespan, 85 talent. Abysmally poor realm. 6th level of physical enhancement cultivation technique. Starry Sky Body Forging Technique. Minor accomplishment. Chen Yi was astonished to discover that he had achieved the 6th level of physical enhancement. It dawned on him that this breakthrough was due to his father's refinement of the 5-flower purple true herb, which had elevated his cultivation. Truly, it was a century-old spiritual herb. Within just 3 days, his father had advanced to the 2nd level of physical enhancement. The effects of the spiritual herb were indeed remarkable. If only he could acquire a few more to assist his father, he would surely become a registered disciple. Setting down his hammer, Chen Yi could hardly contain his elation that it was said that the Wanqing trading company in the city sold spiritual herbs. Perhaps he should pay a visit. Upon this realization, Chen Yi immediately sprang into action. He departed from the sword forging manor and hurried towards the city. Finally, he came to a halt before an imposing and elegantly adorned high-rise building. Wanqing Commercial House, the largest department store in Jiangcheng, offered a plethora of items, catering to both the needs of cultivators and everyday goods. As long as one had wealth, nearly anything could be procured here. Boss, do you have any spiritual herbs? The proprietor of Wanqing Commercial House, a jovial middle-aged man of ample stature, patiently led Chen Yi to the 3rd floor. Chen Yi cast his gaze around. He noticed a gentle fragrance permeating the air. This was indeed the designated area for the sale of spiritual herbs. You are quite fortunate, dear guest. We have just received a new batch of spiritual herbs. 30-year-old Qingyan black essence leaves, priced at 800 taels of silver. 50-year-old Fuxianmo Jinlu, priced at 1,000 taels of silver. 100-year-old Shihun black immortal grass, priced at 2,000 taels of silver. A wave of astonishment washed over Chen Yi. The value of these spiritual herbs was indeed astronomical, far beyond the means of an ordinary person. The most affordable option would still require him to forego food and drink for an entire month while laboring at the sword forging manor. Rendering it unattainable, he shook his head and promptly exited Wanqing Commercial House. Too expensive. Given his current financial situation, purchasing spiritual herbs was out of the question. He would have to seek alternative solutions. Upon returning to the sword forging manor, Chen Yi resumed his repetitive labor, tirelessly forging weapons that a week later, by the furnace, drenched in sweat, Chen Yi wielded a hammer, pounding a glowing red piece of iron. Over the past few days, he had successfully crafted multiple weapons, each of exceptional quality, gaining immense popularity, and had become a highly sought-after blacksmith at the sword forging manor. Just as he was about to continue, Supervisor Liu entered, accompanied by the manor's owner. With a smile and an air of appreciation, he remarked, Chen Yi, your forging skills have improved remarkably. Our customers have been praising you lately, and our business is thriving. I have some good news to share. Chen Yi paused in his work, humbly responding, You flatter me, master. My skills have been honed here at the manor. The owner shook his head, patting Chen Yi on the shoulder. All of this is the result of your hard work. From now on, you shall be our chief blacksmith, and your wages will be doubled. The rush of joy surged within Chen Yi. The benefits of being the chief blacksmith far surpassed his previous earnings, both in commission and fixed monthly salary. Thank you, master. I will continue to strive for excellence. Although it was not a vast increase, it was still a significant improvement. There's one more thing I have yet to inform you. The Hunters Guild has placed a substantial order for weapons with us. You will need to exert yourself a little more this month. Chen Yi took the order and observed that the quantity requested by the Hunters Guild was several times greater than the previous one. He did not mind, as the matter of the spiritual herbs had left him in dire need of funds, so earning a bit more was welcome. Half a month later, after the collaborative efforts of several blacksmiths at the sword forging manor, they successfully completed the order for the Hunters Guild. Chen Yi, you went to collect the payment from the Hunters Guild last time. You should go again this time, Supervisor Liu proposed. Chen Yi readily agreed without further contemplation. Soon, he and the others from the sword forging manor set off to deliver the freshly forged weapons to the Hunters Guild's location, at the foot of the Qingyun mountain range. Chen Yi and his companions halted within the territory of the Hunters Guild. However, unlike before, the individual arriving to settle the payment was not the same as previously. It was the leader of the Hunters Guild. This was a robust man clad in fur, with a powerful build, wielding a large cleaver, exuding an overwhelming aura, as if he emanated a scent of blood. Yang, here are the weapons you requested. Please inspect them and settle the payment if everything is satisfactory. The speaker was Zhang, a skilled individual dispatched by the sword forging manor to collect the payment, possessing a strength of the 5th level of body refinement. Yang, swaying a bright cleaver in his hand, nodded slightly, expressing his approval. The quality is commendable, as expected from the sword forging manor. However, with a nonchalant demeanor, Yang arrogantly declared, Zhang, I have no intention of paying, yet I desire the goods. Tell me, what solution do we have? The responsible party's brow furrowed, a surge of alarm washing over him as he coldly replied, Yang, do you wish to take our sword forging manor's goods without payment? Do you still wish to remain in Jiangsheng? Yang waved his hand, and his associates immediately brandished their weapons, surrounding the members of the sword forging manor. Everyone, heed my command. Leave none alive. In the next moment, amidst the confusion of the sword forging manor's members, the entire contingent of the Hunters Guild drew their bows, the air resonating with a series of piercing sounds that a flurry of arrows surged forth. Chen Yi, sensing the impending danger, swiftly sought refuge. However, the others were caught off guard. Several arrows struck with precision. Puff, 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 blood gushed forth from numerous individuals, their eyes reflecting bewilderment as they collapsed to the ground in a heartbeat. Many members of the Hunters Guild charged forward, armed with melee weapons, towards the remaining individuals of the sword forging manor. Bang, bang, bang! In an instant, several more members of the sword forging manor fell. The only one left standing with any capacity for resistance was Zhang, who unfortunately took an arrow to the arm, while Yang seized the opportunity to strike him down with a single blow, ending his life. Left in the fray was only Chen. Yang cast a casual glance at Chen Yi, stating coolly, Kid, will you extend your head, or shall I come find you? In the blink of an eye, all members of the sword forging manor, save for Chen Yi, lay grievously wounded and incapacitated. Chen Yi inhaled sharply, astonished. A resounding clash of metal reverberated across the land, the moment it made contact with Chen Yi's luminous sword. Yang Laoda's expression shifted dramatically. He felt a numbing sensation in his hands, losing all sense of feeling. Subsequently, a powerful backlash sent Yang Laoda crashing to the ground. When did the sword forging manor acquire such formidable body tempering techniques? You are certainly not a member of the sword forging manor. Blood spewed from Yang Laoda's mouth, his face a mask of astonishment. Chen Yi let out a long breath upon witnessing the situation. He finally felt a sense of relief. After all, the Taishan sect was one of the foremost sects in the Luo Shui County, and the Star Refining Body Technique was a cherished secret of the Taishan sect, incomparable to the skills practiced by rogue cultivators like Yang Laoda. Holding the azure sword, Chen Yi advanced slowly, poised to end Yang Laoda's life. Brother, if you spare my life today, I will grant you all the wealth of the Hunters Guild. Yang Laoda pleaded desperately. Chen Yi remained unresponsive, his face devoid of expression at that moment. Genuine fear gripped Yang Laoda. Lying on the ground, he desperately crawled backward, shouting, Quick, someone stop him! The onlookers were frozen in trepidation, their legs trembling, their hearts wavering. If Chen Yi could easily defeat their leader, what hope did they have against him? Chen Yi coldly declared, I only intend to kill Yang Laoda. Anyone who wishes to avoid death may step forward. Upon hearing this, only a handful of members from the Hunters Guild remained. The majority fled in haste. "You bunch of ingrates! I've always treated you well." Yang Lauda erupted in furious curses, in the next instant. A flash of sword light extinguished Yang Lauda's life. Witnessing the death of their leader, the remaining members realized there was no point in resisting and scattered in retreat. The Hunters Guild, having long hunted beasts in the Qingyan Mountains, must have some assets, right? Chen Yi did not leave immediately. Instead, he began to scour the territory of the Hunters Guild. The attire of these individuals appeared to bear the insignia of the Luo Shui sects. How could they be found here? Within one of the Hunters Guild's houses, Chen Yi stumbled upon several corpses. They were dressed in uniform clothing reminiscent of the Tiandan sect, renowned for its alchemical prowess in Luo Shui. To his surprise, he discovered a Dan medicine. Beside one of the bodies, Chen Yi found a small vial containing a single pill. He quickly accessed the system for further details. Name: Shisui Dan quality. Superior grade 1 Dan effects. Aids practitioners in cleansing their meridians and enhancing their cultivation aptitude. If this Shisui Dan is given to my father, his chances of becoming an outer disciple will significantly increase. Chen Yi's heart swelled with joy. His father's aptitude was already poor among the registered disciples. With the assistance of this Shisui Dan, his strength would surely soar. When he had the system at his disposal, his own aptitude could also be elevated. It was simply marvelous. Chen Yi pondered the vial, reflecting, how could the Tiandan sect's people end up here, dying in the Qingyan Mountains? Is this the opportunity Yang Lauda spoke of? He shook his head. Regardless of the circumstances, even the members of the Tiandan sect had perished here. With his current strength, it would be difficult to seize such an opportunity. The priority now was to assist his father in becoming an outer disciple of the Taishan sect. If his father grew stronger, so too would he. After continuing his search for a while longer, Chen Yi finally uncovered 1,000 taels of silver notes within the Hunters Guild's territory. He was quite pleased. This amount could nearly purchase a decent spiritual herb at the Wanxing Trading Company. Chapter 7. The auction. Chen Yi first returned to the sword forging manor, informing them of the Hunters Guild's refusal to pay the final installment and the slaughter of the manor's members. He wished to reveal little, concocting a tale of having narrowly escaped death. The manor's master was furious and initially intended to seek revenge against the Hunters Guild. However, upon learning that the guild had been thoroughly plundered, his anger subsided. Days passed, and the second month's cultivation fee was approaching. Chen Yi arrived early at the Taishan sect. Now, with 1,000 taels in hand, the burden of the cultivation fee had vanished. Upon seeing Chen Tianqing again, Chen Yi noticed a remarkable transformation in his father's demeanor after 2 months of training at the Taishan sect. He walked with a steady gait, his vitality robust as an ox, far surpassing the capabilities of an ordinary person after merely 2 months. Where did you acquire such a sum of money? Chen Yi beamed with pride, producing the sword forging manor's token and explaining. I'm now the chief forger at the sword forging manor. Do I still lack for cultivation fees? I told you before, just focus on your training within, and money matters need not concern you. After confirming the authenticity of the token, Chen Tianqing's face lit up with joy. Well done, my son. At that moment, Chen Tianqing appeared to radiate a sense of pride in his son. Chen Yi then produced a small vial from his pocket, whispering, I have something important for you today. This is Shisui Dan, even more precious than the last spiritual herb. Chen Tianqing's expression changed dramatically, eyes wide with astonishment. Shisui Dan? Since beginning his cultivation journey, Chen Tianqing had come to understand the value of Dan medicines. Some rare Dan medicines were far more effective than months of arduous training, especially the Shisui Dan, which could cleanse the meridians and enhance one's aptitude. This was undoubtedly more valuable than rare 100-year spiritual herbs. Where did you obtain this? Chen Tianqing gasped, glancing around anxiously to ensure no one was watching. Chen Yi, like a benevolent father, gently patted Chen Tianqing's shoulder, saying, You need not worry about its origin. Just use it wisely and strive to cultivate diligently. Do not disappoint my expectations. Accepting the vial with a trembling hand, Chen Tianqing felt a wave of emotion wash over him. His son was truly too good to him. Wait a minute, something feels off. Am I not the father here? Regardless, if I can obtain a Shisui Dan, I wouldn't mind being called Grandpa. After handing over the Shisui Dan, Chen Yi quickly departed the Taishan sect. 3 days later, at the sword forging manor. As Chen Yi was forging weapons as usual, the system's upgrade notification suddenly rang out. Ding! Your father has consumed Shisui Dan, increasing his aptitude by 30, successfully breaking through to the 3rd level of body tempering. You have received triple feedback, increasing your aptitude by 30, successfully breaking through to the 7th level of body tempering. In an instant, a strange and powerful force coursed through Chen Yi's body like a warm current. Host, Chen Yi. Age, 17 lifespan, 90 aptitude. Exceptionally poor, 9190 realm. 7th level of body tempering technique. Star refining body technique. Minor success. Chen Yi realized that his father must have consumed the Shisui Dan. He hadn't expected his aptitude to still be so lacking, but with the system in place, there remained hope for improvement. Holding 3,000 taels of silver notes, he decided to visit the Wanshang Trading Company to seek out spiritual herbs. His current task was to invest in his father. Before leaving the Taishan sect, he had already secretly assessed the strength of numerous registered disciples. Some of the more formidable ones had reached the 5th level of body tempering. Even with the Shisui Dan, his father would still need more assistance. Other methods must be considered. With this thought, Chen Yi swiftly departed the sword forging manor and made his way to the Wanshang Trading Company. He approached the portly shopkeeper directly, stating his intent to purchase spiritual herbs. However, the shopkeeper, wearing an apologetic expression, replied, "I'm sorry, sir, but you are too late. The spiritual herbs have been sold out for several days." Chen Yi felt a wave of frustration wash over him. He had not anticipated that the herbs would sell out in less than half a month. He wondered when the next batch might arrive. With only a month until the registered disciples competition, he had no time to wait. Just as he was about to leave in disappointment, the shopkeeper added, "If you are in urgent need of spiritual herbs, you might consider attending the auction in town in 3 days. The Lin family has commissioned our Wanshang Trading Company to hold an auction featuring many valuable items, and if I recall correctly, there are indeed some spiritual herbs available." Chen Yi's eyes brightened at the mention of an auction. The shopkeeper continued to explain, "The Lin family is relocating to a larger city for development and needs a substantial sum of money to facilitate their move. As a result, the Zhao family has decided to auction off some valuable family properties and treasures, which may include spiritual herbs." Chen Yi had heard of the Lin family, a long-standing power in Jiangxing, and he was aware of their recent plans to relocate. If this were true, it would indeed be worth checking the auction for good fortune. "Thank you, shopkeeper." Chen Yi expressed his gratitude. He did not linger further and took his leave. With only 1,000 taels of silver notes to his name, would that be sufficient to purchase spiritual herbs? Chen Yi felt uncertain. If he encountered someone competing for the herbs, his financial resources might pose a challenge. 1,000 taels was a considerable sum for an ordinary family, but whether it was enough for precious spiritual herbs remained to be seen. Regardless, it would be beneficial to attend the auction and assess the situation. 3 days later, not a moment for rest, Chen Yi requested a leave of absence from Supervisor Liu at the sword forging manor, claiming to be unwell, which Liu readily accepted without suspicion. By evening, Chen Yi arrived early at the Lin family estate. Having made some preparations, he wore a mask purchased from a street vendor to obscure his identity. The reasoning was simple: wealth should not be flaunted. Once one becomes the target of scrutiny, danger lurks at every turn. Outside the gates of the Wanshang auction house, a lively atmosphere prevails, with numerous carriages lined up and even local officials stationed as sentinels. A fee of 5 taels of silver is required for admission, which will be fully refunded upon the conclusion of the auction. Members of the Lin family are stationed at the entrance, meticulously guarding the entry. While anyone can participate in the Lin family auction, a fee is imposed to deter mere onlookers, thus filtering out those who might simply wish to join the crowd. Chen Yi dutifully paid the 5 taels of silver to the guard. "Please follow me," the guard instructed. After settling the entrance fee, a disciple of the Lin family escorted Chen Yi into the temporary venue of the auction within the Lin estate. The hall was spacious, adorned with rows of numbered seats. Chen Yi noticed that a considerable number of attendees had already gathered, most of whom were dressed in finery, comprising the renowned gentry of Jiangxi. Additionally, he observed a few individuals, like himself, donning masks. evidently wishing to keep their identities concealed. Taking a seat in corner number 47, he sat quietly, awaiting the proceedings. As time passed, more guests continued to enter, eventually filling the venue with over 100 participants. An hour later, the auction commenced. A remarkably handsome young gentleman ascended a raised platform at the center of the hall and clasped his hands in greeting. I am Lin Howren of the Lin family, responsible for this auction, that I extend my heartfelt gratitude to all of you for your presence. Without further ado, Lin Howren proceeded to the main agenda. We shall now begin the auction. The first item is the land deed for the Lin family restaurant located in the outskirts of Jiangxing. With a starting bid of 600 taels of silver, the Lin family restaurant is the largest in Jiangxing, boasting a steady flow of patrons. The primary purpose of this auction is to liquidate properties that cannot be transported. Starting at 500 taels, immediately, a tall, middle-aged man clad in white called out, 600 taels. Another middle-aged man, seated in position 59, echoed the bid. Chen Yi couldn't help but marvel silently, recognizing the abundance of wealth within Jiangxing. Without the 1,000 taels he had acquired from the Hunters Guild, even as the chief forge master of the sword forging manor, he would barely earn 100 taels a month through arduous labor. Ultimately, the land deed for the restaurant was sold for 800 taels. Lin Howren promptly began auctioning off other properties of the Lin family, with the bidding proceeding fervently. Chen Yi found little interest in these offerings, nor did he possess the means to participate. As time passed, roughly half an hour later, the auction of the Lin family properties neared its conclusion. The next item up for bid was a rare medicinal herb serendipitously discovered by a Lin family member during their travels, which had been professionally verified by members of the Tiandan sect as a century-old Tianlei Bishuan fruit. Lin Howren's announcement invigorated Chen Yi. The spiritual herb he had long awaited was finally at hand. Soon, a Lin family disciple approached, carrying a tray upon which rested a fruit radiating with purple light. Lin Howren paused briefly before declaring, were it not for urgent financial needs, the Lin family would never part with this Tianlei Bishuan fruit. The starting bid is set at 1,500 taels. 1,500 taels? Chen Yi was utterly flabbergasted. He possessed a mere 1,000 taels in silver, and even at this lower price, he was unable to compete. Ultimately, he could only watch as the Tianlei Bishuan fruit was claimed by another for 2,300 taels. Alas, still lacking in funds, Chen Yi sighed helplessly. He had initially believed that with the bounty from the Hunters Guild, he could finally ease his financial burdens, only to realize today that compared to those truly affluent, he remained woefully impoverished. The Lin family continued their auction of properties, but Chen Yi found little that piqued his interest. The next item was a profound martial technique discovered by the Lin family's ancestors, which had once allowed them to attain significant renown in Luoshui County. Martial arts for sale? Chen Yi's interest was suddenly piqued. Martial techniques, the remarkable creations of martial practitioners, are powerful combat methods classified into 9 grades. The presence of martial techniques is a testament to the depth of a faction's heritage, often surpassing many medicinal herbs in value. Chen Yi could hardly believe that the Lin family was willing to part with such a technique. The atmosphere in the hall grew tense as all eyes fixated on the stage. Soon, a Lin family disciple appeared, bearing a tray that held a book with an ancient cover. This is the first-grade martial technique. The Shaking Mountain Fist. It is robust and formidable, requiring a high level of comprehension from its practitioners. Only a genius may learn it. However, this is a fragmented version. Before our ancestor acquired this technique, a martial arts master had already simplified the Shaking Mountain Fist. Although its lethality has been diminished, this simplification greatly reduces the difficulty of mastering it, allowing even those of mediocre talent to practice it. The starting bid is set at 800 taels. Lin Howren, brimming with excitement, elaborated on the Shaking Mountain Fist. Now I understand why the Lin family is willing to sell martial techniques. It is merely a fragmented version. Had it been the complete form, I would have spent all my resources to acquire it. But for this incomplete version, I shall pass. The collective sense of regret swept through the crowd. Chen Yi quickly grasped from the murmurs that the simplification of martial techniques was not uncommon in the Dian dynasty. Some techniques possess immense destructive potential. You're challenging to master to facilitate successful training. Individuals often seek masters to simplify these techniques. sacrificing some degree of lethality in exchange for easier acquisition. 800 taels may not be an insignificant sum, yet it is certainly not trivial either. A lower difficulty in training also implies reduced lethality, offering little advancement for practitioners. Chen Yi's spirits soared. This shaking mountain fist, while undervalued by others, was precisely what he needed, with only a month remaining until the competition for registered disciples at the Taishan sect. The low training difficulty of a shaking mountain fist was perfect for his father to master before the event. Is there no one willing to bid? Lin Howard inquired, sensing the growing awkwardness as silence enveloped the room. No one seemed inclined to offer a bid. Purchasing a martial technique of moderate lethality, and one that was incomplete at that, held little appeal for the crowd, especially with more significant treasures yet to be unveiled. I bid 801 taels. Just as Lin Howard was about to declare the shaking mountain fist unsold, a deep voice resonated in the hall. The bidder was none other than Chen Yi, masked and resolute. With a bid placed, Lin Howard's spirits lifted, and he promptly announced, "The guest in seat 47 bids 801 taels. Is there anyone else willing to bid?" Chen Yi remained motionless in his seat. Yet his heart raced with unease. Should someone challenge him, he would be compelled to spend even more, a sum he could scarcely afford. However, he was merely overthinking, as the others exhibited little interest in this simplified, incomplete martial technique. Congratulations to the guest in seat 47 for acquiring the shaking mountain fist, Lin Howard declared, as no further bids were forthcoming. Finally, with fervor in his gaze, Lin Howard continued, "Next, we have the final prized item of the Lin family. I know all of you are eager to see it. Without further ado, we present the first-grade divine weapon, the Qingyun blade, starting at 1,500 taels." Chen Yi's eyes widened in astonishment, a look of disbelief crossing his face. A first-grade divine weapon. Divine weapons are classified arms that significantly enhance the capabilities of their wielder, unlike the weapons forged at the sword-forging manner, which do not attain the status of divine weapons. Only formidable artifact masters possess the skill to craft such items. Chen Yi, as a mere forge master, found himself worlds apart from those who could forge divine weapons. 1,800 taels. Suddenly, a young woman appeared, her eyes bright, and her attire a flowing light blue gown. She was delicate and ethereal, her features painted as if by an artist's hand. Her presence captivated the audience immediately. "Esteemed guests, I implore you to consider my father, Wei Tianlong, and allow me to acquire the Qingyun blade." Wei Chuxue, the daughter of the leader of the Tianlong Society? How did she come to be here? A wave of apprehension rippled through the crowd. The Tianlong Society, one of the largest factions in Jiangcheng, boasts hundreds of members and controls a quarter of the city's assets, rendering it an indomitable behemoth. Upon hearing the young lady's words, those who had previously considered bidding for the Qingyun blade hesitated, unwilling to offend the Tianlong Society. Do you truly believe that your Tianlong Society can dominate Jiangcheng unchecked? I shall not be intimidated. A discordant voice suddenly erupted in the hall, as a tall, well-dressed young man strode in with an entourage of arrogant subordinates. It was Yi Lingyun, the heir of the Tiger Gang, who had also come for the Qingyun blade. Quickly, someone identified him, as the Tiger Gang, like the Tianlong Society, ranks among the largest factions in Jiangcheng, their strength nearly equal, engaged in a long-standing rivalry with alternating victories. Wei Chushua's elegant brows furrowed slightly. "Yi Lingyun, do you intend to contest me for the Qingyun blade?" Yi Lingyun let out a cold smile, saying, "Miss Wei, an auction is about mutual willingness. If I desire something, why should I hold back?" He raised his bidding paddle high. 2,000 taels. Wei Chuxue, watching from the side, gritted her teeth in frustration. She had not anticipated that Yi Lingyun would contest her for the Qingyun blade today, and she had not prepared enough money. While others hesitated to compete with her due to the influence of the Tianlong Society, Yi Lingyun's status was no less than hers, and he would not grant her this favor. She could do nothing but watch as the Qingyun blade was snatched away by Yi Lingyun. Chen Yi observed everything from the shadows. The two individuals before him were undoubtedly among the most affluent and powerful heirs of Jiangcheng's younger generation. However, their conflict held no relevance to him. After paying for the Hushan fist, he prepared to leave the Lin residence. Although he did not acquire any spiritual herbs during his visit, obtaining the Hushan fist was still a worthwhile gain. As Chen Yi made his way back to the Jianzuing, he clutched the book detailing the Hushan fist tightly. After traveling about 5 or 6 li from the Lin residence, a cold expression appeared on his masked face, and his brows slightly furrowed. Suddenly, he halted and glanced behind him. Chapter 9. Being followed, turning to look back, Chen Yi noticed 3 masked men leisurely trailing him. "Gentlemen, you've been following me from the Lin residence. If you have something to say, please feel free to speak," Chen Yi inquired. He had long since detected the presence of these masked individuals, who had been tailing him since he left the Lin estate, clearly harboring ill intentions. Among the 3, one tall man clad in a monkey mask spoke up. "You managed to purchase a flawed martial technique for 800 taels, implying you are a talentless spendthrift. I've been short on funds lately, and such a plump sheep like you is not something I can easily let go." Chen Yi suddenly understood. He had been targeted. "I merely spent 800 taels. The young masters and ladies of the Tianlong Society and the Menghu gang are far more valuable, easily spending over 1,000 taels. Why not rob them instead of me?" He pointed out that he had only paid 800 taels for the Hushan fist, while others were lavishly spending. "Why pursue him?" The man in the monkey mask chuckled ominously. "Those are indeed the young masters of the Tianlong Society and the Menghu gang. While we are greedy, we are also cautious of our lives. You, on the other hand, are alone and have squandered a large sum on a defective martial technique. You must be wealthy, talentless spender eager to become stronger through martial arts. You are a prime target, a veritable cash cow." Upon hearing this, Chen Yi sincerely suggested, "Are you interested in the Hushan fist? It's simple. I am not a stingy person that I can copy the Hushan fist for you. Let's all profit amicably and avoid violence. If you feel it is too much, a few taels from each of you would suffice. Even if I give others a copy, I will incur no loss myself." Selling them a copy of the Hushan fist would allow him to recoup some of his expenses, creating a win-win situation. I could see these words. The 3 men were momentarily taken aback, exchanging glances, realizing this individual truly did not grasp the gravity of the situation. One of the men, wearing a bull mask, impatiently retorted, "Stop! Chen Tianxing had been practicing at the Taishan sect for over 2 months and had long since come to understand the rarity and value of martial arts techniques. Within the Taishan sect, only outer disciples were granted the privilege to study martial arts, and that opportunity was afforded, but once as a mere registered disciple, he lacked even the qualification to witness martial techniques. In the context of noble families, only those of genuine direct bloodlines were permitted to engage in martial arts training. That a single martial technique was truly priceless, far beyond the worth of several spiritual herbs or pills." Chen Yi chuckled with satisfaction. "Fortune has smiled upon me. I have stumbled upon a treasure." However, the simplified version of the mountain-shaking fist, which had been distilled by a martial arts master, was not complete. Yet its entry-level difficulty was low, making it perfectly suited for his imminent competition. Chen Tianxing gazed at the mountain-shaking fist in his hands, his face alight with fervor and hope. For him, whether it was the complete version or not held little significance. The fact that he had obtained something of merit, even if merely a simplified edition, represented a substantial enhancement to his abilities. Among the registered disciples, there were several gifted individuals who, with the aid of their families' resources, had already reached the 5th level of body tempering. Even with the assistance of spiritual herbs and cleansing pills sent by his father, Chen Tianxing had only achieved the 3rd level of body tempering. Competing for a position within the top 20 among registered disciples would be exceedingly challenging. Yet if he could master this simplified, mountain-shaking fist, there might still be a glimmer of hope for him to ascend to outer disciple status. Chen Yi clapped a hand on Chen Tianxing's shoulder, his tone earnest. "My son, with the competition fast approaching, all of our family's hopes rest upon your shoulders. Your success hinges on your efforts. Do not let up in these final days. Seize every moment and every second." Chen Tianxing nodded resolutely, determination etched on his face. His son was genuinely supportive. He could not betray his expectations. Yet a fleeting thought crossed his mind. Didn't this feel reminiscent of a father sending his son off for an important examination in a previous life? No, he was the father in this scenario that a week later, at the sword forging manor, After Chen Yi had become the chief blacksmith, he found himself with more personal time, no longer required to toil at the forge all day. Instead, he guided others in their weapon crafting point one day. As he was immersed in his work, he was suddenly jolted by the system's voice ringing in his mind. Ding! Your father has diligently practiced, achieving the milestone of initial understanding with the mountain-shaking fist. You receive a tenfold reward. The mountain-shaking fist has reached the achievement of transcendental mastery. In the next moment, a torrent of unfamiliar memories surged into Chen Yi's mind, akin to a tidal wave, within his consciousness. A figure was seen practicing the fist technique, delivering punch after punch, their movements fierce and commanding, as if even the towering mountains could be shaken by their strikes, in less than a moment. A complete set of the mountain-shaking fist was executed, its essence indelibly imprinted in Chen Yi's mind. Host: Chen Yi. Age: 17. Lifespan: 90. Talent: remarkably poor, 9100. Realm: 7th level of body tempering technique, stellar body tempering art. Minor accomplishment: martial art. First-class mountain-shaking fist, initial mastery. Note: proficiency levels are classified as initial understanding, initial mastery, transcendental mastery, and pinnacle mastery. Chen Yi gazed down at his tightly clenched fists, a sudden urge to practice the fist technique swelling within him, that he understood that this was the reward from the system. Indeed, the 800 taels of silver he had spent was exceedingly worthwhile. Chen Yi felt a profound sense of satisfaction. Truly, the simplified mountain-shaking fist, having undergone the refinement of a martial arts master, was easy to grasp. His father had reached initial understanding in just a few days. If it had been the complete version of the technique, Chen Yi would surely have been unable to compete with the wealthy. And his father might not have been able to master it so swiftly. 3 days later, as Chen Yi entered the forge to prepare for weapon crafting, a thunderous shout reverberated throughout the sword forging manor. All residents of the sword forging manor, come out! Chen Yi furrowed his brow, curious about who possessed the audacity to create such a ruckus at the manor. He paused his work and hurried toward the entrance. Upon arrival, he discovered a group of unknown individuals gathered outside the manor, all clad in identical white garments adorned with a peculiar insignia. Their expressions were haughty, clearly indicating ill intent. They bore the emblem of the Tian sect. They were indeed members of the Tian sect. What business do they have here? The sword forging manor has no dealings with the Tian sect, does it? Murmured the onlookers, quickly recognizing the identity of the visitors. Renowned for their alchemical prowess, the Tian sect was the only alchemical sect in the Luo Shui region, wielding significant influence. At this moment, the lord of the manor emerged, rising to the occasion. He stepped forward and clasped his hands in greeting. Esteemed members of the Tian sect, we at the Sword Forging Manor have always maintained a policy of non-interference with your affairs. It appears we have committed no offense against you. The members of the Tian sect remained silent, their gaze fixated on a tall, long-haired youth who seemed to be their leader, with his arms crossed behind him and a disdainful expression. The long-haired youth coldly declared, "Humph, you Sword Forging Manor truly possess great audacity, daring to slay even the disciples of the Tian sect. Today I, Wu Gang, have come to demand accountability on behalf of the Tian sect." The manor lord's expression abruptly shifted, and he forced a smile. Surely there is some misunderstanding. With our Sword Forging Manor's capabilities, how could we possibly offend the Tian sect? Wu Gang scoffed derisively. I can make such a bold assertion because I possess evidence. As his words fell, he gestured grandly, and several individuals promptly brought forth a corpse, an arrow lodged in its side. Chen Yi felt a flicker of shock. Recognizing the lifeless body before him, it was the corpse of a member of the Hunter Guild, the very body from which he had acquired the cleansing pill. He quickly recalled having seen this corpse before in the Hunter Guild. Previously, Wu Gang had yanked an arrow from the body and tossed it to the ground, coldly admonishing, "This arrow belongs to your Sword Forging Manor, does it not? The evidence is right here. Do you dare to quibble?" Chapter 11. The power of the mountain-shaking fist. The manor lord approached to take a glance, and immediately recognized it as an arrow from the Sword Forging Manor, the markings unmistakably unique. He replied, "My friend, you must understand that we at the Sword Forging Manor are weaponsmiths. If someone has used our crafted weapons to commit murder, The identity of the victim should have no bearing on our manner. Correct? Wu Gang's eyes were cold, and he retorted, "Humph. While that may be the case, who can prove that the disciples of the Tiandan sect were not slain by someone from your sword-forging manor? Who can attest that your people did not murder our disciples?" The manor lord found himself at a loss for words, rendered speechless. The opposing party was being unreasonable. However, he recognized that they hailed from the Tiandan sect, a force too formidable to offend. The manor lord's expression darkened. "So, according to your reasoning, this is the fault of our sword-forging manor?" Wu Gang smiled icily. "Of course it is. However, if you are willing to compensate us with 1,000 taels of silver, the Tiandan sect will let this matter rest." Upon hearing this, the manor lord's expression turned exceedingly uncomfortable. He understood all too well that this was extortion. Yet, considering the power behind the Tiandan sect, he could only sigh and respond gravely, "Very well. Our sword-forging manor is willing to pay 1,000 taels of silver, but I hope you will honor your word and spare our manor. However, that sum is rather substantial. We cannot provide it all at once. May we have 3 days to gather the funds?" The onlookers at the sword-forging manor glared at the scene, their anger boiling beneath the surface. They all understood that the Tiandan sect was taking advantage of their influence to extort them, yet none dared to offend them due to the overwhelming disparity in power. Chen Yi sighed helplessly, reflecting, "This is the unfortunate reality of our world, survival of the fittest. Even knowing they're being unreasonable, I must concede. After all, their strength is overwhelming." It seemed that he needed to encourage his father to train harder. There could be no room for complacency. "Return in 3 days. If you cannot produce 1,000 taels of silver, do not blame us." After receiving the manor lord assurance, Wu Gang and his companions departed. Satisfied, Chen Yi watched the departing figures of the Tiandan sect members and sighed. "Perhaps I should follow them and see where this leads, given the manor lord's financial situation. Unless he sells the sword-forging manor, it would be exceedingly difficult to procure 1,000 taels." The sword-forging manor had extended considerable kindness to Chen Yi, had it not been for the lord's willingness to take in him and his father as apprentices. They might have starved long ago. When the manor faced adversity, Chen Yi could not stand idly by. However, he did not act immediately. Instead, he returned to his room, quickly donning a set of black attire and retrieving a mask from his cabinet, one he had previously worn at the Lin family's auction. Let us proceed. After accomplishing all of this, Chen Yi quietly departed from the sword-casting manor. Following the traces along the path, he made his way to the outskirts of the city. Chen Yi dared not follow too closely, fearing discovery by the members of the Tiandan sect, and thus maintained a certain distance. Soon, he discovered that the Tiandan sect members were actually resting at the Hunters Guild estate. Upon closer observation, Chen Yi noted that there were over a dozen disciples among them, the strongest being a long-haired youth named Wu Gang, who possessed the strength of the 8th layer of body refinement. There was 1 at the 7th layer, 3 at the 6th layer, 5 at the 5th layer, and the rest were at the 3rd or 4th layers. "Brother Wu, are we truly going to abandon the opportunities within the Qingyun mountain range? It is said that there lies a fallen sect's treasury, filled with countless martial arts techniques and rare treasures. Just acquiring a single item could fetch an exorbitant price." When the Tiandan sect disciples inquired, Wu Gang shook his head. "Brother Zhang has been in the refinement of Qi realm for many years, and even he perished. Even if the rumors are true, with our current strength, we would merely serve as fodder for others. It is far better to take advantage of the sword-casting manor instead. I have investigated for several days. The strongest member there is their manor master, who only possesses the strength of the 7th layer. Given the reputation of our Tiandan sect, even if we were to extort him, he would not dare to resist." Wu Gang understood very well that without absolute strength, even the greatest opportunities could turn into disasters, that It was wiser to seize the immediate benefits, such as the 1,000 taels of silver from the sword-casting manor. At that moment, a deep voice suddenly resonated from outside the gate. "Esteemed guests, I am from the sword-casting manor, and we have gathered the 1,000 taels of silver." Wu Gang felt a surge of joy, surprised that the other party had managed to collect the sum so swiftly. Indeed, the reputation of the Tiandan sect was not to be underestimated. In this small Jiang city, who would dare to offend them? Under Wu Gang's instruction, the closest subordinate quickly opened the door. The visitor was none other than Chen Yi. Upon seeing Chen Yi dressed in black and wearing a mask, Wu Gang's brow furrowed. Just as he was about to speak, he witnessed Chen Yi strike decisively, sending the nearest Tiandan sect disciple flying with a single punch. "Who are you?" Wu Gang's expression changed abruptly, and he coldly reprimanded. Chen Yi did not respond, instead darting like lightning toward the members of the Tiandan sect, delivering a fierce punch at the two closest disciples. The punch was powerful and forceful, descending like a mountain, and the two disciples were unable to react in time, their chests caving in and blood gushing forth. "You seek death." Wu Gang roared in fury. "Are you sent by the sword-casting manner? Regardless of who you are, you shall die here today." In the next moment, the Tiandan sect members quickly regained their composure and surrounded Chen Yi. One disciple at the 6th layer of body refinement was the first to attack, transforming into a frenzied beast as he charged at Chen Yi, his entire body brimming with energy, striking fiercely at Chen Yi's head. Chen Yi's gaze remained indifferent as he opened his palm, effortlessly receiving the incoming punch and gradually bending it downward. The disciple's face turned purple, feeling as though his arm was trapped in an iron vise, utterly immobile. He let out a piercing scream as the tendons in his wrist snapped. "Everyone, attack together!" Wu Gang bellowed in rage, realizing that the individual before him was not to be trifled with. As soon as he finished speaking, all members lunged at Chen Yi. "Perfect timing! Today, I shall let you all experience the might of the mountain-shattering fist." Chen Yi felt no fear. Rather, he was somewhat exhilarated. After receiving the system's rewards, he was curious about the power of the simplified version of the mountain-shattering fist at the entering the hall level. "Break for me!" Chen Yi roared, pushing the mountain-shattering fist to its limits. One punch after another flowed seamlessly, with each new strike faster and more ferocious than the last. The mountain-shattering fist emphasized an unstoppable momentum. "If you retreat, I shall advance. And if you advance, I too shall advance," leaving no room for retreat. The sound of long punches slicing through the air echoed in Chen Yi's ears, and under a series of mountain-shattering fists, several Tiandan sect disciples fell. Seeing his fellow disciples drop like flies, Wu Gang's heart sank. It dawned on him that the opponent was evidently a master of martial arts. "I have investigated, and there are no martial arts experts in Jiang City." "Where did you come from?" Chen Yi ceased his chatter, concentrating his energy as he executed the mountain-shattering fist according to the technique's flow in his mind, a first-tier martial skill at the entering the hall level. Even in its simplified form, was not something a 7th-layer body refinement practitioner could withstand. This punch was as swift as lightning, crashing down like thunder, truly intimidating and impossible to resist. The last Tiandan sect disciple felt the terrifying force of the blow and immediately felt his scalp tingle. He wanted to flee, but found his legs had turned to jelly, unable to move. Bang! He was sent flying by Chen Yi's punch, instantly losing consciousness upon impact with the ground. This mountain-shattering fist is even more powerful than I imagined. "I have truly struck gold," Chen Yi mused, thoroughly satisfied with the performance of the mountain-shattering fist. Though the opponent possessed the same strength of the 7th layer, he was able to easily prevail due to the entering the hall-level mountain-shattering fist. Despite the simplification reducing its power, Chen Yi was certain that even in its simplified form, it ranked among the formidable first-tier martial skills. He could only imagine how powerful the complete version of the mountain-shattering fist must be. It was likely at least a 3rd-tier martial skill. In less than the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, all Tiandan sect disciples had fallen except for Wu Gang. Wu Gang's face paled as he spoke solemnly. "Are you perhaps sent by the sword-casting manner? You have injured so many of our Tiandan sect members. I no longer wish for the 1,000 taels of silver. Let us cancel this matter." Hearing this, Chen Yi immediately burst into laughter. "Cancel the matter? Huh. Do you take me for a child of 3? If I let you go, you will surely return to the Tiandan sect seeking revenge." Wu Gang shook his head urgently. "Rest assured, I swear on my name that if you let me go, I will behave as though I have never been to Jiang City." Chen Yi feigned hesitation before finally spreading his hands and saying, "Very well, you may leave." Wu Gang felt as though he had been granted a reprieve. However, just as he began to breathe easy, Chen Yi moved with a sudden burst of speed, appearing before him like a phantom, delivering a fierce punch directly at him. "You are too despicable." Wu Gang's anger ignited, and he hurriedly sidestepped to evade. Chen Yi, seeing his initial punch miss, followed up with another aimed at Wu Gang's forehead. Wu Gang could only defend passively, barely managing to meet the punch. Bang! 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 Although he possessed the strength of the 8th layer of body refinement, Chen Yi, wielding the mountain-shattering fist, surpassed him in combat prowess. Moreover, as a member of the Tiandan sect, Wu Gang had focused solely on alchemy, lacking much practical combat experience. "This won't do. I will be worn down at this rate. I must take the initiative." Wu Gang's mind raced, his fist clenched as he slid to the side, appearing behind Chen Yi like a specter, launching a punch. This punch was as quick as lightning, roaring like a cannon, perfectly showcasing the power of an 8th layer body refinement practitioner. "Come at me." Chen Yi's face lit up with excitement as he retaliated with a punch of his own. His fist style was ancient and grand, imbued with a vast and overwhelming energy. Each strike, though unadorned, carried the weight of thousands of pounds. Seizing the opportunity, Chen Yi grasped Wu Gang's left leg and, with a mighty heave, flung him into the air. Boom! Wu Gang's body crashed into the sturdy wall like an arrow, creating a gaping hole. Puff! Wu Gang felt his internal organs shift from the impact, his bones quaking as he involuntarily spat out a mouthful of blood. "It is finished." At this moment, Chen Yi had already flashed aside, delivering a punch directly into Wu Gang's chest. In the next instant, the expression on Wu Gang's face froze, vitality rapidly draining from his body, and he fell lifeless to the ground. Chen Yi did not linger. Understanding the importance of eradicating threats entirely, he swiftly dealt fatal blows to the remaining fallen Tiandan sect disciples. Taking a deep breath, Chen Yi finally felt the tumultuous blood within him begin to settle. This is the world of martial arts. The weak are devoured by the strong. You die, I live. Actions speak louder than words. He silently reflected upon witnessing the corpses on the ground. The sword-casting manner had done nothing wrong, remaining peaceable, yet they were extorted by the Tiandan sect. Despite any anger or resentment within him, there was little choice but to swallow it down. After everything was complete, Chen Yi immediately began to search for spoils of war. As a disciple of the Tiandan sect, how could they not have any elixirs? All he found was 500 taels of silver. Chen Yi looked on in disdain at the bodies of the Tiandan sect members. Previously, while handling spoils on the Hunters Guild's territory, he had discovered a Tiandan sect corpse that yielded a cleansing elixir. Regrettably, this time, aside from the 500 taels of silver, he found nothing else of value. What is this? While examining Wu Gang's body, Chen Yi discovered that he had neither elixirs nor silver, but rather a piece of parchment. Could be a martial arts or technique manual. Unfolding the parchment, Chen Yi's expression shifted slightly. However, he soon realized he was mistaken. It was not a martial arts manual, but rather a prescription. A prescription? The parchment detailed a recipe for a concoction called Qi blood powder. And as Chen Yi examined it, his eyes began to gleam with excitement. The Qi blood powder enhances vital energy, offering tremendous benefits for practitioners at the body refinement stage, similar to the body strengthening decoction. It is a recipe advantageous to martial artists. What a splendid discovery this is. Chen Yi's eyes lit up with delight. His father, currently at the body refinement stage, could significantly enhance his cultivation speed with this medicinal formula. Moreover, with his father only possessing the strength of the 3rd level of body refinement, the lower the realm, the more effective the Qi and blood powder would be. Even if his father were to be eliminated and unable to advance to the outer sect disciples, he could rely on this Qi and blood powder to swiftly break through. Chen Yi, his face brimming with joy, tucked the parchment containing the Qi and blood powder formula into his bosom, thoroughly satisfied with the gains from this endeavor. First, he had helped the sword-forging manner eliminate the threats posed by the disciples of the Tiandan sect, and then he had acquired not only the formula, but also 500 taels of silver from them. What a tremendous profit! A day later, at the sword-forging manor, in the conference hall, the manor master, after calculating the finances, sighed, "We are still short by 200 taels." Supervisor Liu handed a ledger to the master for review. The manor master furrowed his brow, lamenting the dire situation. Was there truly no way out but to sell the sword-forging manor to gather the required 1,000 taels? This manor was his family's legacy and the fruit of his lifelong efforts. He did not wish to see it perish under his stewardship. Yet, raising this sum seemed utterly impossible. The consequences of offending the Tiandan sect were too grave to contemplate. The sword-forging manor is in peril, and the master treats me like family. I cannot stand idly by. I will contribute 50 taels. Supervisor Liu, unable to bear it, declared through clenched teeth that I will offer 30 taels. I will contribute 20 taels. As Supervisor Liu stepped forward, others from the sword-forging manor also rose, eager to share the burden. Chen Yi was momentarily taken aback. Unsure of what to say, he yearned to declare that they need not gather the 1,000 taels, for he had already dealt with those threats. However, he did not wish to reveal his capabilities at that moment. Someone burst into the hall, a broad smile adorning his face. Master, great news, monumental news. The group of Tiandan sect disciples who extorted our sword-forging manor are dead, wiped out on the territory of the Hunters Guild. Upon hearing this, the crowd's expressions shifted dramatically. What? They are dead. The manor master sprang to his feet, excitement radiating from him as he approached the newcomer. Is what you say true? Absolutely. The entire city knows. Now, Jiangcheng is abuzz with tales of how the Tiandan sect provoked a powerful figure and were slaughtered. Soon, another individual rushed in, delivering the same news to the manor master. As the master absorbed the repeated confirmations, he and the others hastily exited the sword-forging manor, inquiring multiple times before finally believing that the Tiandan sect members were indeed dead. In that moment, the weight that had burdened the manor master was finally lifted. Truly, heaven has eyes, he exclaimed, tears streaming down his face as he gazed skyward. However, Chen Yi found himself curious about who had slain the Tiandan sect disciples. The only factions in Jiangcheng with such power were the Celestial Dragon Society and the Fierce Tiger Gang. Yet, even they would likely not dare to offend the Tiandan sect, would they? The very next day, after being extorted by the Tiandan sect, they met their demise. Could this person have a connection to our sword-forging manor? Surely, we lack the means to be acquainted with such formidable experts. The people of sword-forging manor were intrigued as to who this powerful individual was and whether they had any ties to their manor. Chen Yi shook his head with a mysterious smile. Evil deeds will surely meet their end. The Tiandan sect disciples, relying on their influence, inevitably attracted retribution that it may not necessarily be related to us. The crowd nodded, finding some wisdom in his words. Regardless, the demise of the Tiandan sect members was undoubtedly a tremendous boon for the sword-forging manor. Tomorrow marks the day of the Taishan sect's disciple selection competition. Father, you must strive for excellence. After resolving the matter with the Tiandan sect, Chen Yi's thoughts turned to his father, Chen Tianxing. The day of the competition was indeed upon them, if his father were to be eliminated. Lacking the cultivation resources of the Taishan sect, it would mean a life spent forever at the body refinement stage. The stakes were high. Whether they could advance further along the path of cultivation rested entirely on his father's shoulders. Everything hinged on the events of tomorrow. Chapter 13. The selection competition at the Taishan sect. The square was bustling with hundreds of people gathered together. Today was the day of the disciple selection competition, and everyone was acutely aware of its significance, creating an atmosphere thick with tension. Some wore anxious expressions, while others remained calm and eager to showcase their abilities. Chen Yi had arrived early at the Taishan sect, waiting outside the square alongside the families of other disciples. This competition was open to the public, allowing anyone to spectate. Father, give it your all. You must advance to become an outer sect disciple. Chen Yi's heart mirrored the trepidation of many of the other families. All his hopes rested upon his father. Should his father fail, Chen Yi's own future would be bleak, that he noticed that several formidable, named disciples had reached the 6th level of body refinement. Concern washed over him. His father, currently at the 3rd level, had little chance of competing against them. Just then, a chime echoed in his mind. Ding! Your father has diligently cultivated and successfully broken through to the 4th level of body refinement. A random multiplier has triggered, resulting in a double reward. He has successfully ascended to the 8th level of body refinement. In an instant, an extraordinary power surged into Chen Yi's body. Host, Chen Yi age, 17 lifespan, 90 innate talent. Astoundingly poor, 9190 realm. 8th level of body refinement cultivation technique. Star refinement technique. Minor accomplishment. Martial skill. First grade mountain shaking fist, proficient. Chen Yi's heart leapt with joy. His father had broken through just before the competition. Although the increase was modest, a full level up was certainly preferable to stagnation. An hour later, the named disciple competition officially commenced. This event was presided over by Elder Wang, who had previously recruited the disciples, that he quickly laid out the rules of the competition. Due to the overwhelming number of participants and the variance in their strengths, Elder Wang announced that any disciple below the 3rd level of body refinement would be immediately eliminated. In the first round alone, over 200 were disqualified, leaving only those with at least the 3rd level of body refinement. In the second round, a draw determined the matchups. Each named disciple was assigned a unique number, and Elder Wang would draw lots for their battles. The rules were straightforward. No killing was permitted, but any other means could be employed until one side conceded. This simple yet effective rule saved time. Although some fortunate participants drew weaker opponents and could survive several rounds, only those with true strength would ultimately prevail. Soon, the second round began. After a few minutes, Chen Yi finally saw his father enter the arena. Fortuitously, his father faced an opponent at only the 3rd level of body refinement. Utilizing his advantage, he swiftly defeated his first opponent and advanced to the next round. Within just half an hour, over 200 competitors had been eliminated. Today seemed to be a stroke of good fortune for Chen Tianxing, as his opponents were predominantly at the 3rd and 4th levels of body refinement, making the battles relatively easy for him. In the center of the square, 2 named disciples clashed. Drawing the attention of the crowd. Point 1 was Deng Jinggang, at the 6th level of body refinement, whose father was a 1,000 household leader. This young man, towering nearly 2 meters tall with a muscular build, exuded an intimidating presence that made ordinary folk hesitant to meet his gaze. With a roar, Deng Jinggang lifted his opponent high and slammed him down onto the ground. Winner, Deng Jinggang, Elder Wang announced, his face devoid of expression. Chen Yi's eyes flickered. He sensed something amiss. His star refinement technique was superior to that of others, and if nothing unexpected occurred, Deng Jinggang would undoubtedly ascend to the outer sect. Father, do not draw him. Thanks to the system, Chen Yi possessed an in-depth understanding of the star refinement technique, having even reached a minor accomplishment. This technique, being a body refinement skill, was naturally well suited for someone like Deng Jinggang, who possessed innate strength. In the previous bout, Chen Yi discerned that Deng Jinggang had mastered the star refinement technique better than any of the other named disciples. Before long, Elder Wang resumed the drawing of lots, announcing, Deng Jinggang will face Chen Tianxing. Both prepare yourselves. Upon hearing this, Chen Yi's mouth twitched in dismay as he cursed inwardly. Why him? Why not someone else? Just moments ago, he had been praying that his father would not face Deng Jinggang, only to have his fears realized. It seemed they were indeed out of luck. As it turned out, Chen Tianxing's next opponent was Deng Jinggang, and he appeared pale and uneasy. However, there was no choice. They had drawn lots, and he had to face this challenge head-on. Deng Jinggang, upon seeing that his next opponent was only at the 4th level of body refinement, scoffed with disdain. You were fortunate to make it this far with your 4th level of body refinement. But now your luck ends here, for you have encountered me, that I shall grant you the dignity of conceding. I do not wish to bully you. Chen Tianxing maintained a calm demeanor and remarked lightly. Do you truly believe yourself to be invincible? What does it matter that you are at the 4th level of body refinement? Just because your realm exceeds mine does not inherently make you stronger. Deng Jinggang furrowed his brow. Visibly irritated, he had intended to grant his opponent some dignity, but Chen Tianxing seemed unappreciative. Given the circumstances, he could not be blamed for being excessively ruthless. The rules stated that one could not take another's life, but there was no prohibition against crippling them. Humph, you brought this upon yourself. With a chilling snort, Deng Jinggang felt a surge of powerful energy emanating from within him. The richness of his blood and chi suggested he was nearing the 7th level of body refinement. Elder Wang's eyes gleamed as he observed Deng Jinggang. Deng Jingang's figure surged forward, transforming into a deadly arrow that hurtled toward Chen Tianxing with astonishing speed. His strength coalesced, fingers clenched into a fist. Descending upon Chen Yi like a divine being, this punch was as swift as lightning, imbued with immense force, seemingly capable of rending the very air, embodying all of Deng Jingang's prowess at the 6th level of body refinement. Chen Yi's expression turned grave as he beheld Deng Jingang's oncoming assault, a profound sense of crisis rapidly swelling within him. He understood that this opponent was leagues beyond those he had faced previously. A full-force strike from a master at the 6th level of body refinement was not something he could withstand. The mountain-shattering fist. Chen Yi dared not be complacent and unleashed his ultimate trump card. Channeling all his strength, he propelled the technique of the mountain-shattering fist to its zenith and thrust it forth to clash head-on with Deng Jingang's assault. Seeking death, daring to trade blows with me. Deng Jingang scoffed, envisioning Chen Yi being sent flying by his punch. With his innate divine strength, he held unwavering confidence in his power, especially given that he was 2 realms above Chen Yi. In a contest of fists, how could he possibly fear him? However, the scene Deng Jingang had imagined did not materialize. The 2 fists collided, producing a resounding bang. Deng Jingang felt a numbness in his fist, as if he heard the sound of bones fracturing, an overwhelming force emanating from Chen Yi's fist that sent Deng Jingang crashing to the ground. How is this possible? How could one at the 4th level of body refinement possess such terrifying strength? Deng Jingang struggled to rise from the ground, his face a mask of disbelief, a low growl escaping his lips, his eyes filled with dread. The arena fell into an eerie silence. Chapter 14. Innergate disciples. The atmosphere was thick with silence. No one had anticipated that Chen Yi, merely at the 4th level of body refinement, could defeat Deng Jingang, who possessed innate divine strength and was at the 6th level of body refinement. With a single punch, a battle across realms. Deng Jingang was indeed 2 levels higher than Chen Yi. Like Deng Jingang, the crowd exchanged astonished glances, their faces painted with shock and confusion. The IT must be a martial skill. Who would have thought that Chen Yi had mastered a form of fist martial arts? Elder Wang articulated the key insight. Having practiced for many years and seen much, he immediately recognized that Chen Yi was employing a martial arts technique. What surprised him, however, was that an outer sect disciple was capable of practicing martial skills at all. After all, martial techniques were invaluable and not easily acquired, even with wealth. Among these named disciples, while some had substantial backgrounds, they were merely privileged compared to ordinary individuals. Their families could not possibly provide martial skills for their training. Only powerful factions possessed the resources and strength to offer such training. Otherwise, they would not have come to Taishan sect as named disciples. You actually practiced martial skills. Deng Jingang's eyes widened, gritting his teeth with a long sigh. His words brimmed with envy and jealousy toward Chen Yi. His father was a captain in the military, wielding a degree of power, and his status was more esteemed than most named disciples. Yet he lacked the qualification to practice martial skills. To think that his opponent, at merely the 4th level of body refinement, had trained in such a technique. Today, I shall show you what it means that there is always someone stronger. Chen Yi smiled with pride, adopting a stance as he swiftly unleashed the mountain-shattering fist. He pressed forward step by step, his punches fierce and relentless, akin to a storm, advancing without retreat. Even though Deng Jingang was 2 minor realms above Chen Yi, he found it increasingly difficult to withstand the latter's fierce onslaught. Although Chen Yi's mountain-shattering fist was merely at the preliminary insight stage, its lethal force was formidable enough to contend with Deng Jingang effortlessly. Chen Yi watched with satisfaction as his father executed the mountain-shattering fist. He could not help but marvel at how fortunate he had been at the Lin family's auction. Others believe the mountain-shattering fist to be a simplified version, vastly diminished in power, and thus not worth the high price. However, the mountain-shattering fist was distinctly different from other simplified martial techniques. Even in its simplified form, its power, while reduced, surpassed that of most first-tier martial skills that remained unaltered. Otherwise, his father could not possibly hold his own against Deng Jingang with just the preliminary insight version of the mountain-shattering fist. Indeed, moments later, Deng Jingang was gasping for breath, utterly exhausted, struggling to maintain his defenses. Seizing the opportunity, Chen Tianxing launched a sudden assault, delivering a punch to Deng Jingang's head. Deng Jinggang hurriedly raised his hands in defense. But it was far too late. He was struck squarely on the forehead by Chen Tianxing's fist. He felt a heavy sensation in his head, the world spinning around him, darkness engulfing his vision before he collapsed. The victor is Chen Tianxing. Chen Tianxing exhaled a sigh of relief, reflecting on how fortunate he was to have acquired the mountain-shattering fist from his son. Otherwise, he could not have triumphed over Deng Jinggang at the 6th level of body refinement. Deng Jinggang had actually been defeated. The might of martial skills was indeed formidable. The crowd stood dumbfounded, filled with it. And no one had anticipated that Deng Jinggang, at the 6th level of body refinement, would fall to Chen Tianxing, merely at the 4th level. Had it not been for encountering Chen Tianxing, everyone believed that Deng Jingang's strength would have easily secured him a position as an outer sect disciple. After this battle, no one dared to underestimate Chen Tianxing, now regarded as a formidable opponent, and they all silently prayed to avoid crossing paths with him. Soon after, a new round of battles commenced. Chen Tianxing's luck held as he faced opponents who, while stronger than those before, were still significantly weaker than Deng Jinggang. Having witnessed Chen Tianxing's terrifying prowess, most opponents wisely chose to concede. Naturally, some stubborn individuals, believing themselves invincible, faced inevitable defeat. Half an hour later, on the arena, after a fierce struggle, a 6th-level named disciple was knocked to the ground by Chen Tianxing's punch. He clasped his hands in a gesture of respect and said, "Thank you for the lesson. I shall take the opportunity as an outer sect disciple." That moment, Chen Tianxing's face was alight with joy. The competition for named disciples had progressed to its final rounds, and Chen Tianxing had successfully overcome his opponents, securing a place among the top 20. After confirming his status as an outer sect disciple, Chen Yi felt an immense sense of relief, no longer needing to exert himself in battle. Ultimately, Chen Tianxing achieved a remarkable 16th place in the competition. Upon witnessing this, Chen Yi's anxieties dissipated. "Wonderful. I have secured a place as an outer sect disciple, and my 3 months of effort have not been in vain." Chen Yi's tears flowed freely, akin to a father witnessing his child's success, his heart overwhelmed with emotion. "Father, I am proud of you." Over the past 3 months, he had provided spiritual herbs, marrow-cleansing pills, and martial techniques. And now his father had finally ascended to the status of an outer sect disciple. Consequently, his father would gain access to more cultivation resources, allowing Chen Tianxing to ease his burdens. That a bright future lies ahead. After the competition concluded, Chen Tianxing, under Elder Wang's guidance, along with 19 others who had successfully advanced to outer sect disciples, proceeded to the outer sect to receive their identity tokens. "Father, your advancement to outer sect disciple deserves commendation. But do not become complacent," Chen Yi remarked as they walked together. "Do you not think that becoming an outer sect disciple means you can rest on your laurels? I tell you, this is merely the beginning. You are at a crucial juncture. You cannot afford to slack off. Your future greatness depends entirely on your current diligence." Chen Tianxing frowned, feeling that Chen Yi's admonitions were excessive, much like a father educating his son back on earth. Just as he was about to respond, Chen Yi's discontented voice interrupted him. "What? Are you displeased? Do you think it easy for me to toil for your cultivation? Is it simple for me to provide you with such abundant resources? I speak these words for your own good. Your cultivation is for your own benefit, not for my sake. Think about it. Once you achieve mastery, the rewards will be yours alone. What good will it do me?" Chen Tianxing's expression darkened. "All right, fine. You seem to be turning the tables on me. Previously, I urged you to study diligently, and you were unyielding, yet now you choose to heed these few words of mine when I educate you?" Chen Tianxing remained silent, obediently following Elder Wang to register as an outer sect disciple. "From this moment on, you are all outer sect disciples of Taishan sect, and you need not concern yourselves with menial tasks. According to the regulations, you will receive a certain amount of cultivation resources each month." After receiving their tokens as outer sect disciples, Elder Wang introduced the important matters to the 20 individuals, including Chen Tianxing. As he concluded, Elder Wang cast a meaningful glance at Chen Tianxing, hesitating momentarily before saying, "I hope you do not squander your time and that all of you can advance to intersect disciples. Particularly you, Chen Tianxing." Chen Tianxing was taken aback and inquired, Elder Wang, why do you say that? Chen Yi also looked puzzled, unsure why Elder Wang had suddenly mentioned his father. Elder Wang spoke slowly. The potential of a person is typically exhausted by the age of 45. If one has not ascended to the Qi condensation stage before the age of 45, it signifies that they are destined to remain trapped in the body refinement stage for the entirety of their life, unable to progress further. The Taishan sect has decreed that any individual who achieves the Qi condensation stage before the age of 45 may become an inner disciple, thereby gaining access to more profound martial arts and techniques, thus becoming a core member of the sect. Among the outer disciples, those who fail to attain the Qi condensation stage after 45 are deemed to have exhausted their potential and are assigned to the Outer Affairs Hall to manage sect matters. Observing your age, I surmise you are nearing 45, am I correct? Upon hearing these words, Chen Tianxing's face turned ashen, as if struck by a thunderbolt. He was precisely 44 years old, with merely 2 months remaining until he reached 45. This meant that if he could not break through to the Qi condensation stage within those 2 months, he would be relegated to the Outer Affairs Hall, losing the opportunity to become an inner disciple and access the deeper secrets of the Taishan sect. My heavens, I must strive harder. Chapter 15. The young lady of the Dragon Association seeks an audience. Chen Tianxing felt a wave of darkness wash over him. Nearly collapsing, he had initially thought that becoming an outer disciple would allow him some respite from relentless effort. It was unforeseen that there were strict age restrictions for ascending to inner disciple status. With only 2 months left until he turned 45, the urgency was palpable. He had taken 3 months to barely reach the 4th level of body refinement. To leap from the 4th level to the Qi condensation stage in just 2 months seemed more challenging than climbing to the heavens. Chen Yi was momentarily stunned as well, with only 2 months at his disposal. Time was indeed of the essence. Furrowing his brow, he knew he must devise a plan to help his father swiftly elevate his cultivation level. Otherwise, if his father could not ascend to inner disciple status, securing resources for cultivation from the Taishan sect would be exceedingly difficult, and he could no longer rely on his father for support. The blood chi powder seems to rapidly assist body refinement practitioners in breaking through. Chen Yi's mind sparked with an idea as he recalled the formula he had obtained from Wu Gang, a disciple of the Tian Dan sect. The blood chi powder had significant effects on practitioners of lower cultivation realms. And since his father was merely at the 4th level of body refinement, it would be just right for him. With this thought, Chen Yi immediately sprang into action. After bidding farewell to his father, he returned to Jiangsheng to begin concocting the blood chi powder in Jiangsheng. Upon returning to the sword forging manor, Chen Yi took out the formula for the blood chi powder and meticulously studied it. 2 taels of black essence dew, 3 taels of purple spirit wood, 3 taels of golden serpent bamboo, and blood-refining red true fruit. He discovered that the steps to concoct the blood chi powder were quite simple. However, some of the herbs were rare, and he had never even heard of a few of them. Perhaps he should visit the Wanshang Trading Company to seek his fortune. Shaking his head, Chen Yi resolved to check if they had the necessary herbs for concocting the blood chi powder. After packing his belongings, Chen Yi swiftly made his way to the Wanshang Trading Company. Having visited the establishment previously, the rotund owner had some recollection of Chen Yi. For safety's sake, Chen Yi wished to keep his concocting endeavors under wraps. So when he presented his list of herbs, he added a few extra items to obfuscate the true nature of his request. The plump owner glanced at Chen Yi's herb list, pondered for a moment, and then apologetically stated, "I regret to inform you that we currently do not have black essence dew, golden serpent bamboo, or blood-refining red true fruit in stock. If we receive news of these herbs, please leave your contact information, and we will notify you at the earliest opportunity." Chen Yi felt a twinge of disappointment, for the herbs mentioned by the owner were indeed crucial for concocting the blood chi powder. Since the Wanshang Trading Company did not possess these herbs, there was no reason for him to linger. After leaving his contact details, Chen Yi promptly exited the establishment, upon returning to the sword forging manor. Seeing that the Wanshang Trading Company lacked the herbs required for the blood chi powder, he resolved to seek alternative methods. He decided to venture into the deep mountains the following day to consult some local herbalists about the herbs. The next day, the morning sunlight bathed the earth in a gentle, silken glow, casting a golden hue over the new day. Just as Chen Yi was preparing to set out, he heard Supervisor Lu approach, saying, "Master Chen, the young lady of the Dragon Association, Wei Chuxue, is looking for you." Now the chief blacksmith of the sword forging manor, Supervisor Lu addressed him with great respect. However, Chen Yi was puzzled. He had no acquaintance with this young lady, so why would she seek him out? With little time for contemplation, he quickly tidied up and decided to meet this young lady of the Dragon Association. In the hall, a graceful young woman in a green dress sat elegantly, engaged in conversation with the manor's owner. Dressed in a light green garment, her skin was as fair as snow, and her delicate features were framed by cascading black hair that fell like a waterfall over her shoulders, with a faint blush enhancing her allure. This was none other than Wei Chuxue, the young lady of the Dragon Association, whom Chen Yi had previously encountered at the Lin family estate upon Chen Yi's arrival. The manor's owner immediately took the opportunity to introduce him. "Miss Wei, this is our chief blacksmith at the sword forging manor, Chen Yi. Greetings, I am Chen Yi. May I inquire what brings you here?" Chen Yi clasped his fists in a traditional greeting. Seeing Chen Yi, Wei Chuxue rose from her seat, her eyes sparkling as she scrutinized him with keen interest. "I did not expect the chief blacksmith of the sword forging manor to be so young. It is truly surprising." She had heard that a new chief blacksmith had joined the manor. Renowned for his exceptional skills and the high quality of the weapons he forged, she had imagined that the chief blacksmith would be a seasoned master blacksmith. If not a middle-aged, and to her astonishment, he was of similar age to herself. The manor owner interjected, explaining, "Miss Wei seeks your assistance in forging a weapon that meets her satisfaction." Not a flicker of doubt crossed Wei Chuxue's eyes as she hesitated, saying, "Is he truly the chief blacksmith of your sword forging manor?" The owner patted his chest, assuring her, "Rest assured, Miss Wei, Master Chen's skills are beyond question. You may inquire with our clients." Who does not know of Master Chen's exceptional weapon forging? The owner understood Wei Chuxue's skepticism, as Chen Yi's youth did not fit the mold of a seasoned chief blacksmith. Wei Chuxue waved her hand dismissively, smiling calmly. "I still trust the reputation of the sword forging manor. Since the owner guarantees it, then there shall be no issue." She turned to Chen Yi, stating, "The price is not a concern. I am willing to offer double the remuneration, on the condition that you ensure the quality of the weapon." Chen Yi suddenly understood. Wei Chuxue must have previously lost a competition over the Qingyun blade against the young master of the Tiger Gang, leaving her without a suitable weapon and thus seeking assistance from others. A thought struck him, and he recalled the matter of the herbs. Since the Wanxing Trading Company did not have the necessary ingredients for the blood qi powder, perhaps the Dragon Association could provide some leads? After all, the Dragon Association had dominated Jiangsheng for years and had interests in various sectors. They might possess information on the herbs required for concocting the blood qi powder. He replied, "That is agreeable, but I do not require payment in silver. I would like to request a favor from Miss Wei to assist me in locating several herbs." Chen Yi swiftly produced the herb list he had previously given to the rotund owner of the Wanxing Trading Company. Wei Chuxue took the list, glanced at it, and then turned to a middle-aged man beside her, asking, "Uncle Gu, is there any issue with these?" The man, referred to as Uncle Gu by Wei Chuxue, examined the herb list and quickly responded, "There are several herbs on this list that are quite rare, but fortunately, the Dragon Association's herb repository has them in stock." Upon receiving this confirmation, Wei Chuxue addressed Chen Yi. "As for the herbs, there will be no problem that I will send someone to deliver them to you this afternoon. That I require a reliable weapon in the short term. So I hope you can expedite the forging process. The sooner, the better." After receiving Wei Chushua's promise, Chen Yi and Wei Chuxue engaged in a brief discussion regarding the details of the weapon, and then set about preparing to forge it. Chapter 16. The mysterious man. Since the Tianlong Association possessed the materials for refining the qi blood powder, it saved Chen Yi both effort and time. The only cost was a weapon, and given Chen Yi's current forging skills, it was as easy as pie. Soon, in the afternoon, Wei Chuxue dispatched personnel from the Tianlong Association to deliver the materials to the sword forging manor. Upon receiving the materials, Chen Yi promptly purchased an alchemical cauldron from the Wanxing Trading Company and meticulously followed the steps outlined in the prescription to refine the qi blood powder. A week later, as per Wei Chushue's request, Chen Yi successfully crafted a longsword for her, forged from mysterious iron. Indestructible and capable of slicing through steel like mud, Wei Chuxue expressed immense satisfaction with the sword, praising Chen Yi repeatedly and even attempting to lure him away with a handsome sum. However, Chen Yi declined, leaving Wei Chuxue with no choice but to let him depart. The following day, clutching the completed qi blood powder, Chen Yi hurried to the Taishan sect. He sought out Chen Tianxing, handing over the qi blood powder and earnestly advising him to diligently practice and use the powder to assist in his cultivation. After completing this task, Chen Yi returned to the sword forging manor. Having done all he could only pray that the qi blood powder would prove effective, enabling his father to swiftly break through to the qi condensation realm within 2 months and become an inner sect disciple. In the days that followed, Chen Yi found himself less busy than before, relishing rare moments of leisure. As the chief forger of the sword forging manor, he only personally crafted weapons for important clients or guided other forgers in their work. Just as he was enjoying his usual relaxation, a sudden notification from the system rang out. Ding! Congratulations to the host father for diligently cultivating and successfully breaking through the 5th level of body tempering. Random explosion rate triggered. You have gained 5-fold rewards, successfully breaking through to the 9th level of body tempering. In an instant, a peculiar force surged into Chen Yi's body, causing his aura to soar. Host, Chen Yi, age, 17, lifespan, 90, aptitude, remarkably poor, 9190, realm, 9th level of body tempering, technique, Star Body Tempering Technique, minor achievements, martial skill, 1st tier mountain shaking fist, entry level. Chen Yi's heart swelled with joy. In less than 10 days, his father had advanced to a minor realm. Truly, the prescription obtained from the Tiandan sect was remarkably effective. Regrettably, he had only refined a single batch of qi blood powder, and his father must be nearing the end of its effects. Frowning slightly, Chen Yi lamented the scarcity of materials. The Tianlong Association's supply of materials was insufficient, and he had only managed to refine a few portions of qi blood powder. Chen Yi had initially hoped to ask Wei Chuxue for assistance in procuring more materials, but she informed him that the Tianlong Association only had a single batch, and any further supplies would require waiting for news. Neither the Wansheng Trading Company nor Wei Chuxue had any updates regarding the materials. Chen Yi felt helpless, with the connections of both the Wansheng Trading Company and the Tianlong Association yielding no results. He truly had no means to act. All he could do was wait for their news. The next day, finding himself relatively idle and without business, Chen Yi typically spent his time playing cards with several masters at the sword forging manor. Just as he was enjoying a game, he heard Supervisor Lu calling out, "Master Chen, your father has returned. He says he has something to discuss with you." He immediately dropped the cards, momentarily stunned. Wasn't his father supposed to be cultivating at the Taishan sect? Given his current time constraints, why would he come back to find him now? Not wanting to waste further time, Chen Yi abandoned the game and followed Supervisor Lu to find his father. Soon he spotted his father, Chen Tianxing, clad in a white training outfit adorned with the Taishan sect's intricate patterns. Having become an outer sect disciple, Chen Tianxing's demeanor had transformed significantly. He now exuded a calm and composed aura that was difficult to decipher. Upon seeing Chen Tianxing, Chen Yi sternly admonished, "Why are you not diligently cultivating at the Taishan sect? Why have you come to find me? Are you not aware of how precious your time is? You are already over 44, with just over a month until you turn 45. How much time do you have left to squander?" Chen Tianxing's expression darkened. "Is it that you have become addicted to playing the role of a father?" He retorted, "I came to find you for a serious matter, not for any nonsense." He continued, "I have exhausted the qi blood powder you provided me. Do you have any left? That powder is simply too effective." "Oh, so you mean business? Then there is no issue," Chen Yi replied, shaking his head with a look of regret. "Unfortunately, I have none left. The materials for refining qi blood powder are rather scarce, and I have inquired throughout the entire Jiangsheng, but found no channels to acquire them. Any new qi blood powder can only be awaited with news of the materials." Very well," Chen Tianxing responded, visibly disappointed upon hearing Chen Yi's answer. Seeing that there was no hope for more qi blood powder, he realized he had no reason to remain in Jiangsheng. His time was too precious, and he needed to return to the Taishan sect to cultivate. After a brief exchange, Father and son prepare to head back to the Taishan sect. Just then, someone approached Chen Tianqing and Chen. Master Chen, a group of unusual individuals has arrived at the Chen residence, claiming to seek you. Chen Tianqing. Upon hearing this, confusion washed over Chen Yi's face. The Chen residence, the ancestral home of the Chen family, once renowned in Jiangsheng, had slowly declined over the years due to a lack of successors, by the time it reached Chen Tianqing's generation. The Chen family had nearly been extinguished. He truly could not fathom who would come to the ancestral home seeking someone, and thus turned to his father. Chen Tianqing appeared equally bewildered. What are you looking at me for? I have no idea. Initially, he intended to return to the Taishan sect, but given this unexpected situation, he decided to accompany Chen Yi back to the ancestral home to see what was happening and who sought him. Minutes later, the father and son arrived at the Chen ancestral home. As they approached the entrance, they spotted a group of individuals waiting outside. Among the crowd, a young maiden stood out like a crane among chickens. With just a glance, it was difficult to divert one's gaze from her. Draped in exquisite purple garments, she resembled a celestial fairy descending from the heavens. The purple-clad maiden's delicate face was ethereal, her skin radiating like snow, resembling a luminous pearl amidst the clouds. Yet hidden within her graceful features was a sharpness akin to an indomitable flying sword, brimming with vigor. This person exuded formidable strength. Chen Yi furrowed his brow, an intense sense of danger rising within him. He sensed that this purple-clad maiden was far from ordinary, perhaps even more terrifying than Elder Wang of the Taishan sect. Confusion filled Chen Yi's mind. How did the Chen family come to know such a powerful figure? Just as he pondered, the purple-clad maiden spoke. Which of you is Chen Tianqing? Both Chen Tianqing and Chen Yi were equally bewildered. And Chen Tianqing stepped forward. I am Chen Tianqing. Who are you, and what business do you have with me? The purple-clad maiden regarded him with indifference, her gaze appraising him from head to toe, her disdain evident. A fifth-level body temporer in his 40s? Your potential has been exhausted. You will likely only reach the chi condensation realm in this lifetime. You are indeed unworthy of me. And now my grandfather has no reason to refute me. Chapter 17. The Broken Engagement. Chen Tianqing appeared dazed, utterly perplexed by the situation. Who are you? Do we know each other? It seemed there was some connection, but he couldn't quite grasp it. Since their arrival in this world, Chen Tianqing and Chen Yi had been diligently working at the sword-forging manor, with no interactions with any women, even if he had wished to. As an ordinary man, he couldn't expect any female cultivators to regard him. The purple-clad maiden maintained a tranquil demeanor as she spoke. My name is Nangong Jing, from the royal city. I am of the same age as you. Many years ago, your grandfather and my grandfather formed a close bond, and our families arranged a betrothal. Therefore, I am your fiancé. She continued, I have investigated your background. You were married and even have a son. Though your wife passed away many years ago, while the Dian dynasty does not enforce monogamy, your previous marriage does not affect my ability to marry you. However, given my status, this engagement cannot continue. Chen Yi's expression turned blank, his heart racing in shock. The Nangong family from Royal City was one of the 4 great families of the Dian dynasty, boasting countless powerful individuals and a lineage spanning centuries. Making it one of the most formidable forces within the dynasty, he had never anticipated that the former Chen family could have connections with the Nangong family, let alone an engagement. What astonished Chen even more was that this mysterious purple-clad maiden was none other than Nangong Jing. Renowned throughout the Dian dynasty, he had long heard tales of her reputation. Nangong Jing, the saintess of the Dian dynasty's foremost sect, Yuanzong, was celebrated as the most extraordinary talent of the younger generation and was destined to become the future leader of the Yuanzong. Chen Yi was taken aback. How had the former Chen family established ties with the Nangong family? The self-identified Nangong Jing continued, turning her gaze toward Chen Tianqing. You were born in a remote and impoverished region. An ordinary mortal, having never even glimpsed the world beyond Luo Shui, counting to achieve any success in this small Jiangsheng is the utmost of your capabilities. I am the eldest daughter of the Nangong family, and I am also the sacred maiden of the Yuanzong, destined to be the future leader. Those around me are either the prodigies of various powerful factions or formidable titans who command respect. We are not of the same world. How could you possibly be worthy of me?" As she spoke, Nangong Jing's gaze grew increasingly fierce, her spirits soaring with an air of heroic grandeur. Upon hearing this, Chen Yi was taken aback, realizing that the other party had come to annul their engagement. This was a familiar scenario for him. After all, it is said that one should not underestimate the young and impoverished. However, this time, the protagonist was not himself, but his father. Chen Tianqing's expression suddenly darkened, a surge of anger welling up within him as he spoke in a deep voice. "What do you wish to do?" Nangong Jing, with a slight lift of her snow-white chin, regarded Chen Tianqing with the pride of a princess and coldly stated, "My grandfather has always upheld his promises, even though your Chen family has fallen from grace. I must marry you, unless you refuse to take me as your bride. However, we exist in entirely different realms. How could I ever marry you? Therefore, I've come to seek the dissolution of our engagement. I require you to write a letter to my grandfather, expressing your desire to cancel this marriage and grant me my freedom that I, in return, I shall bestow upon you a tremendous fortune." She gestured to someone behind her, who promptly produced a small treasure box containing a piece of parchment. "Within this lies a third-tier martial technique. If you agree to my terms, I shall gift it to you and also grant you entry into the Yuan Zone for training." A third-tier martial technique. Chen Yi was taken aback. Such a technique is a well-guarded secret in any faction of the Great Yin dynasty, and Nangong Jing was willing to part with it for the sake of her freedom from the engagement. Furthermore, the offer of a free place as a disciple of the Yuan Zone, the most esteemed sect in the Great Yin dynasty, where countless prodigies cultivate, was astonishing. Even a pig could become mighty if it trained in the Yuan Zone. If this opportunity were made public, it would surely cause a storm of chaos. Nangong Jing truly was a woman of great ambition. "Nangong Jing, do you take me for someone who would forsake my dignity for mere trifles?" Chen Tianqing's face was flushed with agitation, his fists clenched, his dark eyes ablaze with fury. In no matter where one stands, being treated as a pawn for an annulment by a woman is perhaps the greatest insult to any man. He understood that with a simple nod of agreement, he could spare himself decades of struggle. Yet Chen Tianqing held his dignity in high regard. He would not accept such a proposal. "You are indeed a proud daughter of heaven. But you err in thinking that I, Chen Tianqing, am of such lowly status," he declared. "I am not an ordinary man." Chen Tianqing recognized Nangong Jing's exceptional talent, yet he questioned where he fell short. In merely 3 months, he had transformed from an ordinary individual into a practitioner of the 5th layer of body refinement. Such a rate of cultivation could only be deemed extraordinary. "Nangong Jing, you need not adopt such an imposing demeanor. Your desire to annul our engagement stems from the belief that I am merely an ordinary person unworthy of your status as a proud daughter of heaven. To speak candidly, aside from your looks and a modicum of talent, I find you lacking in virtue and depth. You hold no allure for me. The Yuan Zone is undeniably powerful, and the Nangong family is indeed formidable. Yet I am still young, I have ample time ahead of me. You have trained for decades to attain your current level of cultivation and status. Were I to train for as long as you, how could you be so certain that I would not surpass you?" In the face of Nangong Jing's aggressive stance, the previously silent Chen Tianqing erupted like a volcano, his expression stern. Nangong Jing raised her delicate brows slightly, finding both irritation and amusement in Chen Tianqing's assessment of her. Intrigued, she replied with a cold smile, "Oh, I must ask, how long do you think it would take for you to surpass me?" With a serious demeanor, he raised 2 fingers and proclaimed decisively, 2 years. No more than 2 years. 2 years hence, I shall personally journey to the royal city and the Yuan Zone to challenge you. Should I fail, I will publicly annul the engagement." Nangong Jing shook her head with a smile, her disdain evident as if it were about to overflow. 2 years. You think that merely training for an additional 2 years will enable you to defeat me? Even if you're given 10 years, I could easily surpass you without any further training. Chen Tianqing, you truly are delusional. Nangong Miss, allow me to offer you a word of advice at this moment. Chen Yi, who had remained silent, finally spoke up. Chen Tianqing was his father. How could he stand by and watch him endure such humiliation? 30 years east of the river, 30 years west of the river. Do not underestimate the plight of the middle-aged. Chapter 18. Progress in Martial Arts. Chen Yi, with a solemn expression, declared loudly, "Tianqing is strong and resilient. With my father's determination and willpower, given time, he can surely ascend to greatness and become a titan of unparalleled strength." Nangong Jing was indeed exceptionally talented, eclipsing many, but with his presence, there was no doubt that within 2 years his father might surpass her. With a look of disdain, Nangong Jing turned to Chen Tianqing and said, "Very well. I shall await you in the royal city in 2 years. I hope you will honor your word and not merely engage in empty threats." As she spoke, Nangong Jing led her entourage away, leaving Chen Yi and his father in a state of contemplation. "Father, you truly were impressive just now." Chen Yi was the first to break the silence. Chen Tianqing sighed, a bitter smile gracing his lips. "After all, I am a man. How could I endure such humiliation?" Chen Yi fell silent, reflecting on the situation. Perhaps this was not entirely a bad thing for him. With a goal in mind, he would possess the motivation to strive forward. For the sake of dignity and a challenge 2 years hence, his father would undoubtedly devote himself to rigorous training. In that case, he could afford to relax a bit. Well then, what has been said cannot be taken back. I do not wish to be ridiculed by that woman in 2 years' time. From now on, I must train diligently. Inform me immediately when news of the Qi blood dispersal emerges." Having regained his composure, Chen Tianqing resolved to put forth his utmost effort from that moment forward. After briefly discussing matters with Chen Yi, he departed Jiang City, returning to the Taishan sect to dedicate himself to training. Chen Tianqing was acutely aware of Nangong Jing's formidable talent. Yet since the words had been spoken, there was no turning back, that he must strive to strike her face with his success. Time was of the essence. To surpass Nangong Jing within 2 years, he first needed to become an inner disciple of the Taishan sect to access greater resources for cultivation. Upon returning to the Taishan sect, Chen Tianqing immediately selected a martial technique from the sect's armory. According to the sect's regulations, outer disciples were permitted to practice the techniques of the Taishan sect. Chen Tianqing chose the martial technique known as the Shadowless Fist, a first-tier technique. Having previously trained in the mountain-shaking fist, he found that mastering this new technique came more easily due to his foundational knowledge, thus saving him valuable time in the following days. Chen Tianqing diligently practiced the Shadowless Fist. To his astonishment, he realized that while practicing this technique, his understanding of martial arts had noticeably elevated to a new level. Consequently, his comprehension of the mountain-shaking fist also progressed. On this particular day in Jiang City, Chen Yi was, as usual, awaiting news regarding her from Wei Chuxue and the Wanqing Trading Company. Yet unfortunately, there was still no word. "Ding, your father has diligently trained, achieving the initial insight milestone in the Shadowless Fist. Random reward rate triggered. You have received double rewards. The Shadowless Fist has reached the entering the hall milestone. Ding, your father has diligently trained, achieving the entering the hall milestone in the mountain-shaking fist. Random reward rate triggered. You have received a 20-fold increase. The mountain-shaking fist has successfully evolved into a second-tier technique, achieving the initial insight milestone." In the next moment, a surge of martial knowledge flooded Chen Yi's mind. The first-tier martial technique, Shadowless Fist. The second-tier martial technique, mountain-shaking fist. Chen Yi was overjoyed, utterly surprised that his father's martial arts had made such progress. If he was not mistaken, the Shadowless Fist was likely the technique his father had been eligible to practice after becoming an outer disciple, while the mountain-shaking fist was the one he had selected. What astonished Chen Yi the most was that his father's mountain-shaking fist had also advanced. Moreover, this time, the system had been exceedingly generous. Instead of the usual few-fold increase, he had received a 20-fold gain, elevating the mountain-shaking fist to a second-tier technique. Although the difference between a first-tier and a second-tier technique might seem slight, the gap in capabilities was not something that could be easily conveyed in mere words. Even a few second-tier techniques combined could not match the strength of a single second-tier technique. Looking around the entire Jiang City, Chen Yi estimated that no one had likely practiced a second-tier technique. How exhilarating! Indeed, it seemed that the higher his father's status within the Taishan sect, the greater the cultivation resources he would obtain. As a mere recorded disciple, he would never have had the opportunity to access martial techniques. If his father became an inner disciple, the resources available to him would likely be even more advanced. At that point, Chen Yi's own gains would multiply. With a heart ablaze, Chen Yi immediately sought out Wansheng commercial firm in Wei Chuxue to urge the matter of the medicinal herbs in the back mountains of the Taishan sect. The area was teeming with demonic beasts, most of which were low-tier creatures specifically designated for the cultivation of the sect's disciples. Among the verdant forest, a towering, fire-red bull, its body engulfed in flames, glared menacingly at a white-clad figure ahead. This formidable creature, known as the Scarlet Flame Bull, was a top-tier beast among first-grade demons, renowned for its astonishing combat prowess and difficult temperament. The man confronting it was none other than Chen Tianxing. Having ventured to the back mountains of the Taishan sect for several days to practice the Shadowless Fist and the Mountain-Shaking Fist, Chen Tianxing frequently challenged various powerful demonic beasts to hone his martial skills. Experiencing significant gains during this period, "Beast, perish!" Chen Tianxing roared, unleashing the Shadowless Fist as he charged toward the Scarlet Flame Bull. The essence of a Shadowless Fist lay in its swiftness. Each punch was delivered with such ferocity that it resembled an onslaught of hundreds. The massive stature of the Scarlet Flame Bull hindered its agility, rendering it vulnerable to Chen Tianxing's rapid and fierce assault. Despite its thick hide and robust physique, it could not withstand the relentless barrage. With a resounding crash, the bull finally collapsed under the complete execution of Chen Yi's Shadowless Fist. Releasing a long sigh of relief, Chen Tianxing wiped the sweat from his brow, gazing at the fallen Scarlet Flame Bull with a smile of satisfaction. Feeling a sense of hard-earned achievement at last, I have grasped some insights into the Shadowless Fist. He firmly believed that practical combat was the most effective means of mastering martial arts, that it was only in the crucial moments of life and death that one could truly comprehend the essence of their skills. Initially, when confronted by various demonic beasts, Chen Tianxing could only flee or endure their attacks. Now, however, he could easily confront and even slay them. After days of training in the back mountains, his understanding of martial arts had significantly improved, and he was confident that a breakthrough in both the Shadowless Fist and the Mountain-Shaking Fist was imminent. Taking out a knife, he began to meticulously dismember the Scarlet Flame Bull, preparing to extract its inner core. Each demonic beast possessed an inner core that contained its entire power and was highly valuable. A first-grade demonic beast's inner core could fetch a handsome price of over 100 taels of silver. With the need for resources and cultivation, Chen Tianxing had no intention of wasting such an opportunity. Just then, 3 young men suddenly appeared, blocking Chen Tianxing's path and promptly halting his actions. This junior brother. "Please wait. We had our eyes on the Scarlet Flame Bull 3 days ago, and you cannot touch it." Chapter 19. Opportunity furrowing his brows, Chen Tianxing noticed the 3 disciples of the Taishan sect standing before him. A glance at their insignia revealed they were all outer disciples, just like him. Among them, a short-haired youth clad in black, with a ruddy complexion, scrutinized Chen Tianxing, his gaze lingering on the insignia on Chen Tianxing's chest. This emblem indicated that Chen Tianxing was indeed an outer disciple of the Taishan sect, and having spent years in the outer sect, they quickly deduced that he was a newcomer in that case. Negotiations could proceed smoothly. The youth spoke. 3 days ago, we set our sights on the Scarlet Flame Bull. We had already injured it and confined it to a location, only for it to escape by chance. According to the rules of the Taishan sect, the inner core of this Scarlet Flame Bull rightfully belongs to us. I am Tianji, and I hope you will give face and hand over the inner core. Chen Tianxing's brow furrowed deeply as he replied, sternly, "Nonsense. I killed this Scarlet Flame Bull, and I know better than anyone whether it was injured or not. You merely wish to reap the rewards without any effort. Don't you? I care not who you are. I will not relinquish what is rightfully mine." Seeing through their intentions to seize the inner core he had painstakingly acquired, Chen Tianxing resolutely refused to give it up. Tianji frowned, sensing the obstinacy of this new outer disciple. He said slowly, "The inner core of this Scarlet Flame Bull is needed by senior brother Zhongliang. We are merely acting on orders. It would be wise for you to comply and hand over the item." Clutching the inner core tightly in his hand, Chen Tianxing remained indifferent to the mention of Zhongliang. he declared with righteous indignation. I have never heard of any Zhongliang that I killed this scarlet flame bull, and according to the rules of the Taishan sect, it belongs to me. No matter who comes, one of the three, visibly enraged, impatiently remarked, brother, this newcomer is clearly ignorant. He is merely at the 5th level of body refinement. Why waste words with him? Let's settle this with our fists and see how he maintains his arrogance. Chen Yi shook his head, extending a hand to halt his companion's actions that in a hushed tone only they could hear. He cautioned, better safe than sorry. Among the outer disciples, even the weakest possess at least 6th level body refinement. For him to be an outer disciple at the 5th level indicates he is not to be underestimated. We should refrain from rash actions until we ascertain his background to avoid unnecessary trouble. The three nodded in agreement, recognizing the wisdom in Chen Yi's words. Despite his 5th level body refinement, the fact that he had slain the Scarlet Flame Bull indicated that he was far more formidable than he appeared. Chen Yi regarded Chen Tianxing with a serious expression before finally clasping his hands in a gesture of respect. In that case, we shall take our leave. With that, the three swiftly departed. Chen Tianxing watched their retreating figures, perplexed, having expected a fierce confrontation over the demonic beast's inner core. However, this outcome was preferable, as he did not wish to provoke conflict with the outer disciples so soon after his arrival. Clutching the inner core, he ventured deeper into the back mountains to seek out more demonic beasts and continue his training. The sword-forging manner. Chen Yi was in high spirits, having awaited news from Wanqing commercial firm for several days. Finally, there was progress regarding the medicinal herbs. The Qi blood powder was within reach. He quickly sought out the rotund proprietor of Wanqing commercial firm, who informed him that the herb warehouse had been restocked. Most of the necessary ingredients for the Qi blood powder were now available, save for one, the purple spirit wood. Fortunately, the chubby proprietor introduced Chen Yi to an experienced herbalist who knew the exact location of the purple spirit wood. If he wished to avoid waiting, he could personally go to gather it. Chen Yi understood that time was of the essence for his father. He could not afford to delay any longer. Thus, he set off with the herbalist to the deep mountains to procure the purple spirit wood. The herbalist, a man in his 50s or 60s, was simple and honest, having lived in the mountains for years making a living by foraging for herbs. After receiving a generous reward from Chen Yi, he eagerly led the way to the mountains. Amidst the vast mountain ranges, the herbalist exclaimed, "Sir, beyond this hill lies the purple spirit wood you seek." After a half-day of trekking, they finally arrived at the location of the purple spirit wood. This was a mountain on the outskirts of the Qingyun mountain range, perpetually shrouded in light rain and abundant sunlight, where low and mid-altitude mountains intermingled, creating unique conditions for a variety of herbs to flourish. After traversing the rugged terrain for about half an hour, the two finally stopped in a valley. At last, we have found it. Before them lay a lush expanse of purple woods that a cascade of pale, purple hues resembled a waterfall, cascading from the heavens, its source obscured, shimmering with silver specks like splashing water droplets. This was indeed the purple spirit wood, the crucial ingredient for crafting the Qi blood powder. Under Chen Yi's direction, the herbalist promptly began to harvest it. Minutes later, he filled his backpack with a substantial quantity of purple spirit wood. Chen Yi beamed with satisfaction. With this ample supply of purple spirit wood, combined with the herbs previously purchased from Wanqing commercial firm, he could concoct many batches of Qi blood powder, sufficient to sustain his father for 3 months. Finally, the issue of insufficient Qi blood powder was resolved. He quickly organized the herbs and prepared to head home. However, on the way back to the sword-forging manor, Chen Yi noticed an unusual number of people along the path. Each one was tall and robust, exuding a vigorous aura, clearly not ordinary folk, but rather martial artists. Have you encountered these individuals while foraging for herbs? Chen Yi inquired of the herbalist. Strange, the herbalist replied, shaking his head. In these mountains, aside from herbalists, I rarely see a soul. Why are there so many today? And they appear not to be carrying any tools for gathering herbs. They don't seem like typical herbalists. Frowning, Chen Yi pondered the oddity of the situation. If they are not here to gather herbs, then what brings them here in such numbers? Suddenly, his pupils constricted as he recalled what the hunter Yang had mentioned earlier. Chen Yi remembered that he had claimed there was a tremendous opportunity hidden within the Qingyun mountain range. That time, My abilities were rather meager, even if I were to encounter an opportunity. I would not dare to guarantee that I could seize it. However, I have since ascended to the 9th level of body refinement, just a step away from the chi condensation realm, and I have even mastered 2nd-tier martial technique. I can proudly declare that I am invincible below the chi condensation stage and can contend 1-for-1 above it. Within the Chen Yi mountain range, I should be able to secure my safety. Moreover, my father is awaiting the resources I am to bring him, as I carry the weight of a 2-year pact with Nangong Jing, and there is merely a little over a month left until the deadline for my promotion to an intersect disciple. I must devise every possible means to acquire cultivation resources. The opportunity mentioned by Yang, the leader of the Hunters Guild, is one I cannot afford to miss. I must investigate it. Chapter 20. Sect Relics. Chen Yi pondered momentarily and decided not to return just yet. Opting instead to follow these individuals, should danger arise, I could simply withdraw. However, if a genuine opportunity presents itself, I must seize it at all costs. He addressed the old herbalist, instructing him to return first and deliver the Xiling wood to the sword-forging manor, promising him 10-fold compensation. Upon hearing of Chen Yi's offer, the old herbalist was immediately elated, enthusiastically agreeing before departing with his basket. Subsequently, Chen Yi trailed behind the group deeper into the Cheongyun mountain range. Along the way, Chen Yi noticed an increasing number of people around him, predominantly martial artists at the body refinement stage, and he even spotted several formidable figures at the chi condensation stage. Many were accompanied by companions from the same faction, while others, like Chen Yi, were solitary cultivators. Most hailed from Jiangsheng and its neighboring cities. Chen Yi's curiosity grew. What opportunity lay deep within the Cheongyun mountain range that drew so many martial artists? After a brief period, the group halted before a valley. Chen Yi stopped and observed a junction within the valley, where numerous armed guards stood watch. He discerned from their attire that they belonged to various factions, including Jiangsheng's Tianlong Society, the Tiger Gang, as well as the Tiandi Society and Wang family from the neighboring Yuancheng, along with several forces from Liqing. Just as he pondered the reasons for this alliance of factions guarding the entrance, one of the guards spoke. This path has been opened by the united forces of Jiangsheng, Yuancheng, and Liqing, a feat achieved with immense effort. No solitary cultivators are permitted entry. Some dissenters protested vehemently, exclaiming, "Bah! The Cheongyun mountain range does not belong solely to your factions. Why should we solitary cultivators be barred from entering?" Another echoed, "You seek to monopolize the treasures within." Many other solitary cultivators joined in this outcry, prompting Chen Yi to brighten. His conjecture was correct. There was indeed an opportunity hidden within the Cheongyun mountain range. Unfortunately, it seemed that many were already aware of this secret. Otherwise, so many would not have come. Even from neighboring cities, Chen Yi felt a twinge of concern. Being alone, how could he compete with so many? Moreover, there were formidable chi condensation experts among them. It appeared this venture would not be simple. Had he known earlier, he would have heeded Yang, the leader of the Hunters Guild, and arrived earlier to join forces in acquiring opportunities before dealing with Yang. With a sudden flash, a sword beam cut through the air. Descent, then perish. One of the guards drew his sword, slaying a vociferous solitary cultivator with a single strike. Those who intrude shall bear the consequences. The crowd fell into a stunned silence, many solitary cultivators promptly silencing their protests. They were few in number and lacked unity, rendering them incapable of resisting the combined forces. Observing this, Chen Yi furrowed his brow. With so many guards at the entrance, how was he to gain entry? Was he to force his way in? The sole exit of the valley was firmly held by the major factions, who were unreasonable and forbade others from entering or exiting as a solitary cultivator. With the guard stationed at the entrance, entering was simply impossible. Forcing his way in seemed a daunting challenge. Master Chen, what brings you here?" Just as Chen Yi grappled with his frustration over how to enter, a familiar voice suddenly resonated in his ear. He turned to see a familiar face, her expression one of surprise. Clad in a light blue gown, her glossy black hair cascaded over her shoulders like a waterfall, smooth and flowing. The newcomer was none other than Wei Chuxua, the young lady of the Tianlong Society. Chen Yi was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated encountering Wei Chuxua here. She smiled lightly. "Surely you do not intend to test your luck like those solitary cultivators?" Chen Yi nodded slightly, shrugging with a hint of resignation. Pretty much. I merely came to gather herbs on the mountain and happened to stumble upon this. He added, unfortunately, it seems I cannot enter. During their last weapon forging session, Wei Chuxue had learned that Chen Yi was in search of herbs, so she did not doubt his explanation. After a brief moment of contemplation, she promptly replied, if you wish to enter, that is simple. Just follow me to S. The Tianlong Society was one of the united factions. Guiding Chen Yi inside was merely a matter of words for Wei Chuxue, enabling her to do him a favor. After all, she had long wished to recruit Chen Yi into the Tianlong Society, given her admiration for his exceptional forging skills. Thank you, Miss Wei, Chen Yi said, his heart lifting with joy. With Wei Chuxue's assistance, the previously daunting issue was resolved in an instant. Soon enough, Chen Yi joined the ranks of the Tianlong Society and, following Wei Chuxue, smoothly passed through the entrance into the valley. As they traveled, Chen Yi could not suppress his curiosity and inquired, Miss Wei, what opportunity lies within? Why have so many come, including many from neighboring cities? As they walked, Wei Chuxue explained, it matters not if I tell you. My father mentioned that within this valley lies a sect relic buried deep. This sect, known as the Blood God cult, once dominated the Great Yin dynasty 500 years ago, boasting a legacy of over 1,000 years and producing countless powerful warriors. Once the foremost sect of the Great Yin dynasty, Chen Yi frowned and asked if the Blood God cult was so formidable, how did it fall? Wei Chuxue sighed, speaking slowly. It was due to the presence of demons. Demons? Chen Yi was taken aback, having never heard of such entities before. When discussing demons, Wei Chuxue's expression grew grave, her beautiful eyes filled with trepidation. Demons are the most fearsome beings in this world. Existing since ancient times, they are immortal, possessing a lifespan close to eternity, and are inherently cruel and bloodthirsty, turning any place they inhabit into a hellish battlefield. Chen Yi felt a chill run down his spine. The notion of demons possessing near immortality was indeed terrifying. Wei Chuxue continued without pause. 500 years ago, a demon arose within the Blood God cult, unleashing a terrifying bloodbath upon the Great Yin dynasty, resulting in countless casualties. In the end, an elder of the imperial family intervened, and under the might of the imperial forces, this calamity was finally quelled. The Blood God cult subsequently disbanded under the imperial suppression. Chen Yi's understanding deepened. To have drawn the attention of an elder from the imperial family, this demon must have been extraordinarily formidable. However, Chen Yi's interest lay not in the demons, but rather in the Blood God cult itself. As the foremost sect of the Great Yin dynasty, its strength was certainly far superior to that of the Taishan sect or the Tiandan sect with which he was familiar. Their relics must surely contain numerous treasures, and at this moment his father was in dire need of cultivation resources. With that thought, Chen Yi's heart ignited with fervor. Chapter 21. Entering the relic Chen Yi was certain that if the news of the Blood God cult's relics within the Cheonyan mountain range spread, powerful figures from across the Great Yin dynasty would undoubtedly flock here. He must act swiftly to enter the relic before others could seize the opportunity. 10 minutes later, the members of the Tianlong Society finally came to a halt at the entrance of a cave. Chen Yi noted a massive silver-copper door blocking the entrance, adorned with strange runes that exuded an air of solemnity and mystery, thick with historical significance. Before the silver door, numerous martial artists attempted to breach it. Let us attack together. Surely we can break it down, bellowed a towering figure, his physique reminiscent of a giant, as he gathered his strength and struck the silver door with both hands. Concurrently, others unleashed their own abilities, joining forces to assault the silver door. However, just as their attacks were about to connect with the silver door, the runes upon it erupted with blinding light. Each rune transformed into a beam of golden light, and in an instant, hundreds of golden rays coalesced into a formidable golden barrier. The collective assault of the martial artists met the golden barrier, akin to a silver needle plunging into the ocean, without causing a ripple. What is this? Chen Yi marveled, his curiosity piqued. Wei Chuxue rested her chin on her hand, explaining, I'm not entirely sure. It seems to be a mechanism of the Blood God cult's formation, preventing outsiders from entering. In fact, our factions discovered this sect relic several days ago, but with this silver door in place, we cannot gain entry. The various formidable factions have been relentlessly assaulting for several days now. Yet they remain utterly incapable of breaching the silver copper gate. For the moment, all we can do is await the arrival of the powerful figures from each clan that a slight shock coursed through Chen Yi's heart. It is no wonder this was once the foremost sect of the Great Yin dynasty, capable of thwarting countless individuals with but a single barrier, despite the multitude of martial artists present. After days of unyielding attacks, they could have hollowed out a mountain. Yet none could even pry open the smallest of fissures in this diminutive silver-copper door. An hour passed. The president has arrived. Our clan leader is here too. With a resounding shout, Chen Yi noticed a surge of new arrivals in the valley. It appeared that the strongest from each of the major factions had come forth. Soon, 8 formidable warriors at the Qi condensation realm gathered at the entrance of the cavern. If Chen Yi's conjecture held true, they were likely the most powerful from Jiang City, Yuan City, and Li City. "Father!" Wei Chuxue exclaimed upon spotting one man and stepped forward with a smile to greet him. This individual, clad in azure garments, exuded a composed and reserved demeanor. His countenance scholarly, he was none other than Wei Tianlong, the head of the Tianlong Society and a notorious figure in Jiang City. Wei Tianlong smiled, prepared to engage in conversation, but was taken aback to see an unfamiliar young man beside his daughter. Just as he was about to inquire, Wei Chuxue introduced, "Father, this is Master Chen Yi, the skilled blacksmith I mentioned to you." "Greetings, Master Chen." Wei Tianlong offered a brief salute. He was aware that recently, a master blacksmith had emerged from the sword-forging villa, known for crafting exceptional weapons. Had circumstances allowed, he would have long sought to recruit Chen Yi for himself. "Greetings, President Wei." Chen Yi returned the greeting with equal brevity, maintaining a demeanor of respectful confidence. Then he spotted a familiar face, the young master of the fierce tiger gang, Yi Lingyun, whom he had seen at the Lin family auction. Beside him stood a middle-aged man of over 40 years. Cloaked in black robes, his expression inscrutable and unfathomable. This man was undoubtedly Yi Hu, the leader of the fierce tiger gang, another dominant force in Jiang City. At the sight of Yi Hu, Wei Tianlong's expression darkened. His brows furrowed, his face clouded with frost. "Why, Yi Hu, the Longshan mine is an asset of our Tianlong Society. The fierce tiger gang wished to intervene." Yi Hu sneered coldly. "Humph, who wouldn't wish to profit from silver? Must it be that only your Tianlong Society is permitted to mine?" The enmity between the fierce tiger gang and the Tianlong Society was well known throughout Jiang City. They had been embroiled in a protracted conflict, both overt and covert, for years without respite. "Enough, this is not a place for quarrels. Let's not forget our purpose here," interjected the head of the Wang family, blocking the two in the middle. Both men snorted in unison, turning away to disregard one another. They understood the urgency of the situation. If news of the blood god cult's relics in the Qingyuan Mountains leaked, it was likely that powerful figures from the entire Great Yin dynasty would converge here. At that point, given their current strength, they would be hard-pressed even to secure a mere morsel, let alone a share of the bounty. Regardless of past grievances, we are united in our objective, to enter the relics. Any previous enmities must be resolved outside. Time is of the essence. Do not hold back, for this copper gate is no ordinary barrier. Under the leadership of the Wang family head, the 8 Qi condensation realm warriors joined forces, unleashing their mightiest techniques in a fierce assault on the silver-copper gate. At long last, after mere minutes, a resounding bing echoed as the golden barrier upon the silver-copper gate cracked open like the earth beneath it, splintering and dimming as the golden runes lost their potency. Success! The crowd erupted in joyous exclamations upon witnessing the spectacle. With a tremendous roar, the silver-copper gate was shattered by the fist of a Qi condensation realm warrior, finally unveiling the entrance to the blood god cult's relics. Behind the door lay a resplendent underground palace. "Let us speak. As previously agreed, whoever retrieves treasures within first shall claim them." The onlookers hastily rushed inside. Eager to ensure they were not outpaced in acquiring the treasures, "We must enter swiftly. Even if the Tianlong Society cannot procure any valuable items, we absolutely cannot allow the fierce tiger gang to seize them." Wei Tianlong commanded, and his followers promptly followed him into the grand hall. Chen Yi, without a second thought, trailed closely behind Wei Chuxue into the depths of the palace. Inside was an expansive underground palace, dazzlingly adorned with gold and jewels, exuding an air of opulence. Is this truly the relic of the blood god cult? There appears to be nothing of value within. Confusion filled the hearts of the crowd. They toiled for quite some time, yet saw no sign of rare treasures, casting doubt upon whether this was indeed the relic of the blood god cult. Could it be that someone had come before them and taken all the precious items? Chen Yi felt a sense of regret. He had hoped to seize a treasure or two amidst the chaos, but it now seemed he would return empty-handed. "Look over there. There are people," someone suddenly cried out. From the depths of the palace emerged a group of figures clad in red. Their expressions were vacant, their gazes frigid, resembling automatons devoid of emotion. "Who are you?" The head of the Wang family furrowed his brow, sensing a whiff of danger. Chapter 22. Puppets. No sooner had the words left his lips than a figure in red moved without hesitation, clenching their right hand into a fist and delivering a seemingly casual punch. Boom! The punch landed without any visible effect, akin to a mere tickle, yet it produced a thunderous sound. The head of the Wang family was struck, his body jolting violently as a deep imprint formed on his chest. As he attempted to move forward, he found himself utterly drained, collapsing where he stood. How powerful! The head of the Wang family was a formidable warrior at the Qi condensation realm, yet he could not withstand a single blow. The expressions of the crowd shifted dramatically, filled with shock. The strongest among the various factions were primarily newly ascended warriors at the Qi condensation realm, and against these mysterious red-clad figures, they were utterly powerless. Who are they? Could they be disciples of the blood god cult? No, the blood god cult was long extinguished 500 years ago. They could not possibly have survived until now. Who then are they? Wei Chuxue's brows knitted together as she feverishly speculated about the identities of these enigmatic figures in red. Realizing the precariousness of their situation, the leaders of the factions dared not linger within the palace any longer. And why apologies? Everyone, we did not mean to intrude upon your rest. We shall take our leave. Yi Hu of the Fierce Tiger Gang was the first to speak. Though he yearned for the treasures within, preserving his life took precedence. The strength of these mysterious red figures was clearly superior, and even a coalition of the major factions would prove futile against them. In response to Yi Hu's apology, the red-clad figures remained expressionless, staring blankly at the crowd as if they had not heard a word. Wei Tianlong furrowed his brows, observing the mysterious figures closely before suddenly realizing something. These red-clad individuals must be puppets created by the blood god cult to guard their secrets. Puppets? The crowd was momentarily taken aback. Thanks to Wei Tianlong's insight, they soon grasped that these mysterious figures were indeed puppets forged by the blood god cult. But a puppet is a being controlled by another, lacking self-awareness. The art of puppetry is an exceedingly mysterious technique that enables one to manipulate others. The controlled individuals exhibit unwavering loyalty to their master, devoid of any treachery. What astonished everyone the most was that these puppets possessed strength surpassing the Qi condensation realm. How formidable must their creator have been to craft such powerful beings? As the crowd stood in shock, one individual was slain by the punch of a red-clad puppet. Run! They are puppets devoid of consciousness. They will kill anyone they encounter. Wei Tianlong's face paled, and he shouted urgently. The crowd immediately reacted, panicking and fleeing in all directions. Chen Yi furrowed his brow tightly. Though he wished to scour the area for treasures, the current situation compelled him to escape. After all, no treasure is worth more than one's life. With this thought, Chen Yi hastily joined the throng, racing toward the exit. However, he had scarcely taken a few steps when he realized the situation was worsening. Oh no, there are more and more of these red puppets. He grimaced as he noticed several additional red puppets emerging from within the palace, blocking the path of the fleeing crowd. Those with insufficient strength and slower reflexes fell victim to the puppets before Chen Yi could reach safety. As Chen Yi sprinted desperately, an overwhelming sense of danger surged within him. Damn it, I've been targeted. He turned to see a red puppet closely pursuing him, and no matter how fast he ran, he could not shake it off. In the next moment, the red puppet accelerated, darting toward Chen Yi like lightning, preparing to deliver a fatal blow. Die! Chen Yi understood that mere flight would not suffice. He had to take the initiative. In an instant, he assumed a fighting stance, channeling all his energy into his most formidable technique, second-tier martial skill, mountain-shaking fist, given that even the head of the Wang family, a Qi condensation realm warrior, had been easily defeated. Chen Yi dared not underestimate the threat before him and unleashed his ultimate move. "Break for me!" Chen Yi let out a furious roar and swiftly unleashed the mountain-shaking fist. At that very moment, the crimson-clad puppet blocking his path suddenly froze, halting its actions, a flicker of ambiguity appearing in its eyes as it muttered to itself. The mountain-shaking fist, a martial technique of the Blood-Red sect. This individual must be a disciple of the Blood-Red sect and must not be harmed. It quickly advanced, bending its knees and kneeling before Chen, speaking in a mechanical tone. "Crimson blood, no." 8. Pays respects to the master. Witnessing this scene, Chen Yi was taken aback. What was happening? The opponent regarded him as their master. Chen Yi was dumbfounded. He was not a member of the Blood-Red sect. So why did this crimson puppet treat him as its master? No, something was off. There was an issue with the mountain-shaking fist. As he recalled the moment he executed the technique, he realized the puppet's attitude had shifted by a complete 360 degrees. He immediately recalled the puppet's earlier words and, filled with curiosity, tentatively inquired, "How do you know I'm a disciple of the Blood-Red sect?" The crimson puppet's eyes glazed over as it replied in a monotonous tone, word by word. "The master has informed us that those who can perform the mountain-shaking fist are disciples of the Blood-Red sect, and thus, our new master." Upon hearing this, Chen Yi was struck with sudden clarity. So that was it. At the same time, he felt a jolt of surprise. The mountain-shaking fist he had acquired from the Lin family auction actually originated from the Blood-Red sect. No wonder its lethality was so formidable. Unlike ordinary martial arts, the 800 silver coins spent on it were truly worth it. Chen Yi exhaled a long breath. This group of crimson puppets regarded him as a disciple of the Blood-Red sect, which meant he no longer needed to flee for his life. He could take ample time to explore the secrets of the palace. However, he needed to be cautious not to reveal his unique position to others. Chen Yi did not wish to expose too much. Otherwise, it would be difficult to explain that he lay down on the ground, feigning death, allowing the crimson puppets to pursue others that a few minutes later, within the Grand Hall. Apart from those who had not managed to escape in time, there was no one else left. As Chen Yi rose, he discovered a group of crimson puppets standing respectfully before him. He understood that due to the mountain-shaking fist, they regarded him as a disciple of the Blood-Red sect. These skeletons had been crafted by the formidable figures of the Blood-Red sect, and naturally, they would not harm a disciple of their own. Chen Yi directly asked, "Where's the most precious object within here? Lead me to it." Upon hearing this, the group of crimson puppets immediately guided him deeper into the palace. Minutes later, they arrived at a small chamber. Chen Yi quickly noticed a stone talisman radiating a faint red glow hanging above. The crimson puppets all pointed towards the spirit talisman. "Is this the most valuable item here?" Chen Yi wondered, leaping to retrieve the stone talisman and holding it in his hand. Upon closer inspection, he discovered it bore the inscription of 4 characters. Blood-Red Talisman. Chapter 23. Blood-Red Talisman. The stone talisman emitted a gentle red light, akin to that of a ruby. Chen immediately accessed the system to ascertain what this item was. Name: Blood-Red Talisman. Description: a relic of the Blood-Red sect, containing a trace of blood-red power, which can be refined. Chen Yi's heart leaped with joy. He had not anticipated that the stone talisman before him was actually a relic of the Blood-Red sect. While he did not comprehend what blood-red power was, it certainly seemed extraordinary. Moreover, the most crucial aspect was that it could be refined. Given that his father was pressed for time, with only a month remaining until the final promotion deadline for the inner disciples of the Taishan sect, merely relying on the Qi blood powder would be insufficient. He needed more cultivation resources. This blood-red talisman had arrived just in time. It seems there is something else here. A piece of parchment. Chen Yi's eyes brightened as he discovered a wrinkled piece of sheepskin hidden behind the stone talisman. He hastily unfolded it and found that it did not record martial techniques, but rather a map, with a line of text inscribed upon it. "The supreme secret of our sect is hidden here. I hope that the fated one can learn our sect's ultimate techniques to uphold justice and clear grievances. Chen Yi's expression turned grave as he read the contents of the parchment word by word, that a frown creased his brow, filled with confusion. Although this was a remnant of the blood-red sect, the true treasure was not located here. Moreover, could it be that the incident involving the blood-red sect had deeper implications than it appeared? He recalled that Wei Chu Xue had once told him about a demon that had emerged from the blood-red sect, unleashing a bloody storm throughout the Great Yin dynasty, resulting in countless innocent deaths. Ultimately, it was only thanks to the intervention of the elder of the imperial family that the slaughter was quelled. Was it possible that the situation back then was not as simple as it seemed? Without dwelling too much on it, he continued to examine the map, slowly studying it. This terrain resembles the Luo River region. Could the treasure be in the county city? Chen Yi's eyes suddenly lit up as he realized that according to the map's indications, the blood-red sect's treasure was not far away, perhaps even quite close, right in the county city. The county city served as the political center of the entire Luo River region and was also the strongest, where the majority of powerful figures from Luo River gathered. Once his father was promoted to an inner disciple, they would venture to the county city. Chen Yi quickly made a decision. After dealing with the matters in Jiang City, he would head to the county city to investigate and seek out the treasure of the blood-red sect. Following that, after half an hour of exploring the palace, he confirmed his previous suspicions. Although this palace was a remnant of the blood-red sect, it contained no precious treasures. The only valuable item was the blood-red talisman in his hand. Thus, there was no longer any need for Chen Yi to remain here. He still needed to return to refine the Qi blood powder. He promptly departed from the Qinyan mountain range and returned to the sword crafting manor. Upon arriving back at the sword crafting manor, Chen Yi began the process of refining the Qi blood powder. The process was quite simple, and having refined it once before, he found it even easier this time around. With ample medicinal materials at his disposal, Chen Yi managed to produce several batches of Qi blood powder. The following day, after preparing everything, Chen Yi set off for the Taishan sect with the refined Qi blood powder and the blood-red talisman. He soon found Chen Tianxing. "Father, I have come to deliver the Qi blood powder." Chen Tianxing's heart leaped with joy. His previous rapid breakthrough had been entirely reliant on the Qi blood powder his son provided. Unfortunately, it had run out quickly, and after several days of waiting, he finally received new supplies. With time pressing on, as he approached his 45th birthday, he needed something good. That I have another wonderful item for you. Chen Yi handed the blood-red talisman to Chen Tianxing. Chen Tianxing's eyes brightened as he examined the stone talisman in his hand. He could sense a peculiar power emanating from it. Clearly something extraordinary. "What is this? Where did you acquire it?" "I don't know the specifics, but this item is definitely valuable. You should take it back and refine it. It will greatly benefit you." Chen Tianxing felt a surge of elation. Since his son had vouched for it, he decided to trust him. "Father, how have you been faring in the outer sect? Have you gotten along well with your fellow disciples?" Chen Yi casually inquired. Chen Tianxing pondered for a moment, recalling the 3 individuals who had attempted to seize the demon beast core on the back mount. He hesitated, but ultimately replied, "It's been all right. There are always arrogant individuals around, but most of the outer sect disciples are quite decent." Chen Yi immediately responded, "Father, I must tell you, in the outer sect, it is essential to maintain amicable relations with your fellow disciples, to cultivate together and progress mutually. You must avoid conflict and, more importantly, refrain from resorting to violence. Our family is ordinary and cannot compare to those with backgrounds. You should not compete with them, as long as you have what you need to wear and eat. It suffices that, if you must compare, let it be in cultivation." Chen Tianxing was momentarily speechless. "You, my son, understand my struggles now." Chen Yi patted Chen Tianxing's shoulder, earnestly advising, "If you encounter anything unclear in your cultivation, ask the elders without hesitation. Do not feel shy or pretend to understand when you do not. Be bold in your inquiries. If you meet powerful senior brothers in cultivation, learn from them, and do not associate with those in the Taishan sect who do not take their training seriously and have a lazy attitude. Do you understand?" Chen Tianxing frowned. His son was becoming increasingly verbose and decided to shoo him away. All right. You should hurry along now. I understand. I need to return to my cultivation." With that, Chen Tianxing gathered the Qi blood powder and blood-red talisman. Turning away with a look of impatience, Chen Yi sighed in resignation. Alas, father, everything I say is for your own good. After delivering the items, Chen Yi departed from Taishan and returned to Jiang City. With his vital energy dissipated and the Qi Shui Shan food delivered, he had done all he could. The rest was now in his father's hands. Whether he could break through to the Qi condensation realm and become an inner disciple of Taishan depended entirely on his own fortune. Upon returning to the sword forging manor, Chen Yi indulged in a rare period of leisure. As the chief blacksmith of the manor, he would only forge weapons when distinguished guests had specific requests. All other business was entrusted to other blacksmiths. 3 days later, while Chen Yi was directing others in their forging as usual, a sudden notification echoed in his mind. Ding! Your father has refined the Qi Shui Shen Fu, gaining 1 of Qi Shui power and successfully breaking through to the 8th level of body refinement. A random reward has been triggered, granting you 10-fold returns, totaling 10 of Qi Shui power, and a successful breakthrough to the Qi condensation realm. In an instant, a surge of immense energy flooded into Chen Yi's body, transforming his aura dramatically. Host: Chen Yi, age 17, lifespan 90, innate talent abysmally poor 9190 realm. First level of Qi condensation cultivation technique, Star Body Refinement Technique, minor accomplishment, martial arts. Second rank, mountain shaking fist, initial understanding. First rank, shadowless fist, entry level, divine power 10. Qi Shui power, the Qi condensation realm, is the second major level of cultivation. A warrior at this stage can effortlessly condense the spiritual energy of heaven and earth around them to refine their body, marking a significant departure from the body refinement realm. Furthermore, Chen Yi was astonished to find that his panel now included a new category labeled divine power. He could sense a peculiar force lying dormant within him. Chapter 24. Trouble approaches at the rear mountain of Taishan. 3 individuals were gathered before a peak, seemingly discussing some matter. Elder brother, Yi, the investigation is complete. That Chen Tianxing has fallen for grace. Lacks any background and poses no threat. Merely a 5th-level body refiner. These 3 were the same individuals who had previously attempted to seize Chen Tianxing's demonic beast core that I've sent someone to ascertain Chen Tianxing's background. He hails from Jiang City, comes from an ordinary family without any practitioners, and we were overly cautious. His martial skills were merely acquired by chance that I'm currently at the rear mountain. What do you propose? As the last speaker made a slicing motion across his throat, Chen pondered momentarily, a glint of cold light flashing in his eyes. I thought he was formidable, but it turns out he is just an ordinary person with no backing. A mere 5th-level body refiner. Even if he has practiced martial arts, he is no match for the 3 of us. Since that is the case, do not blame us for our mercilessness. Blame his misfortune. With those words, the trio's eyes glimmered with malice as they advanced deeper into the rear mountain. In the rear mountain of Taishan. By the riverbank, several first-ranked demonic beasts, the Wuxian black rhinoceros, were resting. Suddenly, a disciple of Tai Xianmen clad in white descended from the sky, hands clenched, charging towards the group of Wuxian black rhinoceroses. Boom! A tremor shook the earth as the group of Wuxian black rhinoceroses fell, leaving only the Taishan disciple standing. This individual was none other than Chen Tianxing. This is the power of an 8th-level body refiner. It feels magnificent. Chen Tianxing let out a triumphant roar, reveling in his victory. 3 days prior, he had successfully refined the Qi Shui Shen Fu sent by Chen Yi, breaking through several levels and achieving 8th-level body refinement. He had come to the rear mountain to hunt demonic beasts, intending to solidify his strength while practicing the shadowless fist and mountain-shaking fist. He was immensely grateful for the Qi Shui Shen Fu sent by his son, Chen Tianxing's spirit sword, without refining the Qi Shui Shen Fu. Relying solely on the vital energy dispersal, breaking through to the Qi condensation realm within a month would have been nearly impossible. Chen Tianxing was acutely aware that to defeat Nangong Jing within 2 years, he must first become an inner disciple of Taishan. Only by achieving this status could he access higher-level cultivation techniques and martial arts, as well as better training resources. At that moment, 3 figures suddenly blocked Chen Tianxing's retreat. You again? Chen Tianxing frowned, recognizing them as the outer disciples who had attempted to seize his demonic beast core a few days prior. "What? Do you intend to rob me once more?" Among the three, a short-haired youth sneered contemptuously, coldly retorting, "Still trying to pretend you have backing? Let me inform you, we have thoroughly investigated your background. This time, no one can save you." Chen Yi furrowed his brow. Realizing why they had not attacked directly last time, they had been cautious enough to investigate his background. However, this had inadvertently provided him with several days of development time. Had it been a few days prior, he would have been no match for them. But now, having refined the Qishui Shun Fu, the situation had changed dramatically. A glimmer of cold light flickered in Yi Tianji's eyes, his expression icy. "Be sensible and hand over your martial arts and the demonic beast core, and we may spare your life." Watching the three, eager for a fight, Chen Tianxing clenched his fists, ready for action. "What? You want my martial arts? Come and take them if you dare." He had longed for an opportunity to test his strength. While demonic beasts were formidable, they lacked the essence of human combat. Bold enough to defy death, the short-haired youth's eyes turned fierce as he leaped forward, moving like lightning towards Chen Tianxing. Another bald youth also sprang into action, swiftly charging at Chen Tianxing. They were both 7th-level body refiners, aware of Chen Tianxing's martial prowess. Although he was only at the 5th level of body refinement, his true combat strength surpassed that of an average 6th-level body refiner. They had underestimated Chen Tianxing in their words, yet internally they had never regarded him lightly. It was no simple feat to rise through the ranks of hundreds of disciples. However, with the three of them attacking together, even Chen Tianxing's talent would not suffice to secure victory today. Flying Cloud Palm, Locking Sky Finger, 5 Qi Fist, they did not underestimate him. Instead, they unleashed their strongest techniques upon him right from the start. Tai Xianmen had decreed that disciples must not harm one another, and any violators would face severe punishment. Given that disciples occasionally hunted beasts in the rear mountains, they needed to resolve the matter swiftly. Just in time, Chen Tianxing's muscles tensed. He was eager for the confrontation that he gathered all his strength. Adopting a stance to welcome their attacks, he held nothing back, revealing his full strength as an 8th-level body refiner. The overwhelming power erupted instantly, allowing Chen Tianxing to withstand their combined assault with sheer force. The trio's attacks were effortlessly neutralized, posing no threat to him, as they sensed the aura emanating from Chen Tianxing. Their expressions changed dramatically, surprise flooding their hearts. 8th-level body refinement. How is that possible? They vividly recalled that just days earlier, Chen Tianxing had only possessed the strength of a 5th-level body refiner. How could he have advanced so significantly in such a short span? They had even investigated him and knew that he had only reached the 5th level after a period of cultivation from the 4th level upon becoming an outer disciple. This rate of advancement was utterly terrifying. "Now it's my turn," he smirked coldly, unleashing a roar. Chen Tianxing charged towards the three like a whirlwind. Filled with battle intent, he executed the shadowless fist, delivering one punch, immediately followed by another. Boom! His fists rained down upon the three like a tempest, striking them with tremendous force to save their lives. The trio used all their might to fend off the onslaught. Yi Tianji and his companions, all 7th-level body refiners, were only one minor realm below Chen Tianxing. Although it wasn't easy for him to swiftly defeat them, it was certainly not impossible. "It's over," Chen Yi suddenly declared. Until now, he had merely used the three to practice the shadowless fist, his true trump card. The mountain-shaking fist had yet to be unleashed. In the next moment, Chen Tianxing assumed his stance, channeling the energy of the mountain-shaking fist and unleashing its power. Boom! As he unleashed a punch, a whirlwind of destructive force erupted, accompanied by a deafening roar. This punch was as swift as lightning, as if it could tear through the air, its momentum fearsome. The expressions of Yi Tianji and his companions shifted drastically as they exchanged glances. Recognizing the apprehension in each other's eyes, they could clearly sense that this time, Chen Tianxing's punch was far more terrifying. In an instant, a chilling sense of danger surged within the trio. Run. Their only thought was to escape. However, Chen Tianxing's speed was far too rapid. His fist was upon them in the blink of an eye. leaving them no chance to flee. Faced with the situation, the three could only brace themselves and attempt to withstand Chen Yi's punch together. Bang, bang, bang! A tremendous sound reverberated through the heavens and the earth as the three were sent flying by Chen Tianxing's punch, crashing to the ground. Chapter 25. Insights on Forging in Jiang City. At the sword forging manor, Chen Yi was instructing newcomers in the furnace room that he swung his hammer, striking a glowing red iron block. While explaining, the forging of swords primarily consists of several key processes: hammering, filing, quenching, and polishing. Among these, hammering is the most crucial, that a piece of steel requires tens of thousands of strikes, undergoing constant folding and hammering to remove impurities before it can serve as material for crafting swords. Chen Yi wielded the hammer, striking the glowing red iron repeatedly, producing a continuous, melodious clanging sound. "You give it a try," he suggested. Soon, someone took the hammer from Chen Yi's hands and began to pound the heated metal. Chen Yi observed from the side, pointing out the other's shortcomings. Like tea that moment, the master of the estate approached. "Greetings, master." The crowd bowed in respect. The master led Chen Yi to his study, patted his shoulder. Inside, "We are truly fortunate to have you as a blacksmith in our sword forging manor." Since Chen Yi had become the blacksmith of sword forging manor, his forging skills had improved remarkably, consistently producing high-quality weapons that were beloved by many guests in Jiangcheng. In truth, Sword Forging Manor was not the only establishment in Jiangcheng engaged in the forging business, and it did not hold a dominant position. However, with Chen Yi's emergence, everyone recognized that Sword Forging Manor had a master of exceptional forging skills, prompting all in Jiangcheng to seek them out for weapon orders. It could be said that Chen Yi had brought a considerable amount of business to the manor, and the master felt deep gratitude towards him. Chen Yi merely smiled gently. "If it weren't for your hospitality toward my father and me, we might have starved long ago." The master replied, "I did not come to speak these polite words, but rather to present you with a valuable item." A valuable item. Chen Yi was momentarily taken aback, doubting that Sword Forging Manor could offer anything of significance. The master turned to the cabinet and carefully unlocked a box, retrieving a book whose cover bore the words, "Refining Techniques. This is the treasure I wish to bestow upon you." Upon receiving the book, Chen Yi's eyes widened as he read the title. A hint of nostalgia crossed the master's face as he slowly spoke. "My ancestors in Sword Forging Manor once had a renowned refiner in Luoshui County. This book was personally written by my ancestor, Li, containing all his insights on refining techniques, a refiner." The revelation that Sword Forging Manor had an ancestor who was a refiner sent a slight tremor through Chen Yi's heart, though both blacksmiths and refiners crafted weapons. The disparity between the two was vast. A typical blacksmith could create weapons sharp enough to cut through iron like mud, but they remained at a mundane level. In contrast, a refiner's creations were intended for practitioners. Classified as divine weapons, graded from 1 to 9, some high-grade divine weapons even possessed intelligence, rivaling powerful beings of higher realms. The trace of despondency flickered in the master's eyes. "Indeed, my ancestor was a refiner. But regrettably, my family has not produced anyone to carry on that legacy, and we can only rely on what remains of Sword Forging Manor to survive." He patted Chen Yi's shoulder. "My ancestor decreed that when a member of the Li family with refining talent arises, they should inherit his refining insights. However, over the years, none of my descendants have shown any aptitude for refining, with most merely becoming blacksmiths like me, rather than allowing my ancestors' knowledge to be buried in the dust of history. It is better to pass it on to someone who truly needs it. Chen Yi, I have watched you grow up, and I trust your character. You are in dire need of this knowledge, and I believe you can become an outstanding refiner." Holding the book, Chen Yi's breath quickened. More than anything, he felt a surge of gratitude. The lifetime insights of a refiner equated to the guidance of a master, the value of which could not be measured in mere coins. Chen Yi knew that if the master sold this refining manual, it could ensure his wealth and prosperity for the rest of his life. Yet, such a precious item was being willingly given to him. "I have faith in my judgment. With your talent, you will undoubtedly become a refiner. Strive hard, and when you achieve success, do not forget Sword Forging Manor," the master said, patting Chen Yi's shoulder. "Thank you, master," Chen Yi replied, filled with gratitude as he tucked away the refining manual. With the enhancement of his physical cultivation, Chen Yi's forging skills soared, surpassing those of other blacksmiths, eventually becoming the chief blacksmith of sword forging manor. However, he soon found himself hitting a bottleneck in his forging skills, unable to make further advancements that he understood that he was on the threshold of becoming a refiner. If he could successfully cross this threshold, he would no longer be a mere blacksmith, but a revered refiner. In the Great Yin dynasty, refiners, like alchemists, held a position of great esteem. For practitioners, ordinary weapons were insufficient to meet their needs. They required powerful divine weapons. If he successfully became a refiner, countless individuals would seek to befriend him, thus making it easier for him to acquire resources for cultivation. This way, he could help his father surpass Nangong Jing within 2 years. The refining manual was crucial. For the next few days, Chen Yi immersed himself in studying the manual. One day, in the furnace room, with his upper body bare, Chen Yi swung the hammer vigorously, one hand pounding the steel while the other held the refining manual. Muttering incantations, infuse the spirit into the weapon, temper with intense fire. Minutes later, looking at the discarded materials in his hands, Chen Yi let out a sigh of regret. Another failure. He had lost count of how many times he had failed. Within just a few days, he had wasted more than 10 pieces of fine steel. Nevertheless, he did not despair. With each failure came invaluable experience, which contributed significantly to his growth. 3 days later, in the furnace room, Chen Yi stood drenched in sweat, holding a heavy sword that gleamed with a fierce light. The blade was as white as snow, pure and radiant, exuding an air of superiority. So this is it. I have finally succeeded. The term infusing spirit into the weapon signifies the injection of the world's spiritual energy into the weapon, marking the fundamental distinction between divine weapons and ordinary ones. After nearly half a month of countless attempts, Chen Yi had finally crafted a first-grade divine weapon. From this moment on, he was no longer a blacksmith, but a noble refiner. No wonder refiners were so rare. It turned out that being a refiner required formidable cultivation as a foundation. Without the cultivation of the Qi condensation realm, even having read the refining manual would not allow him to produce a first-grade divine weapon. The manual helped Chen Yi comprehend the essential difference between divine weapons and ordinary ones. Every divine weapon was infused with the energy of heaven and earth. Moreover, condensing the energy of heaven and earth was a technique reserved for practitioners of the Qi condensation realm. The process of infusing this energy into a weapon was exceedingly challenging, but fortunately, the manual detailed how to manage it. Thanks to the refining manual provided by the master and his diligent practice, Chen Yi was finally able to forge a first-grade divine weapon. Chapter 26. First-grade divine weapon. Upon successfully crafting the first-grade divine weapon, Chen Yi immediately informed the master. When the master beheld the divine weapon, he was momentarily stunned. Chen Yi, you actually succeeded in forging a first-grade divine weapon. The master's eyes widened in shock. His body trembling uncontrollably, he had perused his ancestors' refining manual and was acutely aware of the tremendous difficulty in becoming a refiner. He had devoted his entire life to the craft, yet had never succeeded in creating a divine weapon. While he recognized Chen Yi's exceptional talent in refining and had anticipated that he would become a refiner in the near future, he never imagined that within less than a month, Chen Yi would produce a first-grade divine weapon. Such talent in refining was utterly astonishing. Chen Yi scratched his head and sheepishly said, "It was just luck. I wasted a lot of fine materials before succeeding once. I wouldn't be entirely confident in forging another first-grade divine weapon." Chen Yi spoke the truth, acknowledging that he lacked sufficient experience and needed more practice. The recent success in crafting a first-grade divine weapon was largely due to luck. The master, overjoyed, exclaimed, "Regardless, since you have forged a first-grade divine weapon, our sword forging manor is no longer an ordinary forging force. The first-grade divine weapon you created is the finest product we have ever produced, and it will elevate sword forging manor's reputation, not just in Jiangcheng, but throughout Luoshui County. Give me the divine weapon, and I will manage its promotion." Without hesitation, Chen Yi handed over the freshly forged first-grade divine weapon to the master. "All right, but master, I prefer to keep a low profile that I hope you won't disclose my name. You can announce that it was crafted by you. After all, the materials for the weapon were provided by the master." and the insights into crafting the divine weapon were also his gift. Although a first-grade divine weapon was precious, Chen Yi understood the principle that one does not forget the well digger when drinking water. At the same time, he wished to avoid any trouble and did not want to be disturbed, thus willingly passing the credit to the master. In the following period, Chen Yi refrained from forging any more weapons and continued to study the refining manual. According to the manual, the master's ancestor had been a second-grade refiner, and all his lifetime insights were contained within the manual, making it a rich source of knowledge. After handing the heavy sword to the master, Chen Yi turned his attention away from sword forging manner. Unbeknownst to him, outside Jiangcheng, chaos erupted due to the first-grade divine weapon he had crafted. Did you hear? The master of sword forging manner has forged a first-grade divine weapon. What? A first-rate divine weapon? Are you certain you are not mistaken? I am unclear. I have only heard from others. Why not pay a visit to the sword crafting manor? After all, it is a first-rate divine weapon. In just a single day, the entire Jiang city was abuzz with the news that the sword crafting manor had forged a first-rate divine weapon, prompting various factions to come and inquire about the situation. Upon learning that the sword crafting manor had indeed crafted a first-rate divine weapon, they all expressed their willingness to pay a handsome price for it. However, the sword crafting manor did not wish to offend anyone. So they entrusted the Wansheng Trading Company to hold an auction, where the first-rate divine weapon was ultimately sold for a staggering 2,500 taels of silver in an instant. The manor's master became a figure of great prominence in Jiang City. Additionally, a significant event unfolded in Jiang City. The Heavenly Dragon Society and the Fierce Tiger Gang had gone to war. These two largest gangs in Jiang City had experienced ongoing conflicts for many years, though they were mostly petty squabbles conducted in secrecy and of little consequence. However, this time was markedly different, as a minor conflict had escalated into a life-and-death struggle, resulting in hundreds of casualties over a few days. Everyone understood that the dynamics of Jiang City were about to change. The two factions were bound to fight to the bitter end, with the ultimate victor poised to become the sole overlord of Jiang City. Surprisingly, Chen Yi paid little attention to these events, instead immersing himself in his research on weapon forging. After days of meticulous study of the forging techniques, Chen Yi found that his comprehension of the craft had ascended to a new level. He now felt confident that if given another chance, he would not squander as much fine material as he had previously. One day, members of the Fierce Tiger Gang arrived. Ding, ding, ding. A series of warning bells rang out within the sword crafting manor, alerting all members that something significant was occurring. What is happening? The Fierce Tiger Gang has come. Our sword crafting manor has always maintained neutrality and never interfered, having only a casual relationship with the Heavenly Dragon Society. Why would they come here? The members of the sword crafting manor were taken aback upon learning of the arrival of the Fierce Tiger Gang warriors. Yet, no one dared to be careless. They armed themselves with swords, hammers, and other weapons, standing vigilant at the manor's walls and gates. 100 members of the Fierce Tiger Gang had gathered outside the sword crafting manor, led by none other than the young master of the Fierce Tiger Gang, Yi Lingyun. The manor's master promptly emerged, his expression grave as he regarded the young master of the Fierce Tiger Gang below him. He had heard that since the war between the Heavenly Dragon Society and the Fierce Tiger Gang began, the latter had coerced numerous factions in Jiang City to serve them. Today's visit likely bore significant implications. Young master of the gang, may I inquire what brings you here? The manor's master called out that Yi Lingyun offered no response. Instead, he dismounted, followed closely by 4 or 5 elite members of the Fierce Tiger Gang. Approaching the entrance of the sword crafting manor, he spoke in a low voice. I have heard that Master Li is a weapon craftsman. My Fierce Tiger Gang is currently in need of a skilled craftsman. How can such a humble place as the sword crafting manor accommodate your esteemed presence? Come to my Fierce Tiger Gang, where you shall enjoy a life of luxury and wealth. His voice was not loud, yet every word was crystal clear to all present. The manor's master found himself in a predicament and could only reply, with all due respect, I have grown fond of the sword crafting manor. The Fierce Tiger Gang is indeed admirable, but it is not suitable for me. The true master of forging is Chen Yi. He lacks the ability to craft divine weapons and can only temporarily find excuses to placate others. There is potential for growth, and with your talents, You should seek broader horizons. The sword crafting manor cannot showcase your abilities. The manor's master shook his head and said, I appreciate the young master's kind intentions, but I have grown accustomed to life here at the sword crafting manor. I would find it difficult to adapt elsewhere. At Wai Ling Yun's expression suddenly shifted, and he scoffed coldly. Humph, I see you are refusing to heed my words. If you will not listen to reason, do not blame me for what follows. If you do not come, then I see no necessity for the sword crafting manor to continue operating. His voice thundered, imbued with a terrifying authority that felt almost divine, causing involuntary shivers of fear to ripple through those present. The manor's master clenched his teeth, fully aware that the other party was not jesting. They could indeed act on their threats. With the strength of the fierce tiger gang, destroying the sword crafting manor would be a trivial task. The sword crafting manor was a hereditary estate of the Leaf family, and he did not wish to see it perish due to his own actions, as he would have no face left to confront his ancestors. Very well, I shall accompany you to the fierce tiger gang. Ultimately, under the pressure from the fierce tiger gang, the manor's master had no choice but to give the order. Following a brief exchange of instructions, he was quickly taken away by the members of the fierce tiger gang under the watchful eyes of the others. Meanwhile, Chen Yi was preparing his materials to commence the forging of a new first-rate divine weapon, eager to validate his recent insights into weapon crafting. Suddenly, he was interrupted by an intruder rushing into the furnace room. This is bad. Master Chen, the manor's master has been kidnapped. Chapter 27. Longshan Mine. The news of the manor's master's abduction disrupted Chen Yi's concentration. He raised an eyebrow and immediately ceased his work, inquiring, what is happening? How could the manor's master be kidnapped? The sword crafting manor had operated in Jiang City for many years without offending anyone. How could such an event occur? Filled with confusion, he was soon led to the manor's meeting hall, where all the significant figures of the sword crafting manor had gathered. Everyone was in a state of turmoil, akin to ants on a hot stove. And upon seeing Chen Yi, one of them rushed over with a worried expression. Master Chen, the manor's master has been taken by the fierce tiger gang. Now, Chen Yi was the chief craftsman of the sword crafting manor, and without the manor's master, he had become the backbone of the establishment. The fierce tiger gang? Why would they kidnap the manor's master? Chen Yi furrowed his brow, attempting to calm the others. Not panic. Please tell me what exactly happened. He recalled that the sword crafting manor had not offended the fierce tiger gang. Had it? Was it perhaps related to the first-rate divine weapon? After Manager Liu provided an explanation, Chen Yi finally grasped the situation. That was it. Due to the war between the fierce tiger gang and the Heavenly Dragon Society, the manor's master's ability to forge a first-rate divine weapon had become crucial to this conflict, resulting in his forcible abduction by the typically domineering fierce tiger gang. Chen Yi's brow tightened, sensing the gravity of the situation. However, only he knew that the manor's master was suffering on his behalf. He was not the true craftsman. Chen Yi was at it seemed he had underestimated the influence of a weapon craftsman. Both the Heavenly Dragon Society and the Fierce Tiger Gang would not want a craftsman among their ranks. It was likely that even if the Fierce Tiger Gang did not act, the Heavenly Dragon Society would soon come to the sword crafting manor to take the manor's master away. It was merely a matter of who arrived first. Manager Liu approached Chen Yi, saying, the manor's master asked me to convey a few words to you. He urged you to leave Jiang City as far as possible and never return. He also mentioned that with your talents, you should seek a broader world, rather than remain in this small Jiang City. Chen Yi felt a warmth in his heart, understanding the manor's master's intentions. The manor's master feared that Chen Yi's development would be hindered because of him. However, given the manor's master's kindness, how could he stand by and do nothing while his benefactor suffered? Find out where the manor's master has been taken by the members of the Fierce Tiger Gang. Chen Yi instructed the others, determined to rescue the manor's master. Master Chen, what do you intend to do? The others were taken aback. They had considered rescuing the manor's master, but they were well aware that the sword crafting manor lacked the capability to do so. While the manor had a few capable individuals, their strength was at most at the 7th or 8th level of body refinement. Such power was insufficient against the Fierce Tiger Gang, let alone rescuing the manor's master. I have my own plans. Do not concern yourselves with me. Chen Yi replied assertively. Given Chen Yi's firm stance, The others felt it inappropriate to press further, especially since he had become the pillar of support for everyone in the absence of the manor's master. The following day, after receiving the information, Chen Yi casually selected a sword from the armory, donned a mask, and stealthily departed from the sword crafting manor. Following the manor's investigation, it was discovered that the manor's master had been taken to a mine on the outskirts of Jiang City, Longshan Mine. In recent days, the conflict between the Heavenly Dragon Society and the Fierce Tiger Gang had reached a boiling point, with the Longshan Mine serving as the focal point of their struggle. Located at the foot of a mountain outside Jiang City, the Longshan Mine was named for its dragon-like shape. That be why the time Chen Yi arrived at the Longshan Mine, operations had already ceased. Surrounded by towering peaks and dense forests, the mine was littered with massive heaps of or resembling small hills. Strange, where is everyone? Chen Yi frowned, wandering around the Longshan Mine and finding scarcely a soul in sight. Prior to his arrival, he had learned that the Fierce Tiger Gang and the Heavenly Dragon Society were vying for control of the Longshan Mine. Yet today, he encountered not even a single figure. Just then, a middle-aged man, covered in dust and bare-chested, suddenly appeared before Chen. He was robust, broad-shouldered, and bore deep lines on his face, resembling a long-time worker at the Longshan Mine. With a resigned sigh, the middle-aged man said, "Everyone else has fled amid the chaos. I do not recognize you. You must be new here. With them all at the back mountain, you should leave quickly. When gods fight, mortals suffer. This mine will likely cease operations, so seek another livelihood." Chen Yi understood that the other party must have taken him seriously, as he had only recently arrived at the Longshan Mine as a miner. However, he was puzzled by one thing. That they mentioned by this man should refer to the Tiger Gang and the Dragon Society, right? Shouldn't they be fighting for control of the Longshan Mine? Why then did they go to the back mountain? Chen Yi inquired, "Elder brother, what exactly do you mean by the back mountain?" The middle-aged man frowned. "You truly are new here, not even aware of this." "Well, since you ask, I shall enlighten you that a second-tier demon beast, the Xiantian wolf, has been residing in the back mountain of the mine for over 30 years, and it is now nearing the end of its life. Both the Dragon Society and the Tiger Gang are waiting for its natural demise to seize its inner core." Upon hearing this, Chen Yi was taken aback that the second-tier demon beast, the Xiantian wolf, a creature of such caliber, was equivalent to a formidable master among humans, having roamed Jiangcheng with impunity for years, and no one could slay it. It was no wonder it had thrived in the Longshan Mine for over 3 decades. The inner core of a second-tier demon beast is immensely valuable, serving as an exceptional tonic for martial artists. The Tiger Gang and the Dragon Society lacked the capability to kill it. Hence, they could only wait for its natural death. And no wonder the people of Jiangcheng spoke of the Tiger Gang and the Dragon Society battling for control of the Longshan Mine. It was all for the inner core of this second-tier demon beast, the Xiantian wolf. Indeed, the Xiantian wolf had lived in the back mountain of the mine for over 30 years, and it was expected to die of natural causes in the coming days. Currently, neither the Tiger Gang nor the Dragon Society dared to act recklessly, both waiting for the moment when the Xiantian wolf would take its last breath. After this conflict, the Longshan Mine would undoubtedly cease to exist. So you should leave quickly to avoid being caught in the crossfire. Chen Yi nodded in gratitude. "Thank you for your concern, elder brother, but I did not come here to be a miner." With that, Chen Yi made his way deeper in the mine. "Hey, how did it come to this? A kind word is wasted on the doomed." The middle-aged man shook his head, choosing to say no more. Meanwhile, Chen Yi had arrived deep within the mine, where he spotted a few individuals on patrol. This was evidently the territory of the Tiger Gang. Judging by their attire, Chen Yi quickly deduced that he had entered the Tiger Gang's domain. Just as a member of the Tiger Gang was preparing to change shifts, he suddenly caught sight of a shadow flitting past. A masked man swiftly appeared before him, gripping his neck. "Tell me, where have you taken the master of the sword forging manor?" The masked figure was none other than Chen Yi. The Tiger Gang member's face flushed red as he struggled for breath. Quickly pleading, "My lord, please spare me. I shall tell you." Chapter 28. Seizing the inner core under the guidance of the Tiger Gang member, Chen Yi was swiftly led to a door. Outside the room stood several other members of the Tiger Gang. Keeping watch, the master is inside. Without hesitation, Chen Yi delivered a powerful punch, knocking him unconscious. The guards were merely at the 5th or 6th level of body refinement. It seemed the Tiger Gang's elites had all gone to the back mountain to await the inevitable demise of the Xintian wolf. Thus, there was little to worry about. His greatest concern had been the presence of elite guards watching over the master, possibly even a strong practitioner of the Qi refinement stage. Donning his mask, Chen Yi approached the door and calmly stated, "Release the person inside." "Who are you?" The expressions of the guarding Tiger Gang members shifted dramatically, their gazes narrowing in suspicion as they fixed their eyes on Chen Yi. "Are you someone sent by the Dragon Society? How dare you come to our Tiger Gang's territory and act so brazenly? You must be seeking death." Chen Yi, uninterested in explanations, unsheathed his sword with a resounding clang and struck fiercely. A flash of icy sword light darted past the members of the Tiger Gang, and in the blink of an eye, several lay slain beneath his blade. With a single swing, none could withstand the might of his strike at his current Qi refinement stage. In an instant, all the guards fell. Inside the room, the master wondered, has someone come? Could it be that the Dragon Society has come to rescue me? He felt a surge of joy, having heard the commotion outside, and immediately thought it was the Dragon Society come to save him. After all, the Dragon Society and the Tiger Gang were at war, and to outsiders, he was a renowned blacksmith capable of forging first-tier divine weapons. His presence could significantly bolster the Tiger Gang's power, and as their adversary, the Dragon Society would surely not desire such an outcome. Upon opening the door and peering outside, he was met with the sight of Tiger Gang members sprawled lifeless on the ground. Turning around, he saw a young man clad in a mask, standing with a sword, gazing at him. "Is this a master from the Dragon Society?" He wondered, recalling that the Dragon Society had yet to boast a swordsman of note. "Now that the Tiger Gang members are gone, you should leave the Longshan mine at once." Chen Yi, wishing to keep his identity concealed, deliberately altered his voice. The master immediately bowed in gratitude. "I am Li Han from the Sword Forging Manor. I thank you for your assistance. Noble one, may I ask for your esteemed name?" Chen Yi shook his head, wary of revealing too much, and turned to head toward the back mountain of the mine. The master was momentarily taken aback, but quickly understood that some individuals prefer to remain incognito to avoid trouble, which was quite common. He bowed deeply to Chen Yi's departing figure and promptly left the Longshan mine. Meanwhile, Chen Yi was making his way toward the back mountain of the mine. This venture into the Longshan mine had not proven as arduous as he had anticipated. Chen Yi let out a sigh of relief. Feeling fortunate, he had prepared himself to rescue the master from the clutches of the Tiger Gang's Qi refinement stage experts. But unexpectedly, the imminent demise of the Xintian wolf had diverted the Tiger Gang's attention, allowing him to rescue the master with ease. Nevertheless, he had no intention of returning so simply. Chen Yi's mind was now set on the inner core of the soon-to-die, second-tier demon beast. His father was currently at a crucial juncture in ascending to an inner sect disciple, and every bit of cultivation resource was paramount. The inner core of a second-tier demon beast held immense benefits for practitioners and was beyond the reach of mere currency. After all, it was a second-tier demon beast, comparable to a human master of Qi refinement. However, with its imminent death, Chen Yi was determined not to let this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity slip away like the back mountain of the mine. Nestled among the trees lay an enormous, robust, gray wolf resembling a colossal gate, resting peacefully beneath a towering tree. Its eyes were heavy, and it occasionally emitted a mournful groan, imbued with a palpable weariness from several dozen meters away. A figure clad in white observed the Xintian wolf intently. Given its current condition, it seems the Xintian wolf won't survive the night. We can make our move. The inner core is the key to my advancement to the Qi refinement stage. No matter the cost, I must seize it. The speaker was a tall youth, clutching a large curved blade that shimmered with a faint green light. He was none other than the vice leader of the Tiger Gang, Yi Lingyun. The inner core of the Xintian wolf was crucial for him, but he had come here for days, waiting for the moment of the Xintian wolf's death. Yi Lingyun had long been stuck at the 9th level of body refinement, just a step away from the Qi refinement stage, that he desperately needed the inner core to break through. Meanwhile, another group was closely monitoring the Xintian wolf's condition. A young woman, her features striking and adorned in green, with a sword sheath at her waist, patiently observed the beast. This was Wei Chuxua, the young lady of the Dragon Society. Behind her stood numerous armed members of the Dragon Society, all eager for action. Uncle Gu, why hasn't my father arrived yet? The inner core of the Xintian wolf must not fall into the hands of the Tiger Gang. Otherwise, Yi Lingyun could potentially break through to the Qi refinement stage, posing a grave threat to our dragon society. A middle-aged man beside Wei Chuxue replied, Miss Wei, the president is attending to more pressing matters, but rest assured, the Tiger Gang's experts are also entangled by him. Upon hearing this, Wei Chuxue's expression softened somewhat. If it were only Yi Lingyun here, she would not be without hope. Just then, the Xintian wolf suddenly let out a mournful howl, and in the next moment, it closed its eyes and collapsed onto the ground, lifeless. The Xintian wolf is dead. Everyone was taken aback. Minutes later, after repeated checks, they confirmed the grim reality. The Xintian wolf had indeed perished. After all, the Xintian wolf was a second-tier demon beast, its strength comparable to a human of the Qi refinement stage. Even on the brink of death, it was not something they could confront lightly. Wei Chuxue led the members of the Dragon Society to the Xintian wolf side first, her expression cold, warning the Tiger Gang members, Yi Lingyun, you shall not take the inner core of the Xintian wolf. Yi Lingyun sneered, a glint of disdain in his eyes. Wei Chuxue, do you truly believe that with just your numbers, you can snatch the inner core from me? I must inform you, you are sorely mistaken. My father has received assistance from powerful allies in the royal city. The Dragon Society is destined to fall before the might of the Tiger Gang. A glimmer of lewdness flickered in his eyes as he brazenly appraised Wei Chuxue's figure, a mocking smile gracing his lips. You possess a modicum of beauty. This young master is in need of a warm bed servant. Should you surrender, I may spare your life. Upon hearing this, Wei Chuxue's face flushed crimson with indignation as she swiftly drew her sword, poised for a fight to the death. Simultaneously, a question that had lingered in her mind found its answer. The conflict between the Tiger Gang and the Dragon Association was initiated by the Tiger Gang. Since the onset of this fierce clash, the Tiger Gang had maintained the upper hand, as if some unseen force were aiding them. That it was noteworthy that prior to this, the strengths of both factions had been evenly matched. No wonder the tide had turned. It became evident that someone was covertly supporting the Tiger Gang. Why Yi Lingyun's words stirred an unsettling feeling within Wei Chuxue. The powerful figures in the royal city? What caliber of strength did they possess? Why had they come to this insignificant Jiang city to assist the Tiger Gang in obliterating the Dragon Association? Chapter 29. Chen Yi takes action. Yi Lingyun unabashedly surveyed Wei Chuxue's alluring form, his eyes glinting with desire as he grinned triumphantly. So, have you made your decision? Surrender now, and I might consider sparing your life, allowing you to serve as my concubine and revel in future riches. Wei Chuxue's countenance turned frosty, her beautiful eyes blazing with rage as she swung her sword. Vile scoundrel, I shall tear your mouth apart. Like Yi Lingyun, she too had been stuck at the 9th level of body refinement for quite some time. Their strengths were comparable, and she harbored no fear of him. Why Yi Lingyun chuckled coldly, wielding the gleaming curved blade as he charged forward. Humph, seeking death. Everyone, attack. With his command, the battle between the Tiger Gang and the Dragon Association erupted instantaneously. In this chaotic fray, the Tiger Gang outnumbered the Dragon Association, leading to a swift and bloody massacre. In less than half an hour, the Dragon Association was left with scarcely a few members. Wei Chuxue's delicate brows furrowed deeply. Ever since the two factions had engaged in combat, the Dragon Association had been at a disadvantage. This venture to the Longshan mine had seen her bring nearly all that the Dragon Association could muster. However, she had underestimated Yi Lingyun, who had brought thrice as many followers. Survival was paramount. If this continued, defeat was inevitable. It seemed the beast's inner core was unattainable, and her only option was to escape amidst the chaos. With a heavy heart, Wei Chuxue realized that victory over Yi Lingyun was beyond her grasp today. She would have to abandon the inner core and prioritize her life. Engage in battle with me, while harboring divided loyalties? Yi Lingyun sneered. Seizing the moment when Wei Chuxue was distracted, he aimed a fierce strike at her. Wei Chuxue instantly regained her composure and raised her sword to defend herself. The clash of metal resounded. and she felt a small crack form along her sword, spreading like a spider's web until the entire blade shattered. This is bad. Wei Chushue's brows knitted together as a surge of danger coursed through her. Seizing the opportunity, Yi Lingyun concentrated his energy and delivered a forceful kick towards her. Wei Chushue was unable to react in time and was sent flying by his strike, managing to stabilize herself only with Gu Shu's assistance. Ha ha! My weapon is a first-grade divine weapon. How could your inferior tool compare? Yi Lingyun laughed heartily, his eyes brimming with arrogance. Wei Chushue's face paled. She suddenly recalled that Yi Lingyun's weapon was the first-grade divine blade. The Qingyan blade procured at the Lin family's auction, while her own weapon was merely crafted by the chief blacksmith of the Forging Mountain Manor. Although it was sharper than most weapons, it was still vastly inferior to a true first-grade divine weapon. In terms of genuine combat power, they were relatively equal, yet Yi Lingyun's advantage with a first-grade divine weapon rendered her powerless against him. Wei Chushue's brow furrowed. Her weapon had just been shattered. It was now uncertain whether she could even escape the Longshan mine. What should she do now? Yi Lingyun burst into laughter. Who can stop me from seizing the beast's inner core now? His expression twisted with malice as he glanced at the recently deceased Xiantian wolf, a sense of satisfaction washing over him. Imagining the power he would gain from the wolf's inner core, he envisioned breaking through to the qi condensation realm and becoming an unparalleled expert. He shifted his gaze back to Wei Chushue, a glimmer of greed flickering in his eyes. Wei Chushue, I reiterate, you are quite the beauty that IT would be ashamed to lose you. Rest assured, I shall treat you well. Wei Lingyun had long been captivated by Wei Chushue's breathtaking beauty, had she not been the daughter of Wei Tianlong. Her extraordinary lineage would have already made her a target. However, with Wei Tianlong now struggling for survival, he had little concern for his daughter. Wei Chushue gritted her teeth, her chest heaving with fury. Meanwhile, as she surveyed the dwindling members of the Dragon Association, despair began to seep into her heart. Days prior, she had requested reinforcement from her father, only to be told to wait. She understood that Wei Tianlong was besieged by the Tiger Gang's experts and could not spare attention for her. Was she destined to accept her fate? At that moment, a young man clad in a mask, standing at a height of 8 feet, approached Wei Chushue with a long sword at his waist. His demeanor calm, he casually remarked, "Pardon my intrusion, but I believe your current concern should not be about serving as a bed warmer, but rather whether you will keep your life." Wei Lingyun was taken aback, staring at the mysterious figure who had appeared seemingly out of nowhere, his brow furrowed with fury. "Who are you? Did the Dragon Association send you?" The newcomer was none other than Chen Yi, who had been observing from the shadows. Once he confirmed that no qi condensation experts were present, he chose to reveal himself. Chen Yi remained as calm as water, a serene smile gracing his lips. "You should be more concerned about your own fate, for you are about to meet your end." Wei Lingyun scoffed disdainfully. "You think you can kill me? How naive." No sooner had the words left his mouth than Yi Lingyun, wielding the Qingyan blade, propelled himself into the air with a powerful leap, aiming a devastating strike at Chen Yi's head. This blow was akin to thunder crashing down, infused with the full might of a peak 9th-level body refinement warrior, striking terror into the hearts of all. With a resounding clang, Chen Yi drew his sword and effortlessly blocked Yi Lingyun's full-force attack. Impossible. Yi Lingyun's eyes widened in disbelief. This was his most powerful strike. Bolstered by the first-grade divine weapon, how could it be so easily thwarted? Who was this person? He was certain that the Dragon Association possessed no such formidable expert. Wei Chushue was equally astonished, her beautiful eyes sparkling with intrigue. She was well acquainted with the experts of the Dragon Association, and none wielded a sword with such prowess. Yet, if he were not affiliated with the Dragon Association, why had he appeared at this critical moment to rescue her? "Are you here for the Xiantian wolf?" Yi Lingyun's father, Yihu, the leader of the Tiger Gang, was poised to unify Jiang City. "I must inform you that my father has received assistance from powerful figures in the royal city, and his strength is surging. He will undoubtedly become a formidable force. I swear on my father's name that my previous words were true. I will not go back on them." Chen Yi remained unperturbed, raising his sword to shoulder height, preparing to strike. "Not even your father, nor the King of Heaven, can intervene." as the final opportunity to ascend to the ranks of the inner disciples of the Taishan sect drew nearer. The urgent need for cultivation resources weighed heavily on Chen. Undeterred by the potential dangers, he resolved to take action. And no sooner had he spoken than he brandished his longsword, delivering a swift and decisive strike. Concerned that hesitation could lead to unforeseen complications, he wasted no time and launched into action with remarkable speed. The glimmer of his sword flickered and vanished in an instant, in that fleeting moment. All the power of his chi condensation realm surged forth that he concentrated his true essence, lifting himself into the air and aimed a lethal blow at Yi Lingyun. The strike was as swift as lightning, imbued with an overwhelming force akin to a tempest, instilling a profound sense of dread that a sense of alarm overtook Yi Lingyun as he sensed the formidable pressure emanating from the sword. He had not anticipated that Chen Yi would act without hesitation, and a palpable sense of crisis surged within him. Gripping his Qingyun blade tightly, he gathered his strength in a desperate attempt to withstand Chen Yi's ferocious assault. With a resounding clash, Chen Yi's sword met the Qingyun blade, producing a deafening sound as a powerful shockwave radiated outward like ripples in water, sending several members of the Tiger Gang nearby crashing to the ground. A terrifying force coursed through the Qingyun blade, causing Yi Lingyun's blood to surge violently within him. His hands trembled, nearly losing his grip on the weapon. What an overwhelming power! He realized that his initial assessment was correct. Chen Yi was indeed a master of the chi condensation realm. It was the end. Chen Yi's expression remained icy as he intensified his strength, channeling strands of spiritual energy into his sword. With a fierce downward strike, a force reminiscent of a raging sea erupted forth. Yi Lingyun's expression shifted dramatically as he gritted his teeth, striving to maintain his stance. Yet, Chen Yi's might was insurmountable. Akin to a rampaging bull that an ordinary person could not withstand, Yi Lingyun's arm felt as if struck by lightning, rendering it numb, and the Qingyun blade slipped from his grasp. Chen Yi swung his sword once more. A flash of light danced before Yi Lingyun's eyes as Chen Yi effortlessly cleaved through his body, severing him in two. In an instant, blood spilled across the ground, a scene of brutal carnage. Having completed this act, Chen Yi's demeanor remained serene as he sheathed his sword. The fluidity of his movements was as effortless as a mundane task, leaving onlookers in stunned silence. Yi Lingyun had been cleaved in half by a single sword strike. The atmosphere was thick with shock. The crowd trembled in fear, gazing at Chen Yi as if he were a demon. The power of this man was truly terrifying. Some members of the Tiger Gang quickly regained their wits, their expressions shifting dramatically as they cried out. Young Master Yi Hua, the leader of the Tiger Gang, was known for his fierce protectiveness. The members understood that with his beloved son slain, his wrath would be unfathomable. Some reckless members of the Tiger Gang, consumed by a thirst for vengeance, charged at Chen Yi, but he merely drew his sword again in the flicker of a blade. Another group of Tiger Gang members fell lifeless to the ground. Witnessing this, the remaining members of the Tiger Gang were completely stunned that if even the formidable young master Yi Lingyun could be slain by a single sword, what hope did they have against this mysterious powerhouse? Though they were members of the Tiger Gang, they were merely seeking their livelihoods and had little loyalty to Yi Hua and his son. They had no intention of sacrificing their lives for the gang. Run! A cowardly voice cried out from within the ranks, prompting a desperate scramble for escape. As others saw the lead, they too fled without a thought for their lives. Upon witnessing this, Wei Chuxue let out a sigh of relief, experiencing a rush of exhilaration at having survived a catastrophe. Had it not been for the appearance of this enigmatic man, she could scarcely imagine the fate that awaited her. With a grateful expression, she clasped her hands in thanks to Chen Yi, saying, I am deeply indebted to you for saving my life. Chen Yi, wishing to remain unrecognized by Wei Chuxue, cleared his throat and altered his voice, saying, I did not come to rescue you. My sole purpose was to acquire the inner core of the Xintian wolf. Your salvation was merely incidental. During the incident at the Blood God cult ruins, Wei Chuxue had assisted him, and he would not have simply stood by. However, to conceal his identity, he chose not to reveal this. Regardless, I am grateful for your assistance. I am Wei Chushue of the Heavenly Dragon Society. Should you ever require aid, please do not hesitate to call upon me. As for the inner core of the Xintian wolf, you may take it. Wei Chushue stated candidly that in truth, she had surmised earlier that the masked figure before her had come for the inner core of the Xintian wolf. Although she desperately needed to refine the inner core of a second-tier demon beast to advance to the Qi condensation realm, her primary concern was ensuring that the Tiger Gang did not obtain it. Should the Tiger Gang acquire the inner core, it would mean the emergence of another master in the Qi condensation realm, posing a significant threat to the Heavenly Dragon Society. Now that the Tiger Gang had not only failed to secure the inner core, but had also lost the half-step Qi condensation expert Yi Lingyun to this mysterious master. It was already a favorable outcome for the Heavenly Dragon Society. The inability to obtain the inner core was, in reality, of little consequence. Very well, Chen Yi replied simply, nodding, upon hearing that Wei Chushue had no intention of contesting the inner core. He secretly felt relieved. This was not out of fear of the Heavenly Dragon Society, but rather a desire to avoid harming Wei Chushue. After all, she had aided him significantly when they ventured into the ruins of Qingyun Mountain. Before long, with the assistance of the Heavenly Dragon Society, Chen Yi successfully dissected the body of the Xintian wolf and retrieved its inner core. Holding the inner core in his hand, a surge of joy welled up within him. If his father could successfully refine this inner core, he would surely be on the brink of reaching the Qi condensation realm. Chapter 31. The final battle after acquiring the inner core of the Xintian wolf. Chen Yi wasted no time, eager to depart the Longshan mine before Wei Chushue could recognize him. Wei Chushue's beautiful eyes remained fixed on Chen Yi's retreating figure, pondering the identity of this sword master who had seemingly appeared from nowhere. This mysterious figure, capable of slaying a half-step Qi condensation expert like Yi Lingyun with a single stroke, clearly possessed formidable strength, undeniably a master of the Qi condensation realm, in the entire Jiang city. Aside from the city lord, only two masters of the Qi condensation realm existed. Her father, Wei Tianlong, the president of the Heavenly Dragon Society, and Yi Hua, the leader of the Tiger Gang. Yet this enigmatic man was a genuine master of the Qi condensation realm. Where had he emerged from? As she gazed at the mysterious figure, a fleeting image flickered in her mind, one that bore a striking resemblance to him. Could it be him? She shook her head, quickly dismissing the thought. This individual was undoubtedly a master of the Qi condensation realm, while that person was merely an ordinary blacksmith, albeit one with exceptional forging skills. The disparity between them was vast. Chen Yi soon returned discreetly to the sword forging manor, but by the time he arrived, the manor's master had returned safely. Upon seeing the master unharmed, everyone was taken aback. "Master, how did you return? Were you not taken by the Tiger Gang?" The master recounted the events of his rescue, that a swordsman. The crowd was momentarily stunned that in Jiang City, the only force bold enough to act on the Tiger Gang's territory seemed to be the Heavenly Dragon Society. Yet within the Heavenly Dragon Society, there appeared to be no swordsman of note. Who, then, had saved the master from the clutches of the Tiger Gang? The crowd was left puzzled, despite everyone pondering the matter. No one suspected Chen Yi. After all, in their eyes, he was merely a skilled blacksmith, far from being a martial arts expert. Chen Yi sought to avoid drawing attention, opting to remain incognito within the sword forging manor. Considering the time, the Qi blood pills he had previously prepared for his father were likely running low. He retrieved the necessary herbs and began crafting several more Qi blood pills, with less than half a month remaining until his father's 45th birthday. Time was of the essence. The following day, Chen Yi set off towards the Taishan sect, carrying the freshly concocted Qi blood pills and the inner core of the second-tier demon beast he had seized from Yi Lingyun. Now a master of the Qi condensation realm, he traveled with increasing speed, covering 1,000 miles with ease. Faster than the swiftest steed, in less than half a day, he arrived at the Taishan sect and promptly summoned his father. "What brings you here? Are you not aware that my time is extremely precious?" Chen Tianxing's brow furrowed in displeasure. He was still merely at the 8th layer of body refinement, far from the Qi condensation realm. And with less than half a month remaining before the final deadline for inner disciples, how could he not be anxious? "I have urgent matters to discuss," Chen Yi replied directly, producing the Qi blood pills and the inner core of the Xintian wolf. This is the inner core of the second-tier demon beast, the Xiantian wolf. You must hurry and refine it. Upon hearing this, Chen Tianxing's expression shifted dramatically, his eyes widening in astonishment. Are you certain this is the inner core of a second-tier demon beast? The second-tier demon beast, comparable to a human cultivator at the qi condensation stage, possesses an inner core that serves as the source of its power, valued beyond measure and regarded as a superior supplement for practitioners. Within the Taishan sect, only inner disciples who have attained the qi condensation stage dare to challenge such formidable creatures. Demon beasts are born with innate strength, often holding a significant advantage over their human counterparts within the same realm. Chen Tianxing, upon hearing from the sect disciples about the frequent mishaps of inner disciples hunting second-tier demon beasts, was taken aback by the revelation that his own son had managed to acquire a demon beast's inner core. This realization jolted him into awareness. What kind of connections does his son possess? Over the past 6 months, his son had gifted him numerous valuable items: spiritual herbs, marrow cleansing pills, martial arts techniques, blood essence elixirs, and mysterious talismans, even managing to obtain an inner core from a second-tier demon beast. Chen Tianxing had harbored doubts during his son's cultivation. How could an ordinary individual procure such treasures? With a grave expression, he inquired, "Chen Yi, please tell me honestly, where did you acquire these cultivation resources you have presented to me?" Chen Yi was momentarily taken aback. His father had finally acknowledged this issue. After a moment of contemplation, he slowly explained, "To be candid, I am currently the chief blacksmith at the sword forging manor, where I have the opportunity to interact with many influential figures. These items were obtained through fortunate circumstances. Rest assured, the provenance of these treasures is legitimate, and you may use them without worry." He then produced the token of the chief blacksmith. Chen Tianxing scrutinized the token handed to him by Chen Yi. Having served as an apprentice at the sword forging manor for many years, he instantly recognized the authenticity of the token. Chen Yi was indeed not lying. He was the chief blacksmith. However, even if Chen Yi held such a prestigious position, it seemed unlikely that he could amass so many valuable items. Perhaps it was truly a stroke of luck, Chen Tianxing mused. After all, Chen Yi was his son, no matter how unreliable he might seem. He would not bring harm to his own father. Very well, I shall return and refine this demon beast's inner core. Await good news from me. Time was of the essence. After leaving this statement, Chen Tianxing swiftly departed to resume his cultivation at the Taishan sect. In Jiang City, Chen Yi remained unaware that Yi Hu, the leader of the Tiger Gang, had descended into madness upon learning of his son's death. Losing all rationality and launching a final assault against the Heavenly Dragon Society. Under the cover of night, the headquarters of the Heavenly Dragon Society, once a magnificent compound of opulent buildings, was now engulfed in chaos. Filled with the sounds of battle and the rivers of blood flowing freely, kill, the bounty on the heads of the Heavenly Dragon Society members was set at 50 taels of silver each. A throng of Tiger Gang members surged through the architectural complex, some bellowing in triumph, while others cried out in agony. A young member of the Tiger Gang was pierced by a spear that flew through the air, his body impaled upon the wall, blood oozing from his mouth, his eyes filled with defiance against death and terror. Since the outcome of the final clash between the two most formidable factions in Jiangsheng soon became the talk of the town. Now, everyone in Jiangsheng is aware that the Tiger Gang emerged victorious in the battle, establishing themselves as the sole overlords of the city. Chen Yi also learned this news, with the Dragon Club disbanded. He couldn't help but worry about Wei Chushue's well-being. After all, during their time in the Qingyan Mountains, Wei Chushue had aided Chen Yi, leaving him with a favorable impression of her, being a key figure in the Dragon Club. Wei Chushue would undoubtedly be pursued by the Tiger Gang, and Chen Yi feared the worst for her safety. That moment, a system notification echoed in his mind. Ding! Your father has successfully refined the inner core of a demon beast. Breaking through to the 9th level of body refinement, a random explosion rate has been triggered, granting you a 5-fold harvest, successfully advancing to the 2nd level of qi condensation. In an instant, an extraordinary force surged into Chen Yi's body like a torrent of floodwaters. Host, Chen Yi, age, 17 lifespan, 120 talent. Exceptionally poor, 90,190 realm. Second level of Qi condensation cultivation technique. Star Body Refinement Technique. Minor achievement. Martial arts. Second grade mountain shaking fist. Initial understanding. First grade shadowless fist. Entry level divine ability. Blood of Red Power 10 Chapter 33. Top 10 in the outer sect. Chen Yi was immediately filled with elation. Truly, the inner core of a second-grade demon beast had worked wonders. His father had made a breakthrough in just a few days. However, it was unfortunate that he was still one step away from the final level of Qi condensation. Though the ninth level of body refinement and the Qi condensation realm seemed closely related, the gap between them was immense. The difficulty of progressing from the ninth level of body refinement to the Qi condensation realm was far greater than that of an ordinary person reaching the ninth level of body refinement. A practitioner at the Qi condensation realm could easily overpower dozens of ninth level body refinement warriors. Countless ninth level body refinement martial artists remained stuck at this stage, enduring an eternity of stagnation. Some spent their entire lives without ever making that leap. Yet, once that threshold was crossed, breaking into the Qi condensation realm would result in a qualitative transformation of strength, akin to a dragon soaring into the heavens. Practitioners at the Qi condensation realm possess the ability to absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Only upon reaching this realm does one truly embark on the path of cultivation. With less than half a month remaining until the deadline, Chen Yi wondered if his father could break through to the Qi condensation realm and become an inner sect disciple within that time frame. This thought weighed heavily on him. Tai Xin sect. Before a beautifully ancient building, several outer sect disciples gathered. One disciple respectfully addressed another. Brother Zhang, Chen Tianqing resides here. The speaker was none other than Yi Tianji, one of the trio who had previously conspired to seize Chen Tianqing's demon beast inner core. They had lain in wait on the back mountain, intent on teaching the arrogant Chen Tianqing a lesson and stealing his martial arts techniques. Just when they thought they had the upper hand, Chen Tianqing, who was originally at the 5th level of body refinement, unexpectedly soared 3 levels, transforming from the 5th to the 8th level, and soundly defeated them, leaving them nursing their wounds for half a month. The trio grew increasingly furious, unable to swallow their humiliation, and immediately summoned Zhang Liang, ranked 10th in the outer sect, to seek revenge on Chen Tianqing. Brother Zhang, that Chen Tianqing is a newcomer who shows you no respect. We have stated that the inner core of the Crimson Flame Giant Bull is something you covet. He not only forcibly took the inner core, but also insulted you. Yi Tianji complained, his face twisted with grievance over Chen Tianqing's arrogance. Yes, we invoked your name, Brother Zhang. Yet Chen Tianqing dared to say that aside from your seniority, you are nothing. His companions chimed in, embellishing the tale. Zhang Liang, known as a remarkable figure among the outer sect disciples and stuck at the 9th level of body refinement for many years, was highly regarded by the elders of the Taishan sect, who believed he would undoubtedly break through to the Qi condensation realm within 3 months and join the inner sect. Tall and imposing, nearly 2 meters in height, Zhang Liang exuded a commanding presence. He bellowed in anger, "What an audacious Chen Tianqing! A mere newcomer dares to bully my subordinates and speak out against me." It was common knowledge that the trio of Yi Tianji were Zhang Liang's underlings. To bully them was to disrespect Zhang Liang himself. Moreover, the audacity of Chen Tianqing to insult him further fueled his fury. Yi Tianji, seething with rage, exclaimed, "This Chen Tianqing is overbearing, using his 8th level of body refinement to intimidate us. Brother Zhang, you must stand up for us." Upon hearing this, Zhang Liang understood the situation. He was not a fool. Though he acted with arrogance and enjoyed trampling on others, he only targeted those he deemed weaker. If Chen Tianqing possessed formidable strength and great potential, a promising candidate for the inner sect, then it was unnecessary to intervene for the sake of pride. However, an 8th level body refinement warrior was a different matter entirely. "If you are weaker than me, then you shall suffer the consequences," Zhang Liang declared, stepping forward and shouting into the courtyard. "Chen Tianqing, come out!" His voice boomed like thunder, echoing throughout the outer sect courtyard, attracting numerous onlookers. That Zhang Liang, ranked in the top 10 of the outer sect. "I've heard he has a fiery temper. Who dares to provoke him? I remember Chen Yi is a newcomer who just advanced to outer sect status at the 5th level of body refinement. Impressive, but once he crosses Zhongliang, he's finished. More and more outer sect disciples gathered, eager to witness the spectacle. Soon, a multitude of outer sect disciples emerged from the courtyard. Among them was a middle-aged man clad in a white robe, none other than Chen Yi himself. Having just refined the demon beast inner core and preparing to stabilize his realm, he was compelled to investigate the ruckus outside. Furrowing his brow, Chen Yi inquired, "Who goes there?" His expression darkened upon recognizing Yi Tianji and his companions. "So, it's you three again. It seems you haven't learned your lesson from our last encounter. Perhaps I was too lenient." During their previous encounter on the back mountain, Chen Yi had thoroughly taught Yi Tianji and his companions a lesson. Not wanting to stir trouble as a newcomer, he had merely punished them and let them go. Yet here they were again, like a bothersome swarm of flies. "You are Chen Yi. Do you realize these three work for me? Zhongliang, the inner core of the crimson flame giant bull you seized rightfully belongs to me," Zhongliang declared arrogantly, sizing Chen Yi up. Chen Yi glanced at Zhongliang, unperturbed, and replied, "What do you mean rightfully belongs to you? According to the rules of Taishan sect, the inner core belongs to whoever kills the demon beast. I personally slew the crimson flame giant bull. Thus, it is mine and has nothing to do with you." Chen Yi had heard of Zhongliang's reputation, recognizing him as a formidable figure among the outer sect disciples, ranked in the top 10, with a strong likelihood of breaking into the inner sect. Zhongliang sneered, "Chen Yi, don't twist the facts that I'll tell you this. If you don't hand over the inner core of the crimson flame giant bull, you won't be leaving here today." Chen Yi frowned. He had already used the inner core for cultivation and had nothing to offer now. Chen Yi just apologized to Brother Zhang, urged a few friends who had entered the outer sect alongside him. Indeed, there is no need to provoke him that he is ranked 10th in the outer sect and has trained for many years, boasting immense strength, far beyond what you can contend with, given Zhongliang's potential. His ascension to the inner sect is only a matter of time, that if he seeks revenge, it will be even more difficult to handle, but a true man knows when to yield. A mere apology is all it takes to avoid unnecessary trouble. In the eyes of Chen Yi's friends, Zhongliang was a powerful adversary, holding the 10th rank in the outer sect with great potential. Such individuals, lacking a robust background or strength, should never be offended. They cared deeply for their friend and wished to protect him from harm. Chen Yi lowered his head, lost in thought. Just as everyone assumed he would apologize, he stepped forward, his expression solemn, and spoke with unwavering resolve. "If I refuse to hand over the inner core, what will you do about it?" Chapter 34. Confrontation with Zhongliang. At these words, everyone froze in shock. Their expressions were blank, staring at Chen Yi in disbelief. Especially his friends, who had advanced to the outer sect with him, were utterly astonished, their brows knitted in concern. "Chen Yi, have you lost your mind? Do you know that Zhongliang is ranked among the top 10 in the outer sect? With unfathomable strength, he has been stuck at the 9th level of body refinement for years and is destined to enter the Qi condensation realm. Don't be foolish and oppose him." Chen Yi shook his head, replying coolly, "In terms of reason and justice, they are in the wrong. I have done nothing wrong. Why should I apologize?" His friends shook their heads in dismay, believing Chen Yi had indeed gone mad. Was this a matter of reason? In this world, logic held no sway. Only the might of one's fist dictated the truth. The one with the strongest fist possessed the most authority. Zhongliang, a figure of formidable strength, far surpasses you. When he asserts that you have erred, then indeed, you have erred. Upon witnessing this scene, Yi Tianji and the others exchanged knowing smiles. They were untroubled by Chen Yi's potential for fierce resistance. What they truly feared was his apology and admission of fault. Should Chen Yi apologize, it would only result in a momentary beating, satisfying yet insufficient to quench their thirst for revenge. With Zhongliang, ranked among the top 10 in the inner sect and at the pinnacle of the 9th level of body refinement, chastising Chen Yi, who was merely at the 8th level, would be an effortless endeavor. Zhongliang smirked coldly. "Oh, so you refuse to comply? Then do not blame me." Chen Yi replied calmly, The regulations of Taishan sect prohibit disciples from harming their peers. Those of higher realms are forbidden from striking those of lower realms. Are you truly willing to defy the sect's laws, unafraid of the law enforcement hall? The law enforcement hall is the most powerful department within Taishan sect, populated by numerous strong disciples tasked with dealing with those who violate sect rules. In the minds of Taishan disciples, the law enforcement hall is a nightmare for all. They are known for their ruthless methods and stringent adherence to the sect's regulations, ensuring that any disciple who transgresses will face severe punishment. Upon hearing this, Zhang Liang furrowed his brow slightly. Taken aback by the unexpected prowess of his opponent, a sense of irritation welled up within him as he resolved to defeat Chen Tianqing swiftly. His expression turned fierce, and with a thunderous shout, the veins in his body surged, radiating a vigorous vitality akin to the arrival of a giant. In an instant, the aura of a pinnacle practitioner of the 9th layer of body refinement was fully revealed. Zhang Liang's countenance was filled with malice as he raised both hands high, fingers splayed wide, and struck at Chen Tianqing with tremendous force. This move, the Arhut palm, was awe-inspiring, descending like a meteor from the heavens, suppressing all in its path. Witnessing this scene, the onlookers gasped in astonishment. What a terrifying technique! It appeared that Zhang Liang had indeed mastered the true essence of the palm technique, destined to break into the qi condensation realm and become a master of martial arts. In this scenario, Zhang Liang had no intention of sparing Chen Tianqing's life. Chen Tianqing, his expression grave, regarded Zhang Liang's strike with utmost seriousness. He could sense the terrifying nature of this blow and understood that he could not afford to be arrogant. He immediately initiated a counterattack, unleashing the mountain-shaking fist. In the next moment, Chen Tianqing channeled the energy of the mountain-shaking fist, concentrating all his might into a single punch. Boom! A resounding explosion erupted, and a massive shockwave rippled outward like a stone cast into water, stirring up clouds of dust. The crowd heard a pained cry of awe as a figure was sent hurtling backward. As the dust settled, their vision cleared, revealing Zhang Liang, blood spilling from his mouth, sprawled on the ground in disarray. Meanwhile, Chen Tianqing, though drenched in sweat and bearing a look of emptiness and fatigue, stood unharmed in his original position. His expression remained calm as he spoke softly. "Who said you were the only one at the 9th layer of body refinement?" Silence. The atmosphere was thick with an oppressive stillness, as if time itself had frozen. Everyone stood petrified, exchanging bewildered glances, unable to utter a single word, and one had anticipated that the seemingly unremarkable Chen Tianqing from the outer sect was, in fact, at the 9th layer of body refinement. Having just defeated Zhang Liang, a promising disciple favored by the elders to enter the inner sect, "Old Chen, you actually cultivated to the 9th layer of body refinement." Several of Chen Tianqing's close friends are the first to react, their eyes wide with disbelief as they stared at him. They had entered the outer sect together and distinctly remembered that at the outset, Chen Tianqing had only been at the 5th layer of body refinement. The weakest among them, having only gained entry to the outer sect through the aid of martial skills, in less than 2 months, he seemed to have made a meteoric rise, advancing to the 9th layer of body refinement. The higher one progressed in body refinement, the more arduous the journey became. Among their group, they had largely stagnated in their cultivation over the past 2 months, with the fastest among them barely reaching the pinnacle of the 7th layer. On the brink of breaking into the 8th, this was utterly astonishing. Meanwhile, Chen Yi and his companions were nearly rendered speechless at the sight. 9th layer of body refinement. Weren't you just at the 8th layer a few days ago? How did you break through? Their expressions were a mix of disbelief and chagrin, feeling as though they had swallowed something foul. The trio had toiled in the outer sect for over half a year, achieving only the 7th layer of body refinement, while Chen Tianqing had seemingly soared past them with ease, defying all logic. Chen Yi and his companions wore ashen faces, fully aware that they had misrepresented Chen Tianqing's capabilities. Casting guilty glances at the fallen Zhang Liang, how could they possibly explain this? He had indeed only been at the 8th layer. Of course, Zhang Liang was also observing them, his eyes filled with resentment. If gazes could kill, Chen Yi and his friends would have perished countless times by now. Was this truly the 8th layer of body refinement? At that moment, Zhang Liang's heart was filled with regret. Wishing he had known earlier that Chen Tianqing had reached the 9th layer, he would never have dared to offend a potential intersect disciple who might soon break into the Qi condensation realm over a mere first-grade demon beast's inner core. Now, not only had he lost face, but he had also forfeited a martial skill. The thought of it felt like a wound in his heart, bleeding profusely. Chapter 36. Gathering Qi Pill in that moment. The crowd stared in disbelief at Chen Tianqing, no longer daring to underestimate him. The ability to effortlessly defeat Zhang Liang indicated that Chen Tianqing's prowess was sufficient to rank among the top 10 in the outer sect. Those in the top 10 were bound to break into the Qi condensation realm and become inner sect disciples. Following this battle, the name Chen Tianqing would undoubtedly spread throughout the outer sect. Chen Tianqing spoke coolly. "You lost. Hand over your martial skill." Though Zhang Liang was reluctant, he recognized that given his abilities, he could do nothing against Chen Tianqing and had no choice but to relinquish his skill. Moreover, he had previously boasted before the crowd that the victor could unconditionally claim the loser's martial skill. Faced with so many witnesses, Zhang Liang did not wish to lose face. So he gritted his teeth and took out a jade slip from his pocket, tossing it to Chen Tianqing. This jade slip contained a copy from the Taishan sect treasury, detailing the first-grade martial skill, the Arhut palm, that he had cultivated. "Thank you." Chen Tianqing's spirits soared as he accepted the jade slip and turned to leave. As the situation concluded, the crowd quickly dispersed, sensing the end of the confrontation. After Chen Tianqing departed, Zhang Liang's face was clouded with frost as he immediately turned to the trembling Yi Tianji and his companions. Erupting in fury, "Is this what you meant when you said he was only at the 8th layer?" In Jiangsheng, with the Menghu gang launching its final assault against the Tianlong Society, the death of its leader, Wei Tianlong, led to the society's sudden collapse, effectively erasing it from history. Jiangsheng was now the dominion of the Menghu gang. At the Menghu gang headquarters, a member reported respectfully to Yihu, "We have located Wei Chuxue in Jiangsheng, but unfortunately lost track of her. However, rest assured, she is seriously injured, and we have set up a net at every exit in Jiangsheng. She will not escape." Yihu, seated in an imposing chair, waved his hand dismissively, replying coolly, "All right, I understand. You may leave." With Wei Tianlong, the most crucial figure in the Tianlong society, deceased, the Menghu gang's supremacy in Jiangsheng was now a foregone conclusion that a mere Wei Chuxue posed no significant threat. As Yihu pondered, "Who has the capability to kill my son?" He had been contemplating this question for several days. In all of Jiangsheng, the only faction bold enough to challenge the Menghu gang was the Tianlong Society. Yet apart from Wei Tianlong, there was no other practitioner at the Qi condensation realm within the society. Yihu racked his brain, unable to fathom who could have slain his beloved son. Suddenly, a shadowy figure appeared in the hall, clad in black, leaving only a mysterious silhouette of Yihu. "How have you fared with the task I assigned you?" Upon seeing this figure, Yihu's demeanor shifted dramatically, and he promptly rose from his chair. Bowing deeply in deference to the shadowy presence, one could have anticipated that the formidable leader of the Menghu gang, the sole overlord of Jiangsheng, would bend so low before a mere silhouette. Yihu, resembling a humble servant, replied respectfully, "Senior, I have completed the task you entrusted to me that I discovered that there is only one family named Chen in the entirety of Jiangsheng. However, this Chen family is nothing more than an ordinary household, consisting of just 2 individuals, impoverished and lacking any talent for cultivation. They are unlikely to be the ones you seek." Hearing this, the cloaked figure furrowed his brow, murmuring, "Lacking talent?" He paused before adding, "Please elaborate on the circumstances of this Chen family." Yihu promptly responded, "This Chen family currently consists of 2 members. One is named Chen Yi, and the other is Chen Tianqing. Chen Yi exhibits some talent for forging and works as a blacksmith in the Jiangsheng Swordsmithing Guild. But he possesses no aptitude for cultivation and should not be the person you seek. The other, Chen Tianqing, might be the one you are looking for. He left a few months ago to join the Taishan sect for training." At this point, Yihu wore a helpless expression. "You see, with the strength of the Menghu gang, we can only dominate Jiangsheng, but we are far from capable of contending with the Taishan sect." I have no means to ascertain Chen Tianqing's situation. The shadowy figure nodded slowly, already formulating a plan. He mused, this Chen cannot cultivate and poses no threat, so as not to alert others. He could be disregarded. However, this Chen Tianqing, having joined the Taishan sect, warrants attention. In that case, I only need to deal with the Taishan sect, and there is no need to remain in Jiangxing. After a moment of contemplation, he instructed, keep a watchful eye on this Chen Yi and inform me immediately of any developments. Understood, Senior. Yi who nodded respectfully, as if suddenly struck by a thought, and cautiously said, the elixir you mentioned earlier. The shadowy figure in black waved his hand, and 2 small vials instantly appeared in Yi Hu's grasp. In the next moment, he vanished from the hall. Once he confirmed that the cloaked figure had departed, Yi Hu took out one of the vials and extracted a pill. Inhaling its scent with care, he sighed softly, a look of deep regret etched across his face. It truly is a qi-gathering pill, and of the finest quality. Alas, my son Ling Yun will never have the chance to use it. The mysterious figure in black had bestowed upon Yi Hu one of the superior qi-gathering pills. Such a pill significantly aids practitioners at the 9th level of body refinement in breaking through to the qi condensation realm. For a 9th level body refinement warrior, the qi-gathering pill is the most coveted treasure in the world. A single pill is worth its weight in gold, as the ingredients required for its creation are exceedingly rare, and the crafting process is fraught with difficulty. Yi Hu had once spent a considerable sum to hire an elder from the Tiandan sect to forge a qi-gathering pill for his son Ling Yun, only to face failure. Not only had he squandered the fees for the elder services, but he had also wasted the precious materials intended for the pill. Today, after much effort, he had finally obtained this priceless qi-gathering pill as a reward from a mysterious power hailing from the royal city, and of the highest quality to boot. Unfortunately, his son had perished before he could benefit from it. Moreover, Yi Hu himself had long since broken through to the qi condensation realm. Thus, this qi-gathering pill now felt somewhat superfluous to him. In light of this, a surge of fury ignited within Yi Hu's heart, and he vowed to ensure that the murderer of his son would pay a heavy price. At the Chen residence, Chen Yi found himself with little to occupy his time at the Forging Sword Manor, making a rare visit back to the ancestral home. Seeking a brief respite, he had accomplished most of what he needed to do. And if his father could not break through to the qi condensation realm in due time, there was little he could do to. In recent days, Chen had been studying the ancestral records of weapon crafting within the Chen household, making notable progress in his understanding of the craft. That he now felt confident that, given another opportunity, he could forge a first-grade divine weapon, undoubtedly with greater success than his previous attempt, while he might still face failure. The frequency would certainly not compare to before. One day, as Chen Yi was engrossed in his studies, a green figure suddenly appeared atop the courtyard walls of the Chen estate. Before he could take in sight, the figure leapt down from the wall, a maiden clad in azure, ethereal and graceful, descended into the courtyard, her slender waist accentuated by a sword that glimmered with a cold light. The azure sleeves fluttered gently in the breeze, revealing porcelain-like skin beneath, a sight that could enchant the heart. Chen Yi stepped forward, and upon glimpsing the maiden's visage, his heart quivered. Wei Chu Shua. Chapter 37. The fierce tiger gang arrives at the Forging Sword Manor. Since the last time the leader of the manor was forcibly taken by the fierce tiger gang, he felt that Jiang City was no longer safe. In recent days, he had been discreetly planning to liquidate his assets, intending to leave this land and re-establish the Forging Sword Manor elsewhere. On this particular day, as he busied himself with preparations, he suddenly heard hurried footsteps approaching. A guard rushed into the room, panic evident on his face, exclaiming, "Leader, bad news! The fierce tiger gang is back." The leader's brow furrowed, a shadow of dread casting over him. They've come so swiftly. For days, he had been keeping a vigilant watch over the movements of the fierce tiger gang. Ever since they had defeated the Heavenly Dragon Society and consolidated their power in Jiang City, they had begun to purge other factions within the city. The choices presented by the fierce tiger gang were stark. Either submit and become their vassal, or face annihilation beneath their iron heel. Preserve their own existence. The various factions in Jiang City had reluctantly chosen to yield, becoming mere puppets of the fierce tiger gang. As more factions fell under their banner, The power of the fierce tiger gang grew increasingly formidable, rendering them nearly invincible. The leader was engulfed in confusion, unsure whether this visit from the fierce tiger gang was due to his identity as a craftsman or merely a bid to incorporate the forging sword manner into their ranks. Or perhaps a combination of both. With a heart full of uncertainty, he swiftly made his way to the manor's entrance. There, he beheld the courtyard filled with members of the fierce tiger gang. Numbering nearly 200 armed to the teeth, they exuded an overwhelming presence, poised for confrontation at Yi Hu, the leader of the fierce tiger gang, reclined in a grand chair, radiating an air of arrogance and authority. The leader of the manor stepped forward respectfully, inquiring, "Honorable Leader Yi, to what do we owe the pleasure of your visit?" Yi Hu replied coolly, "My fierce tiger gang is in need of a dedicated weapon forging division. And I hear the craftsmanship of the forging sword manner is commendable. I wish to invite you to join us as part of the fierce tiger gang." Upon hearing this, the leader's brows knitted tightly, his expression fraught with conflict. The forging sword manner was the ancestral legacy of the Li family, representing his lifelong dedication. How could he easily relinquish it? However, Yi Hu seemed unfazed by the leader's hesitation. A glint of coldness flickered in his eyes as he casually remarked, "If you are unwilling to submit, then this forging sword manner may very well cease to exist in Jiang City." With that, he waved his sleeve lightly, and the members of the fierce tiger gang behind him immediately drew their weapons, eager for action. The onlookers from the forging sword manor turned pale, fully aware that Yi Hu's threats were not mere bluster. The gang's tyranny and cruelty were notorious throughout Jiang City. With the Heavenly Dragon Society now extinguished, the fierce tiger gang stood unchallenged, their dominance unassailable. Those who had previously resisted the gang's control had met with dire fates, becoming nothing more than distant memories. For the leader, the choice before him had become glaringly clear. Either become a vassal of the fierce tiger gang or face utter destruction. After much internal turmoil, he closed his eyes, sighed deeply, and resignedly declared, "Very well. The forging sword manner will join the fierce tiger gang." As these words left his lips, it was as though a great weight had been lifted from his shoulders. Yet he felt as if he had lost something profoundly significant, appearing weary and aged. He was not a coward, but he could not bear to see the legacy of generations of his family, represented by the forging sword manner, perish on his watch. For the sake of his family's survival, he had no choice but to temporarily submit to the fierce tiger gang's tyranny. Upon hearing the leader's response, a smirk of satisfaction crossed Yi Hu's face, as if everything was proceeding according to his design. "Those who recognize the times are wise. You have done well," he remarked coolly. In recent days, aside from absorbing the assets of the Heavenly Dragon Society, the fierce tiger gang had been actively incorporating other factions in Jiang City. Now, their power was at its zenith, having established themselves as the sole overlords of the city. However, Yi Hu's ambitions did not stop there. He yearned to elevate the fierce tiger gang to even greater heights, not only dominating Jiang City, but aspiring to become the ruler of the entire Luoshui prefecture, of course. He was acutely aware of the formidable challenges ahead. With his current strength, realizing this dream was nearly impossible. Nevertheless, if he could secure the support of that mysterious power from the royal dynasty, perhaps he would have a chance to turn this grand vision into reality. It was for this reason that Yi Hu was particularly attentive to the request from that elder, especially concerning Chen. "Is there a craftsman named Chen Yi in your forging sword manner? Bring him to me," he suddenly inquired. The leader frowned inwardly, perplexed as to why Yi Hu held such interest in Chen. Chen Yi was the most talented young craftsman he had ever encountered. With limitless potential for the future, he did not wish for Chen Yi to be bound by the fierce tiger gang, jeopardizing his prospects. After a moment of contemplation, the leader replied, "Indeed, there is a Chen Yi. He is our chief forger. However, while his skills are exceptional, they are still beneath mine. That if the leader requires anything, I am always at your service." Yet, Yi Hu appeared dissatisfied with the leader's response, his brows furrowing in impatience. "You need not elaborate. I will seek you out if necessary. For now, simply tell me where Chen Yi is." The leader, feeling helpless, divulged Chen Yi's whereabouts. Upon learning that Chen Yi was still in Jiang City, Yi Hu seemed to relax slightly. He merely needed to ensure Chen Yi's location. for a mere forger did not pique his interest significantly. Subsequently, Yu casually selected a few individuals to venture to the Chen residence in search of Chen Yi, while he himself dispatched others to handle the incorporation of the forging sword manner. Witnessing this scene, the leader internally lamented, if Yi were to discover Chen Yi's extraordinary talent for crafting, it was likely that Chen Yi would never escape Jiang City, possibly remaining under the control of the fierce tiger gang for a lifetime. Thus, he sought an excuse to leave the scene and found Supervisor Liu, instructing him, quickly go to the Chen residence and inform Chen Yi to leave Jiang City at once. He should run as far as possible, and it is best if he is not discovered by the fierce tiger gang. Within the Chen residence, the maiden in azure spat out a mouthful of blood, staining the courtyard crimson. Her once lustrous, raven-black hair now cascaded down like a waterfall, infusing her presence with an air of tragic beauty. Miss Wei, how did you end up in my home? Chen Yi exclaimed, taken aback, for the woman before him was none other than Wei Chushu. On that fateful day, she had fled from the hidden path of the Heavenly Dragon Society's headquarters, sustaining grievous injuries while eluding the relentless pursuit of the Tiger Gang. She had escaped to this very place, with nowhere left to retreat, ultimately scaling the wall of a courtyard, hoping to find temporary refuge from her assailants. At this moment, Wei Chushuel lay upon the ground, her eyes tightly shut, her long lashes quivering like delicate leaves. Her slender brows were furrowed in distress, and her lips, pale and bloodless, mirrored the deep crimson that soaked her chest. A gruesome sight. Despite her severe wounds, her exquisite beauty remained unblemished, her hair flowing around her like a silken veil, enhancing her haunting grace. Summoning the last vestiges of her strength, she uttered a faint plea. Help me. Chapter 38. Rescue of Wei Chushua draped in ethereal garments. Her long, dark tresses resembled flowing waves that framed her delicate visage, which bore an enchanting yet fragile allure. Chen Yi could scarcely believe that he had discovered the wounded Wei Chushua in his home. He had assumed that with the Tiger Gang's annihilation of the Heavenly Dragon Society and the demise of Wei Tianlong, her circumstances would be dire, perhaps even fatal at the hands of her pursuers. Yet, to his astonishment, she was alive, albeit gravely injured. Having shared a bond, how could Chen Yi stand idly by and allow her to perish? He surveyed the bloodstains on the floor, gathering a surge of intense energy in his palm, which he used to evaporate the blood, leaving no trace behind. Without hesitation, he lifted Wei Chushue and steadily carried her indoors, gently laying her upon the bed. Given her excessive blood loss, it was imperative to staunch her wounds. He swiftly tore away her garments, revealing her pristine and tender form, every inch of her skin radiating an alluring glow. How beautiful! No, how grand! No, it's both grand and beautiful. Chen Yi chastised himself, shaking off such thoughts, as he was a man of integrity and could not exploit her vulnerability. His heart raced, and his mouth felt parched, yet he forced himself to remain composed, diligently tending to her wounds. Once the injuries were treated, he hurried to the apothecary to procure several herbs to replenish her vitality. As a martial artist, Wei Chushue's recovery capabilities exceeded those of ordinary individuals. With careful nurturing, she would gradually regain her strength. Amidst the haze of unconsciousness, faint murmurs echoed from the bed. Wei Chushua slowly opened her weary eyes. Feeling the warmth enveloping her, she found herself in an unfamiliar room, utterly drained of energy. Am I not dead? She pondered, her mind clouded with uncertainty. She recalled the relentless pursuit by the Tiger Gang, and in her desperation, she had leapt into a courtyard. Now, awakening to a strange bed, she noticed her garments strewn about the floor, and her wounds had been expertly treated. Glancing at the fresh attire she wore, realization dawned upon her. Someone had saved her. Someone has rescued me, Wei Chushua thought to herself. Observing the room's decor, she deduced that its owner must be a man. The thought that her untainted form may have been seen by another caused her cheeks to flush. Just as she grappled with her tumultuous emotions, a young lad entered, carrying a bowl of medicinal concoction. Dressed in a clean white robe, his long black hair tied back, he exuded an air of elegance. Upon seeing him, memories of her rescue flooded back, causing her face to redden further. You! How dare you change my clothes, you scoundrel! Her voice brimmed with indignation and discontent. Chen Yi was momentarily taken aback. His gaze falling upon the newly awakened Wei Chuxue, he gently set down the medicinal bowl and explained with calm assurance. Miss Wei, I noticed your grave injuries, and in your dire state, had to apply pressure to halt the bleeding. Rest assured, I did not take advantage of you in any way during this process. Wei Chuxue's beautiful eyes widened in surprise as she recognized him. Chen Yi, is it truly you? You saved me? She asked, her voice laced with disbelief. He nodded softly, and her heart raced at the revelation that the very courtyard she had stumbled into was Chen Yi's home. Glancing at the bowl of medicine, she grasped that it was he who had come to her aid. Warmth surged within her as she recalled the perilous situation that had led her here. Guilt washed over her, realizing that in her moment of desperation, she had scolded the one who had saved her. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to, she murmured. In the current climate of Jiangxing, dominated by the Tiger Gang, she was acutely aware of the dangers her identity posed, fearing it might bring trouble to Chen Yi. Yet he showed no fear of the Tiger Gang, offering her sanctuary and aid. This is the medicine. Drink it while it's warm. You need to recuperate slowly. For now, stay here with me, Chen Yi said, placing the bowl before her. That a wave of warmth enveloped Wei Chuxue's heart. In mere days, she had transitioned from the esteemed daughter of the Heavenly Dragon Society to a hunted outcast. The destruction of her society and the tragic loss of her father had plunged her into despair, but Chen Yi's presence offered a flicker of hope amidst her turmoil. Suddenly, she recalled her father's dying wish and turned to Chen Yi. I need to ask a favor. I wish to write a letter to my elder sister in the county city. Will you help me deliver it? Wei Chuxue requested earnestly. Her sister, Wei Chunyu, was exceptionally gifted, a rare talent in martial arts, who had left for the county city years ago to train, serving the Dian royal family. Half a year prior, she had returned home, already a formidable practitioner. Wei Chuxue understood that given her current state, vengeance for her father's death was beyond her reach, and she could only place her hopes on her sister, of course. That is a simple request. Chen Yi replied readily. I could see that moment. A frown creased his brow. Someone from the Chen household has arrived, and it seems to be a large group, since ascending to the realm of qi condensation. Chen Yi's perceptive abilities had significantly enhanced, allowing him to sense movements within a 10-mile radius. He detected a considerable number of individuals approaching the Chen residence. Could it be that the Tiger Gang has discovered Wei Chuxue's presence here? He pondered, anxiety creeping into his thoughts. Just as he was lost in contemplation, a familiar voice resonated through the air. Bursting into the Chen estate, Supervisor Liu gasped, Chen Yi, the Lord has instructed me to inform you to flee immediately. Wei Chuxue and Chen exchanged glances before stepping out of the room, where they found Supervisor Liu panting heavily. Chen Yi, the leader of the Tiger Gang, is searching for you. The Lord insists you leave at once. Best to vacate Jiangxing immediately. Chen Yi furrowed his brow. The leader of the Tiger Gang? What could he want with me? I've done him no wrong. Why would he seek me out? He suspected that news of his ability to forge a first-rate divine weapon had leaked, prompting Yihu to approach him for weapon crafting. Alternatively, it could be that Wei Chuxue's presence here had been revealed, and Yihu intended to eliminate her. Wei Chuxue's delicate brows knitted together as she feared her whereabouts had been exposed, leading Yihu to come after her. Gritting her teeth, she resolutely declared, The Tiger Gang must be after me, that I cannot endanger you. I must leave now. If I perish, please inform my sister Wei Chunyu to seek vengeance for me and our father against the Heavenly Dragon Society. Chen Yi held her in high regard, and Wei Chuxue wished to avoid dragging him into her troubles. As an ordinary blacksmith, it would be all too easy for the Tiger Gang to target him if they chose to. With that, Wei Chuxue retrieved her weapon from the room, preparing to depart when Chen Yi halted her. It's too late to leave now. In the next instant, the doors of the Chen estate shattered, and a throng of Tiger Gang members surged inside. Chapter 39. The Slayer, Chen Yi. In the Chen residence, chaos erupted as the Tiger Gang flooded the courtyard like a bursty in the blink of an eye. The area was teeming with their presence, completely filling the estate. Moments later, a path opened, and Yihu, accompanied by several prominent Tiger Gang leaders, strolled in with an air of ease. So, this is the Chen residence? Upon witnessing this scene, Wei Chuxue's brows furrowed deeply. Despair washed over her exquisite features as she realized all hope was lost. With the leader of the Tiger Gang, Yi present and her injuries still fresh, escape seemed impossible. The situation threatened not only her life but also Chen Yi's. This thought deepened her sense of guilt. Wait, Wei Chushua. Wasn't she the one our men were chasing? Upon catching sight of the woman exiting the room, Yi was momentarily taken aback. Just days prior, he had led the Tiger Gang in a final showdown at the headquarters of the Heavenly Dragon Society. In that battle, many significant figures of the Heavenly Dragon Society perished. Yet the whereabouts of Wei Tianlong's daughter, Wei Chushua, remained a mystery. It was later revealed that she had escaped beforehand. Aware of the principle of eradicating threats at their root, Yi mobilized the members of the Tiger Gang to relentlessly pursue Wei Chushua. Just a day ago, they had traced her whereabouts, only to lose her trail unexpectedly, and now she appeared before him. Truly, it seemed that fortune favored him, and he resolved to eliminate her at once. With a decisive wave of his hand, Yi commanded his subordinates to take action. At his signal, the members of the Tiger Gang brandished their weapons, encircling Wei Chushua and her companions, eager to strike at any moment. Those unafraid of death may come forth, Wei Chushua declared coldly, her gaze as sharp as ice. Just as she prepared to channel her energy for an attack, a wave of weakness washed over her, rendering her powerless. Dizziness engulfed her, and she nearly collapsed, only to be steadied by Chen Yi's timely support. Curse it, my injuries are too severe to have healed. Now I can't even contend with a mere member of the Tiger Gang, let alone a 7-year-old child. Wei Chushua lamented silently, a bitter taste in her heart. In her prime, she might have harbored a glimmer of hope for escape. Yet in her current state, the notion of fleeing before so many members of the Tiger Gang seemed utterly delusional. I apologize, Chen Yi. I have brought you trouble, Wei Chushua said, bowing her head, despair flickering in her eyes. Yi scrutinized Chen Yi and casually remarked, so you are the chief blacksmith of the sword-casting manor. Chen Yi, indeed. That is what brings you here. Gang leader Yi. Chen Yi replied nonchalantly. Are you unaware that she is the daughter of Wei Tianlong? Yi inquired. Naturally, I am aware, Chen Yi responded. Yi's expression darkened, his smile devoid of warmth, as he continued. Since you know she is Wei Tianlong's daughter, you must understand her significance. Are you not afraid of offending our Tiger Gang by harboring her? Upon hearing this, Supervisor Liu, anxious to appease Yi, quickly interjected, Gang leader Yi, this is a misunderstanding. Chen Yi has been forging weapons at the sword-casting manor for years and is entirely oblivious to the happenings beyond Jiang City. He truly did not know that Wei Chushua was the person you seek. Chen Yi, hands clasped behind his back, calmly stated, No, Wei Chushua is my friend, that if she is in trouble, I will naturally offer my assistance. As for your intentions to capture her, I regret to inform you that I cannot permit it. Supervisor Liu was taken aback, astonished by Chen Yi's unexpected defiance. He had always known Chen Yi to be astute and prudent. Today, however, he seemed to be speaking recklessly. Chen Yi, have you lost your mind? Do you realize what you are saying? At this rate, the manor lord cannot guarantee your safety. Supervisor Liu fretted, feeling as if he were a panicked ant on a hot stove. The manor lord had sent word to Chen Yi to protect him, yet Chen Yi not only failed to withdraw, but dared to provoke the Tiger Gang. Now, it seemed no one could save him. Wei Chushua felt a tear welling in her eyes, a warmth flowing through her heart as an unfamiliar emotion surged within her. She had never anticipated that even at this critical juncture, Chen Yi would stand resolutely by her side, unwavering in the face of danger. How intriguing. Let us eliminate both him and Wei Chushua. Yi mused, suddenly intrigued. The words spoken by a previous elder had ignited a suspicion within him. Although he could not fathom the reasons, he surmised that the elder held considerable apprehension towards the Chen family, particularly concerning Chen Tianxing, who had gone to the Taishan sect, an opponent beyond Yi's capability to handle. However, Chen Tianxing's son was merely an ordinary blacksmith residing in Jiang City. The elder had mentioned that he was being watched and advised against direct confrontation, leaving the task to Yi. While he could not eliminate Chen Tianxing, the so-called Chen Yi, given his status in Jiang City, would be an easy target to subdue. With Yi's command, numerous members of the Tiger Gang advanced menacingly towards Chen Yi and the others, their eyes gleaming with malice, poised to strike. Wei Chushua clenched her teeth in despair, fully aware that they were truly cornered. She glanced at Chen Yi, her beautiful eyes clouded with sorrow, her delicate face betraying a myriad of emotions. With a resigned sigh, she shook her head and lamented, "What a pity." Suddenly, a Tiger Gang leader shouted loudly, and several members surged forward. Wei Chushua's face flushed crimson as she impulsively embraced Chen Yi. Summoning her courage to whisper in his ear, "Chen, let me meet you earlier in our next life." The delicate fragrance of the girl enveloped Chen Yi, leaving him momentarily stunned, unsure of how to respond as he held her slender waist. "Miss Wei, what are you doing?" he stammered. Wei Chushua closed her eyes, fully aware that death awaited her that day. Thus, she decided to be bold and act upon her desires. She clung tightly to Chen Yi. Resigned to her fate, Chen Yi sighed helplessly. "What talk of the next life? I have no intention of dying yet. I have already stated that I will not allow you to be captured." Extending his right hand, he opened his palm and drew in a breath, commanding, "Sword, come." In an instant, a shimmering long sword, imbued with a greenish hue, shot forth from the room, appearing in Chen Yi's hand. This was a weapon he had forged at the sword-casting manor. Though not a divine weapon, it was more than sufficient for his needs. With a graceful flick, a radiant beam of sword light swept across the Chen family's courtyard in an instant. I end that fleeting moment. The sword energy surged, wreaking havoc upon the earth. A multitude of Tiger Gang members found themselves hurled to the ground before they could even advance towards Chen Yi, struck down by the lethal sword energy. Cradling Wei Chushua with one arm and wielding the gleaming long sword in the other, Chen Yi stood with a majestic air, as if a god of the sword had descended to the mortal realm. His expression was stern as he proclaimed, "Those who kill shall face the wrath of Chen Yi." Chapter 40. Identity revealed in the Chen family courtyard. The members of the Tiger Gang were momentarily stunned, gazing at Chen Yi with fear etched upon their faces that, "We are so numerous, yet he could dispatch us with a mere sword stroke." All were left speechless, faced with Chen Yi's formidable prowess. None dared to make a move. Many members of the Tiger Gang had been coerced from other factions, lacking any true loyalty to the gang. They had no intention of sacrificing themselves for the Tiger Gang, especially not against such a terrifying opponent, whose strength was evidently beyond the realm of the ordinary. "What? You can cultivate? You are a master." Yi, whose brows furrowed, his expression shifting dramatically, due to the elder's instructions. He had thoroughly investigated Chen Yi's background, confident he had not erred. Chen Yi had been a mere apprentice blacksmith at the sword-casting manor for many years, possessing only basic forging skills. An otherwise ordinary individual. Yet today, it was clear that Chen Yi was no ordinary man. He was a master of cultivation. Furthermore, his strength surpassed that of many in Jiang City. What was happening? Chen Yi, at such a young age, had already reached the level of a cultivator, a talent so exceptional it was rare even in the entire Luoshui prefecture. Why had he remained so inconspicuous, with no prior news of his prowess? No wonder the elder was wary. He was indeed extraordinary. Chen Yi is a master of cultivation. Supervisor Liu was left in a daze, utterly bewildered. He had watched Chen Yi grow up and had assisted him for many years, knowing him inside and out. Chen Yi had been a blacksmith apprentice for years, and only recently had he seemingly experienced a sudden breakthrough in his forging skills, becoming a pivotal figure at the sword-casting manor. Yet this was merely in the realm of forging. It had no relation to martial cultivation. How had he become a master? Had Chen Yi secretly trained alone all these years, concealing his true abilities from everyone? Supervisor Liu was completely flabbergasted. "Why haven't you made a move?" Wei Chushua inquired. She had closed her eyes, prepared to meet her end in Chen Yi's embrace. Suddenly, the sound of whistling sword energy filled the air, followed by an eerie silence. Wasn't Yi who commanding the Tiger Gang to eliminate them? Why had nothing happened? As Wei Chushua opened her eyes, she was greeted by the sight of numerous Tiger Gang members lying unconscious on the ground. Deep fissures marred the courtyard surface. Turning around, she saw Chen Yi standing effortlessly, sword in hand, facing down the remaining members. His gaze swept over the crowd, and none dared to meet his eyes. "What is happening?" Wei Chushue was taken aback. It quickly dawned on her, her eyes widening in astonishment, her hand covering her mouth in shock as a startling realization struck her. Chen Yi is a master? Their first encounter had been at the sword-casting manor, and the second amidst the Qingyun Mountains. She had never considered Chen Yi to be a seasoned cultivator, merely viewing him as a skilled blacksmith. However, given the events of today, she realized she had underestimated him. Chen Yi was far more than he appeared. He was not only a blacksmith at the sword-casting manor, but also a formidable cultivator. Gang leader, it is he. He is the sword master. I recognized his sword. It was indeed he who, on that fateful day at Longshan Mine, wrested the inner core of the Xintian wolf from the hands of the young master. And he is the very murderer of the young master. Among the crowd, a fierce leader of the Tiger Gang suddenly pointed at Chen Yi and exclaimed loudly. Soon after, others from the Tiger Gang echoed. Indeed, Chief, I too recognize him. He was the one who used that very sword to slay the young master. In an instant, several members of the Tiger Gang stepped forward, vehemently identifying Chen Yi as the one who had taken Yi Lingyun's life that day at Longshan Mine. Ah, so Chen Yi is that enigmatic master of the sword. The owner was rescued by Chen Yi. I thought there were no other masters in Jiangcheng. It turns out he is from our sword-forging manor. Supervisor Liu quickly grasped the implication of the words spoken by the members of the Tiger Gang. In a wonder Chen, he had asked him where the owner had been taken. He was preparing to rescue the owner. One must admit, Chen Yi is indeed adept at concealing his true identity. He managed to keep it hidden from everyone at the sword-forging manor and single-handedly rescued the owner. Simultaneously, Liu felt a surge of joy. With Chen Yi around, the sword-forging manor would not fear coercion from other forces. Chen Yi was the master of the sword who had fought at Longshan Mine. He had saved me before. Wei Chushue's heart trembled, and it took her a moment to comprehend. She vividly recalled that during the previous incident at Longshan Mine, when they had failed to seize the Xintian wolf, a mysterious sword master had appeared just in time to save her from Yi Lingyun's grasp. So that enigmatic sword master was Chen. Wei Chushue could hardly bear to imagine the dire consequences she would have faced if Chen Yi had not intervened, given Yi Lingyun's greedy and lascivious nature. No wonder, despite Chen Yi wearing a mask that obscured his features, she had felt an uncanny familiarity, as if she had encountered him before. It turned out he was Chen. Tears glistened in her beautiful eyes. Her heart overwhelmed with emotion. Chen Yi had come to her aid not just once, but multiple times. The first was at Longshan Mine, the second when he helped her recuperate at the Chun family courtyard. And now yet again. Chen Yi furrowed his brow, taken aback by his sudden recognition. However, it mattered little. After all, the Tiger Gang sought to kill him, and concealing his identity would be futile. Oh, it was you who killed my son Lingyun? Yihu's expression shifted, his gaze cold as he fixed it upon Chen Yi, each word laced with venom, a palpable aura of death radiating around him. Those close to Yi who could distinctly feel the temperature drop, as if they had been thrust into a frigid wasteland, involuntarily shivering. Observing this, Chen Yi decided to abandon his disguise, stating calmly, Indeed, I'm the one who took your son's life. This world is inherently brutal. It is either you perish or I do that. If I lack the strength, it would have been my own demise. Good, good, good. Yihu's expression remained impassive as he repeated the word thrice, devoid of any visible rage. Yet anyone could sense the overwhelming intent to kill that hung thick in the Yi who had but one son, Yi Lingyun, who was exceptionally gifted and deeply cherished by Yihu. He had vowed to avenge his son. Today, I shall make you wish for death. Yihu bellowed, his massive frame quaking as a formidable aura erupted like a volcano. The members of the Tiger Gang instinctively retreated, creating space for Yihu. Wei Chushue's beautiful eyes flickered with concern, her heart racing with trepidation. Yi, who had entered the condensation realm many years prior. His rigorous training had elevated him to the third level of that realm, making even her father, Wei Tianlong, no match for him. Could Chen Yi, also of the condensation realm, possibly contend with Yihu? Chapter 41. The terrifying power of Yihu Fengyan Palm. Yihu stepped forward, his gaze fierce, the aura of the condensation realm emanating from him as he launched his attack against Chen Yi. Without hesitation, he unleashed his famed technique, the first-grade martial skill, Feng Yun Palm, with a sweep of his palms. A tempest roared through the Chen family courtyard, sand and stones flying, the display quite formidable. Chen Yi steadied himself. This was his first encounter with a master of the condensation realm, and he dared not show any signs of laxity. Boom! He wielded his sword with a single hand, delivering a powerful slash, the surging sword chi howling forth like a tempest, shaking the entire courtyard with a thunderous sound. With a resounding crack, the palm winds unleashed by Yi Hu were instantly obliterated. Chen Yi lightly tapped the ground with his toes, propelling himself upward like a spring, and slashed downward toward Yi Hu's head. Humph, just you. Yi Hu scoffed, unleashing a furious roar as he spread his arms wide. Directly confronting Chen Yi's sword strike, that he clasped his hands together, trapping Chen Yi's long sword tightly between them, as if it were caught in an iron vise, rendering Chen Yi's efforts futile, unable to inflict even the slightest harm. Damn it! Yi Hu's strength was terrifyingly overwhelming. Chen Yi felt as though Yi Hu's hands were impenetrable walls of copper and iron, the azure sword unable to advance even an inch. With a sudden, forceful twist, Yi Hu unleashed a storm-like surge of power, sending Chen Yi staggering backward several dozen meters before he could barely regain his footing. Behold my blade! Chen Yi, undeterred, thrust his sword forward, unleashing a blazing and radiant sword chi that tore through the air. Accompanied by a piercing shriek, Yi Hu would not remain idle. With a sudden tremor, the immense power of the third level of the condensation realm surged forth from within him, causing his robes to billow wildly. Bang! In an instant, he threw a punch, shattering the incoming sword chi, which exploded and dissipated into a wave of energy. Boom! As the air pressure swept through, Chen Yi was forced back several steps, his blood surging uncontrollably. Just as he was regaining his breath, Yi Hu lunged at him like lightning, delivering a punch straight to his face. Chen Yi hurriedly raised his sword to defend, bracing against Yi Hu's fierce onslaught. Though Yi Hu wielded no weapon, and Chen Yi held the azure sword, the latter found himself at no advantage. Rather, Yi Hu flowed seamlessly on the offensive, while Chen Yi struggled defensively, barely holding his ground. Suddenly, Yi Hu sidestepped to evade a thrust from Chen Yi, seizing the opportunity to deliver a crushing blow to Chen Yi's arm that a wave of excruciating pain surged through Chen Yi, his arm going numb. Causing the azure sword to clatter to the ground, Yi Hu capitalized on the moment, kicking Chen Yi away. Your sword is far too slow. There is no finesse in your technique. You are not a true sword practitioner. Yi Hu shook his head, disdain evident in his eyes. Previously, he had heard from his subordinates about the sword master who had slain Yi Lingyun, which had given him pause. He had presumed the culprit to be a formidable sword practitioner of the condensation realm. A sword practitioner masters the intent of the sword, leaving no room for error, unmatched among peers. Had the one who killed his son been a true sword practitioner, Yi Hu might have considered letting the matter rest. However, after the exchange, Yi Hu realized that his opponent's swordplay was entirely devoid of structure, relying solely on raw power rather than skill, merely someone who favored wielding a sword. Chen Yi's blood surged, his breath coming in labored gasps as he planted his sword into the ground, forcing himself to remain upright. Yi Hu spoke the truth. He indeed lacked swordsmanship, having merely relied on the advantage of his realm when he struck down Yi Lingyun. Yi Hu was a warrior of the third level of the condensation realm, while Chen Yi was merely at the second level, leaving him with no advantage whatsoever. Furthermore, Yi Hu's extensive combat experience rendered Chen Yi's efforts futile. Observing this, Wei Chushue's complexion paled, akin to a sheet of paper, her tightly pressed lips betraying an anxious tremor as she furrowed her brow, muttering, "Damn, how is this old man so formidable?" Though Chen Yi was exceptionally talented, having reached the condensation realm at such a young age, he was still too youthful in comparison to Yi Hu, who had cultivated for many years. Given Chen Yi a few more years of training, he would undoubtedly surpass Yi Hu. Yet, Yi Hu was not foolish enough to allow Chen Yi the time to grow to, "It is over, boy. I shall have you torn to shreds." Yi Hu sneered coldly, stepping forward with a swift charge toward Chen Yi, intent on ending his life. Feng Yun Palm. Yi Hu swept his palms again, unleashing the Feng Yun Palm once more, but this time with even greater intensity. He aimed to strike decisively, to obliterate Chen Yi. Alas, why must you force my hand? Chen Yi sighed softly. Under the gaze of the onlookers, Chen Yi displayed no intention of resisting with his sword. Instead, he cast the azure sword aside and closed his eyes. What does this mean? The crowd was momentarily taken aback, their faces etched with confusion as they looked at Chen Yi. Did he intend to concede? This seemed meaningless. Given Yihu's temperament, how could he spare Chen Yi's life simply because he chose to surrender, having killed his son? Wei Chushua's expression turned vacant, and she was left stunned. What was Chen Yi planning? As Yihu closed in, she felt as though ants were crawling on hot pan, her heart racing. Chen, you must counterattack, she cried out in desperation. Just then, in the midst of the crowd's bewilderment, Chen Yi suddenly opened his eyes, gathering his strength, fists clenched, and shouted, "Mountain-shattering fist!" He unleashed a punch with the speed of lightning, the force of his blow howling through the air, as if it sought to rend the atmosphere itself. Overwhelming in its might, akin to a meteor crashing to earth. What kind of martial skill is this? Yihu's expression grew grave, sensing a hint of peril. Just as he pondered, Chen Yi's fist was already upon him. Boom! Yihu's Fengyan palm collided with Chen Yi's fist. In an instant, it disintegrated. A wretched cry echoed as Yihu was sent flying by Chen Yi's punch, crashing to the ground several dozen meters away. How is this possible? The crowd was momentarily taken aback, unable to suppress their astonishment. They had never anticipated that the seemingly invincible leader of their faction would easily be bested by a mere teenager. It turned out that Chen Yi was not resigned to defeat, but rather was preparing to unleash a formidable technique. With a spurt of blood, Yihu staggered, his internal energy in turmoil, taking a while to stabilize his breath. His expression shifted to one of incredulity, a glint of greed flickering in his eyes as he coldly remarked, "You actually possess a second-tier martial skill." Chen Yi nodded in affirmation. Indeed, the punch I just delivered was a genuine second-tier martial skill. The mountain-shaking fist I employed was no longer the simplified version from before. It had been honed through my father's training and had been doubled in power through the system's enhancements, thus becoming a second-tier martial technique. The mountain-shaking fist is inherently formidable, and having been elevated to second tier through the system's calculations, its lethality had significantly increased, making it a masterpiece among second-tier martial skills. Upon hearing this, the entire assembly was astonished, and oh wonder Chen Yi could defeat Yihu. He had mastered a second-tier martial skill. Many present had never even encountered a first-tier martial skill, let alone a second-tier one. Yihu, as the esteemed leader of the Tiger Gang, had roamed Jiang City for years, yet he had only managed to grasp 2 or 3 first-tier martial skills, while second-tier techniques were beyond his dreams. In all of Luo Shui County, only the top powers in the county town and a few elite sects possessed second-tier martial skills, and no wonder that Elder held him in such regard. He was indeed extraordinary, possessing even a second-tier martial skill. Why Yihu's expression darkened, a flicker of greed crossing his eyes as he spoke slowly. But it matters not. If I kill you, all your secrets will belong to me, including this second-tier martial skill. That he produced a pill from his pocket, his face contorted with hatred, grinding his teeth as he declared, "This demon transformation pill was painstakingly obtained from that esteemed elder. I had intended to save it for later, but since you killed my son, I, Yihu, must exact my vengeance." As soon as he finished speaking, Yihu immediately consumed the pill. In the next instant, an overwhelming force erupted from within him, accompanied by the sound of cracking bones, as a pair of hands sprouted from his waist. A dark red glow flickered around him, and with a roar, a crimson beam of light surged forth, shooting up into the sky. In an instant, Yihu's body grew larger, his eyes turning a fierce red, resembling a demon. With a sinister expression, Yihu let out an eerie, chilling laugh. Chen Yi, this time, you are surely doomed. Chapter 42. Demon Transformation. After consuming the pill, Yihu transformed into a grotesque creature, neither fully human nor ghostly, instilling terror in all who beheld him. What is this? The crowd stood in stunned silence, paralyzed with fear, desperately fleeing from the Chen family estate. What kind of monster is this? Chen Yi furrowed his brow. watching Yi with vigilance as he sensed a dangerous aura for the first time. He could tell that Yihu's power had now approached the 5th or 6th level of qi condensation, a truly bizarre phenomenon. I remember now. I read about this in an ancient tome. This is a demon. Wei Chushue's eyes suddenly lit up as if she had recalled something, and she exclaimed loudly. Demon. This was not the first time Chen Yi had heard this term. During their time in the Qingyan mountain range, Wei Chushue had already introduced the concept to him. Later, in the Blood of the Red Sun ruins, he had encountered mention of demons again. Afterward, Chen Yi had consulted texts to gain a basic understanding of demons. Demons predate humanity. They engage in endless slaughter to cultivate their own power and are fearsome beings that are nearly immortal. Demons are universally reviled, and to combat them, the Great Yin dynasty established demon suppression offices in various counties to protect its citizens. How could Yihu, so powerful in Jiang City, go undetected? Wei Chushue recalled the moment Yihu consumed the pill and added, No, he must be half human, half demon, that he has consumed a demon transformation pill. Some unscrupulous cultivators, yearning for the power of demons, willingly merge with them, becoming half demons like Yihu. Run. He is transformed into a demon. We are no match for him. Only the people from the Demon Suppression Office can deal with him. Wei Chushi shouted at Chen Yi, her forehead beaded with sweat, her face pale with overwhelming concern. Chen Yi's brow furrowed. Yihu had willingly become this abomination to kill him. He understood Wei Chushue's words held truth. After transforming, Yihu's strength had multiplied several times over, and he feared he could not defeat him. Thus, he grasped Wei Chushue's hand, preparing to flee the Chen family estate. Humph, try to escape? It won't be that easy. Yihu detected their intention to flee, and with a mighty shake of his powerful frame, an overwhelming aura erupted like a hurricane. His 4 hands launched a simultaneous assault on Chen Yi. Chen Yi sensed the impending attack from behind, realizing he could not retreat for the moment. He had no choice but to push Wei Chushue away, to free himself from restraint. He swiftly dodged Yihu's palm strike. Just as he thought he could catch his breath, the other 3 hands came crashing toward him, forcing him to evade continuously that mountain-shaking fist. Chen Yi furrowed his brow, knowing that inaction would lead to his demise. And he had to take the initiative. He gathered all his strength, channeling the mountain-shaking fist technique, and unleashed a powerful punch. Right on time. Stormy palm. Yihu sneered coldly, all 4 hands striking out simultaneously. Each hand seemed to embody the power of the storm, each movement carrying earth-shattering force. His stormy palm was both fierce and agile, at times striking like a torrential downpour, and at others, light as drifting willow fluff. Boom! Under the blazing sun, 2 figures darted through the air, resembling phantoms as they clashed, each collision sending ripples through the air. With each confrontation, it felt as though the very heavens were being shaken, distorting the surrounding space. As time passed, Yihu's stormy palm grew increasingly frenzied, his 4 hands flailing like furious dragons in the air. Each strike dazzled the eyes, not only demonstrating overwhelming power, but also embodying unfathomable profundity. As if channeling the very forces of nature to ensnare Chen Yi in a deadly trap point, 2 fists could not withstand 4 palms. And moreover, Yihu's power had skyrocketed after his transformation, reaching the 6th level of qi condensation. Chen Yi's ability to hold his ground for so long with only the mountain-shaking fist was already remarkable. Finally, Chen Yi could no longer endure. Yihu seized the opportunity and sent him flying with a single palm strike. He collapsed to the ground, as though all strength had drained from him, his complexion pale to the point of transparency, his chest heaving violently, each breath accompanied by intense pain. There was no choice. After transforming, Yihu was far too powerful, and at his current level, victory was unattainable. Chen Yi, are you all right? Seeing this scene, Wei Chushue's face turned ashen, her heart pounding like a war drum as she rushed to Chen Yi's side. Chen, you killed my son and left the Yi family without an heir. Rest assured, I won't let you die so easily. Yihu's muscles twitched grotesquely as he wore a bizarre smile. With Wei Chushue's support, Chen Yi managed to stabilize himself and rise. Oh, really? Do you think this abomination of yours can kill me? Chen Yi replied with a cold indifference. Yi Hu looked at Chen Yi with a smile that did not reach his eyes, believing him to be merely putting on a brave front. Chen Yi took a deep breath, extending his hand and opening his palm, a hint of madness glinting in his eyes as he proclaimed, "Then come at me." In the next moment, a tremendous force erupted from Chen Yi, akin to a hurricane, as he prepared to unleash his sole divine ability, the power of blood. Ever since he obtained the blood god talisman in the blood of the Red Sun ruins, and his father refined it. Through the system's feedback, Chen Yi had mastered 1/10 of this divine ability, the power of blood. That time, Chen Yi had not understood what it was, but later through research and inquiries, he learned it was the signature divine ability of the blood god sect. Since gaining this ability, he had never utilized it, but now, faced with the transformed Yi Hu, it was his final trump card, and he had no choice but to employ it in an instant. Chen Yi found himself enveloped in a peculiar force. He took a deep breath, closed his eyes, and began to channel the true energy within him, resonating with this mysterious power. Gradually, he felt his body encased in a searing flow of energy, continuously surging into him, nourishing his meridians and bones. As the power flowed in, subtle changes began to manifest in Chen Yi's body. His skin took on a rosy hue, as if shrouded in a faint blood light, and his eyes transformed into a fiery red, gleaming with intense brilliance. Suddenly, a powerful force erupted from within Chen Yi, enveloping him in a radiant crimson light, bright and blazing, illuminating the entire world. Chen Yi snapped his eyes open, now glowing with a deep crimson light, feeling his strength ascend to an entirely new level. This is the power of blood. It is potent and tempestuous, yet brimming with boundless vitality and vigor. Now, it is my turn. Chapter 43. The power of crimson blood. Within the courtyard stood a youth, his entire being radiating an extraordinary crimson glow, his figure appearing particularly grand under the sun's illumination, akin to an immortal statue. This individual was none other than Chen Yi, who had awakened the divine power of the Crimson Blood sect, the Crimson Blood Force, draped in a long white robe of jade. His garments billowed elegantly, shimmering with a mysterious red light that seemed to harbor an enigmatic strength. His gaze was resolute and profound, as if capable of discerning the illusions and truths of the world. Leaning on his sword, which emanated a chilling brilliance, Chen Yi appeared as if a sword deity had descended, ready to sever all darkness and malevolence. He could sense a stark difference within himself compared to before. This was merely 1/10 of the Crimson Blood Force. He wondered how formidable he would be if he were to master it completely. This was his first encounter with the Crimson Blood Force, and he was astonished by its potency. Given this, it was imperative for him to venture into the treasury of the Crimson Blood sect, where its ultimate techniques resided. Perhaps he could grasp the full extent of the Crimson Blood Force there. With a firm step, he declared with righteous fervor, "Yi Hu, as a member of the human race, how can you willingly serve as a pawn for the demons? Today, I shall act in the name of our ancestors and bring you to justice." Yi Hu, upon seeing the luminous Chen Yi, furrowed his brow, sensing an overwhelming aura of danger. What secret technique had he employed to become so powerful so suddenly? The current Chen Yi felt unfamiliar, his presence significantly stronger than before. Yi Hu was aware of certain secret methods that could rapidly elevate one's cultivation temporarily, albeit at a tremendous cost to one's physique, but he suspected that Chen Yi had utilized a similar technique. You certainly have many secrets, but that is even better. Once you are dead, all your secrets and fortune shall belong to me." Yi Hu sneered coldly, still dismissive of Chen Yi. After all, he now possessed the physique of a half-demon. Even if Chen Yi were a sword cultivator, it was uncertain whether he could harm him. That's so. Let us see who meets their end first. Chen Yi stood tall, his expression devoid of emotion. Yet his eyes burned with fierce combativeness. He swung his sword, and the azure blade surged forth like a colossal dragon, flashing with a fierce light. Chen Yi moved like the wind, his sword tracing elegant arcs in the air, each strike accompanied by a thunderous roar. Die! Yi Hu, transformed by demonic energies, let out a furious roar. With 4 robust arms, each hand resembled a sharp blade, looking both fearsome and terrifying. His body was encased in a hard shell, seemingly impervious to any assault. His eyes glinted with a cruel red light. Fixated on his foe like a beast stalking its prey, Chen Yi wielded his azure sword. A dazzling beam of sword light erupted in midair. This strike encapsulated all of Chen Yi's strength and will, akin to lightning cleaving through the night sky, its speed utterly astonishing. Wherever the blade passed, it was as though a tempest raged. Stirring up a cloud of dust, the sheer destructive force seemed capable of tearing apart any obstacle in its path. The surrounding air was compressed by the sword's might, creating invisible waves that radiated outward. Yi, undeterred by Chen Yi's assault, swung his four arms in unison, blades clashing against the sword with a piercing clang of metal. Yi's strength was immense. Each collision sent a jolt through Chen Yi's arms. To Chen Yi's astonishment, Yi's shell possessed extraordinary defensive capabilities, capable of withstanding most of his attacks. Without the prowess of a sword cultivator, defeating the demonized Yi was no simple feat. Now you see my strength, do you not? As long as one can acquire power, what is wrong with being a demon? Yi exclaimed with exhilaration, his tone arrogant. In this world, demons were not universally reviled. Weakness was the only true sin. Taking a deep breath, Chen Yi discarded his azure sword. Reverting to his most adept martial arts, he shook his head, declaring, "Stubborn fool. That was merely a warm-up. Now I shall enact justice." With eyes ablaze, his internal energy began to flow, converging upon his fists as he unleashed his full strength. Mountain-shattering fist. As it descended, it struck like thunder, shaking everything around it, as if the very earth trembled beneath its might. The destructive force contained within this punch was akin to a rampaging storm, fierce and unyielding, capable of shattering any obstacle before it. Under the impact of this swift and terrifying blow, the air seemed to tear apart. Emitting a sharp whistling sound, boom, Yi's chest was struck by Chen Yi's fist, the once impenetrable shell caving in, blood splattering everywhere. He let out a harrowing scream, his form staggering as he struggled to maintain balance. Yet, Yi did not fall. With a roar, he swung his four arms once more, launching an even fiercer assault upon Chen Yi. Chen Yi, agile and swift, evaded Yi's strikes while continually counterattacking, striving to vanquish his foe. The battle intensified, each blow landing with a dull thud, accompanied by the splatter of blood. Chen Yi's mountain-shattering fist was exquisite, at times as rapid as a tempest, at others as delicate as a gentle drizzle. With each punch imbued with profound martial mastery. Though Yi's attacks were ferocious, they appeared somewhat futile against Chen Yi's nimble movements and precise strikes. After a fierce exchange, Chen Yi finally seized upon a flaw in Yi's defense. He darted aside, evading the monster's attack, and delivered a powerful blow, his fist carrying the ferocity of storm, aimed directly at the creature's head. Yi seemed to sense the terrifying might of this punch, his eyes widening in terror as he attempted to evade this lethal strike. However, Chen Yi's fist pierced through Yi's defenses in an instant, crashing into his skull that a thunderous sound erupted as Yi's head was shattered by Chen Yi's blow. Blood and brain matter splattering in all directions. Yi's massive form swayed before finally collapsing, stirring up a cloud of dust. Though Chen Yi was exhausted and panting heavily, victory gleamed in his eyes. The demonized Yi had undoubtedly been the most formidable adversary he had encountered since his arrival in this world. Had it not been for his fortunate acquisition of the Crimson Blood Force from the remnants of the Crimson Blood sect, he would have had no hope of defeating Yi at last. Victory was his. Wei Chuxue, watching from the sidelines, was too anxious to breathe until she confirmed Yi, who was utterly defeated before daring to speak. There was no avoiding it. After all, he was the demon that had instilled fear throughout the great Yin dynasty, and no one was unafraid. In that moment, Wei Chuxue took a deep breath, experiencing an unprecedented sense of relief and freedom. Her brow unfurled, and her eyes sparkled with a bright light, as if she had shed a tremendous burden. Ever since the Tianlong society had been obliterated and her father had perished, she had been on a relentless flight, living in constant peril. Throughout her escape, Wei Chuxue had been consumed by thoughts of avenging her father and the brothers of the Tianlong society. Yet she understood that with her current abilities, seeking vengeance against the Tiger Gang, which dominated Jiangsheng, was akin to chasing a pipe dream. Especially after witnessing Yi Hu's transformation and surge in power, her hopes for revenge had plummeted, just when Wei Chuxue thought she would never have the chance for vengeance. Chen Yi appeared, as if a celestial being descended from the heavens, slaying Yi Hu and avenging her father and the Tianlong gang. Though she did not kill Yi Hu herself, the fact that he was defeated brought her immense satisfaction. The side effects of the Crimson Blood Force are indeed substantial. Chen Yi sighed, his complexion pale as paper, sweat soaking through his garments. His body felt utterly drained of energy, making it exceedingly difficult to even stand. While the Crimson Blood Force allowed for a significant temporary increase in power, it drained the body, leaving one in a state of weakness that he stepped forward, examining Yi Hu's corpse closely. This was his first encounter with a demon. However, Chen Yi understood that Yi Hu was not a purebred demon, but merely one who had consumed a demonic transformation pill, thus could only be considered a half-demon. He also felt fortunate not to have encountered a true demon. Yi Hu has a vial of pills on him. Could it be another demonic transformation pill? Chen Yi suddenly discovered a small bottle on his body, realizing it contained pills. Chapter 44. The greatest in Jiangsheng upon opening it. A faint aroma wafted up, captivating his senses. Chen Yi quickly summoned the system to examine the properties of the pill. Name. Gathering Qi Pill Effect. A specialized pill for breaking through to the Qi condensation stage, effective only for those at the 9th level of body refinement. It was indeed a gathering Qi pill. Chen Yi's heart surged with joy. His father was currently stuck at the 9th level of body refinement, uncertain if he could break through to the Qi condensation stage, making this gathering Qi pill perfectly timed. He is well aware that although there exists merely a slight distinction in realms between the 9th layer of body refinement and the Qi condensation stage, one is dominion over the heavens, while the other remains tethered to the earth. Only by truly stepping into the Qi condensation stage can one be deemed to have embarked upon the path of cultivation. However, this transition is fraught with difficulty. Many remain ensnared at this threshold for a lifetime, never managing to cross it. Take for instance Yi Hu's son, Yi Lingyun, and Wei Chuxue. They possess commendable talents, yet have lingered at the 9th layer of body refinement for many years, perpetually unable to ascend to the Qi condensation stage. If only my father could acquire this Qi gathering pill, the likelihood of his breakthrough would be significantly enhanced. Alas, there are but 10 days remaining until the deadline for his promotion to an inner disciple. This Qi gathering pill has arrived at a most opportune moment. I wonder from whence Yi Hu procured this pill, but now it is mine. Chen Yi chuckled with delight, hastily stowing the Qi gathering pill close to his chest. Unbeknownst to him, this pill was originally intended for Yi Lingyun by Yi Hu. However, with Yi Lingyun's untimely demise, Yi Hu found himself at a loss for its use and chose to keep it for the time being. The leader is dead. After Yi Hu succumbed to his madness, several members of the fearless Tiger Gang, gripped by fear, hastily fled to Chunfami. Standing opposite him was Zhang Liang, one of the top 10 disciples of the outer sect. Dressed in a dark blue form-fitting outfit, his garment billowed gracefully in the wind, and he stood tall and straight as a pine tree, exuding an air of cold elegance and nobility. The events of the last encounter were not to be mentioned again. This time he was determined to make Chun Tianxing pay. Zhang Liang's brows were tightly knitted, his expression one of palpable irritation. The memory of his previous clash with Chun Tianxing ignited a smoldering anger within him. That battle had left him utterly humiliated in front of the outer sect, and he had foolishly surrendered a first-grade martial skill as well. How could a distinguished disciple of the outer sect lose to a newcomer who had only recently joined? It was utterly disgraceful. Zhang Liang snorted coldly and spoke in a low voice. I have sent someone to investigate Chun Tianxing in Jiangsheng, and in less than half an hour, he will turn 45. According to the rules of the Taishan sect, regardless of his exceptional talent, if he does not break through to the Qi condensation realm before he turns 45, he will never become an inner sect disciple. He has already been at the Luoyuan Pavilion for nearly 10 days. He must be preparing for his final push to reach the Qi condensation realm. Regardless of his success, our task now is to prevent him from going for inner sect certification. Zhang Liang understood that Chen Tianqing had less than half an hour to achieve his breakthrough and secure his chance for intersect certification. Whether or not Chen Tianqing managed to cultivate to the qi condensation realm within that fleeting time frame, Zhang Liang was resolute in denying him the opportunity for smooth passage to the intersect. Unlike Chen Tianqing, Zhang Liang was still young and had ample time ahead of him. He was also confident in his own abilities. With his innate talent, he would assuredly achieve the qi condensation realm within half a month and become an intersect disciple himself. As long as Chen Tianqing failed to ascend to the status of intersect disciple, Zhang Liang would find ways to make his life miserable once he reached that level. Today, he was determined to guard the Luyuan Pavilion and thwart Chen Tianqing's hopes of advancing to the intersect. Suddenly, a middle-aged man emerged from the Luyuan Pavilion, clad in immaculate white that billowed softly, exuding an otherworldly grace. This man was none other than Chen Tianqing, as mentioned by Zhang Liang and others. As soon as he stepped out, Zhang Liang and his companions blocked his path. "I'm sorry, but you cannot leave here today." Chen Tianqing's expression shifted, and he replied sternly, "So it's you again. It seems the last lesson wasn't enough." With less than half an hour remaining before the deadline, Chen Tianqing realized he needed to reach intersect certification immediately if he missed this opportunity. Surpassing 45 years of age would render even a breakthrough to the qi condensation realm futile for achieving intersect status. Yet he found himself obstructed by Zhang Liang and his entourage, who were as bothersome as persistent flies. Zhang Liang smirked disdainfully. "Chen Tianqing, I know this is your last chance to become an intersect disciple, but unfortunately, I will not allow you to go for your certification." Chen Tianqing's gaze turned icy, and he scoffed. "You were merely my subordinate's defeated opponent before. Do you really think you can stop me? Or do you believe that with the addition of those 3 useless ones, Chen Yi and the others, you can impede my progress?" Zhang Liang remained unperturbed, instead wearing a mysterious smile. "Chen Tianqing, I admit you are strong, and I am not your match. However, I'm not the one who will confront you today," that he was not foolish. After their last encounter, he had realized he was no match for Chen Tianqing and thus sought assistance from others. "What do you mean?" Chen Tianqing furrowed his brow, questioning him. Just then, a confident voice rang out. "Apologies, junior brother Chen, but your opponent is Mead, a fair-skinned young man, adorned in a resplendent, gold-trimmed black robe, approached with measured steps. His handsome visage radiated a sense of fortitude, and his deep-set eyes sparkled with intelligence and bravery. It was none other than senior brother Gu Chang'e. The moment the young man in black appeared, murmurs of astonishment rippled through the crowd. The number 1 disciple of the outer sect, Gu Chang'e. Chen Tianqing regarded the young man warily, his brows furrowed, that on his first day in the outer sect, he had heard tales of Gu Chang'e's legendary exploits from the outer sect disciples. It was said that Gu Chang'e was the son of a certain elder in the Taishan sect, who had practiced within the sect from a young age, breaking through to the qi condensation realm at merely 20 and becoming an intersect disciple. The sect's leader even groomed him as a potential successor. However, his prodigious talent had attracted the attention of malevolent forces who sought to sacrifice him. During an external sect mission, he was ambushed by these fiends and narrowly escaped death, thanks to the intervention of powerful figures from the Taishan sect. Though his life was spared, his foundation sustained severe damage, and his cultivation regressed to the body refinement realm, which downgraded his status from intersect disciple to outer sect disciple, though his treatment remained unchanged. Over the years, Gu Chang'e had remained stuck at the pinnacle of the 9th level of body refinement, firmly holding the title of the strongest in the outer sect, far surpassing the second-ranked intersect disciple. It was rumored that he had already made significant progress towards the qi condensation realm, but he aimed to solidify an unparalleled foundation by perfecting the body refinement realm before considering a breakthrough. For this reason, Gu Chang'e's strength could not be measured by the ordinary 9th level of body refinement. Even some recently promoted intersect disciples were no match for him. He was truly the number 1 disciple below the qi condensation realm. Chen Tianqing's expression grew grave as he said, "Senior brother Gu, I believe we have no grievances between us, do we?" Since entering the outer sect, Chen Tianqing had kept a low profile and focused on his cultivation, never offending anyone, except for Zhang Liang and his group, who had sought trouble with him. With time running short, Chen Tianqing was eager to reach the inner sect certification. If he missed this chance, he would lose the opportunity to ascend. He sensed that Gu Chang'e was formidable, and engaging him in battle would likely be a protracted affair. If possible, Chen Tianqing wished to avoid a confrontation with Gu Chang'e. Gu Chang'e maintained a calm demeanor, a refined smile gracing his lips as he replied, "Indeed, junior brother Chen, we have no enmity. However, Zhang Liang has generously offered me 10 spirit stones to take action against you. It merely requires you to waste a little time, so why not?" At this point, his tone shifted dramatically, his eyes ablaze with fervor. "Moreover, I have heard that you, junior brother Chen, have made remarkable progress in your cultivation in less than 2 months since entering the inner sect, truly a prodigy. I have no particular hobbies, but my sole passion is to spar with geniuses. I hope you can fulfill this modest wish of mine." Chen Tianqing's brows knitted tightly as he sighed softly. Realizing that this battle was unavoidable, since it was inevitable, he would strive for a swift resolution. Chen Tianqing took the initiative to attack, his form blurring into a streak of lightning as he appeared before Gu Chang'e in an instant. In that fleeting moment, his powerful aura erupted forth unrestrained, akin to a volcano ready to burst, the Qi condensation realm. Upon witnessing this, Zhang Liang and the others were left in a state of shock, their eyes wide with disbelief, as if they might leap from their sockets. Their pupils expanded several times in an instant, reflecting their utter astonishment. What? Chen Tianqing truly achieved the Qi condensation realm. A tremor coursed through the crowd. They distinctly recalled that during their last encounter, he was merely at the 9th level of body refinement. In less than half a month, he had made yet another breakthrough. What kind of monster are you? They knew that with Chen Tianqing approaching the age of 45, he would undoubtedly be desperate to cultivate and break through to the Qi condensation realm. They had speculated that he would likely fail. Given the difficulty of such a breakthrough, which Zhang Liang and the others were well aware of, yet they could never have anticipated that Chen Tianqing would indeed possess extraordinary talent and succeed in his cultivation. The incredulity was overwhelming. Zhang Liang, filled with jealousy, gritted his teeth and said, "Senior brother Gu, I appreciate your assistance." That he had spent longer cultivating in the outer sect than Chen Tianqing, but remained stuck at the 9th level of body refinement, unable to break through to the Qi condensation realm. Meanwhile, Chen Tianqing had entered the outer sect for only 2 months and had already surpassed him by stepping into the Qi condensation realm. This left Zhang Liang feeling deeply dissatisfied. He understood that if Chen Tianqing successfully ascended to the inner sect, the possibility of retaliating against him would vanish. Fortunately, he had called upon Gu Chang'e, who possessed the capability to contend with Chen Tianqing, and no one else in the outer sect could match the might of the Qi condensation realm. Only Gu Chang'e had such strength. However, Zhang Liang did not expect Gu Chang'e to defeat Chen Tianqing. He merely needed to delay him from reaching the inner sect, wasting his time. For someone referred to as the strongest below the Qi condensation realm, this should not pose a problem. The Qi condensation realm? How intriguing! Gu Chang'e was not particularly shocked. Rather, he felt a sense of satisfaction that a challenger of this caliber was worthy of his attention. The two stood 10 meters apart, locking eyes as the atmosphere grew tense. As if a taut string had been drawn tight, the sounds of the wind around them fading to nothing but their heavy breaths. Chen Tianqing launched the first strike, his figure flickering like a bolt of lightning as he appeared before Gu Chang'e in an instant. His right fist clenched tightly, the fiery wind of his punch howling forth, aimed directly at Gu Chang'e's chest. Gu Chang'e smiled calmly, excitement glimmering in his eyes as he shouted, "Come at me." As soon as the words left his lips, he struck back with a punch. The two exchanged blows, neither showing fear, and they collided head-on. Although Gu Chang'e appeared frail, he seemed to harbor an abyss of hidden strength. His muscles, while not overly pronounced, contained a surging power reminiscent of volcanic magma. Once unleashed, it could shake the heavens and the earth. The two figures darted quickly across the arena, their fists intertwining, with each clash igniting brilliant sparks. Truly, he was a prodigy who had fallen from the realm of Qi condensation, the unrivaled champion beneath that level. Chen Tianqing sighed in genuine admiration. He unleashed a full-scale assault at the level of Qi condensation. Yet the opponent managed to absorb his blows with ease. Indeed, Gu Chang'e was formidable. Time was of the essence, and Chen Tianqing did not wish to linger in this confrontation. He aimed to conclude the battle swiftly. Mountain-shaking fist, Chen Tianqing seized his prattle and executed his ultimate technique, that he inhaled deeply, and his form suddenly became ethereal, as if he melded with the very air around him, before unleashing a powerful punch. Gu Chang'e sensed the terrifying force behind that strike and immediately employed his own martial technique. A heaven-splitting fist, he thrust out a punch that seemed capable of cleaving mountains asunder, where that dazzling light passed. The air appeared to be torn apart, emitting a series of piercing shrieks. Boom! The two fists collided, erupting in a cataclysmic roar. The two forces of fist wind crashed violently in the air, radiating a blinding brilliance. That radiance contained boundless waves of energy, as if it sought to flatten the entire battlefield. Amidst a deafening thunderclap, Gu Chang'e was sent flying backward by Chen Tianqing's mountain-shaking fist, landing on the ground with a trickle of blood escaping the corner of his mouth. Chen Tianqing turned gracefully, his form as light as the wind, seemingly blending with the universe, and calmly declared, "You have lost." Chapter 47. The intersect disciples arrive. A profound silence enveloped the arena. Everyone stood frozen, their eyes wide in disbelief at the scene unfolding before them. Yu Shixiang has lost. It was as if the crowd had just awakened from a dream, utterly unable to comprehend the reality before them. The former champion of the outer sect, Gu Chang'e, had truly been defeated. Gu Chang'e had held the title of outer sect's #1 for years. Given his talent, he could have returned to the realm of qi condensation long ago. However, he chose not to. Gu Chang'e had learned from his past mistakes, realizing that rapid advancement had led to an unstable foundation, resulting in a true battle power that did not correspond to his rank. Otherwise, he would not have fallen to the demonic forces. Over the years, he had remained stuck at the 9th level of body refinement, rebuilding his foundation, seeking to attain the supreme perfection of a physical body before challenging the realm of qi condensation. Therefore, Gu Chang'e's prowess could not be measured by the conventional standards of the 9th level of body refinement. In fact, many newly initiated intersect disciples in the realm of qi condensation would not stand a chance against him. Once he returned to that realm, the once feared prodigy would re-emerge. Yet, this formidable Gu Chang'e had been vanquished by Chen Tianqing, a newcomer who had merely entered the outer sect for 2 months. The spectators witnessing this event felt as if struck by lightning, their eyes wide and mouths agape, clearly in shock. Especially Zhang Liang and his companions, their faces drained of color from rage. They were aware that Chen Tianqing's power would undergo a qualitative transformation upon breaking through to qi condensation. However, Gu Chang'e was not weak. His strength far exceeded what his rank suggested. They had not expected Gu Chang'e to be unable to delay Chen Tianqing for even 10 minutes, let alone be defeated in a single move. Struggling to rise from the ground, Gu Chang'e suppressed the turmoil within him. Gently wiping the traces of blood from his mouth, he clasped his hands in a gesture of respect and said, "Junior brother Chen, I concede. You have triumphed." He then turned to Zhang Liang and the others, stating coolly, "I have fulfilled my part of the agreement. Do not forget the spirit stones you promised. You know my principles." With that, Gu Chang'e departed. Chen Tianqing let out a sigh of relief that Gu Chang'e was indeed worthy of his title as the outer sect's champion, with the strength of the 9th level of body refinement. He could contend with those at qi condensation. Had he not unleashed the mountain-shaking fist, it would not have been so effortless to resolve the matter with Gu Chang'e. With Gu Chang'e now defeated, there was no one left in the outer sect to obstruct his path to certification as an inner sect disciple. Brother Zhang, should we not extend an apology to Chen Tianqing now? Tianji asked timidly, glancing at the other two. They had already offended Chen Tianqing, and his ascension to the inner sect was a foregone conclusion. To antagonize a disciple of such high standing would surely render their future in the Taishan sect exceedingly difficult. Apologize to him? Zhang Liang's face darkened instantly, his previously calm features contorting into an indescribable expression of complexity, his eyes flickering with the flames of jealousy. He pressed his lips together, as if weighing various choices within. Yet he could not summon the resolve to act. Zhang Liang understood the consequences of offending an intersect disciple, but his pride prevented him from lowering himself to apologize to Chen Tianqing. Moreover, even if he did apologize, there was no guarantee that Chen Tianqing would accept it. Just as Zhang Liang wrestled with his indecision, a haughty voice suddenly rang out. "Oh, you are Chen Tianqing?" A young man clad in a purple robe, adorned with the Taishan sect's exclusive golden insignia on his chest, strode in, his garments fluttering in the wind, exuding an air of undeniable authority. The purple-robed youth bore a cold and profound demeanor, akin to a piece of jade sculpted by time, radiating a calm, yet deep aura. His black eyes were as deep as the night, shimmering with an enigmatic light. "Cousin Outyin, you have finally arrived. I was beginning to think you wouldn't show." Upon recognizing the newcomer, Zhang Liang's expression shifted dramatically, his face lighting up with joy. The earlier confrontation with Chen Tianqing had left him humiliated in the outer sect. Zhang Liang longed to seek trouble with Chen Tianqing, but knew he was no match for him. So he could only turn to his cousin, Zhang Outyin, for assistance in teaching Chen Tianqing a lesson. Zhang Outyin had broken through to the realm of qi condensation 3 years ago and successfully ascended to the inner sect. However, he had been in seclusion for some time, ignoring Zhang Liang's calls for help. To Zhang Liang's surprise, on this critical occasion, his cousin had agreed to assist him. In an instant, the gloom that had clouded his heart vanished, and he laughed heartily, declaring, Chen Tianqing, you wish to ascend to the inner sect. I shall deny you that opportunity." Zhang Liang's face was alight with arrogance, as if the halo of victory had firmly settled upon his head. Cousin Zhang Outyin was no mere match for Gu Chang'e. He was a genuine practitioner of qi condensation. Having cultivated in the inner sect for many years, he had now reached the second level of qi condensation and was on the verge of breaking through to the third level. Dealing with someone like Chen Tianqing, who had only recently stepped into qi condensation, posed no challenge. Even if Chen Tianqing was extraordinary, he would not stand a chance against his cousin, who had long been entrenched in the realm. Zhang Liang scampered over to Zhang Outyin, pointing at Chen Tianqing with a face full of grievance, saying, "Cousin, this is Chen Tianqing. You must avenge me." Chen Tianqing glanced at the golden insignia on Zhang Outyin's chest. His brow furrowed and spoke solemnly, "You are an inner sect disciple, here to support Zhang Liang." The golden insignia on Zhang Outyin's chest signified his status as an inner sect disciple, clearly indicating that the young man in purple was a formidable practitioner of qi condensation. Time was running short, and every moment was precious. There was little time left to waste. If this inner sect disciple sought to obstruct Chen Tianqing's path to the inner sect, he risked missing the last opportunity. As Chen Tianqing assessed Zhang Outyin, the latter was also appraising him. He replied coolly, "Zhang Liang is of my family, and as his cousin, I cannot turn a blind eye." In reality, Zhang Outyin held a sense of superiority and looked down upon Zhang Liang, who relied on his family background to act arrogantly. His presence was merely a result of someone else's orders. Given Zhang Liang's status, he was not yet worthy of commanding his attention. Chen Tianqing's expression darkened, and without further ado, he murmured, pleased he understood that a confrontation was inevitable. If so, he would make it swift. As a gust of wind arose, their energies began to rise steadily. The realm of qi condensation represented the second major stage of cultivation, enabling one to condense the spiritual energy of heaven and earth into their being for their own use. This moment, the air surrounding the two seemed ignited, shimmering with a faint glow, a sign of the gathering spiritual energy. Witnessing this, the crowd quickly retreated, providing a stage for the two combatants. Chen Tianqing took a deep breath, his gaze sharp as a blade, his inner energy surging like a mighty river. He stomped his feet, and the ground cracked under the force, transforming him into a bolt of lightning that surged toward Zhang Outyin, mountain-shaking fist. Chapter 48. Second-rank martial technique time was rapidly slipping away, and the final moments before ascending to the inner sect were dwindling. Chen Tianqing could not afford to waste any more time. He had to resolve the battle as swiftly as possible. Without hesitation, he unleashed the mountain-shaking fist. His gaze was fierce, his inner energy roiling, and the spiritual light flickered upon his fist. He struck out with a powerful punch, executing his signature technique, the mountain-shaking fist. The fierce winds of combat surged like a dragon, carrying with it a formidable force that charged towards Zhang Aoyan. Zhang Aoyan's expression shifted dramatically, and in that instant, he comprehended the gravity of his opponent's strength, prompting him to adopt a serious demeanor as he formed intricate seals with his hands, unleashing a torrent of majestic spiritual energy that erupted from within, transforming into a colossal energy palm imprint that howled towards Chen Tianxing. A thunderous explosion echoed as the energy palm imprint shattered instantaneously beneath the might of Chen Tianxing's mountain-shattering fist, scattering countless fragments of spiritual light into the ether. Indeed, this was intriguing. Witnessing this, a flicker of astonishment crossed Zhang Aoyan's eyes. It was no wonder this individual had attracted the attention of that esteemed figure. However, to triumph over him, this was scarcely sufficient. With a swift motion, Zhang Aoyan became a blur, dashing towards Chen Tianxing with the ferocity of a phantom, his hands morphing into lethal claws aimed directly at Chen Tianxing's vital points. Maintaining a calm demeanor, Chen Tianxing moved with the swiftness of lightning, deftly evading Zhang Aoyan's assault. At the same time, he unleashed a barrage of strikes, the winds from his mountain-shattering fists sweeping towards Zhang Aoyan like a tempest. The intensity of their battle escalated, with Chen Tianxing's mountain-shattering fist wielding immeasurable power. Each blow sent tremors of fear through Zhang Aoyan, as if he were truly capable of shaking mountains. As a practitioner at the pinnacle of the second level of the Qi condensation stage, Zhang Aoyan's every strike was sharp and swift, forcing Chen Tianxing to exert himself fully. The clash between the two grew increasingly fierce, each encounter erupting with a thunderous roar. The surrounding air seemed to vibrate with the resonance of their conflict. Emitting a low hum, their figures darted across the expanse, colliding at times, and then separating to face each other. He and I are evenly matched. It is impossible to resolve this swiftly. A frown creased Chen Tianxing's brow, his outward calm concealing an inner urgency. Time was slipping away, and if this continued, even with his cultivation at the Qi condensation stage, his age would preclude him from qualifying as an inner disciple. Without such status, how could he acquire superior cultivation resources or gain strength to challenge Nangong Jing? Yet, Zhang Aoyan's prowess was formidable. Despite pushing his mountain-shattering fist to its limits, Chen Tianxing found himself unable to dispatch him in a short span. Thus, he resolved to attempt that technique. Closing his eyes, he softly uttered 4 words. The power of crimson blood. In the next moment, a tempest roared, Chen Tianxing's robes billowing as he emanated an aura of wild, searing energy. Suddenly, he opened his eyes, their fiery glow intensifying, and with a fierce shout, the crimson true energy enveloping him surged violently, akin to a volcano erupting. Previously, Chen Yi had bestowed upon him a mysterious stone talisman. After refining it, he had surged from the 5th to the 8th level of the body refinement stage. Beyond the significant elevation in his cultivation, Chen Tianxing had also absorbed a mysterious power upon refining the talisman. Though faint, he sensed its extraordinary potential for destruction, albeit difficult to master. Yet, time was of the essence, and he had to devise a way to vanquish Zhang Aoyan. In the following moment, the crimson spiritual energy encircled him like liquid flames, his skin taking on a red hue as if scorched by fire. Chen Tianxing's aura grew increasingly ferocious, reminiscent of a feral beast poised to break free, instilling an unsettling dread. With the activation of the power of crimson blood, his strength surged exponentially. He felt a tremendous force coursing through him, as if it threatened to incinerate his very being. His eyes blazed with a fiery intensity, seemingly capable of piercing through all illusions and striking at his enemy's core. Zhang Aoyan's brow furrowed as he detected a whiff of danger. Chen Tianxing's aura was continuously escalating. Was he employing some secret technique for a brief surge in power? Taking a deep breath, Zhang Aoyan's true energy erupted within him. Aware of Chen Tianxing's rising strength, he dared not underestimate him. Promptly unleashing his ultimate technique, the second-tier martial skill, the Hunyuan Palm, he clapped his palms together with force, his internal spiritual energy surging wildly into his hands, coalescing into a massive energy pillar. The Hunyuan palm embodied all of Zhang Aoyin's spiritual power, and within his palms, a miniature vortex spun, incessantly drawing in the surrounding spiritual energy of heaven and earth, rendering his palm strike increasingly potent. With a furious shout, he thrust his palms forward, transforming the Hunyuan palm into a colossal shadow that barreled towards Chen Tianxing with annihilating force. How terrifying! Is this the power of a second-tier martial skill? The onlooker's eyes widened in awe, filled with longing that a second-tier martial skill achieves a perfect fusion of martial arts with the spiritual energy of the world, requiring an exceptional mastery of energy convergence. The disparity in lethality and difficulty of cultivation compared to first-tier martial skills was astronomical. Witnessing this, the crowd expressed their envy, sighing in unison. Inner disciples possess such privileges, qualifying to practice second-tier martial skills. No matter how extraordinary Chen Tianxing is, he must dim in the presence of a second-tier martial skill. Zhang Liang finally breathed a sigh of relief, a smug smile gracing his face. Cousin is serious now, even deploying a second-tier martial skill. Chen Tianxing is undoubtedly doomed. I wonder how he will fare his quest for inner disciple certification. Chen Tianxing, however, was not particularly astonished. He understood that once he entered the inner sect and ascended to become an inner disciple, he would gain the opportunity to cultivate second-tier martial skills. This was precisely why he strove diligently to attain inner disciple status. With a bellow, he pushed the power of Crimson Blood to its zenith and unleashed a devastating punch. The Crimson Fist shadow blazed like a burning meteor, imbued with the power to obliterate all, crashing toward Zhang Aoyin. A resounding boom erupted. The collision of fists and palms produced a deafening sound. The fiery fist shadow clashed violently with the resplendent palm in midair, erupting in a dazzling display of light. Yet, in the blink of an eye, the brilliant palm shattered under the impact of Chen Tianxing's strike. How is this possible? Zhang Aoyin's countenance paled. He had not anticipated that a second-tier martial skill, the Hunyuan palm, could be so effortlessly dismantled. This was a second-tier martial skill, not just any ordinary strike. Seizing the opportunity, Chen Tianxing advanced, delivering a punch directly to Zhang Aoyin's chest. Despite Zhang Aoyin's full effort to defend, the sheer force of Chen Tianxing, empowered by the power of Crimson Blood, was overwhelming. He felt an immense strength surge into him, instantly propelling him away. Zhang Aoyin crashed heavily to the ground, spitting out a mouthful of blood, his face as pale as a ghost. Meanwhile, Chen Tianxing stood tall, his robe billowing in the wind, slightly lifting his right hand to brush away non-existent dust from the hem. As if proclaiming his victory, he gazed coldly at the fallen Zhang Aoyin, leaving behind a single remark: second-tier martial skills are merely this. Chapter 49. Ascension to Inner Disciple. The atmosphere fell silent, every heartbeat audible in the stillness. As Chen Tianxing walked away amidst the incredulous stares of the crowd, each step felt as if he tread upon clouds. Light yet resolute, leaving behind only a slender silhouette. His stature stood tall like a pine, a towering mountain amidst the vastness, exuding an indescribable aura of authority and dominance. Witnessing this scene, the spectators' eyes widened in disbelief, as if they might leap from their sockets. Their pupils shimmered with astonishment and incredulity, as if attempting to engrave the spectacle into their memories. What on earth was occurring? Chen Tianxing had just broken through to the qi condensation stage and had defeated the inner disciple Zhang Aoyin, who had trained for years in the inner sect. Moreover, Zhang Aoyin had mastered a second-tier martial skill. This was simply unfathomable. Especially Zhang Liang, whose expression was a spectacle in itself. His face was a canvas of shock as he swallowed hard, trying to quell the turmoil within, though his voice trembled. How is this possible? Cousin Aoyin has mastered a second-tier martial skill. How could he possibly lose? His face contorted with jealousy, as if consumed by dark emotions. His eyes glimmered with a cold light, his brow furrowed deeply, revealing the turmoil and dissatisfaction simmering within. Brother Zhang, do you think we still have time to apologize? Yi Tianji and the others wore bitter expressions, regretting their choices profoundly. Had they known Chen Tianxing was such an extraordinary talent, they would never have heeded Zhang Liang's words to offend him over a mere inner core of the fiery giant bull. A gifted inner disciple could easily deal with them without Chen Tianxing needing to lift a finger. How could I have known? Zhang Liang exploded in fury, cursing profusely. His face turned ashen, beads of cold sweat dotting his forehead and nose. Silent testimonies to his inner turmoil and anxiety if his cousin, who had trained for years in the inner sect, was no match for Chen Tianxing, then with Chen Tianxing poised to ascend to inner disciple status. His elevated standing would make it far too easy for him to deal with them. Meanwhile, Chen Tianxing was making his way toward the inner sect. The aftereffects of the power of crimson blood were indeed substantial. He let out a long sigh. Chen Tianxing's complexion instantly turned as pale as a sheet, beads of fine sweat appearing on his forehead, clearly bearing the brunt of immense exhaustion. His body trembled slightly. Fatigue and weakness etched upon his face that I end this fleeting moment. Although Chen Tianxing seemed outwardly unscathed, the previous aura of dominance and authority had dissipated. This was all a consequence of the side effect from harnessing the power of the crimson blood. Nonetheless, it was only natural to imagine such a toll. The crimson blood's strength was extraordinary, and it was unreasonable not to pay a price for it. Chen Tianxing gritted his teeth against the weariness. Resolutely making his way toward the inner gate. 3 minutes later, Chen Tianxing finally arrived at the inner gate and quickly sought out the elder in charge to present his intent. Greetings, elder. I have successfully broken through to the Qi condensation realm and have come to seek certification as an inner disciple. In the Taishan sect, any outer disciple who breaks through to the Qi condensation realm before the age of 45 can approach an elder in the inner gate for certification, thus ascending to the rank of inner disciple. The sect maintains a stringent age limit for inner disciples. Failing to reach the Qi condensation realm before turning 45 signifies a lack of talent. Even if one later breaks through, their potential would be nearly exhausted, making further progress exceedingly difficult. Therefore, surpassing the age of 45, even upon achieving the Qi condensation realm, precludes one from advancing to inner disciple status. Inner disciples represent the core strength of any sect, valuing quality over quantity. The elder responsible for certifying inner disciples was an elderly man clad in a gray robe, his countenance weathered and profound. His eyes resembling two deep pools, exuding an aura of wisdom that transcended the mundane. After a mere glance at Chen Tianxing, he spoke in a calm tone. Very well, demonstrate your strength. Taking a deep breath, Chen Tianxing let out a low shout, causing the surrounding air to seem to solidify, forming an invisible force field. His hands slowly rose, gathering a brilliant orb of light in his palms, the immense power within him gradually unfurling. The light expanded, transforming into dazzling beams that intertwined in the air, crafting a magnificent tableau. These beams appeared to possess boundless might, capable of effortlessly tearing apart the void and obliterating all obstacles. Elder Su nodded gently. Not bad. You have gathered the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. This is the method of the Qi condensation realm. You have indeed broken through. He stepped forward and firmly grasped one of Chen Tianxing's hands. Continuing, next, I must assess your bone age to determine whether you meet the age requirements. For practitioners, it is often challenging to ascertain a person's age solely by their appearance. Some cultivators, skilled in the art of maintaining youth, can alter their looks. Particularly, some supreme beings appear exceedingly young, indistinguishable from youths, yet they may have lived for countless years. Even lower-tier practitioners can consume elixirs that enhance their youthful appearance. The technique employed by Elder Su was a form of bone examination, which could accurately gauge a person's age based on the growth of their bones. After all, while appearances may be deceiving, bones remain unchanged. Chen Tianxing's lips quivered slightly, sometimes pressed tightly together, other times parting in silence, betraying a hint of unease and hesitation. Before departing from the Luoyuan pavilion, he had less than half an hour until he turned 45 that on the way to the inner gate, he had encountered Zhang Liang's summoned outer disciple, Gu Changge, and the inner disciple, Zhang Outyin, wasting an indeterminate amount of time. He couldn't help but wonder if he had already missed the final deadline. After a moment, Elder Su withdrew his hand and smiled lightly. You certainly know how to manage your time, arriving just half an incense stick late. which means you have missed the opportunity for inner disciple promotion. Congratulations, you have successfully become an inner disciple of the Taishan sect. Upon hearing this, Chen Tianqing felt an immense weight lift from his shoulders, exhaling deeply, a faint smile gracing the corners of his eyes, as though a gentle spring breeze had swept away all his worries and anxieties. Wonderful! I have not squandered the past 2 months of arduous training and the various resources sent by my son. Chen Tianqing felt a surge of joy within, since his elevation from a registered disciple to an outer disciple. He had diligently practiced over the past 2 months, not daring to slacken even for a moment. However, he was acutely aware that without his son's assistance, given his talent, it would have been impossible to reach the Qi condensation realm in just 2 months. Soon, under the guidance of the gray-robed elder, Chen Tianqing received the token of an inner disciple, officially registering as such. With a gentle wave of his hand, Elder Su caused a golden insignia, exclusive to inner disciples, to appear on Chen Tianqing's chest. He continued, "Now that you are an inner disciple, it is time to select a main peak. Our Taidan sect has 5 main peaks. The first peak, Tianyin Peak, the sword peak primarily focused on swordsmanship, the divine pill peak dedicated to alchemy, the spirit array peak specializing in formations, and the celestial talismans peak which centers on talismans. Choose according to your cultivation direction and talent, and let me know your decision." Chapter 50. Sword Peak. The Taishan sect comprises 5 main peaks, each representing a distinct cultivation direction. The Sword Peak is home to sword cultivators, the Divine Pill Peak to alchemists, the Spirit Array Peak to formation masters, and the Celestial Talismans Peak to talisman experts. The first peak, Tianyin Peak, serves as a comprehensive mountain, encompassing a broad array of cultivation paths. After some contemplation, Chen Tianqing replied solemnly, "Elder, I wish to join the Sword Peak." He had heard that sword cultivators are unmatched in battle, invincible among their peers, and he aspired to become a sword cultivator. Chen Tianqing understood how exceptionally gifted his fiancée, Yi, was. To surpass her, he needed to possess formidable strength that transcended their shared realm. Only by mastering swordplay and becoming a sword cultivator could he hope to challenge Nangong Jing. The gray-robed elder did not appear overly surprised, merely nodding gently. "Very well. I will notify Elder Yun Feiyong of the Sword Peak. He will provide you with the pertinent information. However, allow me to offer a word of caution. Not everyone can become a sword cultivator. If you lack a certain aptitude for the Sword Peak will not accept you." Chen Tianqing nodded in understanding. Soon, the gray-robed elder departed to find someone at the Sword Peak. Observing this, Chen Tianqing began to sit cross-legged on the spot, gradually restoring his condition. The prior exertion of the crimson blood had left him drained, and he aimed to regain his optimal state before the elder from the Sword Peak arrived. Half an hour later, Chen Tianqing slowly opened his eyes, which now sparkled with a sharp brilliance, as if capable of penetrating through the illusions of the world. Although his complexion still bore a hint of pallor, it had regained some of its previous vitality. Radiating a sense of health, he stood up and stretched, feeling significantly rejuvenated. Just as Chen Tianqing rose to move about, someone approached to inform him that both internal and external parties were seeking him. Without a second thought, he surmised that Chen Yi was awaiting news from him. Now that Chen Tianqing had successfully advanced to the Qi condensation realm and become an inner disciple, he wished to share his joy with his son. Quickly, Chen Tianqing made his way to the main entrance. Upon arrival, he spotted Chen Yi waiting outside. As soon as Chen Tianqing appeared, Chen Yi feigned concern, his face etched with tension. "Father, how did it go? Have you ascended to inner disciple status?" Due to the system's influence, Chen Yi was already aware of his father's breakthrough to the Qi condensation realm, and it was only natural that his promotion to inner disciple status would follow suit. Chen Tianqing chuckled, patting the golden insignia on his chest, and declared proudly, "Take a look at this. It's the exclusive mark of an inner disciple." Chen Yi's eyes brimmed with tears of joy, resembling a proud father as he placed a hand on Chen Tianqing's shoulder. "Father, you are truly remarkable. I always knew you could achieve this, and I am so proud of you." Chen Tianqing's expression darkened. "No, you little rascal. Are you feeling proud? If one did not know better, they might think you were my father." "All right, enough of this idle chatter. I have matters to attend to, as the elder is looking for me." Chen Tianqing briefly recounted his intentions regarding the sword peak, eager to avoid wasting time, and promptly led Chen Yi toward the inner gate. A few minutes later, Chen Tianqing and Chen Yi arrived at the inner gate. Not long after their arrival, Elder Su approached with a tall, poised middle-aged man. This man donned a simple yet elegant black robe, reminiscent of the clouds in a night sky, exuding an air of mystery combined with an undeniable authority. That a long sword hung at his waist, its scabbard ancient and solemn, while the blade emanated a faint, sharp aura. Chen Tianqing, allow me to introduce you to Elder Yun Feiyang of the Sword Peak. Elder Gu succinctly introduced the man. Chen Tianqing clasped his hands in respect and greeted him amicably. Greetings, Elder Yun. My name is Chen Tianqing, the newly promoted inner disciple. I wish to join the Sword Peak to study swordsmanship. Yun Feiyang scrutinized Chen Tianqing from head to toe, shaking his head slightly as he replied nonchalantly. Sword cultivators require exceptional talent, that if you lack aptitude for the sword, you cannot become a sword cultivator. Choose another peak. The sword peak may not be suitable for you. Chen Tianqing was momentarily taken aback, a hint of dissatisfaction creeping into his voice. Elder Yun, how can you be so certain that I lack talent when I have never even practiced swordsmanship? Yun Feiyang maintained a calm demeanor, stating matter-of-factly, after years of sword practice, I can discern whether a disciple possesses sword talent better than they themselves can. I advise you to reconsider your cultivation direction. At this moment, Elder Gu also interjected. Chen Tianqing, Elder Yun has served as an elder at the Sword Peak for many years. While he may not be the strongest among sword cultivators, he is undoubtedly the most skilled at teaching disciples. You should heed his advice. Do not pursue the sword, but rather choose another path. Chen Tianqing furrowed his brow upon hearing the words. From the moment he embarked on his path of cultivation, he had aspired to become a sword cultivator. Reluctant to relinquish this dream, he gritted his teeth and implored, Elder Yun, I beseech you to grant me an opportunity, that I shall prove my worth. Chen Yi observed silently from the sidelines, attentively listening to their exchange. Naturally, he wished for his father to join the Sword Peak and become a sword cultivator. There was no complex reasoning behind it. Simply put, sword cultivators were formidable. They cultivated the essence of the sword, nurtured the heart of the sword, and were unparalleled in their domain, masters of slaughter with no equal among their peers. Should his father become a sword cultivator, with the system in place, Chen Yi would undoubtedly become an even stronger sword cultivator. However, alas, it was indeed as Yun Feiyang had stated. Becoming a sword cultivator was a daunting task that required exceptional talent. One might not find even a single sword cultivator among 10,000 individuals. Yun Feiyang pondered for a moment before finally responding. Very well. I see some determination in you. I shall grant you a chance. As he spoke, he retrieved a jade slip and tossed it to Chen Tianqing, saying nonchalantly, within this slip lies the clear wind sword technique. In a month's time, I shall assess your progress and consider whether to allow you to join the Sword Peak. Having said this, Yun Feiyang turned and departed. Chen Tianqing accepted the jade slip, taking a deep breath as an indomitable light flickered in his eyes. He called out to Yun Feiyang's retreating figure, Thank you, Elder Yun. I will strive to succeed. Beside him, Chen Yi shook his head slightly, sharing Yun Feiyang's skepticism regarding his father's prospects. Sword cultivation placed immense emphasis on innate talent. Mere diligence could not bridge the gap of natural ability. Lacking talent meant that all effort would be in vain, that he feared that, in a month's time, his father would still be denied entry to the Sword Peak. After Yun Feiyang's departure, Elder Su briefly outlined some important matters regarding the inner sect disciples to Chen Tianqing. As an inner sect disciple, he was now entitled to have family reside in the Taishan sect. Chen Yi had initially considered remaining at Taishan sect, but found it cumbersome and declined. After exchanging a few words with his father, he prepared to leave. While he held little hope that his father would successfully join the Sword Peak through a month of practice, he also wished not to disturb his father's cultivation. What if his father experienced a sudden breakthrough? Regardless, his father's growth would ultimately benefit him as well. Before long, Chen Yi departed from Taishan sect. With Yihu deceased, the Tiger Gang was left leaderless, its members scattered like grains of sand, teetering on the brink of dissolution. Over the years, the Tiger Gang had dominated Jiang City, amassing numerous rare treasures. Previously, in his haste to deliver the Qi-gathering pills to his father. Chen Yi had been unable to delve into the Tiger Gang's hidden treasures. This time, he could not afford to let the opportunity slip by. Just as he returned to the sword-forging manor, intending to search the Tiger Gang's headquarters, he was informed. Master Chen, Miss Wei has brought a guest to see you. Chapter 51. Wei Chunyu. Chen Yi paused momentarily, then promptly rose to greet them. He was somewhat curious about whom Wei Chuxue had brought to see him. Upon reaching the entrance of the sword-forging manor, he beheld two graceful young women standing at the doorway. Their elegance and stature resembled silent willows, awaiting someone. Wei Chuxue was adorned in a pale blue gown, its hem fluttering like mist, embroidered with exquisite patterns that evoked the flowing springs of the mountains and the drifting clouds of the sky. Breathtakingly beautiful. Beside her stood another young woman in a light blue dress, simple yet refined, akin to the moonlight in the night sky, cool and gentle. This girl in blue possessed a tall and slender figure, reminiscent of a pine, standing resolutely against the wind and snow, a delicate long sword hanging at her waist, its scabbard engraved with ancient patterns, emanating an air of mystery and solemnity. Her features bore a resemblance to Wei Chuxue's, as if sculpted from ice and jade, with every contour exuding chill and aloofness, her complexion as flawless as jade, akin to a celestial being descended from the moon palace. The girl in blue embodied the purity and nobility of a snow lotus upon a solitary peak, evoking a sense of reverence that kept one at a distance to a first-rate divine weapon, a cultivator of the Qi-gathering realm. Chen Tianxing's eyes narrowed slightly. He immediately discerned that the girl in blue was extraordinary. Even a mere glance revealed a trace of sword intent emanating from her, albeit faint, yet sharp as a cold wind, something not to be underestimated. Could she be a sword cultivator, related by blood to Wei Chuxue? Are they sisters? Chen Yi pondered inwardly. Curiosity piqued in the entirety of Jiang City. Following Yi Hu's demise, he was the sole cultivator of the Qi-gathering realm. He wondered where this girl in blue had emerged from. Was she from elsewhere? Wei Chuxue, holding the blue-clad girl's hand, smiled radiantly and said to Chen Yi, allow me to introduce her. This is Wei Chunyu, my sister. Wei Chunyu, stepping forth gracefully, slightly bowed, displaying a hint of gentleness and gratitude. Her downcast eyes sparkled with sincerity. Thank you, young Master Chen, for rescuing my sister at her time of need and avenging my father, Wei Tianlong. I have come today to express my gratitude. Chen Yi suddenly understood. Indeed, his earlier speculation was correct. This girl in blue was Wei Chuxue's sister. However, he had not anticipated that Wei Chuxue had an elder sister. He merely replied, Miss Wei, you are too kind. Wei Chuxue has assisted me, so I would never turn a blind eye to her plight. Moreover, I had prior grievances with Yi Hu. Our clash was inevitable, and I killed him out of necessity. No thanks are required. Wei Chunyu shook her head, her cool gaze shimmering with gratitude. A gentleman speaks of actions, not intentions. Regardless, young Master Chen indeed saved my sister and avenged our family's great grievance. How could I not express my gratitude? She paused, her beautiful eyes glimmering as she regarded Chen Yi. I have heard that Yi Hu has fallen to the depths of depravity, becoming a minion of the demons. Your ability to surpass him is truly that of a youthful hero that I serve in the Demon Suppression Division of the county, and I am more acutely aware of the perils of demons than most. Although Yi Hu merely utilized the demon transformation pill, he is no ordinary FO at this point. Wei Chunyu's gaze remained fixed upon Chen Yi, attempting to discern what set him apart from others. Wei Chuxue, as a demon suppression envoy, had long dealt with demons and understood their terrifying nature. Despite her formidable status as a sword cultivator, she did not possess absolute certainty in defeating Yi Hu after his transformation. Yet this young boy before her had managed to do so. The Demon Suppression Division. Miss Chunyu actually serves in the Demon Suppression Division. Chen Tianxing was momentarily taken aback, curiosity igniting within him. Many years ago, during the era of chaos brought by demons, the people of the Great Yin suffered immensely. The imperial family sought out talented individuals from all corners and established the Demon Suppression Division in various counties to subdue the demons, gradually improving the situation. Those who could enter the Demon Suppression Division were all extraordinary talents. Wei Chunyu gently patted the scabbard at her waist and spoke calmly. I am a sword cultivator, fortunate enough to have caught the attention of the division head, which allowed me to serve in the Demon Suppression Division. Though she spoke humbly, Chen Yi could detect the pride inherent in her identity as a sword cultivator. Indeed, such pride was warranted, as sword cultivators were exceedingly rare, a selection of the finest, placing immense importance on innate talent. At this point, Wei Chushua beamed proudly. Chen Yi, let me tell you how remarkable my sister is. From a young age, she fell in love with the sword. She began practicing at 7 and became a sword cultivator by 18, capable of defeating opponents in the chi-gathering realm using her exquisite swordsmanship even in the body refinement realm. Chen Tianxing gazed at her with envy. That is truly impressive. It seems that the potential to become a sword cultivator is determined from the moment of birth. The path of sword cultivation places such heavy emphasis on talent. With an average aptitude like my father's, no amount of effort will satisfy Yun Feiyong. Wei Chunyu gently shook her head. Not necessarily. In sword cultivation, later efforts also hold significant importance if one lacks talent. Acquiring extraordinary items may still enable them to become a powerful sword cultivator. Chen Yi's interest was piqued as he recalled his father. Are you saying that one can become a sword cultivator without innate talent through the aid of extraordinary items? Could you elaborate on that? Wei Chushu nodded slightly, beginning to explain. This isn't a great secret. I don't mind sharing. While sword cultivators rely on talent, it is not absolute. The Demon Suppression Division once purged the Crimson Blood sect and obtained a treasure, the Gaze of the River written by the Supreme Sword Master. The Supreme Sword Master was once the foremost expert of the Great Yin dynasty, an unparalleled sword cultivator who comprehended the sword through his calligraphy, practicing swordplay with every stroke point one day, while gazing at the waters of the Luo River. He penned the Gaze of the River, which encapsulated all his sword insights. The predecessor I mentioned in the Luo River County's Demon Suppression Division fortuitously glimpsed the gaze of the river and suddenly attained enlightenment, grasping the Supreme Sword Master's sword intent, which eventually led him to become a sword cultivator. Chen Yi was taken aback. So that's how it works? You know where the Gaze of the River is now. To his surprise, the river observation post actually originated from the Blood God sect. This Blood God sect is truly formidable. It rightfully earned its reputation as the foremost sect of the Great Yin dynasty. Wei Chushue promptly replied, it is located at the Demon Suppression Division in Luoshui County. What? Does young Master Chen have an interest in the river observation post? Chen Yi was indeed quite intrigued by the river observation post. With his father currently facing a trial from Elder Yun Feiyong of the Sword Peak, obtaining this river observation post might enhance his father's swordsmanship aptitude and aid him in becoming a sword cultivator. At that point, he could rely on his father to achieve greater prowess as a sword cultivator himself. Chapter 52. To the county city Chen Yi was genuinely interested, but he did not express it overtly. Merely stating, I am simply a bit curious, Wei Chenyu produced a delicately crafted small pouch and said, on a more serious note, young Master Chen has greatly assisted my Wei family. Over the years, I have dutifully served in the Demon Suppression Division, and I possess nothing of value except this Chinquan pouch. I hope young Master Chen will not find it lacking. Chen Tianxing was slightly taken aback. The Chinquan pouch was no ordinary bag, but a treasure with spatial attributes, crafted only by third-tier or above artifact masters, capable of storing a substantial amount of items. This was indeed a valuable treasure. Rivaling even the worth of martial arts techniques, he did not feign indifference. Since it was given with sincerity, he accepted it. Following a brief conversation, Chen Yi learned that with Wei Chunyu's assistance, Wei Chushue had recently rallied the remnants of the Heavenly Dragon Society and re-established it. With Yi Hu's demise, the fierce Tiger Gang was left leaderless, fragmented, and struggling to maintain cohesion, while the other factions in Jiang City lacked formidable strength. All forces aspired for dominance, plunging Jiang City into chaos. Wei Chunyu, being a formidable chi condensation realm expert and a sword cultivator, held an invincible status in Jiang City, effortlessly aiding the Heavenly Dragon Society in reclaiming its position of power. Afterward, Chen Yi took Wei Chushue and her sister to the headquarters of the fierce Tiger Gang, as he had long been preoccupied with the treasures amassed by the gang over the years. Unfortunately, On the day following Yihu's death, all possessions of the fierce tiger gang had already been divided among its members. By the time Chen Yi arrived, there was nothing left. On the journey back to the sword-casting manor, Chen Yi suddenly said, "Miss Chunyu, once you finish the reconstruction of the Heavenly Dragon Society, I would like to accompany you back to the county city." Chen Yi had made up his mind to set out for the county city on an upcoming day. The river observation post was a treasure that could aid in enhancing swordsmanship aptitude, and it was something his father desperately needed. Chen Yi contemplated ways to acquire it. Besides the river observation post, the treasury of the Blood God sect was also located in the county city. The map he obtained from the Blood God Talisman in the Qingyun mountain range indicated that the treasury was situated in the county city, and he certainly would not squander this opportunity. At that time, he had merely been at the body refinement realm, with average strength. Now, having reached the Qi condensation realm and mastered the formidable blood power, Chen Yi possessed a degree of self-preservation even within the entirety of Luoshui County. Presently in Jiang City, Chen Yi was among the strongest. There was nothing worthwhile for him to linger over, and it was time to explore grander horizons. "Oh, you intend to go to the county city?" Wei Chuxue was momentarily taken aback, her beautiful eyes shimmering with complex emotions, her delicate lashes fluttering as if to conceal the turmoil within. Chen Yi nodded. "Jiang City is too small for me. It no longer suits my aspirations." Wei Chenyu gently nodded, fully understanding Chen Yi's sentiments, for she too had once felt the same. In her invincible stance, she had swiftly surpassed her peers in Jiang City, breaking through to the Qi condensation realm and becoming a top expert. Had she not ventured to the county city for training but remained in Jiang City, her achievements would have been limited, and she would not have attained her current extraordinary status as a sword cultivator. True strength lies in the journey, traversing from one place to another, never remaining stagnant in a single location. "Very well. I wish you a smooth journey," Wei Chuxue said, a trace of reluctance gracing her features, with a hint of sorrow evident in her brows that, in truth, she too longed to visit the county city. Yet with the Heavenly Dragon Society freshly rebuilt and in need of her presence, she simply could not leave, otherwise she would have accompanied him. On the other side, at the Taishan sect in the rear mountain, among a grove of trees, a middle-aged man in a white robe was wielding a long sword. This man was none other than Chen Tianxing, practicing his swordplay. Dappled sunlight fell upon him, and with each movement, the shadows danced in concert. Chen Tianxing gripped the long sword tightly, attempting to execute the movements as outlined in the sword manual. But each swing felt awkward and clumsy, far removed from the grace and lightness sought by the Qing Feng sword technique. Beads of sweat dotted his forehead. Every misstep in his swordplay deepened his frustration and anxiety. He continuously adjusted his breathing, trying to calm the tumult within, yet the weight of his inadequacy lingered. The rustling leaves around him seemed to mock his clumsiness. Gritting his teeth, Chen Tianxing felt a surge of determination. He understood that his talent was average, and mastering this sword technique would require even greater effort and perseverance. He practiced repeatedly, striving for perfection in every motion. Although progress was slow, he refused to yield. He firmly believed that with relentless dedication, he would eventually grasp the essence of the Qing Feng sword technique. In this grove, he practiced alone, yet resolutely, each swing of the sword a challenge and transcendence of his own limitations. Senior Brother Chen, just as Chen Tianxing concluded his practice and prepared to rest, several outer sect disciples cautiously entered the grove, greeting him with trepidation. "Zhang Liang, you again? What? Do you still wish to trouble me?" Chen Tianxing scoffed, sword in hand. The trio of Tianji, upon witnessing this, quickly shook their heads, their demeanor respectful as they explained. "Senior Brother Chen, you misunderstand. The previous incident was merely a misunderstanding. We are here today specifically to apologize." Their tone was filled with sincerity and trepidation, fearing that any misstep might incite the ire of this newly minted inter-sect disciple. They had shifted from casual addresses to respectfully calling him Senior Brother Chen. Though Chen Tianxing had joined the Taishan sect later than them, his status as a formal inter-sect disciple now distinguished him significantly. Addressing him as Senior Brother was a means of atoning for their prior rudeness. Zhang Liang stepped forward, a sheepish smile adorning his face as he said, "Senior Brother Chen, I truly did not recognize your greatness previously and inadvertently offended you. Today, I sincerely come to apologize." With that, he bowed deeply to Chen Tianxing. Though unwilling, the current circumstances left him no room for hesitation. Considerations of dignity and face were cast aside. Chen Tianxing's status within the inner sect had soared, and his exceptional talent, marked by successive breakthroughs, compelled Zhang Liang to view him with newfound respect. Zhang Liang was acutely aware that with Chen Tianxing's remarkable cultivation speed, he would undoubtedly shine brightly within the inner sect. Such a figure was not one to offend. Thus, his paramount concern was to secure Chen Tianxing's forgiveness, regardless of the cost. He cautiously produced a token, presenting it with both hands. "Senior Brother Chen, this is a token I obtained with great effort from the Divine Alchemy Peak. I heard that Elder Mo Qian from the Divine Alchemy Peak is currently giving lectures. If you're interested in the art of alchemy, you may use this token to attend. Oh, such a fortunate opportunity." Chen Tianxing's eyes glimmered with interest upon hearing this. Opportunities to receive direct instruction from elders in the Taishan sect were exceedingly rare, typically reserved for disciples of various peaks. The Divine Alchemy Peak, as a core location, was particularly sought after. He gently caressed the token in his hand, inwardly rejoicing. This opportunity represented a significant chance for his advancement. He cast a casual glance at Zhang Liang and the others, stating, "Since you have apologized so sincerely, I shall not pursue the matter further." Now be gone. Upon hearing this, Zhang Liang and the others felt an immense weight lift from their shoulders, their hearts brimming with elation. They hastily nodded and departed the grove, fearful that lingering too long might provoke Chen Tianxing's displeasure. Chen Tianxing, meanwhile, examined the token for the Divine Alchemy Peak, falling into deep contemplation. Chapter 53. Divine Alchemy Peak in Jiang City. Following Yi, whose demise, the fierce Tiger Gang, now leaderless, had disbanded into chaos, with its members fighting among themselves, losing the strength they once possessed, with Wei Chunyu's assistance. The Heavenly Dragon Society, re-established by Wei Chuxue, gradually stabilized over the past few days. Initially, some factions in Jiang City sought to exploit the Heavenly Dragon Society's weakened state for personal gain, but they were swiftly quelled by Wei Chunyu's sword. Upon learning of the sword cultivator within the Heavenly Dragon Society, the other factions in Jiang City immediately adopted a more respectful demeanor. Through the course of several days, the Heavenly Dragon Society slowly regained its former glory. At the Jiang City post station, in front of a carriage, Wei Chunyu remarked, "Chuxue, I have done all I can to assist. Now it is up to you that if there is anything you need, be sure to inform me promptly. I must return to the county city with young Master Chen." After attending to matters concerning the Heavenly Dragon Society, Wei Chunyu also paid her respects to her father. Having completed these tasks, she prepared to leave Jiang City. Chen Yi stood by, having already packed his belongings, and bid farewell to friends at the sword-casting manor, ready to depart with Wei Chunyu for the county city. "Sister, I will strive to do my best." Wei Chuxue tightly grasped her sister Wei Chunyu's hand, her lips trembling slightly, her eyes filled with affection and reluctance. Turning her gaze to Chen Yi, she fixed him with a look imbued with unwavering determination and calmness. Her voice gentle as she said, "Young Master Chen, I wish you safe travels." At this moment of impending separation, memories of Chen Yi's timely assistance in times of peril flooded her mind, leaving her momentarily dazed. Standing quietly in the wind, Wei Chuxue resembled a serene lotus, seemingly undisturbed on the surface, while tumultuous emotions surged within. "Miss Wei, I hope we shall meet again in the future," Chen Yi said with a composed smile. Waving goodbye to Wei Chuxue, in the next moment, Chen Yi and Wei Chunyu boarded the carriage, gradually vanishing from her sight. "We will definitely meet again. Once I break through to the condensation realm, I will also journey to the county city." Wei Chuxue mused, her gaze following their departing figures, a flicker of resolve shining in her eyes. She understood that the county city was a gathering place for formidable individuals, and with her current strength, she would only be a burden to them. Once she achieved her breakthrough in the condensation realm and stabilized matters concerning the Heavenly Dragon Society, she would seek them out in the county city. The distance from the county city to Jiang City was not great. A 3-day carriage ride would suffice. Both Chen Yi and Wei Chunyu had reached the condensation realm, and with their prowess, they could reach their destination in half a day if they traveled at full speed. However, they were not in haste, relying on the carriage for their journey, done on the other side, at the Taishan sect's rear mountain. Chen Tianqing had been diligently practicing the Qingfeng sword technique ever since receiving it from Elder Yin Feiyong in the Tranquil Valley. He stood alone, gripping a long sword with a resolute and profound gaze. Taking a deep breath of fresh air, he cleared his mind of distractions and began to focus intently on the Qingfeng sword technique. Known for its lightness and grace, the sword movements resembled a gentle breeze. Both tender and fierce that he closed his eyes, inhaling deeply, expelling all stray thoughts. Gradually, he opened his eyes, determination glimmering within. He raised the long sword, commencing the dance of the Qingfeng sword technique. Chen Tianqing gently lifted his arm, the sword rising in tandem, its tip pointing skyward. Then, leaning slightly forward, he shifted his steps, as if searching for the optimal angle for attack. Suddenly, he pushed off the ground, launching himself like an arrow released from its bow. The sword slicing through the air, unleashing a sharp sword aura. However, this sword aura appeared rigid and clumsy, far removed from the fluidity and grace of the Qingfeng sword technique, that a pang of anxiety gripped Chen Tianqing's heart. He realized he had yet to fully grasp the essence of this sword technique, that he quickly adjusted his stance. Striving for perfection in every detail of his movements, he swung the sword again, this time placing greater emphasis on the trajectory of the tip and the force of the blade. He sought to make the movements more fluid and natural, as if merging with the gentle breeze. Yet, no matter how hard he tried, the Qingfeng sword technique seemed to maintain a distance from him. As time passed, his arms began to ache, sweat soaking through his clothes. Nevertheless, he persevered, repeatedly executing those seemingly simple motions. Elder Yun was right. I truly lack talent, and my dreams of sword cultivation have been shattered, Chen Tianqing said, drenched in sweat, casting the long sword to the ground with a resigned smile. The Qingfeng sword technique felt like an insurmountable mountain. He swung the sword time and again, yet each attempt fell short of capturing the essence of the technique. Initially, Chen Tianqing had been steadfast in his belief that human effort could triumph over destiny. Insufficient talent could be compensated with hard work. After days of diligent practice, he finally understood that without talent, the path of sword cultivation would be fraught with difficulties. Sighing, he decided to seek out other peaks instead. Oh, I still have a token for the Shendan Peak. That IT seems there is an elder giving a lecture today. Perhaps I should pay a visit to Shendan Peak. Chen Tianqing suddenly recalled the item Zhang Liang had given him earlier. Since his dreams of sword cultivation had been dashed, why not explore the realm of alchemy? While sword cultivators are rare, alchemists also hold great esteem. With this thought, Chen Tianqing promptly made his way to Shendan Peak. Upon his arrival, he found a considerable gathering of disciples from Shendan Peak. After presenting the token Zhang Liang had given him, he was smoothly admitted into the peak. Within Shendan Peak, disciples congregated like a tide, some standing, some sitting, others leaning against rocks to converse. Have you heard? Elder Mo Qian is coming to give a lecture today. That it seemed that Elder Mo Qian was the most accomplished elder in alchemy at Shendan Peak. With 3 disciples currently among the top 10. Unfortunately, Elder Mo had not accepted disciples for a long time. It would be wonderful to be able to study under him. Indeed, but having the opportunity to listen to his lecture today is still quite fortunate. From the conversations among the disciples, Chen Tianqing gathered that the elder giving the lecture was named Mo Qian, and he appeared to be quite formidable, with little hope left for sword cultivation. Attending Elder Mo's lecture seemed a worthwhile endeavor. Even if he could not become a sword cultivator, becoming an alchemist would also be quite admirable. Soon, amidst the eager anticipation of the crowd, a soft light began to descend, illuminating an elderly man clad in a gray robe. His hair had turned gray, thin strands clinging to his scalp, gently swaying in the breeze. Several silver strands framed his ears, adding to his ethereal presence. Greetings, Elder Mo. As soon as the gray-robed elder appeared, all the disciples of Shendan Peak immediately bowed respectfully. The elder simply nodded in acknowledgement, leading the crowd into the alchemy chamber, standing in the center of the chamber. Elder Mo Qian's gaze was profound, his voice steady and powerful as he began to unveil the secrets of alchemy. The path of alchemy is the refinement and fusion of the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. The medicinal materials we utilize are imbued with the essence of the world. Through clever combinations and meticulous refining, we can condense these essences into elixirs, bestowing them with wondrous powers. He gestured toward a nearby, spiritual herb. Continuing, this herb may appear ordinary, yet it harbors immense vitality. During the alchemical process, we must master the control of heat and the combination of materials to extract this vitality and fuse it with other ingredients, ultimately forming a perfect elixir. Elder Mo then picked up an alchemy furnace, explaining its structure and function in detail. He emphasized the importance of controlling heat and how to adjust it based on different materials and the desired effects of the elixirs. Sharing his extensive experience and insights gained over the years, he imparted invaluable knowledge to those present. Although some aspects of alchemical knowledge were difficult for Chen Yi to grasp, he could still sense the flow of spiritual energy and the marvelous transformations of the materials. Gaining insight into the wisdom and craftsmanship of alchemists, this Elder Mo elaborated. Chen Yi listened intently, as if enveloped in a mysterious world of alchemy. Chapter 54. The Demon Suppression Division, 3 days later. Chen Yi and Wei Chunyu, having traveled by carriage, finally arrived at the heart of Luoshui County. The county city, an imposing ancient city, stood between heaven and earth, as if it had withstood the test of countless eras. The towering city walls, constructed from massive stones, were adorned with intricate runes that shimmered with a mysterious light that on top of the walls, watchtowers loomed, seemingly recounting tales of war and legend from a carriage. Chen Yi caught a distant glimpse of the county city. The walls soared into the clouds, each stone seemingly etched with the marks of time, exuding an air of solemnity and antiquity as the carriage approached the city gate. 2 gigantic stone lions stood guard at the entrance, their fierce expressions evoking a sense of formidable protection over the city's tranquility. This is the county city. It truly is a grand metropolis. Remarkable in every way, Jiang City pales in comparison. Chen Yi dismounted and walked alongside Wei Chunyu through the streets of the county city. Entering the city, they found ancient buildings arranged in an aesthetically pleasing manner. The palace roofs were adorned with glazed tiles that sparkled with a kaleidoscope of colors under the sunlight. Eaves soared upwards, intricately carved with various mythical beasts and floral designs, bringing them to life. Shops lined both sides of the streets, brimming with an array of goods that dazzled the eye. A diverse throng of passers-by bustled about, some clad in resplendent silks, others in coarse linen, each engaged in their own affairs. A glance revealed that most of the people on the streets were martial artists, and Chen even sensed several presences of the condensation realm. In Jiang City, such individuals were scarce. Previously, only Wei Tianlong and Yi who had reached that realm. And now both were deceased, leaving Jiang City devoid of any condensation realm practitioners. However, in the county city, Chen Yi had already detected several individuals at that level, and oh wonder, this is the epicenter of Luoshui County, where formidable talents abound, exuding an atmosphere of prosperity, he thought. Wei Chunyu's expression remained calm, a hint of nostalgia flitting across her face as she remarked, "Indeed, this is the county city. Compared to Jiang City, it is nothing at all. Jiang City is far too small, making me feel like a frog in a well." Thinking that the sky above Jiang City encompassed the entire world, it was only upon arriving in the county city that I realized how ignorant I had been. When she first came to the county city, she had been just as taken aback by its splendor as Chen Yi. In Jiang City, she had been hailed as a once-in-a-millennium genius. Yet upon arriving in the county city, she discovered that such talents were abundant. Shaking her head, a glimmer of yearning appeared in her eyes as she said, "I have heard that the splendor of the imperial city is even more unimaginable." In the presence of the royal city, the county town seemed insignificant, almost as rudimentary as a rural dwelling. The populace of the royal city was numerous, and the youth of the dynasty appeared even more formidable. Chen Yi nodded lightly, signaling his understanding. After all, the royal city was the capital of the entire dynasty, the very epicenter where true geniuses congregated, with over 20 regions akin to Luoshui County still remaining in Dian. However, For Chen Yi at this juncture, the royal city felt exceedingly distant. Perhaps there would be an opportunity to visit in the future. Wei Chunyu stood quietly, akin to a proud plum blossom atop a snow-capped peak, exuding an air of cold nobility. She spoke softly. "Very well, young Master Chen, I must return to the Demon Suppression Division. Should you encounter any troubles in the county town, feel free to seek me out at the Demon Suppression Division." Chen Yi inquired, "Miss Wei, as this is my first visit to the county town, I wish to broaden my horizons. However, being unfamiliar with the surroundings, I would like to request your assistance as a guide." "What do you say?" Earlier, while in the carriage, Chen Yi had been studying the map derived from the Crimson Blood Divine Talisman, which clearly marked the location of the Crimson Blood sect as treasury in the county town. Being a newcomer, he naturally required a guide. Wei Chunyu pondered momentarily before responding promptly. "Very well." She seldom interacted with other men, and had it been anyone else making such a request, her disposition would have led her to decline outright. Yet, Chen Yi was, after all, the savior of her sister and had avenged their father's murder. Thus she could not refuse his entreaty. Moreover, the request was not excessive. It was merely to accompany him for a brief exploration of the county town. Soon, following the map's directions, Chen Yi and Wei Chunyu strolled along the streets of the county town. The duration of their walk was uncertain as they gradually distanced themselves from the bustling crowd, and the surrounding architecture became increasingly sparse, eventually halting before a secluded loft. This loft was nestled within a deep alley of the county town, surrounded by towering walls that rendered it seemingly isolated from the world. The structure exuded an ancient and enigmatic charm, crafted from a rare black stone that radiated a faint, ethereal glow, reminiscent of a starry night sky crystallized. "This must be the place," Chen Yi mused to himself. According to the map, the treasury of the Crimson Blood sect should be contained within. Could it be housed within this very loft? At that moment, Wei Chunyu furrowed her brow slightly, resembling a crescent moon. Her clear eyes reflecting a hint of doubt, with a graceful tilt of her head, akin to an orchid swaying gently in the breeze, she asked, "Young Master Chen, what brings you to the Demon Suppression Division?" Chen Yi appeared momentarily stunned, his expression blank. "Is this the Demon Suppression Division?" "The treasury of the Crimson Blood sect is located within the Demon Suppression Division." "Indeed." Wei Chunyu nodded slightly. "This is the Demon Suppression Division located in Luoshui County. You wouldn't be intending to escort me to the Demon Suppression Division, would you?" Upon receiving Wei Chunyu's affirmation, Chen Yi felt utterly bewildered. The treasury of the Crimson Blood sect was concealed within the Demon Suppression Division. How could this be? The individuals within the Demon Suppression Division were all immensely powerful, their prowess unmatched, and no faction in the county town dared to provoke them. With Chen Yi's current capabilities, entry was utterly impossible. Chapter 55. Lu Bai. As they traveled, Chen Yi's thoughts swirled, picturing various potential scenarios. However, he had never anticipated that the treasury of the Crimson Blood sect was hidden within the very Demon Suppression Division before him. He had meticulously studied that map, which clearly marked the location of the Demon Suppression Division and its historical significance as the former headquarters of the Crimson Blood sect. Could it be that after the downfall of the Crimson Blood sect, the Dian royal family not only established the Demon Suppression Division in Luoshui County, but also covertly took control of the treasury? If that were the case, wouldn't the treasures within the treasury already be claimed by the Demon Suppression Division? Chen Yi's mind was clouded with uncertainty, prompting him to inquire of Wei Chunyu beside him. "Miss Wei, why did your Demon Suppression Division choose to establish itself here?" "We must trace back to the incident involving the Crimson Blood sect 500 years ago." Wei Chunyu contemplated for a moment before slowly speaking. Legend has it that the Crimson Blood sect concealed a demonic lair underground, teeming with countless demons that lurked in the darkness, preying upon humans, slaughtering the innocent, and committing heinous acts that were beyond measure. The entirety of the Dian dynasty was plunged into panic, with citizens living in constant fear, enduring unimaginable suffering. Ultimately, this cataclysmic upheaval drew the attention of the royal ancestors of the Dian dynasty, who resolutely intervened, engaging in fierce combat against the demons with unparalleled prowess, overcoming perilous challenges to eradicate the rampant fiends, restoring peace to the dynasty. Yet, to completely suppress the demons and prevent further chaos, the ancestors decided to seal the lair, severing the source of the demons entirely. This necessitated a comprehensive purge of the Crimson Blood sect, obliterating their influence. Subsequently, the Demon Suppression Division was established on the territory of the Crimson Blood sect to safeguard this land, ensuring that demons would never again wreak havoc, allowing the populace to live in peace and security. Wei Chunyu's voice was crisp and melodious, akin to the clear waters of a mountain spring, resonating with freshness and elegance. Speaking of the Crimson Blood sect, it truly was formidable, worthy of being the foremost sect of the Dian dynasty 500 years ago. Even now, there remain many areas within our Demon Suppression Division that are inaccessible, laden with restrictions set by the Crimson Blood sect. Perhaps only the sect's leader could enter. Upon hearing this, the weight that had hung heavily over Chen Yi's heart finally lifted. Seemed the treasury of the Crimson Blood sect had yet to be discovered by the Demon Suppression Division, granting him a slight sense of relief. However, he harbored doubts regarding Wei Chunyu's mention of the demons. He recalled the Crimson Blood talisman he had obtained within the ruins of the Qingyun Mountains, which seemed to harbor unknown secrets, suggesting that the Crimson Blood sect might have been wronged. This was evidently at odds with what Wei Chunyu had just recounted. He was uncertain whether there had ever been a demonic lair beneath the Crimson Blood sect. At least, he felt that matters were not as straightforward as they seemed. Nonetheless, these concerns were of little consequence to him. Chen Yi's objective was to procure the treasures within the Crimson Blood sect. The most pressing issue at hand was how to enter the Demon Suppression Division openly in search for the treasury of the Crimson Blood sect. The only viable route was to join the Demon Suppression Division. Furthermore, he had previously heard Wei Chunyu mention that the calligraphy of the Peerless Swordmaster, which could enhance one's swordsmanship, was housed within the Demon Suppression Division. To obtain it, he would first need to become a member of the division and gather information. Chen Yi asked, "Miss Wei, I currently possess the cultivation of the second level of Qi condensation. Is there any way for me to join the Demon Suppression Division?" Faced with Chen Yi's unexpected inquiry, a flicker of surprise crossed Wei Chunyu's cool visage. "Young master, Chen wishes to join the Demon Suppression Division." Chen Yi nodded. "Indeed, I have heard that the Demon Suppression Division gathers the most talented individuals in Luoshui County, and I wish to witness it for myself." Wei Chunyu gently shook her head, her tone remaining cool. "It is quite difficult. The second level of Qi condensation is not particularly distinguished within the county town, making it hard to gain entry into the Demon Suppression Division. Moreover, the division has never lacked personnel. They only recruit at specific intervals each year, and the last recruitment was merely 3 months ago. You would likely have to wait half a year for the next opportunity, and without reaching the 5th level of Qi condensation, you might as well not think about it. Half a year. And I need to reach the 5th level of Qi condensation." Chen Yi's brow furrowed, that he did not have that much time, and he was still far from attaining the 5th level. Wei Chunyu contemplated once more, and suddenly a spark of brightness glimmered in her eyes as she exclaimed, "There might be a way. The Demon Suppression Division welcomes practitioners with special professions, such as alchemists or artifact smiths. A senior alchemist in the division is set to retire soon, and they have been seeking outstanding alchemists. I recall that Chu Shiwen mentioned you excel in artifact crafting. I can inquire to see if the Demon Suppression Division is in need of an artifact smith." As she concluded her thought, a note of seriousness tinged Wei Chunyu's usually cool voice. Chen Yi felt a surge of joy within, promptly bowing in gratitude. "Then I shall depend on you." "Miss Wei." Chen Yi understood that with his current cultivation, he was not yet qualified to enter the Demon Suppression Division. However, if he could gain entry under the identity of an artifact smith, that would be splendid. Just then, a voice unexpectedly rang out at the entrance of the Demon Suppression Division. "Chunyu, you're back to report. I've missed you so much these past few days." "Ah, who is this?" Both Chen Yi and Wei Chunyu turned to see a group of individuals emerging from the entrance of the Demon Suppression Division, striding towards them. Each member of this group exuded an impressive aura, their vitality robust, clearly not ordinary individuals. Leading them was a man clad in a white robe, a sword slung across his back. His garment billowed gracefully in the wind, lending him an ethereal quality. With a handsome countenance and an air of spirited confidence, he wore a warm smile, as if he possessed an intimate understanding of the world around him. Upon their arrival, A flicker of barely perceptible annoyance crossed the cool-faced maiden. Her brow furrowed gently, and her previously cold gaze now radiated an icy chill. "Lu Bai, we are not that familiar. Just call me by my full name." Wei Chunyu's voice was cool and resolute, devoid of any emotion. Unintentionally, Chen Yi caught a glimpse of Lu Bai, as mentioned by Wei Chunyu, and upon noticing the sword at his back, his expression grew solemn, his brow knitted tightly, and a profound sense of vigilance and doubt flickered in his eyes. He was a sword cultivator. Chen Yi merely cast a glance, and in his heart, he swiftly deduced that this young man with a sword on his back was, like Wei Chunyu, a rare swordsman. While Chen Yi observed him, Lu Bai was also covertly scrutinizing Chen Yi. The entire Demon Suppression Division was aware that Lu Bai was pursuing Wei Chunyu. What astonished Lu Bai was that, despite his own typically aloof demeanor, Wei Chunyu had never accepted his advances and had never associated with any other MT. Oh, his surprise, Lu Bai found Wei Chunyu in the company of an unfamiliar man. Could it be that this fellow possesses some extraordinary qualities that have garnered the attention of the ice goddess of the Demon Suppression Division? This thought ignited a hidden fury within Lu Bai. He dismissed Wei Chunyu's earlier words and continued to scrutinize Chen Yi closely, inquiring, "Chunyu, who is this person? Why not introduce him?" Wei Chunyu's delicate brows furrowed slightly. "This is my friend. It does not concern you." Lu Bai stepped forward, wearing a smile that did not reach his eyes, and appraised Chen Yi with feigned cordiality. "Allow me to introduce myself. I am Lu Bai, hailing from the Lu family in the prefectural city. Serving as a demon suppressor in the Demon Suppression Division. You seem rather unfamiliar. May I ask where you are from?" Chen Yi did not conceal his origins and replied with a calm smile. "Jiangcheng." Chen Yi. Upon hearing that Chen Yi was from the remote Jiangcheng, Lu Bai scoffed derisively at those around him, his disdain evident as he sneered. "So, you hail from a backwater like Jiangcheng." Lu Bai, with a dismissive chuckle, noted that this fellow must possess some remarkable qualities to be walking alongside the typically haughty Wei Chunyu. He might either have an extraordinary background or formidable strength, perhaps even a strong rival. However, Lu Bai soon realized that he had overestimated this individual. Chen Yi was merely a small fry from a remote rural town. He had heard of Jiangcheng, poor, small, and isolated, where even a single person at the qi condensation stage would be considered exceptional. Since this young man came from such a distant and modest place, he could not possibly pose a threat. With this realization, Lu Bai felt no need to be wary. He feigned grandeur, patting Chen Yi on the shoulder. "Since Chunyu has declared you a friend, you are now my friend as well. I have some standing in the prefectural city. Should you encounter any troubles, just notify me, and I shall assist you." Though Lu Bai spoke with an air of righteousness, the condescension in his tone was unmistakable. Chen Yi merely chuckled mockingly. "Oh, are you quite renowned in the prefectural city?" Lu Bai's lips curled into a smug smile, as if the entire world lay within his grasp. "Of course. Who could forget that I am the son of Lu Tongtian? In the entire prefectural city, who does not know my father's infamous reputation?" Chen Yi curled his lip dismissively. "What is there to boast about? Having a great father is impressive. My father is already working hard." Wei Chunyu interjected, "Isn't this the time for some spirited words? What does boasting about one's father have to do with anything?" Her brows knitted together. "Lu Bai, he is my friend. Please show him some respect." "Chen Yi, let's go." With that, Wei Chunyu grasped Chen Yi's hand and vanished before Lu Bai's eyes, as Lu Bai watched the retreating figures. His expression grew increasingly dark, and he coldly commanded those around him, "Find out this fellow's background." Meanwhile, the two had arrived at a quaint manor. The architecture within the estate exuded an antique charm, with green bricks and black tiles, embodying a dignified elegance. "Who was that person earlier? Why did he harbor such animosity towards me?" Chen Yi inquired. Wei Chunyu's face flushed with apology. "I apologize. His name is Lu Bai. And like me, he works in the Demon Suppression Division. For years he has been pursuing me, and upon seeing you and me together, he may have misconstrued the situation." Understanding dawned upon Chen Yi. Lu Bai must have mistaken him for a rival in pursuit of Wei Chunyu. He found the situation rather amusing, having unknowingly offended someone upon his arrival in the prefectural city. Lu Bai is narrow-minded. He might trouble you in the coming days. Since you are new to the prefectural city, you should stay with me for now. Tomorrow, I will inquire at the Demon Suppression Division about any openings for a refiner. Knowing Liu Bai's tendencies, Wei Chunyu was aware he would certainly cause trouble for Chen Yi. Since this matter stemmed from her, she would not stand idly by. Is she inviting me to cohabitate with her? Chen Yi was momentarily taken aback, gazing at Wei Chunyu's graceful figure, unable to suppress a flurry of thoughts. The ethereal girl before him seemed as if she had stepped out of a painting. Her form enchanting and slender, akin to an elegant lily blossoming alone amidst a crowd. Her figure was voluptuous yet poised, with curves that resembled alluring peaks. Her waist was as slender as a willow, delicate enough to be easily snapped, yet imbued with resilience and elasticity. Naturally, Chen Yi would not decline the opportunity to reside with such a beauty, especially since he had no suitable place to stay upon arriving in the prefectural city. Wei Chunyu's manor, while not excessively large, was spacious enough with many vacant rooms. After tidying one up, she allowed Chen Yi to settle in. As she prepared to leave, she added, "In a manner, I have arranged for a simple spirit-gathering formation, which can attract the essence of heaven and earth, greatly aiding your cultivation. It is as beneficial as some sex paradises. You can practice diligently within." Chen Yi replied nonchalantly, "All right, I understand. Thank you, Miss Wei." His words expressed gratitude. But he hardly regarded the matter seriously. Cultivation? Even dogs no longer cultivate, while others would undoubtedly be elated at such a spirit-gathering formation, which serves as a veritable haven for cultivation. To Chen Yi, it held little significance that my father is already working hard. What need do I have to cultivate? That night, although Wei Chunyu had invited Chen Yi to stay in her manor, she remained vigilant. The spirit-gathering formation she had arranged not only facilitated cultivation, but also allowed her to monitor the entire estate. She was acutely aware of any movement within. Wei Chunyu kept a close watch on Chen Yi, scrutinizing whether he might be tempted to take advantage of her. One must always guard against such individuals. She had encountered too many in the past. Although she was not overly concerned about her appearance, Wei Chunyu understood the allure of her exceptional beauty to men. Just because he saved her sister's life did not mean she would let her guard down. However, Wei Chunyu soon realized that she had perhaps overestimated the situation. Chen Yi showed no interest in her. He appeared utterly at ease. Through the formation, she observed that he spent the entire night either savoring tea and incense, playing the zither, or perusing books to pass the time, without dedicating any effort to cultivation. That a practitioner at the qi condensation stage could easily spend all night without needing to rest, instead using cultivation to replenish energy and nourish their essence. Why was he not cultivating? Wei Chunyu found herself puzzled. Typically, practitioners were focused on every fleeting moment, diligently striving for advancement. Perhaps it was merely a hobby of his, she concluded, dismissing her concerns. As long as he did not disturb her, it was of little consequence. Chen Yi's lack of cultivation did not hinder her own. The following morning, Wei Chunyu ceased her practice and headed to the Demon Suppression Division to inquire about potential recruitment for refiners on Chen Yi's behalf. It was not until evening that she returned. Upon observing Chen Yi through the formation, she was utterly bewildered. She found Chen Yi had spent the entire day relishing tea and incense, playing the zither, and even indulging in the literary arts, composing poetry and prose, all while basking in leisure. Not a moment was spent on cultivation. Is he truly this idle? How can he still be resting? Does he not cultivate? Wei Chunyu thought, perplexed. What practitioner did not tirelessly devote themselves to the pursuit of enlightenment, vying for a chance at immortality against the heavens? Why was he the only one enjoying life? Are you even still a practitioner? Wei Chunyu mused, observing Chen Yi's youthful visage. Having attained the second level of qi condensation from such a barren place as Jiangcheng, she assumed he must possess considerable talent and diligence. Yet his current behavior struck her as decidedly odd. Suddenly, she recalled that during their previous journey, he had also never cultivated. She had rarely conversed with him during their 3-day journey, instead utilizing every moment to practice while on the carriage. Yet, Chen Yi had merely enjoyed the scenery, seeming more like a leisurely traveler than a dedicated practitioner. Why is it that we toil so diligently while you indulge in idleness? Is this how it should be? Chapter 57. The elixir pavilion filled with questions. Wei Chunyu made her way to Chen Yi's room. Upon entering, she found him once again savoring tea and incense, playing the zither, surrounded by the poetry he had composed, radiating an aura of contentment. As soon as Wei Chunyu entered, Chen Yi hastily tidied up, and upon noticing her peculiar gaze, he offered an awkward smile. "Miss Wei, I hope my activities have not disturbed you." Wei Chunyu's gaze fixed intently on Chen Yi. An indescribable strangeness flickering in her eyes. "It's nothing. I'm merely curious why you don't practice," she remarked. Chen Yi shrugged nonchalantly, his expression one of indifference. "Life is meant for enjoyment. Why be so burdened? No matter how hard one works. We all end up dead anyway. It's better to live a little more freely. Besides, I've said it before, my father works hard, so what if I'm a bit useless?" We've crossed over. Who's really serious about cultivation anymore? With my father bearing the weight of my journey, why should I strive? Wei Chunyu's face fell into a daze, momentarily at a loss for words. "Listen, is this how a person speaks?" After a brief pause, she recalled the matter at hand. "I inquired at the demon suppression department, and they currently do not require any weapon refiners. However, a senior alchemist there is about to retire, and they are in need of an alchemist instead." An alchemist? Chen Yi furrowed his brow. "I only know how to refine weapons. I don't know anything about alchemy. How can I even enter the demon suppression department? Am I really going to have to wait for their next recruitment, which is half a year away? I don't have that much time to spare." Wei Chunyu seemed to sense Chen Yi's predicament and spoke gently. "Master Wang of the Baodan Pavilion in the county city is currently seeking alchemical assistance. If you have a talent for alchemy, perhaps you could visit the Xiandan Pavilion and assess the situation. If you show promise and become Master Wang's assistant, learning a trick or two from him might just open the door for you to the demon suppression department. They are open to nurturing a newcomer with potential in alchemy." Her voice flowed like a frozen brook, delicate and melodious, imbued with a subtle chill, as if every word had been carefully considered, exuding a sense of calm and determination. Alchemy. Chen Yi's brow slightly knitted, his fingers unconsciously tapping lightly on the desk as he pondered deeply. Wei Chunyu continued. "Wang Yuanshan of the Xiandan Pavilion is quite renowned in the county city, and he is a kind-hearted individual. As long as you express genuine interest in alchemy and are willing to work hard, he is likely to offer you guidance." Chen Yi was uncertain about his aptitude for alchemy, but half a year was simply too long to wait. The trial set by the One Sword Peak for his father only allowed a month. He had to join the Demon Suppression Department within that time frame to obtain the Wang Hetai from Wuji Sword Sovereign. Moreover, the treasure trove of the Blood God sect lay within the Demon Suppression Department, and to access its riches, one needed a legitimate identity to enter. With no other choice, he decided to give it a try. Soon, under Wei Chunyu's guidance, the two departed the manor and made their way to the Baodan Pavilion that on the streets of the county city, a man and a woman walked side by side, eventually stopping in front of a secluded pavilion on the outskirts. This ancient structure, nestled amid verdant hills and clear waters, resembled a brilliant pearl set against nature's backdrop, surrounded by a faint aroma of herbs. A finely crafted copper plaque adorned the entrance, bearing the 3 characters of Xiandan Pavilion, written in a flowing script that exuded an air of antiquity and mystery. Upon entering, they found themselves in a spacious courtyard, filled with an array of rare spiritual herbs, their fragrance wafting through the air, refreshing and invigorating. Strangely, the Xiandan Pavilion appeared completely deserted. "Is Master Wang here? Does the Xiandan Pavilion still require assistance?" "I wish to learn alchemy," Chen Yi called out, his voice brimming with eagerness and anticipation. Before he could finish, a figure clad in pale moonlight emerged leisurely from within the pavilion. It was a middle-aged man dressed in a long robe, exuding a stable demeanor, each step seemingly infused with the essence of heaven and earth. Yet, when his gaze met Chen Yi's, it turned cold and distant. He merely glanced at Chen Yi before speaking indifferently. "You may leave. I am no longer accepting alchemical students." Wei Chunyu frowned slightly. This white-robed middle-aged man must be Wang Yuanshan, quite well known in the county city. She had heard tales of Wang Yuanshan as kindness. That as long as one was passionate about the path of alchemy and willing to endure hardship, he would not hesitate to offer an opportunity. Why then, Was he so cold today? Chen Yi, unwilling to concede, produced a silver note and earnestly proclaimed, "Master Wang, I genuinely wish to learn alchemy and am willing to pay for tuition, even starting as a novice alchemist." Wang Yuanshan's expression remained indifferent. "That plea is in vain. I do not trust the words of those from the Tiandan sect." Chen Yi was momentarily taken aback, bewildered by the implication. "Master, I have no affiliation with the Tiandan sect. I sincerely wish to learn alchemy. I can pay the apprenticeship fee, whatever price you deem fair." "Leave?" Wang Yuanshan gestured dismissively, showing no inclination to listen further, coldly ushering Chen Yi and Wei Chunyu out of the Xiandan pavilion. At that moment, an idea sparked in Chen Yi's mind. He quickly retrieved the refining notes he carried with him. He respectfully presented the book to Wang Yuanshan, saying, "Master Wang, this is a refining insight from a third-grade weapon refiner. If you can teach me the art of alchemy, I am willing to share this book with you." With no other options, he resorted to this desperate measure, offering the refining notes as a bargaining chip. The insights of a third-grade weapon refiner were invaluable, worth more than a second-grade martial technique. Indeed, upon hearing the mention of a third-grade weapon refiner, Wang Yuanshan's actions paused, his expression shifting to one of skepticism as he scrutinized Chen Yi, his eyes flickering with uncertainty. "If you doubt the authenticity of this being the insights of a third-grade weapon refiner, you may take a look," Chen Yi stated confidently. Wang Yuanshan promptly took the refining notes and casually flipped through the pages. After only a brief glance, his demeanor grew serious. Could it be the genuine insights of a third-grade weapon refiner? The Tiandan sect's members could not possibly possess such a thing. He must not be affiliated with them. Wang Yuanshan's eyes widened, as if they might leap from their sockets. A third-grade weapon refiner was a formidable figure in the entire Dyn dynasty, a prominent character capable of founding a sect in the realm of alchemy. The worth of a third-grade weapon refiner's insights was beyond measure, with countless factions willing to pay exorbitant prices for such knowledge. He began to reassess Chen Yi. Wei Chunyu, standing nearby, was also taken aback. She had heard her sister Wei Chushua mention that Chen Yi excelled in weapon refinement. It turned out this was the reason behind it. Wang Yuanshan furrowed his brow tightly and finally stated, "Very well, I will teach you alchemy, but you must start as a novice alchemist." "That's no problem," Chen Yi replied, feeling a sense of relief wash over him. At last, he could learn alchemy, and he was unbothered by starting as a novice. Chen Yi understood that he was completely inexperienced in alchemy and would need to begin with the basics. After successfully becoming Wang Yuanshan's apprentice, Wei Chunyu had her own matters to attend to and took her leave from the Xiandan pavilion. Before long, Wang Yuanshan provided Chen Yi with a brief overview of the Xiandan pavilion's operations. Chen Yi learned that the pavilion handled the sale of common foundational elixirs refined by Wang Yuanshan, and that various factions or independent cultivators without alchemists would pay a fee to provide formulas for Wang Yuanshan to produce the elixirs they required. For the past 2 days, Chen Yi had been diligently assisting Wang Yuanshan with the daily operations of the Xiandan pavilion, eagerly preparing to absorb the knowledge of alchemy that Wang Yuanshan would impart. However, Chen Yi felt as though Wang Yuanshan was constantly on guard against him, never sharing insights into alchemical practices. Instead, he would occasionally observe Chen Yi in secret, and he was not permitted to assist in the alchemy room. One day, Chen Yi could no longer contain himself and confronted Wang Yuanshan, who was in the alchemy room preparing to refine. "Master Wang, you promised to teach me alchemy in exchange for the refining insights. How can you lack any sense of integrity?" Within the alchemy room, surrounded by swirling mist and fragrant aromas, Wang Yuanshan stood with his hands clasped behind his back, silently observing the agitated Chen Yi without uttering a word. Chen Yi could no longer endure the silence, his anger boiling over. "Wang Yuanshan, are you toying with me?" In the next moment, an expression of regret washed over Wang Yuanshan's face as he finally spoke. "My apologies, the Tiandan sect is my enemy, and I could not ascertain whether you were affiliated with them. For the past 3 days, I have been discreetly observing you, and you are indeed not one of them. I will now fulfill my earlier promise and formally teach you alchemy." Chapter 58. The Art of Alchemy. Chen Yi was momentarily taken aback. No wonder Wang Yuanshan had not begun teaching him alchemy over the past 3 days. He was verifying whether Chen Yi belonged to the Tiandan sect. He found it perplexing how learning alchemy could be related to the Tiandan sect. Nevertheless, since Wang Yuanshan was now willing to teach him, he was no longer concerned with such matters that I in the alchemy room. Enveloped in mist and fragrance, Wang Yuanshan, clad in a white robe, sat at a stone table. Chen immediately focused intently, realizing that Wang Yuanshan was preparing to impart alchemical knowledge. Wang Yuanshan held a crystal-clear elixir in his hand, its luster flowing as if it possessed a spirit of its own. The essence of alchemy lies in the heart and mind, Wang Yuanshan began, his voice distant and serene. Only with a calm heart can one perceive the subtle changes of the elixirs. Remember, alchemy is not merely a skill. It is an understanding of the principles of heaven and earth. The first step in alchemy is selecting materials. Wang Yuanshan exited the alchemy room, leading Chen Yi to the adjacent spirit herb garden. The garden was filled with a variety of spiritual herbs, resembling a dazzling jewel of heaven and earth, shrouded in mist and exuding an ethereal aura. To practice alchemy, one must first understand spiritual herbs. Each herb possesses unique attributes and effects, and to refine high-quality elixirs, one must have an in-depth understanding of these herbs. Wang Yuanshan casually picked a spirit herb and elaborated on its properties, effects, and applications. Following this, he retrieved a book from his robe and handed it to Chen Yi. This tome, titled Record of 100 Flavors of Spirit Herbs, meticulously cataloged the attributes, efficacy, and methods of most spiritual medicines. To concoct elixirs, one must possess a profound understanding of each herb. Is it this thick? Chen Yi blinked, momentarily taken aback by the substantial volume in his hands, his expression falling as he contemplated the arduous task of memorization ahead. Could I perhaps persuade my father to peruse it instead? Wang Yuanshan selected several spirit herbs from the herb garden and led Chen Yi back to the alchemy chamber, continuing at the outset of alchemy. One must refine the spirit herbs to extract their essence. Subsequently, according to the recipe, the different herbal essences must be amalgamated. In this process, mastery over the flame is of paramount importance. The intensity of the fire and the temperature will directly affect the quality of the elixir. No sooner had he spoken than Wang Yuanshan approached an alchemical furnace, adorned with enigmatic runes that radiated a soft golden light. Next come the steps of alchemy. Pay close attention, he instructed as he moved toward the furnace. Forming hand seals while murmuring incantations, with his movements, a blazing inferno erupted within the furnace, the temperature steadily climbing. An alchemist must master the art of fire control, he explained, adjusting the flames. The alchemical fire must be regulated precisely, ensuring that the energy within the herbs is thoroughly unleashed, while preventing an overly fierce blaze that could compromise the elixir's quality. Chen Yi watched intently, his eyes glued to Wang Yuanshan's actions, afraid to blink lest he miss a crucial technique. As Wang Yuanshan finished his incantation, he began to add the pre-selected spirit herbs into the furnace one by one under the fire's embrace. The herbs gradually melted, releasing a rich and fragrant aroma. Wang Yuanshan occasionally stirred the concoction with a specialized tool, ensuring the complete integration of the various herbal essences, before concluding, "Now, we must simply wait." As time passed, the elixir within the furnace began to take shape. "It's done," Wang Yuanshan exclaimed, a gleam of brilliance flickering in his eyes. He swiftly adjusted the flames, channeling his final surge of energy to mold the elixir into perfection. At last, a pill shimmering with a spectrum of colors slowly ascended from the furnace, exuding an enticing fragrance. Wang Yuanshan gently opened his palm, inhaling to draw the elixir into his grasp. This marked the culmination of the alchemical process, yet also a new beginning. He turned to Chen Yi and asked, "Did you comprehend all of this?" Chen Yi stood there, bewildered, his mind a muddled haze. What? He had indeed observed, but the information failed to lodge in his memory. He could only recall the sequence. First this, then that, and ultimately, it vanished. Wang Yuanshan offered reassurance. "Fear not. You have only witnessed it once. It's entirely natural not to grasp every detail." In the days that followed, he instructed Chen Yi to study the record of 100 flavors of spirit herbs, urging him to familiarize himself with the herbs and start from the most fundamental aspects of being an apprentice. Chen Yi nodded in agreement, yet a sense of foreboding lingered in his heart. Initially, he had believed that as a weaponsmith, There would be similarities between forging and alchemy, and with his innate talent for crafting, he would swiftly master the art of elixir making. However, today's experience suggested that alchemy was far more intricate than he had anticipated. Nevertheless, he felt compelled to persist in his studies. After all, Chen Yi had previously stated that the Demon Suppression Division welcomed the cultivation of new talent, provided one possessed the gift for alchemy. For the following period, Chen Yi led a life that oscillated between Chen Yi's residence in the estate and the alchemical pavilion that he diligently followed Wang Yuanshan, who patiently elucidated the critical aspects of alchemy during their sessions. One day, in the alchemical chamber, Wang Yuanshan pointed towards the furnace and said, "You have accompanied me for several days now. Today, let us proceed to concoct a blood-replenishing pill. Step by step, as I have taught you. This elixir can replenish the vital essence of cultivators and heal wounds. It is one of the most fundamental and commonly used pills, with relatively simple crafting requirements." Chen Yi nodded in affirmation. Taking a deep breath as he embarked on the alchemical process, he meticulously selected the spirit herbs, grinding them into a fine powder before adding them to the furnace in accordance with the recipe's proportions. With palms outstretched, he summoned his inner energy, cautiously adjusting the flames while keeping a vigilant eye on the changes within the furnace. However, at the pivotal moment when the elixir was on the verge of formation, Chen Yi's heart raced, causing his hands to tremble slightly. He anxiously fixated on the furnace, terrified of any misstep. Yet as he concentrated, an unsettling sensation washed over him, making it difficult to maintain his focus. His movements grew rigid, and then, in a critical instant, the flames within the furnace erupted uncontrollably, the herbal essence igniting and dissipating into azure smoke. An unusual aura surged from the furnace, followed by a thunderous roar as it exploded. "I have failed?" Chen Yi stood frozen. Disbelief and frustration etched across his face. He had meticulously followed his master's guidance. Yet still, he had faltered. Was it possible that he truly lacked any talent for alchemy? Chapter 59. Wang Yuanshan and the Grievance with Tiandan Sect. Inside the alchemical chamber, Chen Yi wore a despondent expression. After several days of learning under Master Wang, even with hands-on instruction, he could not manage to concoct the simplest blood-replenishing pill. It was a disheartening failure. It appears I possess no aptitude for alchemy whatsoever. He quickly acknowledged the harsh reality that moment. Wang Yuanshan gently consoled him. "Chen Yi, perhaps alchemy is not your calling. You should devote more energy to your cultivation. I have witnessed your efforts, yet talent cannot be forced." His voice was like a soothing breeze, imbued with a hint of regret, but filled with warmth and encouragement. Throughout these days, Wang Yuanshan had discerned Chen Yi's deficiencies in alchemy, yet the boy's diligence and earnestness made it difficult for him to give up on him. Chen Yi looked gratefully at Wang Yuanshan and said, "Thank you, Master Wang, for your guidance these past days. I will cherish it in my heart." During their time in the alchemical pavilion, Wang Yuanshan had unreservedly imparted his knowledge of alchemy, and even though Chen Yi's talent was mediocre, Wang Yuanshan had never expressed disdain. This kindness was something Chen Yi would forever remember. It seemed he would have to seek other avenues, perhaps joining the Demon Suppression Division. Chen Yi mused internally. The prospect of entering the division through alchemical studies seemed implausible. He would need to find another path. Chen Yi pondered. A sudden notification from the system reverberated in his mind. "Ding! Your father has diligently cultivated. Alchemy experience 10. Random bonus triggered. You have received 10-fold reward. Alchemy experience 200. Host. Chen Yi age. 17 lifespan. 120 talent. Exceptionally poor. 9190 realm. Qi condensation second layer cultivation technique. Star Body Refinement Technique. Minor completion. Martial skills. Second rank mountain shaking fist. Initial insight. First rank shadowless fist. Entering the realm. Divine power. Crimson blood power 10 profession. First rank weaponsmith. 75 100 second rank alchemist. 200-1000 in an instant. Chen Yi felt a jolt in his mind, as if an immense force had suddenly drawn him in. His eyes widened, revealing a vast and profound ocean within his pupils. This was not the tangible scenery before him, but rather memories of alchemy, surging like a relentless tide. forcefully flooding into his consciousness. Waves rolled and crashed, each crest carrying a wealth of knowledge about spirit herbs, alchemical secrets, recipe ratios, and techniques for controlling heat. Overwhelming him with their weight, in the blink of an eye, Chen Yi felt as though he had transformed into an alchemist of considerable experience. What is happening? His face was a portrait of astonishment. Rooted to the spot that he understood that the system would not bestow such alchemical wisdom without reason. The sole explanation was his father's pursuit of alchemy. What is going on? The requirements for disciples at Yijin Peak are exceedingly stringent. Shouldn't my father be diligently practicing swordsmanship at this time? Why is he studying alchemy? Chen Yi was bewildered, pondering what his father was engaged in at Taishan sect during these days. Just as Chen Yi was lost in thought, a mocking voice suddenly pierced the air. "Oh, Wang Shidi, have you taken on another disciple? Are you not concerned he might defect to my Tiandan sect?" Chen Yi turned to see a middle-aged man accompanied by youth slowly entering. The man wore simple yet elegant attire, a deep blue robe billowing in the wind, as if merging with the heavens and earth. The robe, seemingly ordinary in material, emitted a subtle sheen, hinting at a mysterious power within. Tiandan sect. Chen Yi's heart sank as he instantly recognized the insignia on the middle-aged man's chest, the emblem of the only alchemical sect in Luoshui County. The Tiandan sect. Upon the arrival of the visitors, Wang Yuanshan's expression darkened, resembling a stormy sky, as he coldly inquired, "Ma Yunfeng, what brings you to my alchemical pavilion?" As soon as he finished speaking, the youth behind Ma Yunfeng stepped forward, brimming with pride, and declared, "Master Wang, my elder and I have come to pay you a visit." Draped in a flowing black robe adorned with intricate cloud patterns that seemed to whisper of thunder and wind, he exuded an aura of formidable strength. His features were sharp and resolute, with sword-like brows and starry eyes, complemented by a straight nose and long, flowing black hair that danced in the breeze. Embodying an unmistakable spirit. Upon hearing these words, the fire of fury in Wang Yuanshan's eyes blazed even brighter, and he bellowed, "Lu Heng, you traitor! How dare you call me master? Leave the immortal pill pavilion at once." Chen Yi, observing the unfolding scene with furrowed brows, felt a ripple of emotion within him. It was evident that a profound enmity existed between Master Wang, Ma Yunfeng, and Lu Heng. He inquired, "Master Wang, who are they?" The young man in the black robe, however, seemed unfazed and chuckled with contempt. "You must be new here. By lineage, you should address me as senior brother." He introduced himself with an air of self-importance. "I am Lu Heng, once a disciple of Master Wang. However, I have now taken refuge under Elder Ma. Master Wang's establishment is too small to accommodate someone of my stature." Chen Yi remained silent. Yet turmoil brewed within him. He understood the source of Master Wang's wrath. It was the betrayal of this former disciple, Yunfeng, standing nearby, fanned the flames of discord, saying, "Brother Wang, you are as stubborn as ever. If you had been more perceptive back then, you might have become an elder of the Tiandan sect by now, instead of languishing in this insignificant place." His words dripped with mockery and provocation, clearly intended to incite Wang Yuanshan on Yunfeng. "Had it not been for your treachery, I would never have been expelled from the Tiandan sect." Wang Yuanshan shot back, his expression darkening as memories of events from over a decade ago washed over him like a shadow. Born into a destitute family, Wang Yuanshan had faced the harsh realities of life from a young age, losing both parents in quick succession and left to fend for himself. Fortunately, the kindness of the villagers sustained him, and he survived on their charity. Fortuitously, Wang Yuanshan possessed an extraordinary talent for alchemy. The elders of the Tiandan sect, recognizing his potential, took him under their wing, setting him on a path that would lead him to become the most esteemed disciple within the sect. Under their careful guidance, his skills flourished, shining brightly like a brilliant gem. But by the time he reached his 40s, he had attained the rank of a second-tier alchemist, gaining fame and prestige far and wide. His remarkable achievements not only won the admiration of countless female disciples, but also caught the attention of the most beautiful woman in the Tiandan sect. Yet it was this very brilliance that ignited the flames of jealousy within Ma Yunfeng, who hailed from a powerful family with significant influence, even having the law-enforcing elder of the Tiandan sect as his uncle. Harboring resentment towards Wang Yuanshan, Ma Yunfeng ultimately orchestrated his downfall, leading to Wang Yuanshan's expulsion. Stripped of the sect's protection, Wang Yuanshan returned to the county town, establishing the immortal Pill Pavilion to make a living through alchemy. With the help of the villagers who had once aided him, he survived, fostering a spirit of kindness within him that he took in the children of impoverished families who could not afford meals, allowing them to work as apprentices in the immortal Pill Pavilion while imparting his knowledge of alchemy to them. Among them, Lu Hong demonstrated the most promise, quickly mastering various spiritual herbs. After a single demonstration, Lu Hong grasped the critical aspects of alchemy with ease. Wang Yuanshan nurtured Lu Hong as if he were his own son, imparting all his profound knowledge. Lu Hong, displaying remarkable ambition, soon became a first-tier alchemist at a young age. However, just days prior, under Ma Yunfeng's temptation, all of the apprentices Wang Yuanshan had once taken and defected to Ma Yunfeng. With Lu Hong betraying the immortal Pill Pavilion to become his disciple, that a smirk graced Ma Yunfeng's lips, exuding arrogance and disdain, as he declared, "In this world, one must recognize their background. What status do you hold compared to mine? You, an orphan, dare to compete with me. Do you think a mere talent for alchemy makes you exceptional? Ask your disciples whom they would prefer to follow, me or you." Chen Yi, having pieced together the narrative, realized that Master Wang had once been a disciple of the Tiandan sect, only to be betrayed and expelled by Ma Yunfeng. It became clear why he harbored such animosity towards the sect. Lu Hong scoffed, "Master, I apologize, but although you took me in and taught me much, I do not wish to remain in this small immortal pill pavilion for the rest of my life. You are capable of producing high-quality pills. With your skills, you could mingle with the powerful in a county town and enjoy a life of luxury. Instead, you choose to concoct low-tier pills at low prices for the impoverished, and occasionally even give them away for free. Have you lost your mind? What future do you envision by catering to the needy? Following you would only squander my talent and time." Fortunately, Elder Ma recognized my potential and allowed me to join the Tiandan sect, where I now effortlessly produce pills for others and receive thousands of silver coins in return, earning their respect and admiration. Tomorrow, the Demon Suppression Division will recruit alchemists, and with my talent, that position will undoubtedly belong to me. At that point, I will be the center of attention, all thanks to Elder Ma. And you only waste my time and talent. Lu Heng's words became increasingly fervent, resembling a furious lion scolding Wang Yuanshan. Wang Yuanshan's once calm eyes now blazed with a cold fire, flickering with anger and disappointment. "You ungrateful wretch! I once regarded you as my own child, teaching you the art of alchemy and the path of cultivation. Yet you betray me." Wang Yuanshan's shoulders trembled slightly, a manifestation of the intertwining emotions of rage and disappointment. Had it not been for the villagers' assistance, he would have perished long ago, rendering his current accomplishments impossible. Thus, he remained eternally grateful, selling his pills at low prices to those who had once helped him and even giving them away for free. Lu Hong. However, this was a sign of weakness. As he turned his back on Wang Yuanshan, the person he loathed most in life, observing his once beloved disciple straying further down the path of betrayal, Wang Yuanshan's anger blazed like an uncontrollable inferno, consuming his reason. Just then, Chen Yi stepped forward, his expression icy as he reproached, "With your character, how dare you blame Master Wang? Without his shelter, you would have starved to death long ago. Without his personal tutelage, do you even deserve to be called an alchemist? You, with a heart of a wolf and the lungs of a dog, repaying kindness with ingratitude, dare to accuse Master Wang. You are nothing but a beast." His voice was cold and deep, devoid of any emotion, reminiscent of a chilling wind from the depths of hell, instilling fear. Lu Hong, however, did not react with anger. Instead, he scrutinized Chen Yi closely, with a glance at the alchemy furnace. He detected the unmistakable scent of failure, particularly with the most basic healing pill. Wang Yuanshan, being a second-tier alchemist, could not possibly fail at crafting a healing pill. Hence it must have been Chen Yi. Lu Hong shook his head, a mocking smile forming on his lips. "You, who cannot even concoct a basic healing pill, dare to mock me." He scoffed, his tone filled with disdain. Now a first-tier alchemist, Lu Hong was not far from becoming a second-tier one. His alchemical skills were extraordinary, allowing him to effortlessly create most first-tier pills of exceptional quality. The majority of the influential families in the county town held him in high regard. How could he possibly regard a failure who could not even produce a healing pill? Ma Yunfeng, witnessing this exchange, erupted into laughter as if he had heard the most ludicrous joke. Brother Wang, you truly have a peculiar taste in disciples. How could a talentless fool like this even qualify? If you truly need disciples, come find me, and I shall generously offer you a few. Wang Yuanshan stood there, his countenance dark as storm clouds, his lips pressed tightly, teeth gritted. Yunfeng, do not push your luck. Despite the fury boiling within him, the truth remained as cold and unyielding as iron. Difficult to refute. The Yunfeng smirked mockingly and addressed Chen Yi dismissively. Kid, you won't learn anything worthwhile from Wang Yuanshan. If you genuinely wish to pursue alchemy, seek me out. I am an elder of the Tian dance sect. If the mood strikes me, perhaps I will allow you to join. Chen Yi merely responded with a contemptuous smile. An elder of the Tian dance sect, and yet you presume to teach me. Your alchemical skills pale in comparison to Master Wang's, and your character is equally lacking. How dare you even think to compare yourself to Master Wang? His brow furrowed in disdain, his demeanor sharp and piercing as if he could see through all pretense. The Yunfeng's expression shifted dramatically as he seethed. You little brat, how dare you mock me? A mere failure who cannot even brew a healing pill. Do you really think you can insult me without consequence? Wang Yuanshan stepped forward, positioning himself protectively in front of Chen Yi, his aura erupting like a volcano. Fierce and imposing. A Yunfeng, if you wish to lay hands on my people, you must first seek my permission. Ma Yunfeng furrowed his brow immediately. Like Wang Yuanshan, both were at the qi condensation stage. And when it came to a confrontation, victory could not be guaranteed. Chen Yi coldly chuckled. Aren't you quite proud? Tomorrow, the Demon Suppression Division is recruiting alchemists, and I shall also participate. Then we shall see whose alchemical skills are superior. Ma Yunfeng was initially taken aback, but quickly reacted, bursting into laughter. You wish to become an alchemist in the Demon Suppression Division. Huh. Do you truly believe you can compete with my disciple in alchemy? Lu Hong smirked with a hint of mockery in his voice. Are you not aware that I am already a first-grade alchemist? With your abysmal skills, how dare you challenge me? Chapter 60. A wager? I wonder where you find the audacity to compare your alchemical prowess with mine. Lu Hong scoffed, his tone laced with sarcasm. Wang Yuanshan's assessment of him as a traitor was one thing, but a worthless individual who couldn't even concoct a healing pill dared to mock him. Chen Yi smiled confidently, his brows revealing a certain heroism. Very well. Since you are so sure of yourself, let us wager. Whoever prevails in tomorrow's alchemist selection at the Demon Suppression Division shall receive 10 spirit stones from the other. Spirit stones, imbued with the essence of heaven and earth, could be absorbed and refined by cultivators, often serving as currency for those above the qi condensation stage, and enjoyed widespread circulation in the Dian dynasty. One spirit stone was worth 500 taels of silver. The Yunfeng sneered. Ah, Wang Shidi, your newly acquired disciple, is quite amusing. He possesses little skill, yet boasts a grandiose demeanor. 10 spirit stones, as you say. I accept on Lu Heng's behalf. Tomorrow, we shall witness just how formidable your disciple truly is. With a disdainful smile, he departed the immortal pill pavilion, taking Lu Heng with him. Once the two had left, Wang Yuanshan furrowed his brow, exhaling a soft sigh, his tone filled with helplessness. Chen Yi, you should not have engaged in a contest of alchemy with Lu Heng. Having nurtured Lu Heng for many years, he was well aware of the latter's remarkable talent in alchemy, rivaling his own prowess in youth. Recently, under the guidance of Ma Yunfeng, Lu Heng was nearing the level of a second-grade alchemist. Given Lu Heng's current capabilities, he was exceptionally distinguished among the younger generation of the Tiandan sect, and no one could guarantee victory over him. Alchemy was a coveted profession, drawing significant attention within the county city. Those with even a modicum of skill in alchemy became esteemed guests of various factions, swiftly recruited into their ranks, even if they wished to join the Demon Suppression Division as alchemists. The major factions would not allow their alchemists to depart. The individuals vying for the alchemist positions in the Demon Suppression Division were primarily independent alchemists. Among this group, Lu Heng's skills were undoubtedly unparalleled. Chen Yi understood Wang Yuanshan's concerns, but merely smiled faintly. Master Wang, rest assured, with me here, there will be no surprises. Previously, he had been unable to surpass Lu Hong in alchemy, but things were different now. Chen Yi had received feedback from his father, and he was no longer the inexperienced apprentice who frequently made mistakes. He had become a second-grade alchemist with extensive experience. Lu Hong was nothing compared to him now. Sighing helplessly, Wang Yuanshan was unaware of Chen Yi's transformation. Eye in his eyes. Chen Yi was merely being obstinate. He was all too familiar with Chen Yi's level of skill. For days, Wang Yuanshan had been reiterating alchemical knowledge to Chen Yi, even personally demonstrating techniques. Yet Chen Yi had failed to grasp them. Even the most basic healing pill had eluded him. How could he hope to compete with Lu Hong? Well, if Chen Yi is stepping up for me, I shall simply clean up after him, Wang Yuanshan thought to himself, shaking his head inwardly. Lu Hong, despite his impressive talent, was a heartless opportunist, driven solely by profit and reputation, entirely unworthy of comparison with Chen Yi. Although Chen Yi lacked natural talent in alchemy, he was loyal and grateful, far superior to the petty Lu Hong. Wang Yuanshan recognized that Chen Yi's recent words were an attempt to defend him, and he would certainly not allow Chen Yi to be bullied. In truth, when Ma Yunfeng had offered Chen Yi an opportunity, Wang Yuanshan felt quite uncertain. As an elder of the Tiandan sect, Ma Yunfeng would have been a better choice for Chen Yi to learn alchemy. However, Chen Yi was unperturbed by such considerations, resolutely standing by Wang Yuanshan's side. For this loyalty alone, Wang Yuanshan vowed not to let Chen Yi be wronged. If necessary, he would personally cover the 10 spirit stones. Master Wang, tomorrow you shall witness my efforts, Chen Yi said confidently, bidding farewell to Wang Yuanshan. Watching Chen Yi's retreating figure, Wang Yuanshan's expression grew complex. His gaze tinged with regret as he sighed softly. Chen Yi has many admirable qualities, yet his talent for alchemy is sorely lacking. If only he possessed even a hint of it, I could truly assist him. On the other side, Chen Yi had returned to Wei Chunyu's estate. Surrounded by verdant trees and fragrant blooms, a young girl in a flowing white gown practiced her swordplay, her skirt swaying gently with her movements. Resembling a blossoming white lotus, her countenance was as cold as ice, yet her eyes sparkled with unwavering determination. Her long hair, as dark as ink, cascaded freely, contrasting sharply with her white dress, enhancing her ethereal presence. Grasping a long sword, its blade gleamed with a faint chill, perfectly complementing her demeanor. With each swing of her sword, she displayed both calmness and resolve, the tip tracing silver arcs in the air, accompanied by the crisp sound of the blade, as if narrating her resilience and tenacity. Her movements were swift and graceful, akin to a solo dance that seamlessly blended swordsmanship with artistry. The air around the estate was infused with a subtle sword intent, seemingly sharpened by her sword energy. The surrounding trees appeared to cheer for her, gently swaying their branches and leaves. In moments of pause, she would close her eyes slightly, feeling the sword intent flowing within her. Under the sun, her face appeared even more aloof, yet her eyes glimmered with unyielding resolve. This Biffo sword technique is truly challenging. I wonder when I shall become a sword king. The girl sighed softly, her face filled with yearning. This young swordswoman was none other than Wei Chunyu. Upon noticing Chen Yi entering the estate, she gracefully leaped, her figure resembling a drifting petal, as her long sword traced an elegant arc before being steadily sheathed. The tip of the sword lightly touched the scabbard, producing a crisp metallic sound, akin to the perfect conclusion of a melody. Turning her gaze towards Chen Yi, she inquired calmly, "Tomorrow marks the day for the Demon Suppression Division's recruitment of alchemists. All the renowned independent alchemists in the county city are returning. How have you fared under Master Wang's tutelage?" In truth, Wei Chunyu was already aware of Chen Yi's situation. She had previously inquired several times about his progress after he returned from the Immortal Pill Pavilion. And from his responses, she had gleaned the likely outcome. On one occasion, when she visited the Immortal Pill Pavilion to see Chen Yi, she discreetly asked Wang Yuanshan about Chen Yi's progress, who had only given her a helpless smile, leading Wei Chunyu to understand the nature of Chen Yi's learning, that if you truly wish to join the Demon Suppression Division, perhaps you should wait for the next recruitment. The Luo Shui Secret Realm will soon be held, and the Demon Suppression Division will recruit in advance. Wei Chunyu suggested gently, her sincerity apparent. However, Chen Yi replied with a confident smile, his brows betraying a sense of determination. No need. The position of alchemist in the Demon Suppression Division is rightfully mine. Wei Chunyu's delicate brows furrowed slightly, a flicker of doubt crossing her beautiful eyes. Are you certain? She was curious about when Chen Yi had become so self-assured. Previously, he had always returned from the Immortal Pill Pavilion looking dejected, as though alchemy were a daunting challenge. Yet today, he radiated confidence, as if he had already secured his success. Indeed, Chen Yi nodded with certainty. Wei Chunyu's brow furrowed further, as she discreetly shook her head. She had a fair understanding of Chen Yi's alchemical skills, and did not believe anyone could master the intricacies of alchemy overnight. She suspected he was merely saving face, spouting bravado. Perhaps he fears losing face in front of me. Worried he might flee tomorrow, Wei Chunyu mused, aware that men often clung fiercely to their pride. After their brief interactions over the past few days, Wei Chunyu found Chen Yi to be rather likable, with the sole flaw being his excessive pride. Very well, I wish you success, Wei Chunyu said softly. After speaking, she paid no further attention to Chen Yi and resumed her sword practice. She chose not to confront him directly, allowing him a way out, though her impression of him had diminished slightly. Once Chen Yi returned to his room, she shook her head and sighed. No one is perfect. What is there to be ashamed of in admitting one's shortcomings? Simply acknowledge your inability to master alchemy. The thing I detest most is stubbornness in the face of failure. Chapter 61. Are you serious? The next day, as dawn broke and the sun ascended leisurely, casting golden rays upon the earth, Chen Yi rose early, seeking out Wei Chunyu, ready to depart. Miss Wei, shall we venture to the Demon Suppression Division together? Wei Chunyu had been cultivating throughout the night. When she finally opened her eyes, she discovered Chen Yi calling for her from outside the room. Upon pushing the door open, she was momentarily taken aback. You really came? Wei Chunyu was aware that Chen Yi's alchemical talent was rather mediocre, if not poor. Yesterday, she merely thought he was being stubborn with his words. Once the morrow arrived, she assumed he would forget everything and show no further interest in the affairs of alchemists. Yet, seeing the current situation, was he truly determined to compete for the position of alchemist in the Demon Suppression Division? Chen Yi, slightly taken aback, chuckled lightly. What do you mean, really? Do you think I was joking with you yesterday? The position of alchemist in the Demon Suppression Division is destined to be mine. The girl's expression shifted to one of doubt, her brows furrowed, and a flicker of confusion danced in her eyes. Wei Chunyu felt somewhat bewildered. If Chen Yi truly possessed alchemical talent, given the financial resources of the Demon Suppression Division, they would not hesitate to nurture a new alchemist. However, the crux of the matter was that Chen Yi lacked any such talent. Did he genuinely believe he could pass the trials of the Demon Suppression Division? Why are you still dawdling? Let us go, Chen Yi urged, waving his hand. Seeing his determination, Wei Chunyu felt her inner turmoil dissipate, and she was now curious to uncover Chen Yi's true intentions. Soon, the two departed from the estate, making their way to the Demon Suppression Division. Along the way, Chen Yi also invited Wang Yuanshan to join them. Upon their arrival, they found that a considerable number of people were already gathered there. Half a month had passed since one of the alchemists in the Demon Suppression Division, due to his advanced age and disinterest in alchemy, decided to retire to fill the vacancy. The division had extended invitations to esteemed alchemists from the county city, intending to select one to join their ranks at that moment. The square of the Demon Suppression Division was bustling with activity. A throng of people jostling for space, creating a lively atmosphere. Alchemists from all corners converged here, some pausing to observe, while others hurried past, each face reflecting a myriad of emotions. They stood in place, exchanging insights and reflections on alchemy, their voices deep and resonant, as if every word encapsulated the essence of the alchemical path. Chen Yi casually found a spot to discreetly observe the alchemists present. Some were clad in opulent robes, while others wore simple Taoist garb. Yet each radiated a formidable aura, suggesting boundless power concealed within. One elder particularly caught Chen Yi's eye. He stood tall, with flowing silver hair and piercing gaze, donned in a purple robe with shimmering runes, exuding an air of nobility. Chen Yi's expression grew serious, a chill running through him. It seemed this endeavor would not be as simple as he had anticipated. Initially, he thought the competitors for the alchemist position in the demon suppression division would be underwhelming. After all, the more capable alchemists in the county city had already been recruited by various factions, and none would allow their alchemists to leave for competition with the division. However, seeing the caliber of those present today, he realized there were indeed formidable alchemists among them. As Chen Yi continued to observe the alchemists. Wei Chunyu stealthily pulled Wang Yuanshan aside. "Master Wang, please be honest with me. How well has Chen Yi learned from you?" Wang Yuanshan hesitated for a moment before letting out a wry smile. "Miss Wei, to speak plainly, I have imparted everything I could to Chen Yi, but I understand," Wei Chunyu interjected. Gathering the implications from Wang Yuanshan's words, it was clear that Chen Yi had not learned much from him. However, this only deepened her confusion. If Chen Yi had gained so little knowledge at the Xiandan Pavilion, where then did his confidence stem from? At that moment, Chen Yi suddenly fixed his gaze on two individuals ahead, coldly stating, "Ma Yinfeng, Lu Heng, you finally arrived." A young man clad in a blue robe stepped forward gracefully, a golden belt cinched at his waist, his movements light and posture upright. Behind him stood a middle-aged man dressed in a dark robe, exuding a calm demeanor and a penetrating gaze that commanded respect without anger. It was Elder Ma of the Tiandan sect. His presence was unexpected. Did he intend to compete for the alchemist position in the demon suppression division as well? Among those present, who could rival his alchemical prowess? As Ma Yunfeng made his entrance, he instantly captured the attention of the entire gathering. After all, he was a renowned elder of the Tiandan sect, his name echoing throughout the alchemist community in the county city. No one was unfamiliar with him. Ma Yunfeng merely offered a faint smile. "Rest assured, I am not here to compete for the alchemist position in the demon suppression division. I am merely accompanying my newly accepted disciple." As his words fell, Lu Heng stepped forward with vigor, bowing respectfully to the crowd. "I am Lu Heng. Greetings to all esteemed seniors." Immediately, someone in the crowd remarked, "Wasn't Lu Heng a disciple of Wang Yuanshan? How did he become Elder Ma's disciple?" This statement piqued the interest of many, directing their curious gazes toward Wang Yuanshan, eager to uncover the truth. Someone quickly interjected, "What's so surprising about it? After all, Elder Ma is an influential figure in the Tiandan sect, while Wang Yuanshan is merely a solitary cultivator. What could he possibly compare to Elder Ma? Surely, aligning with Elder Ma would be a better choice." Some found this reasoning compelling and nodded in agreement. Though somewhat cold-hearted, it is indeed true. Elder Ma surpasses Wang Yuanshan in both alchemical skill and status. A child clings to loyalty, while an adult prioritizes personal gain. Indeed, Lu Heng displayed considerable cleverness by not allowing misguided loyalty to jeopardize his future. Wang Yuanshan remained silent, his expression darkening as if he could exude water, his eyes glinting with a cold light. Listening to the discussions around him, Ma Yunfeng felt a surge of satisfaction, casting a mocking glance at Wang Yuanshan. He had intentionally taken on Wang Yuanshan's disciple to put him in a difficult position. Meanwhile, Lu Heng appeared quite pleased with himself, his brow alight with triumph, as if aligning with Ma Yunfeng was the wisest decision of his life. Suddenly, a chilling voice rose from the crowd. "Since when did acts of ingratitude become worthy of praise?" The speaker was none other than Chen Yi in the square. He stepped forward, his expression icy as he glared fiercely at Lu Heng. The crowd quickly grasped the situation. This young man must be Wang Yuanshan's new disciple, stepping up for his master, though his alchemical skills remained uncertain. Lu Heng was initially taken aback, but he quickly regained his composure, a dismissive smile spreading across his face. "You failed to concoct even the most basic healing elixir. With your level of incompetence, you dare to compete with me for the position of alchemist in the demon suppression division. How amusing. I foresee that not only will you embarrass yourself today, but you will also tarnish Master Wang's reputation." At Lu Heng's taunt, the crowd erupted in laughter, shaking their heads in derision. Such righteous indignation! I thought Wang Yuanshan had taken on a formidable disciple. But it turns out he is of such low caliber, failing to concoct a simple healing elixir, and he thinks he can compete with us alchemists. Wang Yuanshan's face turned a deep shade of iron. barely concealing his simmering anger that a glint of cold light flashed in his eyes as he struggled to suppress his fury. He yearned to retort, yet he was powerless. The truth was undeniable. Chen Yi was fundamentally inept at alchemy. Yet he was willing to stand up for him and participate in the competition for the alchemist position in the Demon Suppression Division. Just then, a solemn voice rang out, "I am Lin Jintian, and I thank you all for your presence." A middle-aged man strode forward, clad in black armor that bore the appearance of a dragon from the abyss, its brilliance subdued with an air of overwhelming authority. The intricate golden patterns shimmered, exuding an aura of unfathomable majesty. He moved with poise, each step seeming to measure the very essence of a world, his presence dignified and awe-inspiring. Chen Yi felt a tremor in his heart. This man radiated an overwhelming might that instilled a sense of pressure within him. Lin Jintian, the deputy director of the Demon Suppression Division, had arrived as one of the judges for the alchemist assessment. As Wei Chunyu whispered to Chen Yi, enlightening him about the identity of the newcomer. Understanding now the source of the pressure he felt, Chen Yi marveled at the strength gathered within the Demon Suppression Division. He realized that attempting to forcefully infiltrate the division to seize the treasures of the Blood God sect would be nearly impossible. It seemed that entering the division as an alchemist and then finding a way to investigate the treasures of the Blood God sect was his best course of action. Lin Jintian's penetrating gaze swept over the crowd, his voice resonating powerfully. "Ladies and gentlemen, there is no need for further discussion. The Demon Suppression Division is in urgent need of an alchemist. Among those present, whoever possesses the most exquisite alchemical skills is the one we seek. Let us take the Huan Yuan pill as an example. Whoever can concoct the highest quality Huan Yuan pill shall be declared the victor today. The recovery pill is a premier elixir among the finest of medicinal concoctions, primarily renowned for its efficacy in healing injuries and replenishing vital energy, whether addressing the depletion incurred during cultivation or the wounds sustained in battle. The recovery pill swiftly restores the cultivator's vitality and accelerates the healing of injuries. For practitioners, it is an indispensable life-saving remedy and the most sought-after elixir among all factions. With a commanding decree from Lin Jintian, numerous alchemists commenced their preparations. This time, over a dozen alchemists had gathered to compete for the position of alchemist in the Demon Suppression Division, predominantly consisting of independent cultivators from the county city who were not affiliated with any particular faction. At the center of the square stood a colossal alchemical platform, crafted from the rarest material, dark iron stone, radiating a soft, ethereal glow. Surrounding the platform were an array of precious herbs and spiritual materials. Exuding an intense medicinal fragrance, as the competition commenced, the participants ignited their respective alchemical flames. The flames danced upon the platform like agile fire dragons, devouring the herbs and materials. The air was thick with waves of heat and the rich aroma of medicine, immersing one in a mysterious realm of alchemy. Lu Hong maintained a composed demeanor, his eyes shimmering with a keen light. He had long mastered the art of crafting the recovery pill, and with each attempt, it flowed as effortlessly as a gentle stream. Confident in his superior skills, he felt assured of producing a high-quality recovery pill. He reached for a spiritual herb beside him, gently placing it into the alchemical furnace. As the true fire ignited, the herb quickly withered, transforming into a stream of pure medicinal liquid. Lu Heng's technique was remarkably deft, continuously adding various herbs and materials into the furnace. With each addition, he meticulously adjusted the size and temperature of the flames, ensuring the ingredients melded perfectly. During the waiting period, Lu Hong cast a cold glance at Chen Yi, who had yet to begin his work, and couldn't help but smirk dismissively. How can you hope to concoct a recovery pill when you struggle with even the basic blood-replenishing pill? Remember, it's 10 spirit stones, as you promised. Witnessing this, the other alchemists chuckled, internally mocking Chen Yi's audacity to compete for a position among the elite alchemists of the Demon Suppression Division. Wang Yuanshan furrowed his brow, a hint of concern evident in his expression. As Chen Yi's mentor, he was acutely aware of his students' alchemical capabilities that, as Lu Hong had stated, Chen Yi could scarcely manage even the simplest blood-replenishing pill, let alone the more complex recovery pill. Although Wang Yuanshan felt a twinge of disappointment, he was more grateful to Chen Yi for stepping up on his behalf. He held no illusions that Chen Yi could surpass the exceptionally talented Lu Heng in this contest. Alas, if need be, I shall bear the cost of those 10 spirit stones. Wang Yuanshan resolved inwardly, determined to support Chen Yi regardless of the price, while the recovery pill was not overly difficult to concoct. Achieving a high-quality version required considerable alchemical skill. Chen Yi, however, chose to remain calm and observant, meticulously scrutinizing each alchemist present. He noted that, aside from Lu Heng, a white-robed elder had also captured his attention. This elder displayed a steady and adept technique, his gaze exuding an unfathomable wisdom, clearly marking him as an alchemical master. Rather than hastily igniting his flames, the white-robed elder closed his eyes and formed seals with his hands at his chest, as if attuning himself to the essence of each herb and material. After a moment, he slowly opened his eyes, and with a gentle wave of his hands, the herbs and materials began to levitate, swirling through the air along a wondrous trajectory. Intrigued by this peculiar method, Chen Yi's eyes brightened as he discerned that the elder's technique differed from the others, as the herbs and materials twirled. The elder began to form intricate seals with his fingers. Each gesture seemed imbued with the mysteries of the universe. As the seals were cast, invisible forces surged from Su Changqing's palms, merging with the floating herbs and materials. Under the elder's control, the ingredients gradually began to blend. Their colors became more vibrant, and their luster intensified, as though infused with newfound life. "It is the master of alchemical cauldrons." A voice among the crowd seemed to recognize the white-robed elder. The individual continued, "The master of alchemical cauldrons is a renowned alchemist from Yuan City, having served for many years in the Zhang family of the city. Who would have thought he would leave the Zhang family to compete for a position in the Demon Suppression Division?" Upon hearing this, the other alchemists fell into contemplation. The master of alchemical cauldrons had long been celebrated for his extraordinary alchemical skills. Today, they might find themselves reduced to mere spectators, under the gazes of the crowd. The master of alchemical cauldrons took a deep breath, his hands suddenly sweeping outward, releasing a torrent of powerful true fire from his palms, enveloping the blended herbs and materials in an instant. Soon, under the fierce flames, the herbs and materials swiftly melted into a viscous medicinal liquid. The master of alchemical cauldrons gracefully maneuvered his hands in the air, guiding the liquid along a specific path. His technique was both skilled and precise, resembling a silent dance. As the liquid flowed, an intense medicinal fragrance began to permeate the entire alchemical chamber. This aroma was unlike any ordinary elixir. It was purer and richer, as if it encapsulated the essence of the cosmos. Witnessing this spectacle, Lin Jintian's eyes sparkled with admiration as he took a few extra moments to appreciate the master of alchemical cauldrons' exceptional performance. Expressing genuine satisfaction and praise, while others had already begun to craft the recovery pill, Chen Yi appeared idle. "What is Chen Yi doing?" Wei Qunyu furrowed her brows slightly, her beautiful eyes filled with perplexity. Meanwhile, Wang Yuanshan had lost all hope for Chen Yi, hoping only that he wouldn't embarrass himself too much. "It's my turn now." Chen Yi took a deep breath, recalling the alchemical memories imparted by the system. In the square, clad in a blue robe, Chen Yi stood with an air of grace, his demeanor noble as he prepared to take his place at the alchemical platform. The materials before him were piled high, each containing the essence of the universe. He inhaled deeply, closed his eyes, and united himself with the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Slowly, he raised his hands, his palms brimming with true energy, coalescing into a unique blue flame. In a moment, the true fire blazed brightly, pure and intense. "What? How can Chen Yi possess Dan fire?" Wang Yuanshan was dumbfounded, his eyes wide in disbelief, as waves of astonishment surged within him. Wei Qunyu was taken aback, her face a canvas of confusion and curiosity. "Master Wang, what is Dan fire?" Wang Yuanshan inhaled deeply, struggling to steady his emotions, and with a quivering voice, he explained, "Dan fire is unlike ordinary flames. It possesses unique attributes and powers. Infused with the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. It is an indispensable tool for alchemists during the concoction process. Only certain sects with a legitimate lineage in the alchemical arts possess the methods to cultivate Dan fire, and the difficulty of mastering it is immense. Most alchemists find it exceedingly challenging. Wang Yunshan's expression shifted dramatically. Disbelief etched across his face as if struck by lightning, leaving him momentarily stunned. Although he was a second-tier alchemist with ample experience, he had been expelled from the Tiandan sect before he could learn the methods to cultivate Dan fire, leaving him to rely solely on ordinary flames for his alchemical pursuits. Yet here was Chen Yi, a mere disciple, mastering Dan fire. Wang Yuanshan was utterly bewildered. Had Chen Yi been deliberately concealing his talents these past few days? A shiver ran through Wang Yuanshan's heart. However, this thought was quickly dismissed. During their time at the Xian'an Pavilion, Chen Yi's praises were undoubtedly sincere. He truly lacked any experience in alchemy. In fact, his alchemical talent was rather poor, as Wang Yuanshan had personally guided him. Yet Chen Yi had not grasped even the basics. Wang Yuanshan racked his brain, struggling to comprehend this peculiar situation. Equally astonished was Ma Yunfeng. How can he possess Dan fire? His complexion paled, his eyes wide with disbelief, his voice trembling with restrained fury and shock. On that day, at the Xian'an Pavilion, Ma Yunfeng had deduced from the aura of the furnace that a basic blood-replenishing pill was being attempted, and it had failed. As a second-tier alchemist, Wang Yuanshan could not possibly be incapable of concocting even the simplest blood-replenishing pill. The only explanation was that the failed attempt at the blood-replenishing pill had been Chen Yi's doing. Yet today's events had left Ma Yunfeng utterly confounded. Only after becoming an elder of the Tiandan sect had he acquired the privilege to learn the methods of cultivating Dan fire. How could a waste who couldn't even concoct a basic blood-replenishing pill possibly master Dan fire? Watching Chen Yi in the square, Ma Yunfeng's fury ignited, his face ashen, his eyes glinting with rage. Shock spilling forth as if struck by a bolt from the blue. Beside them, Wei Chunyu was taken aback. Although she did not fully grasp the significance of Dan fire, Wang Yuanshan's expression made it clear that the blue flame in Chen Yi's hands was extraordinary. Moreover, among all present, only Chen Yi wielded this unique flame, while the others were limited to ordinary alchemical fires. Could it be that I misjudged Chen Yi? Is he truly a genius in alchemy? Wei Chunyu was momentarily taken aback, as the fervent words of Chen Yi echoed in her mind from the previous day. She watched as Chen Yi gently waved his hand, causing a wisp of azure flame to gracefully descend into the alchemical furnace. Instantly, the flames within the furnace surged skyward, and the temperature escalated dramatically. Chen Yi swiftly cast various rare herbs and spiritual materials into the furnace, each one tracing elegant arcs through the air before plunging into the roaring flames. He then formed hand seals, murmuring incantations as profound symbols emanated from his fingertips, merging into the furnace. The herbs and materials within began to rapidly fuse under the intense heat, releasing a rich aroma. Chen Yi's technique grew increasingly adept. His eyes were closed, as if he had established a mystical connection with the herbs and materials inside the furnace. His alchemical prowess was not akin to that of a novice, but rather resembled that of a master deeply familiar with the art of alchemy. Wang Yuanshan stood in astonishment, gasping in disbelief. His eyes widened like copper bells, his expression betraying an overwhelming incredulity, as if the very fabric of reality had been upended, leaving him profoundly shaken. The art of alchemy is multifaceted, not confined to a singular method. The techniques Wang Yuanshan had mastered belonged to the heavenly pill sect, which he had imparted to Chen Yi. Yet now, Chen Yi's alchemical method mirrored his own perfectly. Wang Yuanshan observed that Chen Yi's technique drew upon the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, employing unique incantations and hand seals to condense this energy into pills. The ability to capture the ethereal wisps of spiritual energy within the furnace and incorporate them into the elixirs greatly enhanced their efficacy. It seemed more akin to the methods of other alchemical sects. What was happening? Chen Yi, who had previously been a novice at alchemy, had seemingly transformed overnight into a master. Wang Yuanshan was bewildered, feeling as though the world had gone mad. Wei Chunyu's beautiful eyes trembled slightly. Her lips parted in astonishment, her shock surging like tumultuous waves concealed beneath her exquisite visage. Even without a grasp of alchemy, She could discern the finesse in Chen Yi's technique, that he had indeed not deceived her. He was genuinely skilled in the art of alchemy. Lu Heng, while engaged in his own alchemical endeavors, cast a furtive glance at Chen Yi. Yet upon witnessing the scene, he was rendered speechless. How could this be? Wasn't Chen Yi someone who couldn't even concoct a basic blood-replenishing pill? How could he command the alchemical flames with such skill? Lu Heng's eyes widened in astonishment, a tide of fury swelling within him. His fists clenched tightly, his body quivering with rage. Just yesterday, Chen Yi had been incapable of even producing a blood-replenishing pill. How had he suddenly transformed into a master capable of refining alchemical flames? Lu Heng, who had not even achieved the means to cultivate such flames himself, seethed with jealousy and anger, questioning Chen Yi's very identity. At that moment, the flames within the furnace flickered ominously, and the liquid began to boil over. Lu Heng snapped back to reality, hurriedly adjusting the heat, ultimately averting disaster and successfully shaping his elixir. Let me first complete this yuan pill. With my alchemical skill, I may yet surpass him. Lu Heng's expression darkened as he recalibrated his mindset, taking a deep breath before immersing himself back into his work. Gradually, as time passed, the liquid in his furnace thickened, radiating a soft glow and emanating a delicate fragrance. At last, in near unison, dozens of alchemical furnaces erupted in brilliant light. Pill after pill soared from the furnaces, suspended in the air, radiating a dazzling brilliance. Success. Chapter 64. Pill patterns the air, and the square was suffused with an indescribable, exotic fragrance, a unique essence released from the fusion of spiritual herbs, minerals, and the blood of spiritual beasts during the alchemical process. One by one, the pills took shape within the flames, each emitting a faint glow, as if imbued with boundless vitality. This was the yuan pill, a treasure of immense value, capable of rapidly restoring a cultivator's energy. Onlookers beamed with joy, their hearts elated at the successful creation of a yuan pill. As time progressed, the pills crafted by Lu Heng also began to take form. He opened his palm, drawing the finished pill into his hand. Compared to the yuan pills produced by other alchemists, Lu Heng's appeared even rounder and more robust, their radiance softer yet more inviting. Lu Heng gazed at his freshly refined yuan pill, a satisfied smile spreading across his face. The pill in his palm radiated a pure, crystalline hue, as if composed of the essence of the heavens and earth, exuding a gentle glow that signaled its extraordinary quality. Witnessing this, the crowd couldn't help but express their envy, murmuring praises for Lu Heng, marveling at the distinction of his yuan pill, which appeared far superior to those of his peers. Wang Yuanshan furrowed his brow. As Lu Heng's mentor, he was acutely aware of the prodigious talent his disciple possessed in the realm of alchemy. Even identical pills, crafted by Lu Heng, boasted a quality superior to those of average alchemists. Lin Jintian's eyes sparkled as he beheld Lu Heng's pill, a satisfied glimmer illuminating his gaze. Indeed, my disciple Ma Yunfeng has produced a remarkable student. Ma Yunfeng proclaimed proudly, his robes billowing in the wind, his face alight with triumph. His voice resonated with confidence, each word shining like the stars, drawing attention as Lu Heng basked in the admiration of those around him. He cast a glance at Chen Yi, smugly thinking, what does it matter if you have refined alchemical flames? You may not be able to produce a yuan pill of higher quality than mine. Meanwhile, the alchemical master from Liqing was nearing the completion of his own refinement. With a casual flick, he lifted the furnace lid, releasing a wave of rich aroma. Within the furnace lay perfectly round yuan pills, quietly nestled, radiating a gentle glow. These pills not only exhibited a pure color and delightful fragrance, resembling the warmth of mutton fat jade, but also shimmered with a soft light. Under the sun's rays, the pills emitted a subtle halo, as if imbued with some mysterious power. Additionally, the pills exuded a fragrant aroma, unique and robust, refreshing the senses and uplifting the spirit. This scent was unlike ordinary herbal fragrances, carrying a hint of ethereal charm, as if it were the essence of nature itself. And no wonder the renowned alchemical master was well respected. The quality of the pills he had just refined was surely approaching the pinnacle. The crowd gazed in awe, sighing in admiration. The quality of pills produced by alchemists varied according to their skill levels. The yuan pills recently refined by the alchemical master were evidently of exceptional quality, nearing perfection. Even the usually taciturn deputy director of the Demon Suppression Division could not resist standing from his seat, a satisfied smile gracing his lips. Just as the crowd marveled at the alchemical master's prowess, someone in the throng exclaimed, "Look, that fellow is about to produce a yuan pill as well." Eyes turned towards Chen Yi, who was skillfully manipulating the alchemical flames, which roared at their peak, the intense light spilling through the gaps of the furnace lid. Suddenly, a crisp sound echoed from the furnace, as if something was breaking free. At that moment, an unseen force gently pushed the lid open, a radiant light bursting forth, illuminating the entire alchemical platform. Amidst the gasps of the onlookers, a resplendent pill ascended slowly from the furnace. Suspended in the air, its rich fragrance wafting forth, enchanting the senses, the atmosphere transformed, suffused with an ethereal aura, filled with an air of mystery. As the lid fully opened, a yuan pill, smooth as jade, lay serenely within the furnace, exuding a soft glow. Chen Yi simply extended his hand, drawing the pill into his grasp, instantly captivating the attention of everyone present. This batch of yuan pills not only showcased flawless color, but also released a subtle fragrance that hinted at the essence of the heavens and earth. Even more astonishingly, the surface of the yuan pill was adorned with intricate pill patterns. These patterns appear to be formed from the convergence of spiritual energy and natural laws, each imbued with boundless mystery. They intertwine to create a complex and exquisite design, reminiscent of a scroll depicting the secrets of the universe. Pill patterns? How is this possible? An astonished alchemist exclaimed, his voice trembling with disbelief. Indeed, these are pill patterns, and they are remarkably clear, profoundly intricate, truly unheard of. Another alchemist could not help but marvel. The crowd stood agape, exchanging incredulous glances, as a wave of shock rippled through the air, seemingly freezing time in that moment. With the emergence of the pill patterns, the entire square erupted in fervor. The murmurs and gasps of the crowd rose and fell like waves, as if threatening to upheave the entire square. Wang Yuanshan, like everyone else, stood frozen in astonishment, his eyes wide open. His voice trembled uncontrollably as if he had witnessed an unbelievable event, his heart pounding wildly in his chest, a tidal wave of shock sweeping over him. Chen Yi had actually managed to refine a pill with Danwen. Wei Chunyu was momentarily taken aback. Although she was not an alchemist and did not know what Danwen entailed, she could discern from the crowd's reaction that Danwen was something extraordinary. Her gaze flickered with curiosity, a slight frown betraying her unresolved confusion, as she parted her crimson lips to inquire, "Master Wang, what exactly is Danwen? Why is everyone so astonished?" Wang Yuanshan took a deep breath, his face alight with excitement as he explained. Danwen is a pattern that forms naturally during the refining process of a danyao, resulting from the harmonious melding of the spiritual essence of heaven and earth with the essence of the medicinal materials. After enduring countless trials, that tea not only symbolizes the quality of the danyao, but also embodies the alchemist's skill. There was a crucial point Wang Yuanshan did not convey to Wei Chunyu. The more complex the danyao, the more challenging it is to possess Danwen. Producing a danyao adorned with Danwen is no simple feat. It requires the alchemist to have an exceptionally precise control over the medicinal ingredients, the heat, and the spiritual energy. Wang Yuanshan, a second-tier alchemist, was adept in his craft and capable of refining danyao with Danwen. Yet he could only manage basic and simple pills, such as blood-replenishing pills. The Huiyuan Dan, however, ranked among the finest first-tier danyao, and even with Wang Yuanshan's expertise, he could not guarantee the production of a Huiyuan Dan with Danwen. Yet, Chen Yi, having only dabbled in alchemy for a few days, had remarkably refined a Huiyuan Dan adorned with Danwen. This was nothing short of incredible. Chapter 65. Yuanling Dan in the square. The astonishment of all the alchemists surged like a tidal wave. They stood there, dumbfounded, their eyes glimmering with disbelief. As if witnessing the impossible, IT felt as though their throats were constricted, allowing only faint gasps to escape, their voices trembling with barely concealed astonishment. Previously, the alchemist had heard Lu Hong remark that Chen Yi could not even refine the most basic blood-replenishing pill. Assuming him to be merely a novice, who would have thought he was a hidden alchemical master? This young man had indeed managed to produce Danwan. Lin Jintian, who had been observing the alchemists at work, was struck with astonishment upon seeing the Danyao in Chen Yi's hand, his eyes widening as if he had encountered an unimaginable miracle. Unlike the others, Lin Jintian not only recognized Chen Yi's remarkable alchemical skills, but also perceived the terrifying talent he possessed. This youth, appearing so young, was capable of refining Danyao with Danwen. Such talent was exceedingly rare, perhaps even rivaling that of the holy son of the Tiandan sect, the sacred place of alchemy in Luoshui County. If he were to mature a few more years, he would undoubtedly become a renowned alchemical master. Such a prodigy in alchemy must be kept within the ranks of the Demon Suppression Division at all costs. Outside the square, observing the spirited Chen Yi, Wei Chunyu was utterly shocked, her eyes wide with disbelief, her cold, elegant features slightly losing composure, her clear aura momentarily disrupted. Chen Yi was astonishingly formidable, although she was entirely ignorant of alchemy. After listening to Wang Yuanshan's explanation and witnessing the crowd's reaction, she grasped Chen Yi's exceptional prowess. She had heard her sister Wei Chuxiu mention that Chen Yi had great talent in weapon crafting, but she never expected him to be equally adept in alchemy. With formidable cultivation, excelling in both weapon crafting and alchemy, such innate talent was truly fearsome. Wei Chunyu's eyes sparkled with newfound brilliance, captivated by the youthful vigor emanating from Chen. Meanwhile, Lu Hong, witnessing this scene, felt as though he had been struck by lightning, his face instantly paling. Impossible! How could this be? How could a worthless individual produce Danyao with Danwen? Anger burned in Lu Heng's eyes. Threatening to erupt, he stared in disbelief at the unfolding spectacle. Chen Yi, who was clearly unable to refine even the most basic blood-replenishing pill, how could he possibly produce a Huiyuan Dan with Danwen? With his astounding proficiency in alchemy, even he struggled to create Danyao adorned with Danwen. How could this worthless novice achieve such a feat? He had just refined a high-quality Huiyuan Dan, confident that no one present could surpass him, except for the Dan Dingjinren. Yet, Chen Yi's Huiyuan Dan matched in quality, and it even bore Danwen. This was inconceivable. How could this young brat's Huiyuan Dan exhibit Danwen? Witnessing this, Ma Yunfeng, watching from the sidelines, was beside himself with rage. He was utterly astonished, his face flushed with anger, contorted in disbelief, as if he were about to unleash his pent-up fury. Why could Wang Yuanshan's novice disciple possess such high alchemical standards? He could not accept it. Yet, the reality lay before him like an ironclad truth, forcing him to acknowledge this astonishing scene. Even a usually reticent Dan Dingjinren could not help but offer a word of praise. A young genius! Had I possessed such talent in my youth, I would have long since become a celebrated alchemical master of the Dian dynasty. Yet, Chen Yi, in the midst of it all, was not finished. He merely smiled lightly and said, "What is so impressive about this? The key is yet to come." He stood before the alchemical platform, his gaze sharp and focused intently on the Dan furnace before him. Chen Yi gently placed a freshly refined first-tier Huiyuan Dan into the furnace, where it glimmered faintly at the bottom, akin to a tiny star. As the spiritual herbs were added, the atmosphere within the furnace began to shift. A rich fragrance of medicine wafted through the air, as if life were being nurtured within. That wasn't the Huiyuan Dan already completed. What was he doing now? The crowd furrowed their brows, their eyes betraying deep confusion, as if they had fallen into an unsolvable riddle. They struggled to comprehend Chen Yi's current actions. Lu Hong and Ma Yunfeng exchanged glances, both reflecting uncertainty, unable to decipher Chen Yi's intentions. They leaned in closer, intent on discovering what tricks Chen Yi was about to perform. Wei Chunyu's brows knitted together, her eyes shimmering with perplexity, her lips slightly parted as she appeared to be grappling with an enigmatic question. Her confusion intertwined with innocence, rendering her even more endearing. "Master Wang, what is Chen Yi doing? Didn't he already refine the Huiyuan Dan?" Wang Yuanshan, wholly absorbed in observing Chen Yi's every move, recalled the spiritual herbs Chen Yi had just employed. Suddenly struck by a bold idea, his face flushed, fists clenched tightly, his eyes sparkling with fervor. I understand. Chen Yi is upgrading the Huiyuan Dan. Upgrading? What does that mean? The young woman furrowed her delicate brows, her starry eyes revealing profound bewilderment. Wang Yuanshan, brimming with excitement, explained, the Danyao Chen Yi is currently refining is no longer the Huiyuan Dan. Rather, he is creating an even superior Danyao based on the Huiyuan Dan. Before the bewildered gazes of the crowd, Chen Yi closed his eyes, deeply attuning himself to the changes within the furnace, as if his spirit had melded with the flames and the spiritual herbs. He inhaled sharply, his hands forming seals, guiding the Dan fire within him. A brilliant flame erupted from his palms, surging into the furnace. The flames flared vigorously, enveloping the spiritual herbs and the Huiyuan Dan tightly. Under the intense heat, the spiritual herbs began to melt gradually, melding perfectly with the Huiyuan Dan gradually. The fragrance within the furnace intensified, as if an invisible force surged within. Time seemed to slow in that moment, each second laden with endless anticipation. Chen Yi's spirit was wholly immersed in the alchemical process, oblivious to everything around him, fixated solely on the flames, the spiritual herbs, and the Danyao that was on the verge of taking shape. As time trickled by, finally, a crisp humming resonated from within the furnace. He swiftly opened the lid, and a rich aroma of medicine flooded his senses. There lay a crystal-clear Danyao, radiating brilliance, resting quietly within the furnace. Chen Yi was instantly elated, carefully taking the Danyao in hand for scrutiny. This Danyao was exquisite and delicate, resembling a finely crafted gemstone, translucent and emanating a soft glow. Its surface was adorned with intricate patterns, akin to the profound textures of heaven and earth, simultaneously complex and beautiful, each line seemingly narrating the marvels of the Danyao. Among the crowd, the well-informed Dan Dingzhenren was the first to react, his face etched with astonishment. It is actually a second-tier Danyao, the Yuanling Dan. In his eyes sparkled a glimmer of astonishment, his complexion pallid, as if struck by an invisible force, rendering him immobile for an extended moment. The first-grade medicinal pill, the recovery pill, is widely acclaimed by cultivators for its remarkable efficacy in replenishing one's vital energy. Building upon the foundation of the recovery pill, countless alchemists meticulously crafted an upgraded version. The second-grade Yuanling pill. The Yuanling pill, with its jade-like luster and an even more potent aroma, exudes an air of mysterious spiritual resonance. This pill not only inherits the restorative properties of the recovery pill, but also achieves a qualitative leap in efficacy. Upon consumption, cultivators not only restore their vital energy to its peak instantly, but also awaken the latent spiritual power within, significantly enhancing their cultivation level in a short span of time. Furthermore, the Yuanling Revival Pill possesses a unique attribute. It aids cultivators in the qi condensation realm to break through bottlenecks during their training, allowing them to grasp deeper levels of cultivation principles, rendering it exceedingly popular among practitioners. The formulation of the Yuanling pill is exceptionally challenging, with even most second-grade alchemists struggling to succeed. Its difficulty ranks among the highest in the entire category of second-grade medicinal pills. Chen Yi, astonishingly, succeeded in concocting the upgraded version of the recovery pill, the second-grade Yuanling pill. A profound silence enveloped the crowd. Everyone was instantly engulfed in a wave of disbelief, as if struck by an unseen tsunami, their hearts racing in shock, seemingly on the verge of leaping from their chests. Chapter 66. The alchemist of the Demon Suppression Division in the square. The crowd stood as if struck by lightning, their expressions frozen in astonishment, the shock sweeping over them like a tempest, their hearts turbulent and restless. The Yuanling pill is indeed a second-grade medicinal pill, attainable only by seasoned second-grade alchemists. This youthful lad before them was capable of producing the Yuanling pill. He was, without a doubt, a second-grade alchemist. The spectators were left aghast. In the entirety of Luoshui County, second-grade alchemists were few and far between. Even within the esteemed alchemical sects, only elders like Ma Yunfeng possessed the caliber of a second-grade alchemist. What was even more remarkable was that Chen Yi appeared so youthful, not yet 20, yet already a second-grade alchemist, if allowed to develop, he would undoubtedly become a renowned master of alchemy in the future. In that instant, the once boisterous square seemed to freeze, as if everyone had been petrified by divine powers, their gazes converging on the strikingly handsome youth with sword-like brows and starry eyes. They had initially believed that Chen Yi's ability to cultivate pill fire and produce pills with patterns was already impressive. Yet they had grossly underestimated his alchemical prowess. Was he truly the new disciple of Wang Yuanshan? With his level of skill, did he still need to seek Wang Yuanshan as his mentor? A second-grade alchemist in his teens, perhaps only the holy son of the Tiandan sect, Chen Yi, could match such talent. Among the crowd, the robed figure of the real alchemist, Dan Zeng, sighed, regardless of his origins. His future is bound to be radiant. Amidst the murmurings of the crowd, Chen Yi, holding the freshly forged Yuanling pill, stood tall as a pine, gazing at Lin Jintian with a slight smile. I am Chen Yi. Lord Lin, may I consider my alchemical skills satisfactory? Upon hearing this, Lin Jintian swiftly regained his composure, a glimmer of determination flashing in his eyes as he extricated himself from his astonishment, restoring his usual calm and collected demeanor. He smiled slightly. Of course you have passed. Congratulations, Mr. Chen. From this moment forth, you are a member of our Demon Suppression Division, and I welcome you on behalf of the division. Chen Yi's ability to concoct the second-grade Yuanling pill left no doubt regarding his strength. Among this assembly, he was undoubtedly the victor that a second-grade alchemist is a coveted presence in any faction within Luoshui County, deserving of Lin Jintian's utmost attention. Moreover, considering his youth, his potential was limitless, and Lin Jintian was determined not to let such a prodigious talent slip away. The Yuanling pill, a second-grade elixir. How could this be possible? Wang Yuanshan was utterly stunned. His astonishment was palpable, his eyes wide as if struck by an unseen force, his heartbeat quickening, leaving him speechless and rooted to the spot. Could this truly be Chen Yi, my newly accepted disciple? Am I, Wang Yuanshan, capable of nurturing such a remarkable pupil? If not for the overwhelming reality before him, Wang Yuanshan might have suspected his own vision had failed him. The level of alchemical skill Chen Yi displayed at this moment was nearing his own. Was this truly the same Chen Yi who, just days prior, knew nothing of alchemy? Or the one who could not even concoct the most basic blood-replenishing pill yesterday? Wang Yuanshan was utterly bewildered. Could it be that Chen Yi had been deceiving him all along and had already been a second-grade alchemist? Yet that seemed implausible. If he possessed such prowess, why would he need to seek out a mentor to learn alchemy? Wang Yuanshan was engulfed in confusion, caught off guard by the sudden turn of events, standing there in a daze, unsure of how to proceed. In the square, Wei Chenyu stood frozen, her beautiful eyes wide with shock. He is actually a second-grade alchemist. How could he have accomplished this in such a short span of time? Her typically serene gaze now rippled with disbelief, revealing an uncontainable surprise. The once porcelain-like complexion now bore a faint blush, reminiscent of the dawn's first light, illuminating her clear, bottomless eyes. Though she was a sword cultivator and understood little of alchemy, she grasped how rare a second-grade alchemist truly was. Had she not been previously acquainted with Chen Yi, she would have unequivocally believed he had been an alchemist for many years prior. She knew better than anyone that just days ago, Chen Yi was still a novice, utterly unversed in the art of alchemy. Just a few days prior, he had been distressed about how to join the Demon Suppression Division. Had she not suggested that he seek Wang Yuanshan at the Immortal Pill Pavilion to learn the craft? It was likely that he would still be incapable of concocting any medicinal pills that in such a brief span. Through merely a few days of study, he had emerged as a second-grade alchemist. Such talent is truly unparalleled throughout the ages. Wei Chunyu narrowed her eyes slightly, reassessing Chen Yi anew. Witnessing this scene, Ma Yunfeng, who had been observing from the outskirts of the square, was utterly flabbergasted. A second-grade alchemist? How could this be possible? How could Wang Yuanshan have such an extraordinary disciple? He stood frozen, his complexion ashen, his eyes flashing with a cold light, his voice trembling. Yunfeng had entered the Tiandan sect at a young age, guided by esteemed mentors, and, with considerable talent and effort over the years, had only achieved the status of a second-grade alchemist. Yet this young disciple of Wang Yuanshan had already reached that level that was simply inconceivable. How could Wang Yuanshan be so fortunate as to accept such a gifted disciple? Meanwhile, Lu Heng had completely lost his mind, unable to accept the reality unfolding before him. How could this be? How could he concoct a second-grade pill? He was furious, his face ashen, his eyes ablaze with fury and shock. His chest heaved violently, resembling an enraged beast ready to erupt. Just yesterday, Chen Yi could not even brew the most fundamental blood-replenishing pill. Why, then, was he now capable of producing the second-grade Yuanling pill? With his remarkable expertise in alchemy, he had yet to become a second-grade alchemist himself. Yet Chen Yi, younger than him, had already surpassed that milestone. To be cautious, Lu Heng had even checked with those who had recently purchased pills from the Immortal Pill Pavilion, and they all confirmed that Chen Yi was indeed Wang Yuanshan's new disciple. What on earth is happening? How could Chen Yi transform overnight from a novice, barely acquainted with alchemy, to a second-grade alchemist capable of mastering pill fire and producing pills with intricate patterns? Lu Heng was utterly beside himself. He was driven to madness, his eyes gleaming with fervor, his face contorted in rage. He shouted, "Lord Lin, this is impossible. This boy couldn't possibly have learned alchemy in just a few days. He couldn't even brew the most basic blood-replenishing pill. He must be cheating." Lin Jintian furrowed his brow, his countenance darkening as if shrouded in a thick layer of ominous clouds, his demeanor frosty. "How dare you? Are you suggesting that I am blind, that I am unaware of any cheating occurring?" Through their prior exchanges, Lin Jintian had already discerned that Lu Heng and Chen Yi appeared to be at odds. Lu Heng's alchemical skills were commendable, yet they paled in comparison to Chen Yi's, and he had no intention of offending Chen Yi due to Lu Heng. Chen Yi stepped forward, calmly stating, "Lu Heng, do you recall our previous agreement? Before Lord Lin, you wouldn't dare to go back on your word, would you?" Lin Jintian, upon hearing this, deftly remarked, "A gentleman's word is his bond. Once an agreement is made, it must be upheld." Lu Heng's complexion turned ghastly, his expression exceedingly grim, much like a sky heavy with dark clouds, oppressive and foreboding. 10 spirit stones were indeed a considerable sum, enough to sustain him for half a year of cultivation. Gazing at Lin Jintian's serious demeanor, Lu Heng realized that failing to deliver those 10 spirit stones today would make it exceedingly difficult for him to leave the Demon Suppression Division. Gritting his teeth, he declared, "Very well, I shall provide them." Chapter 67. The Ruins of the Scarlet Blood Divine Cult. "Then I extend my gratitude." Chen Yi's heart swelled with joy as he expressed his thanks. Upon reaching the Qi condensation realm, the significance of spirit stones for cultivators is immense. They can absorb the spiritual energy within the stones to enhance their cultivation and replenish their true energy during battles. Additionally, powerful formations require spirit stones for activation, making them an indispensable resource for practitioners. These 10 spirit stones were an opportunity not to be missed. Lin Jintian addressed the crowd. "Thank you all for attending the alchemical trial at the Demon Suppression Division. We have finalized our selection. Your efforts are greatly appreciated." The alchemists understood well that with Chen Yi's level of expertise, none of those present could usurp his position, and they could only leave in disgruntled silence. Wang Yuanshan's lips curled into a smirk, his eyes sparkling with triumph, as he remarked, "My Yunfeng, you were inferior to me back in the day. Even now, your disciple pales in comparison to mine. You shall forever remain beneath me." At these words, my Yunfeng's complexion turned ashen, his lips pressed tightly together, teeth grinding audibly, clearly struggling to suppress his emotions. His fists clenched tightly, veins bulging as he seemed to battle the urge to lunge forward and deliver a blow to his adversary. However, knowing that they were within the confines of the Demon Suppression Division, he restrained himself and let out a cold snort before departing. Lu Heng's gaze was icy, filled with resentment like a blade. Glaring fiercely at Chen Yi, his face darkened and silent. Aware that remaining here would only bring shame, he hurriedly followed Ma Yunfeng out of the Demon Suppression Division. Observing Ma Yunfeng's humiliation brought Wang Yuanshan immense delight. Puffing out his chest and striding forth as if each step resonated with the rhythm of success. Prior to this day, he had been apprehensive that Chen Yi's alchemical skills would lead to disgrace. However, to his surprise, Chen Yi not only upheld his reputation, but also significantly enhanced it. He approached Chen Yi, clapping him on the shoulder with a grin. saying, "What a revelation you had today." Chen Yi scratched his head and chuckled. "Perhaps I experienced an epiphany. After a nap, I dreamt of a master alchemist teaching me the craft, and upon waking, that knowledge lingered profoundly in my mind. Naturally, he could not disclose the existence of a system and merely fabricated a casual explanation." An epiphany? Wang Yuanshan was taken aback. Such an experience is rare, a profound comprehension that arises after enduring a period of cultivation, exploration, or tribulation. Some individuals, after such trials, may suddenly grasp the path of cultivation with newfound clarity, transcending their previous understanding and achieving a qualitative leap in their abilities. Those capable of such enlightenment are scarce, perhaps only 1 in 100,000, but they do exist. Now it makes sense. That must indeed be an epiphany, Wang Yuanshan mused, his tone tinged with envy. Though hard to believe, he chose to accept Chen Yi's account, for if Chen Yi had previously been a second-tier alchemist, there would have been no need for him to seek a mentor. Without a teacher's guidance, I would never have had the chance for such an epiphany, Chen Yi remarked with a subtle smile. Deliberately downplaying his experience, he owed much to his father's efforts. Yet he felt grateful for Wang Yuanshan's generosity in imparting knowledge. "Congratulations, we are now colleagues." Wei Chunyu approached gracefully, a serene smile gracing her lips. Her voice was like the cold winds of early winter, clear and profound, carrying with it a hint of frosty elegance. "I will assist you in completing the necessary formalities and help you familiarize yourself with the Demon Suppression Division. If you have any questions, feel free to ask me." Lin Jintian stepped forward, smiling gently. Chen Yi nodded in agreement, recognizing that to access the treasures of the Blood God sect, he must first acclimate himself to the Demon Suppression Division. Soon, Lin Jintian guided Chen Yi, efficiently completing the required procedures as they traversed the halls of the Demon Suppression Division. Lin Jintian continued to introduce its various aspects to Chen Yi. However, Chen Yi's mind wandered. His interest lay solely with the Blood God sect's treasury and the river observation tablet. Feigning curiosity, he suddenly inquired, "Director Lin, I have heard that the personal river observation tablet of the Supreme Swordmaster is here within the Demon Suppression Division. Is there a connection to the Blood God sect?" Lin Jintian paused briefly, then replied, "Indeed, this is no secret. It is fine to share with you." With a faint smile, he lightly tapped the floor with his foot. "Many are aware that our Demon Suppression Division in Luoshui County is situated atop the ruins of the Blood God sect. Beneath us lie the remnants of their legacy." Chen Yi glanced at the floor, his expression filled with curiosity. "Is there something extraordinary beneath?" Lin Jintian smiled lightly and said, "Follow me." He led Chen Yi to a shadowy passageway. To the end of the passage, there was an ancient stone staircase, winding and deepening into the earth as if leading to a world of unfathomable mystery. Chen Yi followed Lin Jintian, gradually descending the staircase. As they ventured deeper underground, the surrounding light dimmed, replaced by a profound and enigmatic glow emanating from the depths of the ruins, bright yet gentle. Illuminating their path, the air was thick with an ancient essence, mingled with the fragrance of earth and an indescribable, mysterious aroma, evoking a sense of reverence. In the subterranean depths stood immense stone halls, unwavering despite the passage of millennia, still exuding the grandeur and solemnity of yesteryears. The walls of these halls were adorned with intricate totems and runes, shimmering with a mysterious luster, as if encapsulating boundless power. As Lin Jintian walked, he narrated, 500 years ago, beneath the Blood God sect lay a den of demons, from which evil beings emerged. Thus began the chaotic era of demonkind, bringing great suffering to the populace and threatening the very foundation of the Dayan dynasty. Ultimately, it was the royal ancestor of the Dayan who intervened to quell this turmoil. In a bid to eradicate the demons, the Dayan dynasty established a branch of the Demon Suppression Division atop the ruins of the Blood God sect, which is the origin of our Luoshui County's Demon Suppression Division. The Blood God sect was indeed the foremost power of the Dayan dynasty 5 centuries ago, amassing extraordinary treasures, and the river observation tablet of the Supreme Swordmaster was unearthed from these ruins. It is certain that when the Dayan's ancestors extinguished the Blood God sect, the sect may have perished, but many of its treasures remain buried within these ruins. Within the ruins, remnants of ancient mechanisms and facilities endure. Some stone walls are embedded with mysterious gems, casting a faint glow, while the ground is etched with complex arrays and runes, seemingly guarding some vital secret. All these facilities and mechanisms exude an aura of ancient mystery. He sighed with a hint of regret. Unfortunately, the ruins of the Blood God sect are filled with formidable restrictions. Even those at the profound realm cannot breach them. It seems that only the sect's leader or a token from the Blood God sect could lift these prohibitions and claim the treasures within. Upon hearing this, Chen Yi secretly rejoiced, for it appeared that the Demon Suppression Division had yet to seize the treasures of the Blood God sect. Lin Jintian led Chen Yi to an altar, stating, "Look, there is a space within this altar, but it is restricted. We cannot enter." The altar was intricately carved from a rare black stone, emitting a faint, ghostly light, as if harboring some unfathomable power. The stone's patterns were intricate, resembling ancient runes, shimmering with a mysterious sheen. At the center of the altar stood a towering stone pillar, atop which lay a notch, seemingly meant for an item that could deactivate the restrictions. As Chen Yi gazed at the notch, a sense of familiarity washed over him, as if he had encountered it before. Suddenly, his pupils constricted and his heart raced. This notch was precisely where he had previously obtained the Blood God talisman on Qingyun Mountain. Lin Jintian approached and spoke. Chen Yi suddenly realized the truth. The power of the stars is the supreme and profound energy between heaven and earth, originating from the depths of the vast starry sky, condensing the essence of the universe over billions of years. It shimmers like countless twinkling stars, resplendent and mysterious, containing boundless power. But he also discerned that an incredibly intricate formation had been set up on this altar. The formation's patterns were complex, resembling a spider's web, glimmering with a faint light. Within these lights, rich star power was embedded, as if drawn from the distant cosmos, coalescing into powerful energy streams that guarded every inch of the altar. With this formation in place, no one could take away the treasure of the Blood God sect, which was a relief. Seeing this, Chen Yi felt reassured. Next time he would go to Taishan Gate to ask his father for the Blood God talisman, seeking an opportunity to break the formation and see if he could retrieve the treasure of the Blood God sect. His only concern was whether his father had preserved the talisman after refining it. "Thank you, Lord Lin. I shall forego my exploration of this relic. Let us depart." Now that he knew the treasure of the Blood God sect remained beneath the Demon Suppression Division, there was no need for further worry. And Chen Yi decided not to linger here. Lin Jintian nodded, and soon he exited the relic of the Blood God sect. A few minutes later, Lin Jintian brought Chen Yi to the alchemy room of the Demon Suppression Division. The moment they stepped through the door, a rich fragrance of medicinal herbs wafted in the air, invigorating and refreshing. In one corner, various rare spiritual herbs and minerals were displayed, and a massive bronze alchemical furnace stood quietly in the center, its ancient and sturdy body emanating a faint spiritual light. "From now on, this will be your place for alchemy." Lin Jintian indicated the furnace. "The medicinal pills required by the Demon Suppression Division each month will be communicated to you in advance. You need not worry about the materials. The division will provide everything you need. Recently, our supply of chi replenishing pills has nearly run out, so you can start refining some now to replenish our stock. According to the rules of the Demon Suppression Division, each month you may receive a stipend of 10 spirit stones." "Understood, Lord Lin," Chen Yi replied with a slight smile and a respectful gesture. The Demon Suppression Division was affiliated with the imperial family of the Great Yin, and from this moment onward, he officially became a member, thus securing a royal stipend. With this status, many matters would become significantly easier. 10 spirit stones per month was already a considerable stipend, something the other factions in the county could not provide. Lin Jintian did not disturb Chen Yi, but instead exited the alchemy room directly. Chen Yi did not waste time either and began to refine the chi replenishing pills. Chi replenishing pills were a common type of medicinal pill frequently used by many cultivators. They were basic pills primarily utilized for rapidly restoring a cultivator's breath or stamina. For Chen Yi at this moment, refining them was quite effortless. Several hours later, in the alchemy room, the flames flickered and the aroma of the pills filled the air. "Now's the time," Chen Yi exclaimed, thrusting his hands forward as a surge of powerful true energy flowed into the furnace. The flames within surged violently, enveloping the medicinal liquid in blazing fire. As time slowly passed, the liquid gradually solidified, and round, polished pills began to emerge from the flames, emitting a gentle glow. Finally, when the last flicker of flame extinguished, a complete batch of crystal-clear pills appeared before Chen Yi's eyes. He cautiously lifted the lid of the furnace, and immediately, a rich fragrance of medicine filled the air, refreshing and invigorating. The chi-replenishing pills are done. Chen Yi smiled slightly, marking the successful completion of his first AS task at the Demon Suppression Division. Oh, my alchemist experience has actually increased at that moment. Chen Yi noticed some changes on his panel. Host, Chen Yi age, 17 lifespan, 120 talent. Extremely poor, 9190 realm. Chi condensation, second layer technique. Starry body forging art, minor accomplishment, martial skills. Second grade mountain shaking fist, initial understanding. First grade shadowless fist. Entering the hall, divine power. Blood of the red blood 10 profession. First grade artifact refiner. 75-100, second grade alchemist. 250-1000 in the profession section. The experience points for alchemist had quietly risen. The previously insignificant 200 points had now seen a significant increase. After refining this batch of chi-replenishing pills, the experience points surged by 50. A leap that filled Chen Yi with unexpected joy. It seems that as long as I keep refining pills, my experience as an alchemist will continue to rise. A wave of indescribable happiness surged within Chen Yi. The position of alchemist at the Demon Suppression Division felt tailor-made for him, perfectly meeting his needs. The monthly stipend of 10 spirit stones was more than enough to satisfy him, and moreover, it provided an opportunity to continuously accumulate alchemical experience. It is worth noting that the materials required for alchemy are extraordinary, with high-grade pills materials being worth a fortune, not easily possessed by ordinary factions. The Demon Suppression Division, with its abundant finances and high demand for medicinal pills, undoubtedly provided Chen Yi with a wealth of opportunities for alchemy. Each refining session was a honing and elevation of his alchemical skills, and in time, the day he advanced to a third-grade alchemist would be just around the corner. After completing the task assigned by Lin Jintian, Chen Yi left the alchemy room contentedly. Having successfully joined the Demon Suppression Division, the next step was to seek out the river viewing scroll. Chen Yi silently reminded himself that his purpose for joining the Demon Suppression Division was not solely to refine pills and receive a stipend. He had not forgotten the reason he joined the division. Aside from facilitating the retrieval of the Blood God Sect's treasure, it was to acquire the River Viewing Scroll, a handwritten scroll by the Supreme Swordmaster. From his earlier conversation with Lin Jintian, he learned that the River Viewing Scroll was kept in the Treasure Pavilion of the Demon Suppression Division, overseen by specially assigned personnel. The Treasure Pavilion was where the division stored its treasures, and the Guardian would undoubtedly be a formidable opponent. Attempting to retrieve the scroll under their watch would be exceedingly difficult. Nevertheless, no matter how challenging, Chen Yi would attempt it, for his father urgently needed the scroll to enhance his swordsmanship. Chen Yi decided to return to the manor first to ask Wei Chunyu if there was a way to as night fell. When he left the Demon Suppression Division, the streetlights began to dim. Just as Chen Yi was walking through the streets of the county, he suddenly heard a harsh voice. Lu Xiao. We found this kid. Chapter 69, Encountering Lu Bai again. Chen Yi turned his gaze and saw several people surrounding him. The leader, clad in a black robe, had a countenance as cold as iron, resembling an unmelting block of ancient ice. His eyes were sharp and deep, akin to stars in the night sky, glinting with piercing light. A long sword was slung at his waist, its blade elongated and glimmering with a chilling sheen, exuding an unmatched aura of sharpness. The gemstones embedded in the sword sheath sparkled under the moonlight, adding an air of mystery and majesty. This man was undoubtedly a swordsman of unfathomable skill. Last, I found you. The man in black smirked coldly, his voice low and frigid, as if it came from the depths of the abyss. Devoid of any emotion. You? Chen was slightly taken aback, but quickly regained his composure. The swordsman before him was none other than Lu Bai, whom he had encountered a few days prior at the entrance of the Demon Suppression Division. Furrowing his brow momentarily, he soon relaxed, as he had mostly grasped the other's intentions, and asked nonchalantly, Is there something you need? Wei Chunyu is a woman I have my sights set on. She is not someone of your ilk who can meddle with. Lu Bai's eyes glinted with cold light, his tone laced with a strong sense of threat. I advise you to keep your distance from her, or I will make you understand what it means to be a swordsman. That he raised his sword before him, and a chilling aura immediately enveloped the surroundings, as if intending to freeze the very air. Lu Bai's sword was the source of his confidence that a country bumpkin from Jiang City, he naturally would not take Chen Yi seriously. Chen Yi's gaze turned icy as he frowned. What if I refuse? Lu Bai's lips curled into a cold smile, his eyes revealing a glimmer of murderous intent. The sword in his hand trembled slightly, as if yearning to taste blood. Refuse? He repeated in a low voice, filled with disdain and threat. I end this world. Strength determines everything, and if you are foolish enough to oppose me, let my sword show you the true disparity in power. Chen Yi shook his head, a glimmer of determination flashing in his eyes, and coldly replied, Do you think I would fear you? While swordsmen were indeed powerful, they were not invincible. Chen Yi despised threats the most. He concentrated a powerful, true energy in his palm, like an invisible iron fist, ready to strike at Lu Bai's chest. Lu Bai chuckled coldly. You brought this upon yourself. He slowly drew his long sword, its blade long and sharp, gleaming with a frosty light. The moment the sword was unsheathed, a murderous aura instantly filled the air, as if the very atmosphere had solidified. Accompanied by a crisp sound of the sword energy surged, tearing the surrounding air apart with a sharp whistle. Just as tensions escalated, a hurried voice suddenly rang out. Lu Bai, what are you doing? Stand down. The night was shrouded in a hazy gloom, and a figure swept through the dense darkness like a gust of wind. Clad in an inky black robe, his tall and upright stature resembled a towering mountain, standing resolute against the onslaught of wind and rain. Upon catching sight of this figure, Lu Bai's complexion changed abruptly, and a jolt of alarm surged through him. He hastily sheathed his long sword and tremulously inquired, Lord Lin, what brings you here? Chen Yi was likewise momentarily taken aback, a wave of familiarity washing over him. The arriving individual was none other than Lin Jintian, the deputy director of the Demon Suppression Division, the second in command of the organization, who now regarded Lu Bai with a frigid gaze. Lin Jintian's eyes blazed with intensity as he sternly questioned Lu Bai. Lu Bai, why did you lay hands on Chen Yi? His presence exuded an air of formidable authority, rendering it difficult for anyone to meet his gaze. Lu Bai's face turned pale, trembling under the weight of Lin Jintian's immense and terrifying aura, as though an invisible pressure enveloped his spine, making it arduous to maintain his composure. Frowning deeply, his heart swirled with confusion and resentment. How could this fellow possibly know Lord Lin? He was no fool. It was evident that Lin Jintian and Chen Yi shared an acquaintance, and it seemed their relationship was quite amicable. What right did a poor boy from a rural town have to befriend the deputy director of the Demon Suppression Division? Lord Lin, do you know him? Lu Bai cautiously inquired, his voice quavering slightly. Lin Jintian's expression remained stern as he replied coldly, Chen Yi is now our alchemist at the Demon Suppression Division, personally recruited by me. How could I not know him? After a brief pause, he continued, I warn you, I will not concern myself with any grievances you had with Chen Yi in the past. From this moment forth, all enmities are hereby nullified. Should I discover that Chen Yi has suffered any harm at your hands, I will hold you accountable. Lin Jintian's words resonated with authority and left no room for dissent. He understood the significance of Chen Yi as a second-tier alchemist and would not permit any injustice to befall him within the division. The departure of Chen Yi in a fit of anger would represent a grave loss for the organization. An alchemist? This fellow is actually an alchemist? Lu Bai was taken aback, his face a mask of astonishment, as if struck by an invisible hammer, leaving him momentarily stunned. He could scarcely believe his ears. How could a destitute lad from the countryside be an alchemist? Lin Jintian paid no heed to Lu Bai's astonishment. With a cold snort, he remarked, Chen Yi serves as our alchemist, overseeing the formulation of elixirs for the division, and holds a rank above yours. Show him the respect he deserves from now on. Understood? Lu Bai's brow furrowed deeply, a surge of intense displeasure welling up within him, his eyes flickering with discontent. However, a glance at the imposing figure of Lin Jintian, as solid as a mountain, compelled him to grit his teeth and begrudgingly nod in agreement. "Very well. I understand," he spoke in a low voice, each word seemingly forced through clenched teeth, imbued with palpable resentment and helplessness. Lin Jintian patted Chen Yi's shoulder reassuringly, saying, "Rest assured, talented individuals like you will not be mistreated by the Demon Suppression Division. You shall receive no injustice." Chen Yi nodded gently, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you, Lord Lin. I shall take my leave now." He had yet to engage with the sword cultivator and was eager to test the latter's prowess. But since Lin Jintian had intervened on his behalf, he would have to postpone that encounter for now. As Chen Yi's figure disappeared into the distance, Lin Jintian finally felt at ease, turning to vanish into the night. "Young Master Liu, this fellow is indeed an alchemist of the Demon Suppression Division. Shall we let this matter rest?" One of Liu Bai's subordinates spoke cautiously, gazing in the direction Chen Yi had departed. Liu Bai's face darkened, silence enveloping him, while the resentment in his eyes roared like a tempest in the night. "Let it rest? How could we possibly let it rest?" Liu Bai's voice was low and seething with fury, each word seemingly laced with icy contempt. He turned, his gaze piercing as if attempting to see through his subordinate. "What if he is the alchemist of the Demon Suppression Division? He is merely an alchemist. Nothing more. Can he truly turn the tide?" He continued coldly, a scornful smile curling at the corners of his lips. "Just because Lin Jintian is protecting him now does not mean he will always do so. I refuse to believe that Lin Jintian can remain by his side indefinitely." Chapter 70. The Dilemma of Chen Tianxing at Taishan Sect. On the Divine Pill Peak, the night had settled in, casting a serene stillness over the sect. The moonlight flowed like water, spilling onto the stone path and creating dappled shadows. Yet, within a lecture hall on Divine Pill Peak, the atmosphere was vibrant and bustling. Elder Mo Qian was imparting knowledge of alchemy to his disciples, his voice flowing like a gentle stream, soothing each disciple's heart. Seated in the front row was Chen Tianxing, clad in a white robe, his hands resting on his knees, his gaze fixed intently upon the weathered face of the elder. "I find myself incapable of sword cultivation. I must place my hopes in alchemy," he thought with a sigh of resignation. After several days of diligent practice, Chen Tianxing realized he had overestimated his abilities. Just as Elder Yin Feiyang had mentioned, without innate talent, one would struggle to make any progress in the path of the sword. The basic sword technique provided by Elder Yin Feiyang was simply that, basic. Despite Chen Tianxing's earnest attempts to master its essence, he found it exceedingly difficult to grasp. Fortunately, Zhang Liang had sought his forgiveness and presented him with a token from Divine Pill Peak, granting him access to the lectures of various elders and the opportunity to explore the knowledge of alchemy. Chen Tianxing had resolved to abandon sword cultivation and pivot towards alchemy. His eyes remained glued to Elder Mo Qian, fearful of missing any detailed that moment. Elder Mo Qian was elucidating the fundamental yet profound aspect of alchemy, the control of fire. His fingers traced the air as if sketching invisible flames, each nuanced movement brimming with profound wisdom of the alchemical arts. The control of fire is the foundation of alchemy. Too much leads to burning. Too little results in failure. One must be as meticulous as a single hair to master its subtle changes. Elder Mo Qian's voice was calm and resonant, each word seemingly forged through countless trials, imbued with boundless wisdom. Chen Tianxing listened with rapt attention, yet his mind was a tumult of confusion. He endeavored to envision the intangible flames, striving to perceive the subtle changes within. However, no matter how hard he tried, the flames seemed to remain perpetually veiled, eluding his grasp. Though alchemy is slightly less demanding than sword cultivation for me, it remains arduous and requires innate talent. Despite my earnest attentiveness in recent days, certain aspects remain exceedingly challenging to comprehend. The esoteric terminology and intricate steps of alchemy feel as though they are shrouded behind an invisible barrier, obstructing my deeper understanding. That moment, a cool voice resonated in his ears. "The path of fire control lies in meticulousness and keen perception. You must close your eyes and concentrate, feeling each flicker and shift of the flames." The voice, though soft, rang in Chen Tianxing's heart like the morning bell. He hurriedly opened his eyes to find a figure in a green robe standing beside him, a graceful woman whose beauty, was unparalleled. Akin to a snow lotus atop a mountain, untainted by the world, exuding an aura of cold nobility. You aren't a disciple of divine Pill Peak, are you? The woman spoke softly, her voice melodious and flowing like a clear spring in a secluded valley. Pure and serene. I noticed you on the first day. You've been attending Elder Mo's lectures for several days now. I am Lu Qingwu, the senior sister of divine Pill Peak. I know everyone here. But I do not recognize you. Chen Yi felt a tightening in his chest, a faint blush rising to his cheeks. I am Chen Yi, indeed not a disciple of divine Pill Peak. I have been listening to Elder Mo's lectures these past few days, and I apologize for any disturbance. Lu Qingwu replied nonchalantly. There is no need for concern. Taishan sect does not require inner disciples to attend lectures at other peaks. I have observed you for several days. With your limited talent, even with Elder Mo's guidance, your understanding of alchemy remains far from sufficient. I merely wish to offer you a piece of advice. With your talent, dedicating your energy to alchemy is simply a waste of time. With that, she turned and departed, moving with a light elegance akin to a fairy dancing atop a mountain. Her graceful figure captivating as the foremost disciple of divine Pill Peak. Lu Qingwu had witnessed countless instances of disciples from other peaks sneaking into divine Pill Peak to study alchemy. Out of goodwill, she often provided them with the same advice. Abandon alchemy and focus on their cultivation. Alchemy requires innate talent. Not everyone is suited for it. Chen Tianxing's evident lack of aptitude for alchemy meant that even with the elder's lectures, he was merely squandering his time. Watching Lu Qingwu's retreating figure, Chen Tianxing stood in a daze, engulfed by confusion. If I cannot excel in sword cultivation and am inept at alchemy, what am I to do? When Chen Yi arrived at the manor, Wei Chunyu had just returned as well. She was still donned in the specially tailored attire of the Demon Suppression Division, a light purple robe radiating with vigor. Its deep purple satin tailored to accentuate her ample bosom and slender waist, a silver belt cinched tightly, emphasizing her delicate figure, as the hem of her robe swayed slightly, revealing her long, powerful legs. Chen Yi approached her, saying, "Thank you, Miss Wei, for your care over these past few days. I believe it is time for me to take my leave. Now he has become an alchemist in the Demon Suppression Division, and it would be inappropriate for him to continue staying with Wei Chunyu." Standing in the courtyard of the manor, Wei Chunyu, clad in a flowing lavender robe that danced lightly in the wind, exuded an air of confidence as she calmly remarked, "It is merely a room. It's not as if it cannot be vacated. If you do not mind, you may still reside here." Though her tone was tranquil, it conveyed an undeniable firmness. Wei Chunyu harbored a deep curiosity about Chen Yi, having never witnessed his diligent cultivation. Yet he had managed to enter the qi condensation realm, and after only a few days of engaging in alchemy, he had risen to the rank of a second-grade alchemist, all while being the savior of her sister, Wei Chuxue. Just based on his status as a second-grade alchemist, he was already deserving of her utmost respect. Chen Yi was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated Wei Chunyu would take the initiative to retain him. "Then I shall thank Miss Wei," he replied. He was indeed quite satisfied with the living conditions of the manor. And since she did not mind his presence, and there was the added company of such a stunning beauty, he felt greatly inclined to accept. The two walked side by side through the courtyard. And Chen Yi inquired, "Miss Wei, I have heard that the Viewing River Scroll is housed within the treasure pavilion of the Demon Suppression Division. Are the members of the Demon Suppression Division permitted to view it?" Wei Chunyu paused briefly in surprise before quickly responding, "Are you interested in practicing swordsmanship?" She noticed that ever since their last conversation in Jiangchang regarding the Viewing River Scroll, Chen Yi seemed to have developed a considerable interest in it. Typically, individuals sought out the Viewing River Scroll to enhance their swordsmanship aptitude. Clearly, in Wei Chunyu's eyes, she perceived Chen Yi's desire to become a sword cultivator. Chen Yi did not deny her assumption, instead answering directly, "Indeed, I have a profound interest in sword cultivation and wish to learn more. The treasure pavilion is guarded by Zhang, an individual with a penchant for wine and women, that if you earn his trust, he may allow you to borrow the Viewing River Scroll," Wei Chunyu replied in a measured tone. Chen Yi nodded, committing her words to memory. Soon after, they parted ways and returned to their respective chambers. The following day, as the sun rose like a newborn child, casting gentle golden rays, Chen Yi did not head directly to the Demon Suppression Division, but rather chose to bid farewell to Wang Yuanshan at the Xiandan Pavilion. Now that he had successfully joined the Demon Suppression Division as an alchemist, there was no longer a necessity to remain at the Xiandan Pavilion. Although he had not learned much there, Wang Yuanshan had been incredibly kind, imparting his profound skills without reservation. Now that he had become a second-grade alchemist, there was no need to continue learning from Wang Yuanshan. As Chen Yi stepped into the Xiandan Pavilion, he discovered Wang Yuanshan preparing to leave. "Teacher Wang, I have come to bid you farewell and to express my gratitude for your guidance over the past few days," Chen Yi said politely. Wang Yuanshan smiled appreciatively. No, I have not taught you much. It is you who have achieved enlightenment on your own." That he then produced a book from his bosom and handed it to Chen Yi. His eyes sparkling with hope. "You have arrived at just the right moment. I was just about to seek you out. This book is far more suited to you than it is to me." Chen Yi was momentarily stunned as he accepted the book from Wang Yuanshan's hands, curiosity piquing within him as he asked, "Teacher Wang, what is this book?" Wang Yuanshan smiled mysteriously. "The Inheritance of the Dan King." "The Inheritance of the Dan King?" Chen Yi furrowed his brow, intrigued as he flipped through a few pages and began to read casually. "The path of alchemy is vast and profound. It has been my lifelong pursuit. Since I first ventured into this domain, enduring trials and tribulations, I have attained the honor of being a fifth-grade alchemist, which is no small feat along this journey of alchemy. I have come to understand that selecting materials, controlling fire, and maintaining a calm heart are all crucial elements in the realm of heaven and earth. Spiritual herbs and rare woods each possess their own natures. One must discern their qualities to maximize their utility. Mastery over timing is paramount. Even the slightest misstep can render previous efforts futile. Furthermore, the tranquility of one's mind is what I hold in the highest regard. Today, I stand at the pinnacle of fifth-grade alchemists, yet I harbor no sense of complacency or lethargy. The path of alchemy resembles a boundless ocean. The road ahead is one I shall continue to explore, study, and refine my skills, aspiring to reach the zenith. Thus, I have penned my lifelong insights in alchemy to share with future generations, that I hope all fellow practitioners may find inspiration within these pages and embark on the path of alchemy to seek its true essence. Upon finishing the notes, Chen Yi's expression grew grave, and his heart trembled as he exclaimed, "This is a fifth-grade alchemist's notes." His eyes widened in astonishment, filled with disbelief as if he had encountered something utterly incredible. A fifth-grade alchemist stood at the pinnacle of the great Yin dynasty, overseeing the myriad lives upon this land that, in centuries past, the great Yin dynasty had not witnessed the emergence of a fifth-grade alchemist. The value of this book, a record of a fifth-grade alchemist's insights into alchemy, was beyond measure. It could shake the very foundations of the dynasty and incite an unprecedented storm. "Are you certain you wish to give me this book?" Chen Yi could hardly believe it, his voice trembling. Wang Yuanshan smiled gently. "What is this in comparison? You have shown me your trust by allowing me to see your notes on artifact forging. Sharing this alchemical insight with you is merely settling our debts." He turned, hands clasped behind his back, gazing into the distance as if reminiscing about past events. Wang Yuanshan continued with a hint of pride and nostalgia in his voice. "I lost my parents at a young age and lived with an uncle who made his living by hunting. During one of our hunting trips into the mountains, I stumbled upon this book. It was this very book that allowed me to glimpse the mysteries of alchemy, leading me to join the Tiandan sect for cultivation." He shook his head in self-deprecation, adding, "Unfortunately, my aptitude is limited. And despite possessing this remarkable tome, I have only managed to attain the rank of a second-grade alchemist. Thus, I have decided to pass this notebook on to you." Wang Yuanshan's gaze fell upon Chen Yi, filled with trust and expectation. "I believe in your talent and potential. You will surely elevate the art of alchemy and fulfill the hopes of that esteemed predecessor." Originally, Wang Yuanshan had intended to pass this alchemical notebook to his descendants. But after witnessing Chen Yi's extraordinary performance the previous day, he hesitated. Chen Yi. Wang Yuanshan saw a future alchemical master on the horizon. His own potential had reached its limit, and this notebook could only reach its full potential in the hands of someone as gifted as Chen Yi. Taking a deep breath, Chen Yi felt a warm surge of emotion, deeply bowing in gratitude. Wang Yuanshan's gift was simply invaluable. Wang Yuanshan patted Chen Yi on the shoulder, his gaze imbued with determination and trust. You must strive diligently. Do not let this notebook languish in your possession. Let us go. The Xiandan Pavilion is no longer suitable for you. You deserve a better stage. Chen Yi clutched the notes tightly, nodding earnestly. A flicker of determination in his eyes as he declared, Teacher Wang, I will return to visit you in the future. However, his inner thoughts diverged entirely. Effort, apologies, but I cannot endure even a modicum of hardship. It would be a shame not to show this remarkable book to my father. After bidding farewell to Wang Yuanshan, Chen Yi made his way toward the Demon Suppression Division. Along the way, he tightly gripped the alchemical notebook, his heart brimming with excitement. If only he could show this alchemical notebook to his father, he would surely gain invaluable insights into the art of alchemy. He mused. The notes of a fifth-grade alchemist, whose alchemical skills had reached the zenith, contained insights that could elevate many alchemists to unprecedented realms, and no matter how limited his father might be, he would surely glean something from it. By then, with the help of the system, Chen Yi would amass a wealth of alchemical experience, effortlessly advancing to the rank of third-grade alchemist, and perhaps even fourth-grade alchemist would not be beyond reach. With a heart full of splendid aspirations, Chen Yi hastened towards the Demon Suppression Division. Upon reaching the division, his thoughts did not linger on the alchemical notes, but rather on the matter of the river observation scroll. With the time dwindling before the trial set by Elder Yun Feiyong of Sword Peak for his father, he must devise a means to acquire the river observation scroll. His first course of action upon arriving at the Demon Suppression Division was to head to the alchemy chamber to concoct a crucial elixir. 2 hours later, Chen Yi, with the freshly crafted elixir in hand, made his way to the treasure pavilion of the division. The pavilion's structure, built from dark, iron-like stone and adorned with precious glazed tiles, exuded an air of solemn majesty. Above the entrance, a grand golden plaque hung, inscribed with the 3 characters for Treasure Pavilion, the strokes vigorous and the aura imposing. As he approached the pavilion, a rich aura of spiritual energy enveloped him. Invigorating his spirit, stepping inside, he was greeted by rows of meticulously arranged shelves, showcasing an array of exquisite treasures. Some treasures emitted a soft glow, akin to stars twinkling in the night sky, while others radiated intense waves of spiritual energy. As if imbued with life itself, that moment, a warning suddenly echoed from behind Chen Yi. Who are you? Do you not know that without the command of the pavilion master, no one is permitted to enter here? Chapter 72. Old Man Wang, turning to the source of the voice, Chen Yi beheld a somewhat disheveled old man emerging from the treasure pavilion. His wild hair and stubbled face bore a hint of cunning and unruliness. Clad in tattered garments stained with various unknown substances, he seemed woefully out of place amidst the opulence of the pavilion. That a chill ran through Chen Yi. Despite the man's unkempt appearance, he sensed an unfathomable aura emanating from him. As their gazes met, Chen Yi was struck by an unprecedented sense of pressure, rivaling that of Lin Jintian. If his guess was correct, this man was indeed the Zhang Laotu mentioned by Wei Chunyu, the guardian of the treasure pavilion. Who are you? Do you not realize this is the Demon Suppression Division? Without the master's consent, no one can enter, the scruffy old man admonished. Chen Yi, with a calm demeanor and hands clasped behind him, produced a token that identified him as an alchemist, and replied nonchalantly, Please do not be hasty. Senior, I am Chen Yi, responsible for the alchemical preparations of the Demon Suppression Division, that if I am not mistaken. You must be the esteemed Zhang Laotu. Upon seeing the token, the old man's expression softened somewhat as he inquired, Indeed, that is me. What brings you to my domain? With a light chuckle, Chen Yi replied, I have come to the treasure pavilion to borrow a certain item from you. Borrow an item? Zhang Laotu furrowed his brow. Precisely, I wish to borrow the river observation scroll for a few days. Chen Yi stated, You wish to borrow the river observation scroll? Absolutely not. The old man's expression shifted dramatically, his face now filled with indifference. Without the master's approval, no one can take anything from the treasure pavilion. You should leave at once, or I shall not be polite. Anticipating Zhang Laotu's reaction, Chen Yi merely smiled, clasping his hands in a respectful gesture. Zhang Laotu, I am well aware of the rules of the Demon Suppression Division. However, if you were to willingly lend me the river observation scroll, who would know if something were taken from the treasure pavilion? Hearing this, Zhang Laotu's countenance turned sharply cold, his gaze piercing as he scrutinized Chen Yi, as if attempting to penetrate his very soul. You impudent brat! Who do you think you are to assume I would lend you the river observation scroll? Unfazed, Chen Yi stood tall, a serene smile adorning his face. What if I possess a second-grade elixir, the vitality pill? As the words left his mouth, he produced a delicate vial from his robe, gently uncapping it to reveal a crystalline elixir resting in the palm of his hand. Instantly, a subtle yet rich fragrance wafted through the air, refreshing and potent, as though it could penetrate one's very heart. Old Wang, should you agree to lend me the river observation scroll, I would gladly gift you this vitality pill. In the future, should you require further assistance, I shall do my utmost to help. Chen Yi spoke with sincerity and anticipation. The elixir he had just concocted in the alchemy chamber was indeed the vitality pill in his grasp. A second-grade elixir. Previously, he had learned from Wei Chunyu that the guardian of the treasure pavilion, Old Wang, was a man of indulgence, prone to revelry, suffering from a deficiency in vitality. Thus, he devised this plan, creating the vitality pill in hopes of swaying Old Wang to lend him the river observation scroll. Upon catching the familiar scent of the elixir, a glimmer of excitement flashed in Old Wang's eyes. He accepted the pill from Chen Yi, scrutinizing it closely, marveling at its crystalline purity, akin to a work of art. Is this truly the second-grade vitality pill? Old Wang's complexion flushed, his voice tinged with excitement. Throughout his life, apart from wine and women, he had little else to cherish. Yet, in his youth, Old Wang had indulged in carnal pleasures, reveling in endless merriment. However, as time wore on, his body began to wither, and the affliction of vitality deficiency grew increasingly severe, filling him with regret and agony. He yearned to return to his youthful vigor, to reclaim the robust physique and zest for life he once possessed. In pursuit of a remedy for his condition, he sought out various physicians, but neither renowned healers nor folk remedies could cure his ailment. Old Wang had heard of the vitality pill, a second-grade elixir known to invigorate the kidneys and enhance male vitality. Yet, second-grade alchemists were rare, and it was challenging to engage one, as they typically held themselves in high esteem, disdainful of concocting such base elixirs. Chen Yi nodded, smiling. Indeed, should you doubt it, you may first consume one to test its efficacy. The vitality pill he had just produced was indeed a second-grade elixir, distinct from the ordinary vitality products available in the market. That it contained an exceptionally pure essence of vitality, capable of significantly enhancing male vigor and remedying vitality deficiency. Its potency far surpassing that of typical vitality products. Upon hearing this, Old Wang's eyes gleamed with anticipation. He eagerly accepted the elixir, marveling at its crystalline clarity, as if it contained the essence of the heavens and the earth. Is this truly the fabled vitality pill? Old Wang's voice trembled, his cheeks flushed, his eyes brimming with hope. Just by inhaling its fragrance, he felt invigorated, as though a warm current flowed through his being. In his prime, he had indulged in nightly revelries, yet now he found himself plagued by vitality deficiencies. Regretting his past excesses, in search of a remedy, he had scoured far and wide. Now, this vitality pill represented his last glimmer of hope. Without hesitation, Old Wang swallowed the pill whole. Instantly, a warm current erupted within him, sweeping through his body like a volcanic eruption, as he felt a fiery energy rise from his abdomen, spreading like flames through every vein. His kidneys seemed nourished by a powerful force, a sensation of fulfillment and strength long forgotten, yet strangely familiar. Old Wang felt as though he had regained decades of youth, his skin tightening, gray hair darkening, and his gaze shining bright. The sensation was exhilarating. Wang Juling have returned. His excitement surged as he clenched his fists, his eyes sparkling with vitality, as if he had returned to the pinnacle of his youth. The long-lost feelings of fulfillment and strength surged back within him, making Old Wang feel as if he had been reborn. Unable to contain himself, he erupted into hearty laughter, filled with pride and satisfaction. He sensed that his vitality deficiency had vanished entirely, replaced by an unprecedented sense of strength and vigor. Chen Yi calmly remarked, "Old Wang, the vitality pill is not a one-time remedy to fully restore your vitality. You will need to consume it for at least 3 days. If you agree to lend me the river observation scroll for a few days for observation, I shall gladly assist you in concocting the vitality pill until you are fully restored and no longer require it." Old Wang pondered for a moment, then resolutely replied, "Very well, I agree. You provide me with the vitality pill, and I shall lend you the river observation scroll." Having languished in lethargy for years, the prospect of reclaiming his youthful vitality was simply too enticing to refuse. After all, he was the guardian of the treasure pavilion. No one would notice if one item went missing. "Follow me." Soon, under Old Wang's guidance, Chen Yi traversed the intricate labyrinth of the treasure pavilion, arriving at a concealed chamber. The chamber was filled with various rare and exotic treasures, yet Chen Yi's gaze was fixed solely on an ancient scroll, the river observation scroll. In that instant, a tremendous and terrifying sword intent struck him like a tidal wave. Chapter 73. The river observation scroll acquired. The scroll's paper was yellowed, exuding a sense of time's passage. Its texture was both resilient and delicate, seemingly able to withstand the ravages of time. The characters of the river observation scroll flowed gracefully yet powerfully, each stroke akin to a sword technique, imbued with boundless sword intent. The strokes varied in weight and speed, rising and falling like the tides of a river. Some characters surged like mighty rivers, commanding awe, while others flowed gently like babbling brooks, elegant and serene. Together, these characters wove a vivid tapestry of swordsmanship. This is the River Observation Scroll, the handwritten masterpiece of the supreme sword master. Chen Yi's heart quivered. As if through the River Observation Scroll, he could glimpse the figure of an unparalleled sword deity. As Chen immersed himself in the scroll, he felt as though he could see the supreme sword master's silhouette dancing upon the parchment. Clad in white robes, the sword master appeared ethereal, wielding his long sword with effortless grace in the void. With each stroke of the sword, it seemed as though a wave of sword energy surged forth, cleaving the surrounding air into a fragmented disarray. "This Guanqiu scroll, I entrust to you. Take good care of it, for if it suffers any damage, I shall not spare you," Wang Laotu warned, his tone laced with a measure of severity and admonition. "Rest assured, Wang Laotu, even if I were to perish, the Guanqiu scroll shall remain unscathed," Chen Yi replied with a smile, promptly tidying the scroll and placing it into the Qingquan bag that Wei Chunyu had given him. "Very well, be on your way. Do not let anyone else discover you. And do not forget the vigor-enhancing pills you promised me." Wang Laotu gestured for Chen Yi to leave quickly, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. After consuming the vigor-enhancing pill, he felt invigorated and yearned to return to the days of nightly revelry. With the Guanqiu scroll now in his possession, Chen Yi departed from the secret treasures pavilion, his heart filled with satisfaction. With only a few days remaining until the trial at Yijian Peak for his father, it was only natural for him to present the Guanqiu scroll to his father for examination at Taishan Gate. He first sought out Lin Jintian, requesting a few days of leave, then returned to the estate to inform Wei Chunyu of his departure from the county city to visit Jiang City. Having completed these tasks, Chen Yi set off from the county city without hesitation, making his way towards Taishan Gate. Meanwhile, in a secluded courtyard within the county city, several individuals gathered, their expressions grave as they appeared to be deliberating over a matter of great significance. Had Chen Yi been present, he would have been taken aback, for among them were Liu Bai, Ma Yinfeng, Lu Heng, and others, individuals he had previously offended. "Young Master Liu, I've learned that Chen Yi has just left the county city. I entrust the task of eliminating him to you," Lu Heng said, his countenance dark and brooding like a stormy sky. Liu Bai's eyes shimmered with a cold gleam as he replied, "Rest assured. With my involvement, his demise is assured." Ever since Lin Jintian had been compelled to apologize to Chen Yi, Liu Bai had harbored a deep-seated resentment, constantly plotting how to rid himself of Chen Yi. Through Lu Heng, Liu Bai learned of Chen Yi's enmity with Ma Yinfeng, an elder of Tianan Gate, and his disciple, prompting him to seek out the two for a discussion on how to eliminate Chen Tianqing was momentarily taken aback. his brows knitting together in confusion. The senior sister of Shundan Peak truly possessed an air of dominance. Why should her mere word compel him to relinquish his opportunity to another? He dismissed Lu Qingwu's remarks from his mind and chose to remain at Shundan Peak, earnestly listening to the elder's teachings on alchemical insights. Just then, a disciple below suddenly called out, "Elder Mo, Elder Yun from Ejian Peak has urgent matters to discuss with you." And no sooner had the words left his mouth than a middle-aged man, clad in a blue robe and wielding a sword at his waist, strode forth. With sharp brows and bright eyes, he exuded an imposing presence. Chen Tianxing was taken aback. He recognized the newcomer as Yun Feiyong, an elder from Ejian Peak. Yun Feiyong slightly inclined his body to Elder Mo and said, "Elder Mo, the true essence pill you promised to help me refine last time is yet to be completed. I have recently had some insights during my cultivation and urgently need this pill to stabilize my realm." Upon hearing this, Mo Qian's face flickered with a hint of apology as he replied, "I have been preoccupied with lecturing my disciples lately and regrettably overlooked your request." He paused, casting a glance at the disciples of Shundan Peak below, and continued, "Taking this opportunity, I shall demonstrate the dragon and snake dance technique for you all while refining the true essence pill." As soon as he finished speaking, Mo Qian sprang into action, commencing the refinement of the true spirit pill right there. His movements were deft, the materials dancing deftly between his fingers, akin to a harmonious interplay of dragons and snakes. Moments later, the furnace blazed with fire, and the materials gradually melted within the flames, transforming into streams of pure medicinal liquid. O Qian's gaze was laser-focused, his gestures fluid. As he manipulated the elements, the flames and liquids intertwined, creating waves of profound spiritual energy. Ultimately, the pill took shape within the furnace, radiating brilliance as the true spirit pill was successfully produced. The entire process unfolded seamlessly, showcasing Mo Qian's exquisite alchemical skills to the fullest. Just at that moment, the blood-red sunset cast its glow upon Elder Mo's blue robe, as if draping him in a golden halo. "Let us conclude today's lesson here. We shall continue tomorrow." He gently tapped the furnace, producing a deep echo that marked the end of the day's instruction. Under the elder's watchful gaze, the disciples bowed in farewell, dispersing like fledglings leaving their nest, after receiving the true spirit pill. Yun Feiyong exchanged a few pleasantries with Mo Qian before preparing to depart, satisfaction evident on his face. Like a tea that moment, Yun Feiyong paused, recognizing a familiar face among the disciples of Shundan Peak. "Chen Tianxing, is that you? You are not practicing the Qingfeng sword technique, but instead studying alchemy at Shundan Peak?" Chen Tianxing's expression changed abruptly. Caught off guard by Yun Feiyong's recognition, he forced a sheepish smile, replying, "Elder Yun, I am merely here for amusement." Yun Feiyong's countenance darkened, his voice stern as he retorted, "Amusement? You, with your mediocre talent, not only waste time not practicing the Qingfeng sword technique, but also find time to come to Shundan Peak to learn alchemy? You are truly insatiable, thinking you can become a sword cultivator or an alchemist merely by dabbling." Chen Tianxing's face flushed red, his mouth opening and closing as he struggled to find words. Yun Feiyong remained silent, his expression cold and unyielding. "Elder Yun, this child hails from Ejian Peak. I have observed him frequently attending lectures, diligently absorbing Elder Mo's teachings." A voice interjected from the crowd. It was Lu Qingwu, elegantly approaching in her green attire, her tone gentle yet undeniably resolute. She continued, "Elder Mo's classroom has always been a sacred place for the disciples of Shundan Peak, but alas, spots are limited. One of my junior sisters has long admired Elder Mo, but finds the slots filled, leaving her to lament her fate. In my opinion, since this disciple from Ejian Peak lacks the talent for alchemy, he might as well set aside his studies in this field and allow that precious spot to go to my genuinely eager junior sister, focusing instead on his sword practice. Would that not be a win-win situation?" Upon hearing this, Yun Feiyong's expression grew increasingly grim. Coldly, he replied, "So you have not only neglected your sword technique in these days, but have also taken to learning alchemy?" Chen Tianxing found himself at a loss for words, stammering as he struggled to articulate a coherent response. The revelation of his lack of sword practice, exposed by Lu Qingwu, left him feeling even more embarrassed. Anger simmered within him. This woman was truly insufferable. Yun Feiyong remained silent, his expression resembling a storm about to erupt, dark and suffocating. I once witnessed your mediocre aptitude, yet you vowed to compensate for your lack of talent through relentless effort, which is why I granted you an opportunity. Now it appears that your so-called effort is nothing but empty rhetoric. Your talent was never exceptional, yet you do not focus on sword practice, instead diverting your attention to alchemy. What do you believe yourself to be? Do you naively think that merely dabbling will allow you to grasp the essence of swordsmanship and the mysteries of alchemy? He scoffed coldly, disappointment etched in his eyes as he shook his head with a sigh. Subsequently, he uttered no more words, swishing his sleeve as he turned away decisively. Elder Yun, please listen to my explanation. Chen Tianqing called out urgently, but alas, Yin Feiyong paid him no heed and departed without a backward glance. Chen Tianqing, if you give your Shindan Peak token to my junior sister, I can assist you with any future needs regarding elixirs. What do you say? Lu Qingwu followed, speaking in a calm tone. Chen Tianqing let out a cold laugh, saying, Humph, you have already obstructed my path as a sword cultivator. Do you expect me to hand over my token as well? Dream on. With a scowl, he strode away from Shindan Peak. Upon returning to his resting quarters, Chen Tianqing wore a gloomy expression. Having offended Elder Yun, his dreams of becoming a sword cultivator were utterly shattered. And that woman from Shindan Peak. The mere thought of Lu Qingwu made him grit his teeth in anger, filled with displeasure. Just then, he received word that someone was waiting for him outside Taishin Gate. His mind raced, and he immediately thought of his son, Chen Yi at this moment. Only Chen Yi would seek him out. He hurried to the outskirts of Taishin Gate, and his gaze fell upon a young man in black standing there, his eyes darting about as if anticipating someone's arrival. This youth appeared to be around 16 or 17 years old, with a handsome face that radiated an extraordinary aura. His eyes sparkled like stars. His nose was prominent, and his black hair flowed gently in the wind, adding to his charm. Chapter 75. A Good Treasure. This young man in black was none other than Chen Yi, having hurried from the county city. Son, what brings you here? Chen Tianqing exclaimed in delight, quickly approaching Chen Yi with a smile. Chen Yi stepped forward and embraced his father, asking, Father, how is your practice of the Qing Feng sword technique coming along? In an instant, the smile on Chen Tianqing's face vanished, replaced by a look of tension and unease. His brows furrowed tightly, and his gaze became evasive, resembling a child caught in wrongdoing, unable to meet Chen Yi's eyes. Chen Yi's expression darkened, and he demanded, Have you been slacking off and not practicing your sword? I must admit I haven't been practicing my sword. Chen Tianqing stammered, his eyes wandering as if searching for an escape route. Hearing this, Chen Yi's expression shifted, turning ominous. I knew it. While I toil away outside, striving to secure cultivation resources for you, you lounge around at Taishin Gate? Is this easy for me? Chen Tianqing felt utterly helpless, looking as pitiful as a child caught in mischief. Chen Yi glanced around, his face stern as he insisted, Enough with the excuses. Take me to your room. I have something for you. Chen Tianqing's eyes lit up at the words. Another good treasure? Whenever Chen Yi visited Taishin Gate, he almost always brought valuable cultivation resources. Could it be that this time he had something extraordinary? Soon, Chen Tianqing led Chen Yi into Taishin Gate and to his resting quarters. The room was simple yet tidy, featuring a wooden table, a bed, and a few modest furnishings. Chen Yi directly inquired, Do you still have the stone talisman I gave you last time? I need it now. You mean that mysteriously sourced stone talisman? Chen Tianqing paused for a moment before quickly responding, retrieving the talisman from a drawer. Is this what you seek? He had a vivid recollection of this mysterious talisman. Refining it had allowed him to ascend 3 levels and even granted him a powerful divine ability. Without that divine ability, it would have been challenging to defeat Zhang Outyin in a short span and to smoothly advance to the inner sect disciples. As long as it's safe, Chen Yi sighed with relief, his previously anxious heart finally settling. This talisman was crucial for dispelling the formations within the ruins of the Scarlet Blood sect. Without it, accessing the treasures of the Scarlet Blood sect would be impossible. You didn't come to Taishin Gate just for this, did you? Chen Tianqing asked. Chen Yi replied nonchalantly, Of course not just for this. I came to deliver something good to you, my son. What good thing did you bring this time? hearing of yet another treasure. Chen Tianxing's face lit up with excitement and anticipation, his expression mirroring that of a child eagerly awaiting a parent's return. Chen Yi carefully retrieved a scroll from his bag, unfolding it with caution, and said, "It's more precious than anything I've given you before. The Guank from the Wujie sword sovereign." Upon hearing the words, Chen Tianxing was suddenly taken aback. His complexion drained of color, and his lips quivered slightly. He seemed as if struck by an invisible thunderbolt, rendered rigid as stone, from the disciples of Yijian Peak. Chen Tianxing had heard tales of the illustrious Wujijian Zun. He understood that Wujijian Zun was a peerless sword cultivator who had roamed the realms for centuries, achieving enlightenment through literature, wielding the pen as if it were a sword, and practicing swordsmanship with every stroke of his brush. His sword techniques were unparalleled, dominating the era. The sword master had once observed the magnificent Luoshui Lake in Luoshui County, drawing inspiration from its turbulent waters to compose the renowned Guanhatai. This masterpiece encapsulated Wujijian Zun's lifelong insights into the sword path, elevating many sword cultivators who studied it, enabling them to break through their limitations and ascend to higher realms. Just a glance at the Guanhatai left Chen Tianxing entranced, a wave of awe washing over him. The brush strokes of Wujijian Zun seemed to flow with the essence of the sword, each stroke akin to the surging waves of Luoshui Lake. Tumultuous and powerful, he envisioned Wujijian Zun standing by the lake's edge, fervently painting, his sword intent radiating in all directions. My dream of becoming a sword cultivator is still within reach. Chen Tianxing's heart soared with joy. Previously, he had struggled to grasp the essence of the Qingfeng sword technique during Yun Feiyang's assessment. But now, with the Guanhatai in hand, he was certain that careful study would allow him to comprehend the quintessence of the sword path and master the Qingfeng sword technique. Chen Yi smiled with satisfaction. "Well, how about that? I treat you well, don't I? It's wonderful." Chen Tianxing's voice trembled with excitement and joy, reminiscent of an elated child who has received a long-desired gift from his father. His face alight with glee. "I will strive diligently in my training, not to disappoint your expectations," Chen Tianxing vowed, brimming with enthusiasm. If his son could always present remarkable gifts upon visiting Taishan Gate, what harm would there be in playing the stern father? Let him call him ancestor if need be. "Wait, I have something else for you." Soon, Chen Yi retrieved a book from his chinquan pouch and handed it to Chen Tianxing, saying, "This contains the insights of a master alchemist. Study it well. It will be of great assistance to you." He wore a serious expression, admonishing, "You must learn swordsmanship, but alchemy is also essential. Do not neglect either." Alchemical insights. Chen Tianxing was momentarily taken aback before he began to peruse the pages. After a casual glance at a few pages, his pupils dilated, and his expression shifted dramatically as he exclaimed, "Is this the insights of a fifth-tier alchemist?" His eyes widened, shimmering with disbelief, as if he had been struck by an invisible tsunami, overwhelmed with astonishment. Since beginning his studies under the elders of Shindan Peak, Chen Tianxing had gained some understanding of alchemy. He was aware that each advancement in the alchemist hierarchy was akin to crossing an insurmountable chasm, fraught with difficulty. Even the leader of Shindan Peak might not possess the skills of a third-tier alchemist. A fifth-tier alchemist, however, stood at the summit of the alchemical realm, and their insights were coveted by countless alchemists, often inciting fervent obsession. It would not be an exaggeration to say that if this alchemical insight were to be known by others, it would send shockwaves through the entire Dian dynasty and even the surrounding kingdoms, potentially igniting fierce competition. His heart raced, breath quickened, and his eyes sparkled with fervor. Chen Tianxing was confident that by studying this alchemical insight diligently, he would significantly enhance his alchemical abilities. At that time, even the esteemed disciple of Shindan Peak, Lu Qingwu, might not surpass him in alchemy. "Humph, you say, I lack talent? I shall see who truly lacks talent." Chen Tianxing rejoiced inwardly, eager to delve into this alchemical insight and reclaim his pride before Lu Qingwu. Chapter 76. Mastering the Qingfeng sword technique. Chen Yi, resembling a stern father, patted Chen Tianxing on the shoulder and sighed deeply. "This alchemical insight is now yours. Study it well. Both swordsmanship and alchemy are crucial. Do not allow yourself to become lopsided in your studies. Train diligently. You are the hope of the entire Chen family. Do not follow my path of mediocrity. Chen Tianxing lifted his gaze to meet his father's expectant eyes, warmth flooding his heart. I will work hard, I will train diligently, and I will not let your expectations down. I will strive to become stronger, to make a name for myself, and to bring you honor. Chen Yi nodded in satisfaction. Good, good. Ah, my son, you finally understand. Your efforts are not in vain. He smiled approvingly. Go and train. I shall not waste your time further. The alchemical insights can remain with you, but I shall need to reclaim the Guanha once you have completed your study. Chen Tianxing nodded and promptly left the room, resolved to practice his swordplay. Previously, Elder Yin Feiyang of Yijin Peak had challenged him to master the Qing Feng sword technique within a month. Regrettably, despite his diligent efforts, he had found it exceedingly difficult to grasp the technique's essence. However, with the Guanha Tai provided by his father, Chen Tianxing felt renewed confidence in his sword training. Time was short, with only a few days remaining. After bidding farewell to Chen Yi, he made his way directly to the sword tomb of Yijin Peak to practice. At Yijin Peak, the sword tomb was situated atop a perilous mountain, shrouded in swirling mists, as if cut off from the world. This sacred place held the legacies and sacrifices of innumerable sword cultivators from Yijin Peak. Housing the relics of fallen masters, where sword energy surged and sword intent resonated, it was said that whenever a master of swordsmanship from Yijin Peak perished, their sword would return here, becoming an immortal legend. For the disciples of Yijin Peak, the sword tomb was not only an excellent place to practice swordplay, but also a holy ground for comprehending the sword path and seeking the source of sword intent. Although Chen Tianxing was not yet a disciple of Yijin Peak, he had applied for membership and was permitted to practice in the sword tomb during this period. Inside the sword tomb, swords stood tall, their energy piercing the heavens. Chen Yi sat alone upon a boulder, clutching the tattered Guanha Tai, his eyes shimmering with determination. Taking a deep breath, he gently unfolded the Guanha Tai, laying it across his knees, and began to study it intently. Chen Yi gazed at the elegant and flowing script on the scroll, as if he could hear the rush of the water flowing nearby, feeling the boundless sword intent surging within the painting. The characters on the Guanha Tai danced like dragons and snakes, each stroke revealing Wujijian Zun's profound understanding of the sword path. Chen Yi envisioned Wujijian Zun standing by Luoshui Lake, the turbulent waters crashing around him. Yet his heart remained tranquil as water, brimming with sword intent. The surging river echoed the fervent blood of a sword cultivator, challenging the limits of the sword path. As Chen Yi delved deeper into his study, the sword energy within the Guanha Tai seemed to leap off the page, intertwining like a soaring dragon. Shaking his soul, he focused on the characters, as if he could hear the roar of the sword energy, penetrating deep into his spirit, stirring boundless waves of sword intent. He was entirely absorbed, as if transported to Luoshui Lake. Observing the changes in the waters alongside Wujijian Zun, he witnessed the lake's roiling, heard the thundering waves, and felt the endless sword intent surging within the waters. Holding the Guanha Tai, Chen Yi became immersed, unaware of the passage of time. After several hours of contemplation, he felt as if he had undergone a spiritual baptism. His understanding of the sword path transformed beyond recognition. Truly, the insights of a sword master were immensely powerful. Chen Yi's heart trembled, and he sighed deeply. The path of sword cultivation is not without its realms. Categorized into sword bearer, sword practitioner, sword king, sword emperor, sword master, sword immortal, sword sage, sword god, and sword emperor. Sword masters stand at the pinnacle of the Dian dynasty. Even a mere word of guidance from them could benefit countless sword cultivators for a lifetime, let alone their lifelong insights into the sword path. After hours of study, Chen Yi realized that the sword path is not merely an accumulation of techniques and moves, but a profound understanding of a natural world. Wujijian Zun comprehended sword intent from the rolling waters, integrating the power of nature into his sword techniques. Crafting exquisite sword moves, he too endeavored to perceive the changes in the waters and grasp the sword intent within. Chen Yi imagined the lake water teeming with sword energy, each ripple a manifestation of sword energy in motion, sensing both its sharpness and might, as well as its gentleness and agility. Now, I should be able to master the Qing Feng sword technique. Chen Yi gripped his sword tightly, excitement flickering in his eyes, eager to put his skills to the test. After several hours of focused observation, he felt his understanding of the sword path had reached a new pinnacle. His state of mind intertwined with sword intent, as if he had touched upon the very essence of the sword path. Sword, rise! With a gentle exhale, he gripped the long sword firmly, his gaze resolute. Taking a deep breath, he immersed his mind entirely in the essence of swordsmanship, preparing to practice the Qingfeng sword technique anew. He slowly raised the sword, its tip pointing towards the heavens, as if engaging in a dialogue with the universe. As the tip quivered lightly, a refreshing aura enveloped him, akin to a gentle breeze caressing his face. Chen Yi began to wield the long sword, its blade moving in harmony with his intentions, sometimes light and ethereal, at other times fierce and formidable. His swordplay transcended mere mechanical techniques, flowing like water, agile as the wind. Each stroke seemed to carry the essence of a breeze, with the sword's tip summoning the wind to dance alongside it. The fusion of sword intent and the gentle wind produced stunning flashes of sword light, sharp and powerful like blades gliding through the air. The more he practiced, the deeper his immersion. It felt as though he were enveloped in a realm of gentle winds, becoming one with the swordplay, the sword intent, and the cosmos itself. His swordsmanship had reached a new zenith, evolving from mere technique to a profound understanding of the true essence of swordsmanship. When Chen Yi executed his final strike, the entire sword mound seemed to tremble in response. A brilliant beam of sword light cleaved through the sky, sharp as a gust of wind, imbued with boundless strength and agility. As the light descended, it left a deep mark upon the sword mound, a visible scar reminiscent of a sword's cut, forever recording the moment of Chen Yi's mastery over the Qingfeng sword technique. Haha, I have finally succeeded. Chen Yi gazed at the sword mark, his heart swelling with satisfaction and pride. Just half a month prior, despite his diligent practice of the Qingfeng sword technique, he had struggled to grasp its essence. Yet now, after merely observing the Guanhua scroll for several hours, he had gained a transformative insight into the technique. As night deepened, a vast black curtain gradually cloaked the sky. Chen Yi chose not to continue observing the Guanhua scroll, but instead turned to the alchemical notes. One must practice the sword, but one must also study alchemy. He mused, recalling Lu Qingwu's aloof demeanor at the Shindan Peak. Armed with the insights of a fifth-tier alchemist, he was determined to diligently learn the art of alchemy and regain his dignity in her presence. Chapter 77. The Dance of Dragons and Snakes. Chen Yi immersed himself in reading, each word reflecting the focus and dedication of a fifth-tier alchemist, from selecting materials to controlling the heat and eliciting the medicinal properties. Every step was meticulously detailed. He devoured each sentence, as if he could sense the subtle movements and mental journey of the fifth-tier alchemist during the process. As he delved deeper, he discovered that the alchemical dilemmas that had previously troubled him found resolution within these notes. He had never realized that alchemy could be so straightforward. It even records the method of the dance of dragons and snakes. Chen Yi exclaimed in surprise, recognizing that the notes detailed the alchemical technique Elder Mo had discussed earlier. Unlike the Elder's lecture, the notes provided an in-depth analysis of its essence and key points, illuminating the subject far more comprehensively. Truly, the insights of a fifth-tier alchemist were unparalleled. Chen Yi's excitement surged as he grasped the alchemical method that had eluded him earlier. Thanks to this enlightening manuscript, the notes not only outlined each step of the dance of dragons and snakes technique, but also delved into its underlying principles, including the interplay of heat, materials, airflow, and spiritual energy. This thorough analysis elevated Chen Yi's understanding of alchemy to new heights. Closing his eyes, he replayed the descriptions in his mind, envisioning the flames dancing in the alchemical furnace, the materials gradually melting, and the currents swirling like dragons and snakes within the chamber. The sole criterion for success is practice. Chen Yi felt a surge of determination and could hardly contain his eagerness to test his skills. He swiftly set his intentions into motion, utilizing the Shindan Peak token given by Zhang Liang to access the alchemical chamber at Shindan Peak. Thus, Chen Yi promptly proceeded, and with the token in hand, he successfully entered the alchemical chamber. This was the space where disciples of Shundan Peak practiced their craft, with flames roaring and the fragrance of herbs permeating the air, selecting and weighing the materials with practiced ease. Chen Tianxing executed each step with precision that he then brushed away the ash from the furnace and placed the materials inside, beginning to channel his internal spiritual energy, starting with the true spirit pill. Earlier that day, Elder Mo had concocted a true spirit pill, and now Chen Tianxing intended to create one as well. The true spirit pill boasted a myriad of effects, serving as a premium second-tier elixir that could enhance cultivation, heal severe injuries, strengthen the body, and unlock potential. Taking a deep breath, he gently placed his hands on the alchemical furnace. Summoning his true Q.8s, the true Qi surged. The flames within the furnace blazed fiercely, resembling a fire dragon coiling within. Chen Tianxing closed his eyes, silently reciting the incantation, his hands beginning to move in a graceful dance. His gestures were unpredictable, at times evoking the image of a dragon soaring through the clouds, at others resembling a snake weaving through grass. The spiritual energy and airflow surged in response to his movements, forming intricate and mystical patterns within the furnace. The materials gradually melted under the intense heat, transforming into a viscous liquid. As Chen Tianxing altered his gestures, the liquid appeared to be drawn by an unseen force, flowing along designated paths like dragons and snakes traversing the furnace, agile and powerful. With his movements accelerating, the flames and airflow within the furnace grew increasingly turbulent, as if a dragon and a snake were truly dancing within, stirring the entire alchemical process. Chen Tianxing was wholly absorbed, his heartbeat synchronizing with the rhythm of the flames, as if he had become one with the entire alchemical endeavor. His hands commanded the furnace like a maestro, deftly guiding every change. Finally, through his exquisite technique, the liquid within the furnace began to congeal into perfectly rounded pills. They radiated a soft glow, as if celebrating the triumph of his alchemical success. "Ha! I've done it!" Chen Tianxing exclaimed, his voice filled with uncontainable excitement and pride. He carefully extracted the pills from the furnace, each one crystal clear and flawless, akin to a work of art. The aroma of the pills wafted through the air, refreshing and invigorating, as if capable of cleansing the soul and enhancing cultivation. Earlier that day, Chen Tianxing had been thoroughly engrossed, attentively listening to Elder Mo's lecture and attempting the dance of dragons and snakes technique multiple times, only to face repeated failures and the disdain of Lu Qingwu. Yet now, after merely studying the alchemical notes for a few hours, he had grasped the essence of the technique and successfully produced a second-tier true spirit pill. He gazed at the alchemical notes in his hands, his eyes shimmering with fervent light. That T.O. achieve such results after only a few hours of study. What might happen if he dedicated several more days? An indescribable excitement surged within him, clutching the alchemical notes tightly. He felt as if he held a key to infinite mysteries, that if I can delve deeply into this manuscript, I shall undoubtedly master more of the profound intricacies of alchemy and concoct higher quality elixirs. Chen Tianxing murmured to himself, determination gleaming in his eyes. With this thought, he sprang into action. Returning to his dwelling, he chose not to rest, despite having studied the alchemical notes for several hours. Instead, he meticulously reviewed them once more. Observing Chen Tianxing's tireless dedication, Chen Yi felt a sense of pride that IT was not easy, but his father had finally grown, understanding the value of hard work and perseverance in cultivation. Chen Yi refrained from interrupting his father's training, instead arranging for Chen Tianxing to occupy a neighboring room for rest. With the Demon Suppression Division currently lacking pressing matters, Chen Yi decided to remain at Taishan Sect, awaiting his father's successful completion of the Sword Peak assessment before returning to the county city. Over the following days, Chen Tianxing devoted his time to studying the Guanhua Scroll by day, contemplating the sword path, and practicing sword techniques, while at night, he immersed himself in the alchemical notes. Each time he grasped a new insight, he would occasionally rush to the alchemical chamber at Shundan Peak to experiment, using his alchemical outcomes to validate his understanding. On this particular day, at the Sword Mound of Sword Peak, the disciples gathered as scheduled, their gazes fixated on the elegant figure of Elder Yun Feiyang. a middle-aged sword cultivator, clad in a flowing azure robe, with a long sword at his side, his sharp gaze pierced like an eagle, exuding an air of unassailable authority. Leading the disciples into the sword mound, the atmosphere was charged with a palpable sword intent. Much like Elder Mo's lectures on alchemy at Shindan Peak, today's Sword Peak welcomed an esteemed elder to impart wisdom. This elder, wielding the sword and sharing his insights, was none other than Yun Feiyong. At this moment, he was prepared to share his experiences and revelations, guiding the disciple through the profound mysteries of swordsmanship. The sword is the soul of a warrior, and the path of sword cultivation is the path of the heart. Today, I shall explore the intricacies of swordsmanship with you all. The voice of Yun Feiyong resonated loudly and profoundly, echoing within the sword tomb. With a mere wave of his hand, the sword energy surged forth, seemingly cleaving the very heavens and earth apart. Each strand of sword energy contained unfathomable power, leaving the disciples present in awe. The cultivation of swordsmanship is not an endeavor of a single day. It demands unwavering perseverance and an indomitable spirit. Elder Yun Feiyong's voice brimmed with determination and tenacity, as if recounting the arduous and challenging journey of his years of practice. He began to elucidate every intricate detail of the sword path, meticulously dissecting everything from the fundamental sword techniques to the profound comprehension of sword intent for the disciples. His explanations were both profound and accessible, captivating the disciples as they felt themselves transported into a wondrous realm teeming with sword intent. As Elder Yun Feiyong expounded on the principles of swordsmanship, the disciples gradually grasped the essence of the sword path. They began to earnestly attune themselves to the aura of each long sword, seeking to appreciate the subtle connection between the sword and the heart. At that moment, Yun Feiyong paused, startled to discover a striking sword mark before him. His gaze sharpened, and an inexplicable thrill surged within him that he swiftly approached, scrutinizing the mark with keen attention. The scar was profound, as if it could devour all light, emanating an extraordinarily fierce aura. It is the Qing Feng sword technique. Yun Feiyong gasped in astonishment, his voice laced with incredulity. Who could possibly wield the Qing Feng sword technique to such an extent? Chapter 78. The Puzzles of Yun Feiyong, and M.O. Chen Yun Feiyong's eyes widened like copper bells, gleaming with shock and disbelief. The Qing Feng sword technique was merely a foundational technique. Only a super genius with profound understanding of swordsmanship could exploit it to such a degree. Surrounding the sword mark were remnants of swirling sword energy, and Yun Feiyong felt as if he could still sense the sharpness and swiftness imparted by the Qing Feng sword technique. That he extended his hand, gently caressing the sword mark, as though he could feel the lingering sword intent coursing through it. That sword intent was both sharp and profound, capable of tearing through space and shaking the very core of one's being in the one sword peak. Perhaps only the foremost disciple, Chu Hanfeng, could achieve such a level. Yet, did Chu Hanfeng truly need to practice the foundational Qing Feng sword technique? Who, in fact, was training with swords in this place? Curiosity filled Yun Feiyong's mind as he speculated incessantly about the identity of the sword practitioner. Although the Qing Feng sword technique is basic, in the hands of this enigmatic practitioner, it displayed astonishing power. This individual's understanding and mastery of the sword path had evidently reached an elevated realm, enabling them to fuse natural force with sword techniques, thus creating a unique and formidable sword intent. Could it be Xiao Fenghua? A figure suddenly sprang to Yun Feiyong's mind, that a senior disciple who had entered one sword peak for 6 months would not be practicing the foundational Qing Feng sword technique. Only new disciples who had recently joined would engage with it. Xiao Fenghua had only ascended to the inner sect 4 months ago and had unhesitatingly chosen the one sword peak. Yun Feiyong had observed Xiao Fenghua, whose talent in swordsmanship was extraordinary and destined to uphold the banner of one sword peak, possessing the potential to become a future saint of Taishan sect. Among the new disciples of One Sword Peak, Xiao Fenghua possessed the highest aptitude and was the only one capable of manifesting the Qing Feng sword technique to such an extent that he chuckled, pleased by the ever-improving quality of this batch of new disciples at One Sword Peak, believing that surpassing the first peak, Tianyun Peak, was merely a matter of time. Yun Feiyong felt a surge of satisfaction. His strategy of maintaining stringent quality control was indeed correct. Those lacking in aptitude were gently advised to seek other peaks, while the truly obstinate would be tested, allowing them to realize their limitations. Then a thought struck Yun Feiyong, and he furrowed his brow. That Chen Tianxing lacked talent and did not apply himself, so he could not be allowed to enter one sword peak. Since he had taken a liking to alchemy, it would be better for him to go to Shindan Peak. I have some rapport with Elder Mo. He should not refuse my request. The Taishan sect has decreed that if inter-sect disciples insist on joining a particular peak, the various peaks cannot refuse them. Yun Feiyong's previous tests for Chen Tianxing were intended to dissuade him. However, since he now enjoyed alchemy, it would be best for him to head to Shindan Peak. On the other side, at Shindan Peak, the morning light filtered through the ethereal mist, cascading upon the verdant alchemical furnace at the summit. An ancient alchemical chamber stood quietly, its fragrant aromas wafting throughout the peak. A venerable elder, hair as white as snow and exuding an aura of transcendence, stood before the chamber, imparting knowledge and precautions about alchemy to the gathered disciples. This elder was none other than Mo Qian, the elder of Shindan Peak, who was, as always, delivering a lecture to the disciples. Today, he continued discussing the alchemical technique known as dragon and snake dance, which he had introduced yesterday. That he rose, approached an alchemical furnace, and gently traced his fingers along its surface. As if gauging the fire's temperature, he demonstrated to the disciples how to assess the heat by observing the color and shape of the flames, as well as how to adjust the heat based on the changes in the medicinal materials. Mo Qian's movements were both skilled and graceful, akin to a delicate dance. His voice was steady and powerful, each word imbued with profound Taoist resonance, captivating the disciples entirely. Among the audience, a woman clad in azure sat quietly, her brows furrowed in contemplation. Her long hair cascaded down her waist, swaying gently with the breeze. Clad in simple yet elegant garb, she could not hide her ethereal beauty. Her bright eyes sparkled like stars, yet at this moment they were slightly knitted, as if searching for something. This individual was none other than Lu Qingwu, the senior sister of Shindan Peak. How strange! Why hasn't Chen Tianxing shown up these past few days? A flicker of doubt crossed Lu Qingwu's captivating gaze. For several consecutive days, she had noticed that since her last advice to Chen Tianxing to abandon alchemy, he had not attended Elder Mo's lectures at the lectern. Mo Qian suddenly cast a glance at the corner of the alchemical shelf, fixating momentarily on a particular vial. Someone at Shindan Peak has actually managed to concoct a true spirit pill. This shelf was designated for storing alchemical products. When disciples required alchemical services, they would head to the alchemical chamber at Shindan Peak, where the furnaces could be used free of charge. However, the disciples could only take half of the pills they concocted, with the remainder required to be returned to Shindan Peak. Since resources at Taishan sect were limited, they could not provide materials for free. That Mo Qian immediately recognized that one of the vials contained a true spirit pill. Simultaneously, a wave of confusion washed over him. There were very few at Shindan Peak capable of concocting second-grade pills. Only elders like him possessed the ability. Approaching the vial, he carefully opened it, and a faint aroma of the pill wafted through the air. I was right. It's indeed a true spirit pill. That a hint of pride crept onto Mo Qian's face as he inhaled the familiar fragrance. Yet in the next instant his brow furrowed in concern, a surge of unease welling up within him. Something was amiss. This true spirit pill's concoction technique appeared to be rather intricate. Although the true spirit pill is a second-grade pill, its creation is no simple feat, requiring meticulous control and a profound foundation in alchemy. However, the technique behind this particular vial of true spirit pill exuded an ineffable subtlety. As an elder of Shindan Peak, Mo Qian had delved deeply into alchemical arts, and he could discern that the technique utilized for this true spirit pill contained a special skill. Is this the dragon and snake dance technique? A glimmer of brilliance sparkled in Mo Qian's eyes as a storm of thoughts surged within him. He scrutinized the true spirit pill closely and observed its surface patterns. Intricate and intertwined, reminiscent of a dance between dragons and snakes. Exactly the hallmark of the dragon and snake dance technique. Furthermore, Mo Qian could ascertain that the individual who concocted this true spirit pill had achieved an extraordinarily high level in controlling the heat. Blending the medicinal materials and applying alchemical techniques, he could almost visualize the alchemist, fingers dancing as if they were dragons and snakes, every transition executed flawlessly, every adjustment in heat precise beyond measure. This true spirit pill showcased the alchemist's profound understanding and mastery of the dragon and snake dance technique. Within all of Shindan Peak, aside from the Peak Master himself, few possessed such a command of the dragon and snake dance. Who could it be? Who could so adeptly master the dragon and snake dance technique to produce such high-quality pills? Mo Qian pondered in astonishment, his eyes shimmering with curiosity and intrigue. Chapter 79. Joining One Sword Peak filled with intrigue. Mo Qian found himself enveloped in a thick fog of uncertainty, deep in contemplation about the identity of the alchemist. The Peak Master had long been in seclusion, rarely engaging in alchemy, rendering him an unlikely candidate. Could it be that another elder's alchemical skills had reached new heights? He refrained from pursuing that line of thought further, and instead turned his gaze toward Lu Qingwu at the lectern. Inquiring, "Qingwu, you have always been responsible for the alchemical chamber. You happen to know which elder has recently been concocting pills?" At that moment, Lu Qingwu was still preoccupied with thoughts of why Chen Tianxing had not attended Elder Mo's lectures in recent days. Entirely oblivious to Mo Qian's question. "Qingwu, I am addressing you. What are you thinking about?" My apologies. Elder Mo, I was just pondering a question." Lu Qingwu regained her composure and cast an apologetic glance at Mo Qian. Mo Qian had no choice but to reiterate his earlier question. "Qingwu, do you happen to know which elders have recently been using the alchemy chamber?" After reflecting for a moment, Lu Qingwu shook her head. "Elder Mo, I have meticulously reviewed the records of the alchemy chamber's usage, but none of the elders have come to the chamber for alchemy recently." Hearing this, Mo Qian's brow furrowed even deeper. If this true spirit pill was not concocted by an elder, then which disciple of the divine pill peak could possess such skill? Despite his lingering curiosity, Mo Qian chose not to dwell on it. After all, it was a good thing for the divine pill peak to have disciples of such caliber. He looked at Lu Qingwu, a hint of curiosity in his gaze, and inquired, "Earlier, when I asked you, why did you not respond? What were you contemplating?" Lu Qingwu snapped back to reality, offering an awkward smile as she replied, "It is nothing of great significance, merely thoughts of a certain individual. This individual, named Chen Tianxing, had just been promoted to the inner sect and had chosen to join the One Sword Peak. However, it was unclear how he had obtained the token of our Divine Pill Peak, as he had been attending your lectures at the Divine Pill Peak for the past few days. According to Elder Yun of the One Sword Peak, it seems he has even neglected his sword practice in pursuit of alchemy, making it highly likely that he will transfer to our Divine Pill Peak. A disciple from the One Sword Peak, who has forsaken sword training for the sake of learning alchemy." Mo Qian's brow slightly arched, a flicker of surprise crossing his eyes. His interest was piqued as he asked, "How has this individual fared in my lectures? What is his talent for alchemy?" Lu Qingwu pondered for a moment before responding candidly. "His aptitude is rather average, even in the fundamental art of fire control. He has made frequent errors, let alone more advanced alchemical techniques." Upon hearing this, Mo Qian immediately lost interest and merely stated, "Since his talent is mediocre, it would be best not to let him join our Divine Pill Peak. He should remain at the One Sword Peak." Soon after, Mo Qian ceased his idle conversation with Lu Qingwu and resumed his lecture to the disciples. The following day, sunlight flooded the courtyard, casting a warm golden glow over every inch of the ground. Chen Yi stood beneath the corridor, his gaze fixed intently on Chen Tianxing, who was practicing swordplay in the courtyard. Dressed in white, Chen Tianxing moved with grace, the light of his sword flickering like a silver dragon. Tracing elegant arcs through the air, the tip of his sword occasionally tapped the ground, producing a crisp sound, and at other times, it soared high, shimmering in the sunlight like a dazzling jewel. The long sword danced in his hands like a poetic masterpiece, with each movement flowing smoothly and elegantly. Suddenly, with a swift motion, Chen Tianxing unleashed a fierce sword energy that pierced the heavens. The energy carved a long trajectory through the air, as if seeking to rend the sky itself. As the sword energy was released, Chen Tianxing felt a powerful force lift him, making him feel ethereal, as though he had stepped into another realm. I have finally succeeded. In that moment, he successfully entered the first realm of swordsmanship. That of the sword user. A faint aura surrounded Chen Tianxing, a testament to his sword energy and a symbol of his ascension as a sword practitioner. Just then, a system prompt echoed in Chen Yi's mind. Ding, your father has observed the river viewing scroll, gaining 100 in sword comprehension, successfully becoming a sword practitioner and advancing to the first realm of sword user. Random drop rate activated. You have gained triple rewards. 300 in sword comprehension, successfully becoming a sword practitioner and advancing to the second realm of sword warrior. In an instant, Chen Yi felt a torrent of vast information flood his mind, as if a gateway to a new world had swung open. He sensed his understanding of the sword path rapidly escalating, immersed in an expansive ocean of swordsmanship, where every drop of water held profound sword intent. Simultaneously, a wondrous energy coursed through him, causing his alchemical experience to soar as well. Host, Chen Yi. Age, 17 lifespan, 120 talent. Abysmally poor, 9190 realm. Chi condensation second layer cultivation technique. Star Body forging technique. Minor accomplishment, martial skills. Second rank mountain shaking fist. Initial understanding. First rank shadowless fist. Entering the hall divine powers. Crimson blood power 10 profession. First rank refiner. 75-100 third rank alchemist. 1255,000. Second realm sword practitioner. 300-1000. I have become a sword practitioner. Chen Yi was instantly overcome with joy. He immediately turned inward, noticing that his sword energy coursed through him and a fierce sword intent coalesced at his dantian, a mark of a sword warrior in the second realm. At that moment, he felt as if his sword intent moved with his heart, capable of slicing through the void with a single strike. Moreover, he had also acquired a wealth of alchemical experience, directly breaking through to become a third-rank alchemist. Chen Yi felt a deeper understanding of alchemy than ever before, as if he could perceive every subtle change in the medicinal concoctions. With just a thought, he could vividly envision the entire process of crafting various elixirs, even mastering the intricate control of fire. Chen Tianxing sheathed his long sword and confidently said to Chen Yi, "Now, let us head to the One Sword Peak. Today is the day Elder Yin Feiyang will assess our father." Chen Yi was confident that, given his father's current level, the One Sword Peak would not refuse his entry. Subsequently, Chen Tianxing led Chen Yi to the One Sword Peak, where they quickly found Elder Yin Feiyang and explained their purpose. Upon hearing that Chen Tianxing wished to join the One Sword Peak, Yin Feiyang immediately furrowed his brow and said, "Wait a moment. Since you're so passionate about alchemy, why not directly go to the Divine Pill Peak instead? Why bother joining the One Sword Peak?" Chen Tianxing replied earnestly, "Elder Yun, I have come to the One Sword Peak to pursue the sword path. I ask for your understanding." Yin Feiyang glanced at him dismissively, saying, "Did you not neglect your sword training just a few days ago in your eagerness to learn alchemy? How suddenly do you wish to pursue the sword path?" Although the Taishan sect does not prevent intersect disciples from choosing any mountain peak, it is advisable to possess corresponding talents before making such choices. Your aptitude in swordsmanship is average, and with your fondness for alchemy, joining the One Sword Peak would only waste your time. Rest assured, I have a good relationship with Elder Mo Qian of the Divine Pill Peak. If I inform him of your enthusiasm for alchemy, they will undoubtedly welcome you there. Meanwhile, at the Divine Pill Peak, in the alchemy chamber, fragrant aromas wafted through the air, enveloped in a rich medicinal scent. The flickering flames illuminated Mo Qian's steady and profound visage. Today, Mo Qian was not giving a lecture, but rather focusing on guiding a few key disciples of the Divine Pill Peak, with Lu Qingwu, the top disciple, among them. However, at that moment, her thoughts were elsewhere. Strange, since that day, Chen Tianxing has not returned to the Divine Pill Peak. It seems he truly took my words to heart. But this is for the best. It won't waste a lecture spot, allowing me to give that opportunity to junior sister Wu. Tomorrow, I shall visit the One Sword Peak to find him. After all, he is not attending lectures, so I might as well ask him to lend me his token. Liu Qingwu pondered, slightly lost in thought. Liu Qingwu had a junior sister, surnamed Wu, who was also at the One-Sword Peak. And this junior sister was Liu Qingwu's cousin. However, her talent was average, and she had not made significant progress in alchemy, thus pleading with Liu Qingwu to secure a lecture spot with Elder Mo. Just then, a disciple reminded Mo Qian, Elder Mo, Elder Yin Feiyong of the One-Sword Peak mentioned that you still owe him a true spirit pill from your last agreement. Oh dear, how could I forget about that? Mo Qian remarked, his brow furrowing as he slapped his forehead in annoyance. He stood up and began to pace slowly, seemingly recalling their previous agreement. He casually glanced at the alchemy racks in the corner of the chamber, his gaze inadvertently landing on a vial of pills. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck him, and a smug smile crept across his lips as he muttered to himself, "Hey, isn't there a true spirit pill right here in the alchemy chamber? Why not simply give this pill to Elder Yin Feiyong? It will save me quite a bit of effort." Mo Qian picked up the vial containing the true spirit pill, gently caressing it, his brow furrowing as he mused. This Yin Feiyong is rather greedy. I merely asked him for a small favor last time, and he has been relentless in his pursuit of alchemical assistance. No, I must find an opportunity to clarify this with him. Such endless demands are not a sustainable plan. He glanced at the disciples and said indifferently, I have pressing matters to attend to at the Divine Pill Peak. So I will not be guiding your alchemical practices today. We shall reconvene tomorrow. The disciples nodded in agreement. That moment, Liu Qingwu's heart stirred as she recalled that Chen Tianxing was a disciple of the One-Sword Peak, and she intended to head to the One-Sword Peak to borrow his token. Hence, she stepped forward and said in a clear voice, Elder Mo, I also have a matter to attend to at the One-Sword Peak. May I accompany you? Elder Mo Qian, upon hearing this, contemplated briefly and, deeming it a fortuitous opportunity, nodded in agreement. Soon, he guided Liu Qingwu towards the first sword peak, with the assistance of the disciples at the first sword peak. They swiftly located Yin Feiyong. That moment, Yin Feiyong was engaged in a discussion with Chen Yi regarding the prospect of joining the first sword peak. Elder Yin, what leads you to believe I am unsuitable for the first sword peak? Yin Feiyong furrowed his brow, ready to respond when he suddenly noticed two individuals approaching him. Instantly, a flicker of joy crossed his face as he pointed to the venerable old man with snow-white hair, saying, Chen Tianxing, allow me to introduce you to Elder Mo Qian of the Divine Pill Peak, a master of alchemy par excellence. Perhaps you might consider requesting him to facilitate your entry into the Divine Pill Peak. Mo Qian was momentarily taken aback, as the name Chen Tianxing resonated with him. Just then, Liu Qingwu, filled with delight, exclaimed, Chen Tianxing, what a coincidence! I was just looking for you, since you have refrained from attending classes at the Divine Pill Peak. It is evident you possess self-awareness. Therefore, why not hand over your token to me? Should you require assistance in alchemy in the future, I shall certainly lend my utmost support. Chen Tianxing frowned and retorted, Not a chance. Why should I lend you my belongings? Besides, if I have any needs in alchemy, I can manage perfectly well on my own without your help. Upon hearing this, Liu Qingwu's delicate brows knitted slightly, her once clear eyes shimmering with a cold glint, reminiscent of a winter star, hinting at a barely perceptible fury. Chen Tianxing, you are rather ungrateful. I, Liu Qingwu, may not be the least, but as the chief disciple of the Divine Pill Peak, no disciple there would dare claim superiority over me in alchemy. And you, with your rudimentary skills, dare to look down upon me. Faced with Liu Qingwu's interrogation, Chen Tianxing remained unperturbed, merely offering a disdainful smile. Choosing not to elaborate, today marked the occasion of his formal induction into the First Sword Peak, and he preferred to avoid unnecessary complications. Chen Tianxing? Mo Qian quickly connected the dots, recalling that this was the same individual who had expressed a desire to transfer to the Divine Pill Peak for alchemy studies. Liu Qingwu had mentioned that this person lacked talent in the field, and Mo Qian had no intention of admitting such an individual into the Divine Pill Peak. Mo Qian promptly interjected, Elder Yun, it would be best to allow him to remain at the First Sword Peak since his initial choice was to join there. Yun Feiyong's brow furrowed. That I could see seemed that Chen Tianxing was not particularly welcomed by the Divine Pill Peak. He certainly did not wish for an average talent like Chen Tianqing to join the First Sword Peak, as it would only diminish the overall quality of its disciples. That he spoke up. Elder Yun, while Chen Tianqing initially chose the First Sword Peak, his passion for alchemy has since surpassed his interest in swordsmanship. He often dedicates his time meant for sword practice to study alchemy at your Divine Pill Peak. Given this fervor, he is bound to become an exceptional alchemist in the future. Mo Qian hastily waved his hand, interrupting Yun Feiyong. Wait a moment, I did not come to the First Sword Peak merely to discuss the admission of disciples. I am here to talk about alchemy. The last time you assisted me, I reciprocated by concocting a few pills for you. As he spoke, he retrieved a vial of pills from his robe and handed it to Yun Feiyong. This is the true spirit pill you requested, the last alchemical creation I shall make for you. Please refrain from seeking my assistance in the future. Glancing at Chen Tianqing, he added, it would be best for Chen Tianqing to remain with you at the First Sword Peak. Yun Feiyong accepted the true spirit pill, feeling a twinge of disappointment. Yet he understood Mo Qian's stance and principles, so he nodded in acknowledgement that I appreciate your assistance. Elder Mo, should I require help in the future, I will find a way to maintain a good relationship with Elder Mo. I shall admit Chen Tianqing into the First Sword Peak. Regardless of his lackluster talent in swordsmanship, preserving our relationship with the Divine Pill Peak remains paramount. At that moment, the previously silent Chen Tianqing suddenly spoke, his voice steady and resolute. Elder Mo, you are mistaken. This true spirit pill was not concocted by you. Mo Qian and Lu Qingwu were momentarily taken aback. The declaration rendered the atmosphere palpably silent. Both were astonished, as they had not anticipated Chen Tianqing to make such a statement at that juncture. Indeed, Chen Tianqing spoke the truth. The true spirit pill was not of Mo Qian's creation. A flicker of confusion crossed Mo Qian's eyes as he could not restrain himself from inquiring, how did you ascertain that this true spirit pill was not produced by me? With his hands clasped behind his back, Chen Tianqing maintained a calm demeanor as he replied, because I was the one who concocted this true spirit pill. He could easily discern that the pill in Yun Feiyong's possession was the result of his own efforts in the alchemy chamber of the Divine Pill Peak. Following insights gained from observing alchemical notes days prior, Lu Qingwu initially wore a bewildered expression before bursting into laughter. Her laughter was vibrant and filled with mockery as she gazed at Chen Tianqing. Chen Tianqing, your audacity to boast is unparalleled. You claim to have concocted this true spirit pill. That is simply preposterous. Just a few days ago, you struggled to master the most fundamental control of fire. With no foundational knowledge in alchemy, how could you possibly produce a pill of such caliber? Had it not been for Lu Qingwu having witnessed Chen Tianqing's dismal performance during Mo Qian's lecture, she might have almost believed him due to his current confidence. Setting aside Chen Tianqing's talent in alchemy, the true spirit pill was not something an ordinary second-tier alchemist could concoct. Its preparation required the application of a special technique known as dragon and snake dance, demanding extraordinary mental acuity and control from the alchemist. During the alchemical process, the practitioner must harmonize their spiritual energy with the flames and the medicinal materials, resonating with the spiritual essence of the world. Although Lu Qingwu had already advanced to a second-tier alchemist, she could not master the dragon and snake dance to such an impressive degree. The memories of Chen Tianqing's repeated failures in mastering basic alchemical fire control were still vivid in her mind. Mo Qian joined in the laughter, acknowledging that while the true spirit pill was not of his making, it was inconceivable for a novice like Chen Tianqing, who had yet to even enter the Divine Pill Peak, to have achieved such a feat. He shook his head with a smile. Young man, do you take me for a fool? Allow me to speak plainly. While the true spirit pill is indeed not of my creation, it is certainly beyond your capabilities. Tea must have been crafted by one of our elders, who has attained considerable expertise in alchemy. Mo Qian's tone carried a hint of mockery, as though he were observing an arrogant jester. Chen Tianqing sighed softly, pondering why his honesty was met with such skepticism. He replied calmly, the dragon and snake dance is not merely an alchemical technique. It embodies a philosophy of communicating with the spiritual essence of the world and resonating with the consciousness of the medicinal materials. Each word he spoke seemed to carry profound weight. Tio mastered this technique. An alchemist must possess keen perceptiveness, able to detect the subtlest changes in the flames and the traces of spiritual energy released by the materials during their refinement. He closed his eyes, as if recalling a moment of his own enlightenment in mastering this technique. Furthermore, the dragon and snake dance requires the alchemist to manipulate the flames as if directing dragons and snakes, embodying both flexibility and strength. The intensity, speed, and direction of the flames must be adjusted with precision in accordance with the changes in the materials. Chen Yi gestured with his hands, as if he were orchestrating the flames and medicinal ingredients. Most importantly, the alchemist must fully immerse their spiritual energy into the alchemical process, achieving a remarkable resonance with the flames and materials that in this state, the alchemist can perceive the latent potential within the materials, thus maximizing their efficacy. Chen Tianxing's eyes sparkled with fervor, as if he had already transcended into the realm of alchemy. Mo Qian and Lu Qingwu listened intently to Chen Tianxing's discourse, a wave of astonishment washing over them. Initially, they believed him to be merely boasting, but now it seemed that he articulated his thoughts with striking clarity, even with notable expertise. Lu Qingwu mused inwardly. Could it be that he truly grasped the essence of dragon and snake dance? But how could that be possible? The vivid memories of Chen Tianxing's struggles with fundamental fire control were still fresh in her mind. How could he, after just a few days, articulate such sophisticated alchemical techniques with such clarity? As if he were a seasoned alchemist of many years, Mo Qian's brow furrowed, filled with uncertainty. Within the divine Pill Peak, aside from the Peak Master, only he had reached the highest mastery of the dragon and snake dance. He could ascertain that Chen Tianxing's understanding of this technique was indeed remarkable. Only someone with a certain level of comprehension could so effortlessly describe the essence of dragon and snake dance. Was this truly achievable by a newcomer who had only recently begun his alchemical journey? Or was Lu Qingwu misled, and Chen Tianxing was not merely of mediocre talent, but rather a prodigious talent in the art of alchemy? Mo Qian and Lu Qingwu furrowed their brows, acutely aware of the intricacies and profundities of the dragon and snake dance technique, understanding that mastering such an alchemical method is far from an overnight endeavor. Doubts began to fester within them regarding their judgment of Chen Tianxing. However, an air of suspicion lingered. Determined to ascertain Chen Tianxing's true alchemical prowess, Lu Qingwu exchanged a glance with Mo Qian, both resolute in their decision. Chen Tianxing, your words are persuasive, yet they lack substantiation. Lu Qingwu stated that if you truly possess the skill to execute the dragon and snake dance, why not demonstrate your ability before us at the Divine Elixir Peak by refining a true spirit pill? Mo Qian nodded in agreement, convinced that witnessing Chen Tianxing's alchemical performance firsthand would be the only way to validate his abilities. Chen Tianxing, upon hearing this, merely nodded lightly, but he understood that to dispel Mo Qian and Lu Qingwu's doubts entirely, he needed to take definitive action. Very well. Since you wish to see, I shall refine a true spirit pill for you, Chen Tianxing proclaimed confidently. Yin Feiyang, indifferent to their discourse, had his own obligations that day, as he needed to instruct the disciples of the First Sword Peak, including the prodigious newcomer Xiao Fenghua. Since witnessing the sword mark in the sword tomb, he had developed a keen interest in Xiao Fenghua. Contemplating taking him as his personal disciple, he respectfully acknowledged Mo Qian, saying, I am grateful for Elder Mo's true spirit pill. However, I must now attend to my lecture for the First Sword Peak disciples. So I shall take my leave for now. Soon, Mo Qian and Lu Qingwu led Chen Tianxing to the alchemical chamber at the Divine Elixir Peak. Chen Yi, unable to comprehend the events transpiring between his father and the Divine Elixir Peak, nonetheless followed suit. That a few minutes later, the group arrived at the alchemical chamber, where several alchemical furnaces were meticulously arranged, their flames blazing fiercely, radiating an intense heat that seemed to ignite the very air around them. Stepping forth, Chen Tianxing entered the chamber, his garments billowing in the breeze, exuding an ethereal grace. With hands clasped behind him, his gaze was resolute and profound, as though he had become one with the essence of alchemy itself. Since you doubt that the true spirit pill is my creation, allow me to prove otherwise. Chen Tianxing spoke softly, his voice imbued with an undeniable conviction. Chapter 82. Refining the True Spirit Pill. A confident smile graced Chen Tianqing's lips as he approached one of the alchemical furnaces, his eyes dancing over the flames as if seeking the perfect temperature. With a subtle wave of his sleeve, the flames surged to life, leaping within the furnace like a dancing fire dragon. As his hands moved gracefully, the flames seemed to respond to some mysterious force, becoming animated. The flames twisted and spiraled upward like a soaring dragon, then coiled downward like a sinuous serpent, perfectly harmonizing with the process of refining the medicinal ingredients. His hands became the conductor of this fiery symphony, every nuanced movement guiding the flames. The steadfast light flickered in his eyes, resonating with the ethereal energies of the universe, collaboratively aiding the creation of the True Spirit Pill. The medicinal ingredients gradually released a rich aroma as they melded under the flames, their scents intertwining to form a unique fragrance that was utterly refreshing. Liu Qingwu and Mo Qian stood nearby, transfixed by Chen Tianqing's alchemical process, their faces betraying their astonishment. He truly knows how to execute the dragon and snake dance technique, Liu Qingwu exclaimed, her voice filled with disbelief. Her complexion was as pale as snow, her exquisitely delicate features seemingly frozen in shock, her once lively eyes now wide and fixed, as if desperate to etch this incredible spectacle into her memory. How is this possible? She pondered. Just days prior, she had been right beside Chen Tianqing during his lessons, witnessing his struggles with even the most basic fire control techniques. Yet now, he was wielding the formidable dragon and snake dance with such finesse. What was happening? Mo Qian was equally astounded by Chen Tianqing's alchemical prowess, inwardly marveling at the depth of his understanding of the dragon and snake dance, which surely ranked among the top 3 at the divine elixir peak. He could sense the extraordinary connection between Chen Tianqing, the furnace, the flames, and the medicinal materials, as if they had formed an indescribable synergy. Mo Qian's expression turned blank, beads of cold sweat trickling down his forehead, his heart racing like a drum, each beat a reminder of the incredibility unfolding before him. Was it truly, as Liu Qingwu had claimed, that this was a mere novice who had just entered the inner sect and had only recently begun his alchemical journey? He seriously doubted Liu Qingwu's prior assertion that Chen Tianqing was merely of mediocre talent. After merely a few days of instruction, Chen Tianqing had mastered the dragon and snake dance to such an extent. How could one dare to call such talent ordinary? As time elapsed, a crisp sound emanated from the furnace, suggesting something was about to emerge. Chen Tianqing's focus sharpened, his hands swiftly formed seals, and a powerful surge of true energy flowed from him into the furnace. The lid of the furnace was suddenly forced open by an invisible force, and a dazzling light burst forth, illuminating the entire chamber. Within this radiance, a true spirit pill, glowing softly, began to rise, suspended in midair. The pill was round, its surface smooth as jade, exuding a gentle golden light, resembling a miniature sun radiating warmth and potent energy. Surrounding the true spirit pill were wisps of delicate spiritual energy, swirling like threads, adding an air of mystery. As the true spirit pill materialized, the spiritual energy in the alchemical chamber thickened palpably. Liu Qingwu and Mo Qian stood agape, their expressions reflecting sheer astonishment. They could feel the immense energy emanating from the pill, as if it could penetrate their very beings, reaching deep into their souls. This recently refined, true spirit pill surpassed the previous one in quality. Mo Qian's face paled in shock, his heart racing. With a tremor in his voice, Mo Qian gazed at the pill with disbelief. The true spirit pill he had previously given to Yin Feiyang was already of high quality. Yet this one was even more rounded and vibrant, clearly a step above in refinement. In just a matter of days, had Chen Tianqing's alchemical skills truly ascended to such new heights? Was there truly such a talent for alchemy within the Taishan sect? Liu Qingwu stood frozen, her beautiful eyes fixated on the true spirit pill in Chen Tianqing's hands, filled with disbelief. Was this the same Chen Tianqing who had struggled to grasp even the basic concepts of alchemy just days ago? Now, can you prove that the true spirit pill is indeed my creation? Chen Tianqing said calmly, one hand resting behind his back, As his words fell, the radiance of the true spirit pill gradually diminished, transforming into a streak of luminescence that slipped into a delicate jade vial in Chen Tianxing's hand. He placed the vial upon the alchemical shelf and turned to Lu Qingwu, his expression serene as water, softly asking, "Do you still wish to dissuade me from pursuing alchemy?" Lu Qingwu bowed her head, her voice trembling. Overcome with shame, she recalled how she had previously dismissed Chen Tianxing's alchemical abilities, deeming him just an ordinary talent. Yet now, she dared not harbor any hint of condescension. As the chief disciple of the divine elixir peak, she had achieved the rank of a second-tier alchemist at a young age, her expertise unmatched within the peak. Yet, standing before Chen Tianxing, she felt utterly humbled. In just a few days, he had transformed from a novice, barely acquainted with alchemy, into a practitioner brimming with experience. Such talent was unfathomably terrifying. Chen Tianxing remained silent, leading Chen Yi away from the alchemical chamber towards the first sword peak. Mo Qian's previously calm demeanor was now akin to a rock battered by tumultuous waves, his face a canvas of disbelief. "Lu Qingwu, are you certain you are not deceiving me? You call this talent mediocre?" He had witnessed firsthand how Chen Tianxing deftly manipulated the flames, refining the ingredients with precision. The dragon and snake dance technique, in Chen Tianxing's hands, seemed infused with life, dynamic and powerful. Each swirl and descent of the flames harmonized perfectly with the refining process, akin to a meticulously choreographed dance. Lu Qingwu's complexion turned pale. Her lips parted as if struck by lightning, rendering her momentarily speechless. A whirlwind of emotions flickered in her beautiful eyes: astonishment, regret, and an indescribable sense of shame. Upon hearing Mo Qian's inquiry, Lu Qingwu snapped back to reality, hastily defending herself. "Elder Mo, I assure you, I did not deceive you. Just days ago, he could scarcely master the basics of fire control, let alone such advanced techniques." Her voice trembled slightly, clearly shaken by Chen Tianxing's performance, causing her to lose the confidence she once had in her words. Observing Lu Qingwu's expression, Mo Qian was finally convinced that Lu Qingwu was not deceiving him that a few days prior. It was likely that Chen Tianxing was indeed incapable of alchemy. It was possible he had suddenly gained enlightenment, or perhaps he had encountered some fortuitous event, or received guidance from a venerable master. Nevertheless, the reality before them was sufficiently astonishing. Chen Tianxing's mastery of alchemy was truly unparalleled. Mo Qian took a deep breath, feeling a surge of intense desire within him. Damn it, how could I have disregarded Yin Feiyang's advice and looked down upon Chen Tianxing, preventing him from coming to the divine pill peak? Remembering his earlier words, Mo Qian felt a wave of regret wash over him. Wishing he could turn back time, a gifted alchemist like Chen Tianxing, once he matures, will undoubtedly become a treasure for the divine pill peak and even the entire sect. He would not allow such a prodigy in alchemy to leave the divine pill peak. He must find a way to keep him. But where had Chen Tianxing gone? Suddenly, Mo Qian realized that Chen Tianxing had left the alchemy room, vanishing without a trace. Lu Qingwu, also looking anxious, promptly replied, "From the direction he went, it seems he headed towards Sword Peak." Mo Qian's expression changed drastically, a flicker of panic passing through his eyes. No, the divine pill peak cannot let go of such a genius in alchemy. Today, no matter what Yin Feiyang says, he must hand over Chen Tianxing. He cannot simply stand by and watch such a talent in alchemy slip away to another peak. He must take immediate action to retain Chen Tianxing at the divine pill peak. Chapter 83. Sword Scar, Sword Peak, Sword Mound. Yin Feiyang stood at the center of the sword mound, clad in a flowing azure robe, exuding an ethereal presence as if he were one with the surrounding sword aura. The disciples gathered around him, their faces filled with awe and anticipation. They understood that Elder Yun was not only a master of the sword within the sect, but also a polymath. To hear his teachings was undoubtedly a rare opportunity. With a gentle wave of his sword, the air crackled with sword energy. Rising to the heavens, he slowly began to speak, his voice deep and resonant. The cultivation of the sword relies heavily on one's heart and understanding. The sword is the king of all weapons. It can silently take lives, yet also guard the path within one's heart. A swordsman must first cultivate their heart. He paused momentarily before continuing. Cultivating a sword is not an achievement that can be accomplished overnight. You must persistently hone your sword skills and grasp the essence of sword intent. Sword intent is the quintessence of swordsmanship, representing the will and state of mind of the swordsman. Only with a clear mind and unwavering will can one comprehend profound sword intent. The disciples listened, entranced, nodding in agreement. They recognized that Elder Yun's teachings were invaluable treasures on their path of cultivation. Elder Yun pointed to a deep sword scar on the ground, his voice filled with admiration as he softly remarked, "Look at this sword scar. It was left by Xiao Fenghua. His clear wind sword technique has reached an extraordinary level. With a single stroke, it flows like a gentle breeze, both soft and fierce. He is indeed the hope of Sword Peak's future." Upon hearing this, the disciples turned their gazes toward the sword scar, noticing its depth and smoothness, as if it had been gently brushed by a soft wind. Leaving no trace, they marveled, "Is this truly the sword scar left by Xiao Fenghua?" It is astonishing. His comprehension of the clear wind sword technique is likely beyond even the older generation of disciples at Sword Peak. Although the clear wind sword technique is a foundational technique of Sword Peak, achieving such mastery reveals Xiao Fenghua's perseverance and innate talent. Xiao Fenghua truly lives up to his reputation as one of the distinguished new disciples of Sword Peak. He has already received Elder Yun's praise within half a year of joining the sect, indicating a limitless future ahead. Among the crowd, Xiao Fenghua, dressed in a blue robe, had a handsome countenance, his brows exuding a sense of heroism, and his eyes sparkled like stars, deep yet bright. However, at this moment, his mind was filled with confusion. Furrowing his brow, Xiao Fenghua was perplexed. When did I leave a sword scar here? The clear wind sword technique is merely a basic sword technique. Why would I expend so much effort on it? He distinctly remembered never practicing his swordsmanship here, let alone leaving such a profound scar. Why would Elder Yun think that the sword scar was his? Xiao Fenghua hesitated, wanting to explain, but as he listened to the flattery around him, a sense of immense satisfaction surged within him, and he swallowed his words back down. Just then, a disciple suddenly called out, "Elder Yun, Chen Tianqing has come to see you again." Yun Feiyong frowned. Wasn't Chen Tianqing just taken away by Elder Mo Qian from the Divine Pill Peak? Why had he returned so quickly? Soon, Chen Tianqing arrived at the sword mound, accompanied by Chen Yi, stepping before Yun Feiyong. Chen Tianqing took a step forward, cupping his hands in a respectful gesture. "Elder Yun, I have completed my study of the clear wind sword technique. Would you be so kind as to see if I am able to pass your assessment?" Yun Feiyong's brow furrowed slightly. He was currently engaged in lecturing the disciples of Sword Peak and had no time to observe Chen Tianqing's practice of the clear wind sword technique. Moreover, he was not particularly interested in Chen Tianqing. Previously, Yun Feiyong had heard that Chen Tianqing had given up on sword practice due to his inability to learn the clear wind sword technique and instead turned to alchemy, which was why he had seen Chen Tianqing during Elder Mo Qian's lecture at the Divine Pill Peak. How could someone who couldn't even master a basic sword technique possibly pass his assessment? However, the sect had decreed that if an inner disciple insisted on joining a particular peak, that peak could not refuse. Even if Chen Tianqing lacked talent in swordsmanship, Yun Feiyong could not refuse his entry into Sword Peak. A flicker of impatience crossed Yun Feiyong's face as he waved his hand dismissively, his tone cool and indifferent. Enough that I have no interest in watching your sword practice, since you are determined to join Sword Peak. Consider that sufficient. You are now a disciple of Sword Peak." Upon seeing this, Chen Tianqing's brow furrowed slightly, and an unwelcome feeling rose within him. He sensed that Yun Feiyong did not seem to regard him highly, even expressing a hint of disdain. Just then, Xiao Fenghua unexpectedly stepped forward from the crowd and softly called out, "Elder Yun." He took a deep breath, hesitated for a moment, but ultimately decided to clarify the truth. Xiao Fenghua stepped forward, standing before Yun Feiyong, wearing a slightly awkward smile. "Elder Yun, this sword scar was not left by me." Although Xiao Fenghua's voice was not loud, it rang out clearly in the sword mound. Hearing this, Yun Feiyong raised his brow, looking at Xiao Fenghua with a hint of surprise. The surrounding disciples also displayed expressions of astonishment, murmurs rising among them. Feeling the gaze of the crowd, Xiao Fenghua became even more embarrassed. He scratched his head and continued, I have indeed not practiced my sword here. This sword scar must have been left by someone else. Perhaps there has been a misunderstanding. As soon as these words left his lips, a wave of astonishment swept through the crowd. The disciples exchanged bewildered glances, their faces reflecting disbelief. In their eyes, Xiao Fenghua was a standout among the new disciples, the only one capable of mastering the clear wind sword technique to such an extent. Naturally, this profound sword scar must have been left by him.